Chapter 1 Rebirth. Buzz buzz. The vibration came. The beauty curled up on the pale yellow bed fluttered her long thick eyelashes, sweat staining her porcelain skin as if she were sinking into a boundless nightmare. Jumbled words kept echoing in her mind. Friend Juanja pleaded. Qiao Chu, you're so strong you can survive well on your own. Don't be so selfish. Give the team spot to Sharo, okay? Captain Jalon sighed helplessly. Chu, for the sake of team harmony you should leave the team. With your abilities you can do well anywhere. Her teammate, face full of anger, snapped. Can't you just be our analyst? You have to take up a slot. If we don't make the top 10 it'll be your fault. Qiao Chu suddenly opened his eyes, momentarily unsure where he was. She frowned instinctively and groped toward the source of the noise, picked up her phone, voice a little hoarse. Who is it? A clear, lively female voice came through the receiver. Qiao Chu, are you still playing Apocalypse Maze OL? Qiao Chu replied instinctively. Of course, why wouldn't I? On the other end, Wang Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said cautiously, Phew, that's good, that's good. I was afraid you'd choose to give the beta spot to Juanja. Closed beta? Qiao Chu opened her eyes in an instant. The drowsy look from a moment ago cleared immediately. With a whoosh, she hurriedly sat up. The two words closed beta stirred something in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Speaking of the past 5 years in the apocalypse, one of the things she regretted most was not taking part in the closed beta. She held up her phone and suddenly scanned her surroundings. The 30-plus square meter one-bedroom had been carefully arranged by the girl. Although the space was small, it had a warm, adorable atmosphere. Qiao Chu stared around in a daze. The time displayed on her phone was not 2039, but 2034. Could it be? She trembled all over, hadn't even put on her slippers, and hurried into the bathroom, facing the mirror to examine herself. There were no scars on the temples, and the skin did not show the roughness of someone who had struggled to survive the apocalypse under wind and sun. Instead, it was a very young, beautiful face. Hey Qiao Chu. I'm saying you didn't fall back asleep again, did you? The girl's voice was clear and bright, with an amused helplessness. Qiao Chu's tears fell fiercely in an instant. She finally recognized the other's voice, her tone trembling with a choked sob. Wang Ling. Wang Ling was one of the few friends who stayed by her side in the game later on. But because of a car accident, she died a few months after the server opened. Wang Ling grew a little anxious. Qiao Chu, what's wrong with you? Did those two scumbags? She trailed off awkwardly halfway through. After all, she and Qiao Chu weren't familiar enough to casually badmouth people. Then I won't bother you any longer. There's the closed beta at 10 this morning. You finally managed to get a beta key. So remember to pass on your tips to me then. Qiao Chu glanced at the time with trembling hands. It was 7 in the morning. She really had been reborn. Resurrected 3 hours before the moment that could change her fate. Qiao Chu was an orphan, but exceptionally gifted at gaming. He paid his tuition by farming gold in holographic games. And just when he thought he was about to see a bright future, an accident happened 5 years ago. October 3, 2034. Apocalypse Maze 2 OL, a hyperreal holographic game with an end-of-the-world theme, suddenly appeared, and in 2034, when holograms had become the mainstream, everyone eagerly entered the game. Qiao Chu was no exception. That day was also regarded as the beginning of the apocalypse era, because just a few days later, torrential rain, extreme cold, typhoons and other extreme weather events emerged. 3 months later, insect plagues, tsunamis and frequent earthquakes, followed by epidemics and a food crisis. The whole world descended into turmoil. Just when humanity thought things couldn't get any worse. 6 months later, geomagnetic disorder, electronic technology failures, the appearance of zombies, and mutated plants and animals debuted. At the brink of despair, he suddenly discovered that the classes, skills and supplies in the backpack from Apocalypse Lost OL could all be brought into reality. Even so, humanity could only struggle to survive in the cracks. It wasn't until over 5 years later, when a player reached level 100, that the higher dimensional beings finally appeared and announced that the top 1,000 teams in the tournament would receive tickets to the higher dimension. At that time, Qiao Chu's team ranked 32nd in the world. It's a pity the birds are gone, the good bough is put away. The two chatted a few idle words and then hurriedly hung up. Qiao Chu took a deep breath and set her phone aside. She turned on the faucet and let the cold stream of water repeatedly splash over her face with her long, slender fingers. She lifted her head slightly. The girl in the mirror had a delicate face, black hair wet and curled at the ends draped on both sides, revealing a pair of slightly upturned cat-like eyes. Her features were boldly defined, with a high-bridged nose and lips naturally flushed, making her face seem like cold jade. She walked barefoot to the window, drew aside the curtain, stifled her trembling heart, and stared somewhat obsessively at the distant scene. The surrounding buildings rose 100 stories high, Each person seemed like an ant isolated in a tiny room, yet this crowded, bustling feeling made her extremely happy. At that moment her phone vibrated again. After Qiao Chu answered and Juanja's voice came through. Qiao Chu, why haven't you sent me an internal test slot yet? The server's about to open. He spoke very casually, as if certain Qiao Chu would comply. But the woman's voice on the other end of the phone was not as gentle as usual. Instead it was cold and mocking. And Juanja, I remember I said I would think about it. I didn't say I'd definitely give it to you, did I? Because she couldn't forget this matter and felt very regretful. She remembered it very clearly. In his previous life, at this moment Qiao Chu was still an ordinary university student. Under Juanja's sweet talk and forceful attitude, she gave up her beta test slot and many precious items, and even recommended him to the Jialan team. He took so many benefits from her. And after Qiao Chu discovered his true colors, he clung to someone else and kicked her when she was down. Qiao Chu's mouth curved into a bloodthirsty smile. This lifetime she wanted to see whether, without her help, and Juanja could still live so comfortably. Even if he could, she wouldn't give him that chance. And Juanja seemed to notice something off and softened his tone. Alright, I'm scared. So will money do? Besides, we're friends. You're even stingy with giving me a beta account. Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow and cut him off mercilessly. Oh? Then why didn't you offer money before? Who do you think you are, trying to freeload? And Juanja was choked up, his handsome face looking displeased. He couldn't understand why Qiao Chu had changed so much today. He also got angry and snapped. What do you mean by that? Xiaoro wants to play too. If no one takes her, what do you expect her to do alone in the game? She smiled slyly and said sarcastically, Xiaoro wants to play too. I'm not her father or mother. What business is it of mine? You flies love hovering around shit. You don't need to announce that preference, okay? Stay away from now on, or don't blame me for being rude. She casually hung up, turned on a speaker and played a soft Western pop song. A husky, seductive female voice sang. The girl set her alarm, stepped into the bathroom, and scalding hot water slid over her body, ran down her long neck and dripped onto the tiles. Outside the bathroom the lively phone ringtone echoed along with the song reaching its chorus. It was so exhilarating. Rebirth, what an intoxicating word. On one side, Qiao Chu was luxuriating in a lovely bath. On the other, Juanja, his face sullen, dialed again. A dozen red call logs showed the other's silent refusal. Unfortunately, some shameless people just couldn't understand. Guanro asked cautiously from the side. Juanja, what's wrong? Is Sister Qiao Chu unwilling? And Juanja's expression twisted slightly, but he was unwilling to lose face in front of his goddess, as if he had any money. He had said those things because he used to fake being pitiful to garner sympathy, ask Qiao Chu for money or freeload her game gear. He was simply too used to it to bother pretending anymore. He forced the expression off his face. Guanro's family was wealthy. She had bought an early beta slot from someone else, while his own family was ordinary. To keep up the appearance of being well off in front of others, he often couldn't even afford a proper meal. He hurriedly stood up, knocking over the water cup on the table. The water splashed onto the expensive coat he had purposely bought, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Guanro cried out in alarm. Juanja, are you okay? And Juanja forced a smile and said, I'm fine, Xiaoro, don't worry. I will definitely go into the game with you. After turning around he grew grim. Damn Qiao Chu. If he didn't know how to behave soon, Juanja would make him pay. He hurried out, planning to go straight to Qiao Chu's home. It had to be that Wang Ling who had spoiled things for him. He didn't believe Qiao Chu would still have the nerve to refuse him to his face. After Guanro watched him leave, she also put away the expression on her face, curled her lip and picked at her nails. Whatever. If it weren't for Juanja having some skills that could make her popular in the game, she wouldn't bother paying him any mind. She showed an unmistakable air of petty pride. But Qiao Chu didn't know any of this. After showering she casually threw on a white t-shirt, wolfed down a lot of delicious food, timed it perfectly and put on the hollow helmet early, and waited for the beta test of Apocalypse Lost OL to begin. In her last life, these 3 days of beta produced a batch of godlike figures who rose to prominence in the apocalypse while everyone else could only look on in envy. This time she would become one of them. Chapter 2. A task appears. It's 10 o'clock. Qiao Chu did not hesitate for a moment and clicked the doomed path OL icon that had appeared in her mind. She now stood beneath a starry sky and a sweet female voice sounded. Welcome to your first login to Doomed Path Online. Please choose to create your character. If necessary, please. This voice, which she had heard countless times in her previous life, did not attract Qiao Chu's attention at all. She held her breath and concentrated as she began creating her character. If ordinary, Apocalypse Lost OL was ordinary, it would be just another game of the holographic era. In the past decade, not even innovative in terms of gameplay. What makes it extraordinary is that Apocalypse Lost truly achieved unity with reality. Smell, taste, pain, and touch are identical to those in real life, and even the NPCs inside are indistinguishable from real human beings. So it quickly became the world's most popular game, becoming an indispensable part of human life. Whether rich or poor, healthy or disabled, anyone can enjoy pleasures that come from the soul within it. Qiao Chu's appearance was calm. Appearance, height, and body type were all chosen as default. Place of birth was assigned by the system according to the player's real-world region, and couldn't be chosen. All other options were set to random. Only when races and classes appeared did Qiao Chu calm down and without hesitation, choose the Storm Gunner from among a bunch of flashy classes like Mage, Gunslinger, Hunter, Priest, Knight, Warlock, a class whose stats were all quite mediocre. He skipped rare races like Elf, Mermaid, Troll, Dragonkin, Lich, and chose Human. Apocalypse Lost OL is set in a Western fantasy Europe. Bosses include various plants, zombies, and a large number of grotesque, nauseating mutant animals. At the start, the Storm Gunner only has a small pistol with short range, low damage, and single target attacks, making it very weak against monsters, recognized on the forums as one of the 3 weakest classes. It was only when everyone reached the job change level 3 months later that they realized how formidable these 3 classes were, especially the Stormcaster. One person could be worth an entire army. The few Stormcasters available were fiercely fought over by the major teams. Humans were even more extraordinary. Although their early stats lag behind other races, humans have the passive buff potential, which grants 2 extra attribute points every 5 levels compared to other classes. In this attribute-driven post-apocalyptic world, these bonuses make countless people regret and beat their chests. Unfortunately, this game is bound to the player's soul, so accounts cannot be deleted and restarted. More importantly, to obtain that coveted hidden class, one must give up the early game advantages and choose the human race. These pieces of news, which would become common knowledge months later, were now known only to Qiao Chu, the one reborn person who could see through them. With everything ready, a sweet female voice said, "Please enter your ID." Qiao Chu entered only one character. 2. This can also be considered an advantage of early players. In Doomsday Maze, duplicate names are not allowed, so later players' names can only get longer. Some people believe that you can judge a player's strength simply by the length of their name, and there is some truth to that. Welcome to Doomsday Maze OL. Wishing you a pleasant game. Qiao Chu immediately opened the character panel. ID Chu. Race Human. Class, Stormcaller. Level 1. Experience. 0 out of 100. HP 100. MP 25. Constitution 4. Strength 3. Agility 2. Intelligence 3. Perception 1. No racial bonuses. No class bonus. The girl side. Human plus magnetic burst hands. It could be considered a hell mode start. However, that didn't affect her much. After all, the strength of a class was secondary. What determined the ceiling was the person operating it. The next moment, Qiao Chu planted her feet on the grass and took a deep breath of the fresh jungle air. Without the slightest hesitation, she passed the other NPCs assigning tasks and strode toward the commander's station of the novice camp. NPCs, when no players have accepted quests, also live their own lives like humans. The higher the level, the greater the NPC's intelligence. In his previous life, Qiao Chu encountered many NPCs who even turned the tables and toyed with players. The camp commander looked like a very kind elderly man, wearing a blue magic robe embroidered with silver thread, leisurely reading in a reclining chair. Qiao Chu knocked on the door and politely greeted him. The camp commander's expression was amiable. "Are you a new warrior who answered the call to come to the front lines to eliminate monsters?" Qiao Chu bowed, responding respectfully. The young girl's eyes, as bright as stars, flickered. She placed one hand behind her back and performed Odoxian high ceremony. She knew the captain's history. Now was a great opportunity to earn his favor. Even the tiniest advantage early on could lay the foundation for her future victory. "Greetings, Adam Caesar Archmage. I once heard of your deeds in the capital of Odo Star. Thank you very much for the contributions you've made to your homeland. I offer you my highest respect. Captain's affection +5. The captain chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. Not worth mentioning. Young warrior, would you be willing to do me a small favor? There are a few mutated wildflowers behind the house." "Here it is." Qiao Chu felt a surge of excitement. What was said on the forums back then was true. She snatched up the quest in a flash and dashed outside without a moment's hesitation. In her previous life as a top gold farmer and a renowned game analyst, she had traversed every unlocked map and studied the walkthroughs for every major quest. Among them was one hidden quest that an anonymous team had posted on the players' forum back then, but its activation window had expired, and they could only regretfully miss it. The final reward for that quest was an SSSS-grade hidden class. In the Apocalypse Maze, every class has a unique hidden class, but frustratingly, that class can be obtained by only one player. And what that hidden class is depends solely on the personal life experiences of the class's mentor. For example, a fire mage who usually likes to cook has a hidden class that's actually a chef. This left the player who obtained that class feeling like they wanted to cry but couldn't. However, only the 3 weakest starting classes have hidden classes rated at 4S. The rest of the class's hidden classes are at most 3S. This is Mewtwo's remedy for these 3 classes. The other 2 had players unlock hidden classes, but the Stormbringer was the most difficult in Mewtwo, and the only hidden class that hadn't been revealed. That anonymous team regretfully stated that when their party average level was just over the Stormbringer mentor boss by 10 or so levels, the fight was extremely difficult, so they're certain this class must be very powerful. And now, Qiao Chu is going to obtain it at the only possible moment. Qiao Chu spun around and ran toward the back of the camp. By this time some players had already entered the game. Someone exclaimed, "Damn, I picked almost entirely random, and there's actually someone faster than me?" His companion said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, I don't know what that player is running around for. Probably a hologram newbie who's never played before. Let's rush to take the quest and get the first kill." These few didn't know that Qiao Chu had even already completed the quest. She hadn't followed the map's indicator to spawn monsters behind the house. The monsters at the quest location matched the player's current level, but they spawned slowly and required a group to contest them. Qiao Chu headed straight for the Ire Forest behind the village, where monsters spawn more densely and it's more dangerous, but likewise it could help Qiao Chu complete the quest's first kill much faster. Yes, in this game important quests and dungeons have first kills, and the money and attribute points rewarded for first kills are the key for beta testers to become gods. Her chosen class is relatively weak early on, so she must grab as many attribute points and as much experience as possible. So Qiao Chu didn't hesitate, running quickly while equipping the level 1 weapon given by the system. Item info: small pistol, white. Equipment level 0. Bonus after equipping, none. Damage info: 1320 points. The unrotten fallen leaves underfoot rustled. There was a peculiar smell, not exactly pleasant, but Qiao Chu showed no change in expression. He rushed to the monster spawn point and fired a shot at the half-human high flower that looked harmless. Bang! Monster info: mutant wildflower. Level 1. Skills: entangle, pounce. This spear woke it up. The wildflower split its mouth open from the middle, revealing the dense rows of teeth inside. Qiao Chu raised her gun with both hands and fired without the slightest hesitation, continuously rolling to avoid the mutated plant's attacks. If anyone were here, they would see that every bullet hit the creature's most vulnerable mouth with pinpoint accuracy, causing the highest level golden critical hits. This skill was honed by Qiao Chu over 5 years in the apocalypse and was also her greatest reliance. -21. -24. At the same time, because the monsters here were so dense, her health was intermittently shown as -7, -9, -4. With her accurate strikes, it wasn't long before it showed that she had killed 5 mutant flowers. You have picked up 5 seeds. But the girl didn't stop. She kept firing at the flowers until she had nearly emptied her blue energy and killed 35 mutated flowers. You have picked up 30 seeds. Qiao Chu smiled faintly, quickly past the players who were grabbing monsters in the backyard, and ran toward where the camp commander was. Inside the camp commander's house, the other party looked surprised when they saw her return. "Young warrior, have you already completed the task in less than half an hour? Submit 5 flower seeds." "Yes. Congratulations on completing the first kill of the task hunting wildflowers. Reward: 1 gold coin and 100 experience points. Remain anonymous." Standing out in the woods draws attention. Qiao Chu chose to keep quiet and make a fortune. Anonymous. A faint golden light flashed, and Qiao Chu simultaneously reached level 2. Submit 10 flower seeds. "Yes." The camp commander sat up slightly from the lounger, frowned as he looked her over, seemingly lost in thought. "That speed is pretty good. Any more?" "Submit 20 flower seeds." Qiao Chu breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed his sweaty palms and smiled. "Of course there is." The camp commander saw the small pistol fastened at her waist. His expression turned complicated, no longer the casual look from before. "He's a geomagnetic storm user? Could it be fate?" he murmured, his aged voice tinged with complexity. "Young human warrior, would you be interested in hearing the story of the geomagnetic storm master, Lizzie Kennedy? You have triggered a side quest. Do you accept? Here it comes." Chapter 3 Core Skill: Shadow Stealth. Even though Qiao Chu had lived 2 lives, she couldn't help feeling excited at this moment. Her eyes shifted slightly, and she bowed a little, saying, "Of course, respected captain." The captain was very pleased with her attitude, nodded and said, "Lizzie Kennedy, the only Lord-class figure among humans back then." He single-handedly charged into a town and wiped out every zombie and mutated plant inside without leaving a trace. The camp commander smiled mysteriously. Of course, my best friend Kennedy is capable of more than that. He has an even stronger hidden identity, the Nether Hunter. Qiao Chu's eyes brightened. The camp commander continued. It is precisely because of that identity that he could silently carry out decapitation operations against high-level zombies, leaving the Bia town horde leaderless and ultimately building a formidable reputation. Unfortunately, he had no successor. After all these years, he has finally waited for a youngster like you. The battalion commander put away his smile and said solemnly, Are you willing to follow in Lequi Kennedy's footsteps and carry forward the fruits of his labor? The girl drew a deep breath and said, Of course I am willing. Thank you, great Adam Caesar. The commander's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, take this. Qiao Chu took the thin parchment and an orange crystal core from the commander's hand, somewhat surprised. This is a skill book, and a memory core flashing with dazzling multicolored light. When Qiao Chu looked, it showed Ancient Ire Forest Exploration Dungeon, with 3 activation opportunities in total. After using all 3 times, it would be discarded. The camp commander's smile returned to his face. He gave a somewhat sly wink. This is a reward I'm giving to the brave in advance. He lifted the mage's robe slightly and said in a low voice, Go, young warrior. When you are ready, go to the monastery deep in the Ire Forest and bring me back the cross worn by the apprentice priest. Let me see your resolve. Make it quick. Qiao Chu bowed, turned quietly, and left. A new task appeared under the translucent taskbar in the upper left corner. Go to Kingsland Monastery and take the cross from trainee priest Kristen, zombified. Recommended task level 8. Task progress. Cross 0/1. Task reward. Time remaining 72 hours. This old fox, only 3 days. Qiao Chu ground his teeth and couldn't help quickening his pace. She walked outside, and without a word she crushed the skill book in her hand. The parchment scroll turned into a streak of light and rushed into her body. The girl cried out in surprise, looking at the skill book excitedly. Skill name. Shadow Veil, level 1. Skill description. When used while positioned behind an enemy, allows you to enter stealth for 6 seconds and deal 200% critical damage to the attack target. Cooldown 10 seconds. Current proficiency 0. Proficiency required for upgrade 0/100. Qiao Chu's heart pounded so violently it felt like it would burst from her chest. This skill actually had no class restriction. Not only could the Nether Hunter use it, when she used a handgun, she could use the skill as well. Imagine. Invisibility plus ranged attack plus critical hit. Who could stop her? Not only is it very powerful in PvP, but some strong dungeon monsters can be directly chunked for a huge portion of their health bar, using this method. Such an awesome skill is only level 1. I can only imagine how powerful it'll be after leveling up. She pondered where to go grind monsters while bringing up her character panel, ready to allocate the 2 attribute points she had gained from leveling. ID Chu. Race human. Occupation. Magnetic storm operator / Nether Hunter. Not activated. Level 2. Experience. 0/200. HP. 120/500. All currently unactivated after the slash. M30/150. Constitution April 8th. Strength. 3 out of 8. Agility 2 out of 10. Intelligence 3 out of 8. Perception 1 out of 7. Qiao Chu showed a wry smile. She finally understood what the village chief's sly grin just now had meant. Because the phantom hunter profession is simply too strong. Not only are the skills godlike, her various attributes are no worse than other rare races. You could even say they far surpass them. So this sheepskin scroll is nothing but a carrot dangled in front of her. The prerequisite conditions and the follow-up for this quest are both extremely troublesome. They're afraid she'll run off, so they first dangled some benefits to tempt her to try them. Qiao Chu clenched her fists, thinking of the grievances she suffered in her last life. It's only difficult points. If even she, who knows the game and is foresight, can't do it, she refuses to believe anyone else could. Qiao Chu thought for a moment, assigning 2 attribute points as 1 to strength and 1 to agility. After all, strength affects attack power, while agility influences her kiting ability. With high agility, monsters can't reach her. As long as she has enough mana, she can wear them down to death. She then turned and walked toward the path outside the village. Although the system recommended level 8, it was simply impossible to reach that level in 3 days without the resources of an entire major guild. She looked at Shadowstalker thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and decided to act as soon as she reached level 5. Because only at level 5 could she spend 1 gold to buy the next 2 skills. One was Burst Fire, the other was Flame Attachment. Burst Fire briefly knocks monsters back, while Flame Attachment increases damage. Both are essential early game survival and damage tools for a Storm Gunner. The post-apocalyptic game is set on an alien planet where, after a period of a zombie outbreak, various races have used their innate skills to gain a foothold and establish hero camps, relying on hunting zombies and mutated flora and fauna to continually improve themselves. Camp A13 of Ire is one of the front lines cleared on the planet Odo. The trees outside the camp are very tall and lush. Looking up you can only see trunks shooting straight into the clouds and dense foliage. The canopy blocks the fierce sunlight, and around midday the woods are even somewhat dim. Some wildflowers and little grasses whose names she couldn't recall pushed up through the poet's fallen leaves and grew wildly. A few mutated animals prowled nearby, though they weren't dangerous and wouldn't attack players on their own. Qiao Chu had no intention of paying them any mind. She stepped on the soft fallen leaves, planning to go to a spawn point deep in the forest to grind monsters. There probably weren't many people who had found it yet. Not even 2 minutes later, an arrogant voice rang out. The Leihua Guild is at work, everyone else clear out. Chapter 4. A Stream of Wind and Moon. Anyone who's played online games knows that some unscrupulous guilds will book out an area, meaning they occupy a prime monster spawn spot, and keep solo players away. Although this practice sparks widespread anger, it's indeed a fast way to level up. Qiao Chu had no interest in such routine daily disputes. She passed by the two people with an expressionless face. The man standing with his back to Qiao Chu was tall and slender. His chin was slightly raised, and the corner of his mouth held a hint of mocking amusement. He said leisurely, "Why should I? Looks? You wishful thinking." He stood with his back to Qiao Chu, his lips forming the word ugly. His voice was clean and clear, like the sound of running water. The pervy guy opposite immediately raised his greatsword and swung it over, snarling, "You little pretty boy, how dare you talk back to me? Get your ass back to your respawn point." Seeing this, the boy stepped back 2 paces, but collided with Qiao Chu and accidentally fell to the ground. Qiao Chu. His slender fingers caught the hem of her pants, stopping Qiao Chu from stepping forward. The boy's eyelids were all wet, his handsome face full of apology. "Sister, did I hurt you when I bumped into you? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Damn, she roughly understood why boys liked pure little white flower types so much. The boy's clear voice was lowered and softened, his translucent emerald eyes showing some alarm. A head of finely braided, golden hair hung down his back, his skin as delicate as white porcelain, and his pointed ears were somewhat reddened. Wearing a moon-white robe and holding a white staff, Qiao Chu could see his long neck and the rising and falling of his exquisite collarbones from this angle. "He is an elven priest," Qiao Chu said lightly. "It's fine, let go." The youth's fingers stiffened. The furtive, shifty-eyed man across from him was about to scold impatiently, but when he saw Qiao Chu's face his expression changed. Holy crap, what a catch! The girl had thick black hair tied up, a few wisps falling at the side of her face. She turned her head. Her eyes were filled with a breathtaking beauty, and her aloof, cold demeanor made people feel inexplicably uneasy. The lecherous man rubbed his hands and laughed. "Hey beautiful, have you considered joining our guild? Lots of benefits, lots of handsome guys." He confidently flipped the bangs at his forehead. Qiao Chu was helpless. She just wanted to level up. Why was it so difficult? Get lost. The lecherous man's face changed. He felt looked down upon. Since joining the Thunderfire Guild, no one had dared treat him like this. He flew into a rage. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. No one has ever dared trample on the head of our Thunderfire Guild." Qiao Chu sighed and looked at him with great sincerity. "You're wrong." The lecherous man wore an expression of great pride. "That's more like it." The girl's voice carried a laugh. She spread her hands and looked perfectly innocent. "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. After all, who would willingly step on a pile of shit?" The lecherous man had just started to smile satisfactorily when he heard the second half of Qiao Chu's sentence, and his face instantly changed. The youth let out a puffed laugh, which completely enraged the lecherous man. His eyes bloodshot, he raised his long sword and charged at Qiao Chu. "Damn it, how dare he look down on me?" In the early stages, the knight is the strongest class bar none. In Doomsday Lost OL, player versus player combat is not encouraged, so classes are basically all designed for fighting zombies. There aren't classes like assassins, and the paladin, being both tanky and high damage, pretty much steamrolls other classes in the early game. He refused to believe he couldn't handle this little she-devil. He'd make her kneel and beg for mercy when the time came. He rushed up excitedly. Qiao Chu snorted, smoothly lifted his pistol, his eyes narrowing slightly, and fired 2 shots at him. Bang bang. -7. -9. The sleazy man's health bar inevitably dropped by a small notch. The other party received a prompt. You were attacked by the player with the ID Chu. Striking back within 10 minutes will not accumulate a red name. The sleazy man jumped in fright. Although the magnetic burst pistol's early damage wasn't high, he hadn't expected that from such a distance. Qiao Chu's shots would all hit. As mentioned earlier, Apocalypse Lost Online is an extremely realistic game, so this game has no aim assist. The wizard spells and the bullets and feathered arrows in it are just like in real life. You have to aim to hit, not just cast skills however you please. The sneaky man suppressed the panic in his heart. It's fine, the distance is enough. He gritted his teeth and activated his skill. Charge. Because he is a tank, he had pain sensitivity set to a minimum of only 30%, which caused him to be a bit stunned and not react when Qiao Chu put the bullet into his neck. Golden critical hit. -119. Weakness instant kill. A stream of wind and moon. He lifted the corner of his eye slightly, a trace of amusement leaking from his gaze, though his face wore an expression of surprise, as if genuinely astonished. Qiao Chu smiled and with a swift motion holstered his gun. This was because the current players did not yet know the rules of the game Lost Path. The reason professions vary in strength is precisely because the players controlling them differ. 5 years into the apocalypse, basically everyone needed to be able to use firearms, it was just that other professions lacked the boost from being a storm gunner. This was exactly why Qiao Chu dared to choose this profession. In her previous life she was a mage, and her skill accuracy had always been pretty good. In this life, switching to pistols with faster ballistic speed that don't require chanting spells was actually easier for her. Going from a mage to a storm gunner with higher agility was enough to make one happily cry. Unlike other games, Lost Path wasn't divided in a very granular way. Damage varied depending on which body part was hit. For example, when players fight humanoid monsters, attacking exposed eyes, the head, the heart, etc., can generally cause critical damage, but that only works if there is no armor. The reason paladins are strong is because they pack themselves up tightly. But for someone who was already an expert and had trained for 5 years in the apocalypse like Qiao Chu, it was useless. At this moment at the respawn point, the lecherous man wanted to cry but had no tears. Leader. Where are you? Aren't you coming back to fight the boss? Beta test time is tight. Wasting it like this. Werua was extremely aggrieved and was about to explain, but the message was only half typed. Leader. That's enough, don't come back, we pulled another secondary tank. Leader. You'll lose the gold this time. He was close to tears. Their large guild used a gold farming system to pay salaries, and now things were worse. The grudge hadn't been avenged and his pay was gone. Those two can wait for him. Qiao Chu knew none of this. She pondered, then suddenly remembered that she had heard of the Thunderfire Guild somewhere. After a moment she recalled that in their previous life they had been taken over by the Thunder Guild. These two guilds shared the same rotten nature, bullying men and oppressing women in the apocalypse, committing every evil. And the Thunder Guild could be said to be one of the culprits that drove Qiao Chu to the end of the road in her last life, ultimately causing her death. If that's the case, meeting them sooner wouldn't hurt. After all, the grudge from her past life was something she was determined to avenge. Qiao Chu's mouth curved into a sly smile. Renting out the whole place? Might as well see if there's anything cheap to snag. As he was thinking this, a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man bowed slightly, looking at her with concern. Sister, why aren't you speaking? He pouted playfully as he complained, then switched to a smiling face. His long, thick eyelashes fluttered, eyes full of admiration. My name is Ishi Fengyue. What's your name, sister? You're amazing. Qiao Chu narrowed her eyes to gauge him. From her experience, this so-called Ishi Fengyue was either a foolishly innocent holosmal or putting it on. Qiao Chu remained expressionless and said coolly, I'm in a hurry to return to camp and turn in a quest. Excuse me. Ishi Fengyue lowered his lashes, his tone a little disappointed. Sister, are you tired of me? He hadn't finished speaking when Qiao Chu had already walked behind the dense bushes and was out of sight. Ishi Fengyue. That damned woman. She wouldn't even let him finish speaking? She won't escape this game. Not if he can help it. The fragile expression on his face vanished, a thread of darkness passing through his eyes. He snorted coldly, then his footsteps lightened and he disappeared in an instant. Chapter 5 Goblin Grin. Anonymous Cloak. Qiao Chu hurried back to the hero camp, partly because she didn't want to expose her whereabouts and risk Songshi discovering her motive, and partly because she was planning something devious and needed a few things. She now had the 1 gold coin, equals 100 silver. Given for completing the quest's first kill. It wasn't much, but that reward could only be obtained for the first kill of a quest. Those who picked up the same task later would only get 10 silver. Qiao Chu thought for a moment and instead of buying something at a shop on the camp's main street, turned left and right and walked to a shabby street on the east side of the camp, where she knocked on one of the dilapidated wooden doors. Bang bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. The rhythm of 213. As she knocked, several nearby houses also peeked out. The color of the IDs above their heads differed from the NPCs on the camp's main street. Those on the main street were green, indicating they were on the same side as the player, while these NPCs were yellow, representing neutrality and even the possibility of attacking each other at any time. Seeing those ill-intentioned glances, Qiao Chu neatly drew the pistol at his waist and with a bang, fired at the window frame of one of the rooms, leaving a deep bullet hole. The expressions of those NPCs changed instantly. Tough guy. Just as they withdrew their gazes, the dusty wooden door in front of them happened to open. Inside stood a goblin with slightly greenish skin, a short stature, and an expression that looked sincere. He wore a tattered yellow vest and bell-bottom pants, and with arms longer than his height he pulled the door open. "Friend, why are you coming to such a dangerous place alone? Come inside and hide." Qiao Chu gave a half-smile in response and followed him through the door. The door closed silently, completely cutting off any prying eyes from outside. Qiao Chu looked around. At this time the shelves and compartments in the room were mostly still empty. In the last life, it took until the game officially launched and some players who liked exploring the map accidentally found this place before they discovered the goblin merchant. And in that last life, that player, being the first to find the goblin, persisted in grinding favor until they became good friends with him. With his help they became a player who resold goods, exchanging the gold they obtained for real-world money and making a fortune. Grin cheerfully brought her a chair. "Sit, my friend. Are you the respected hero? It's been a long time since a hero visited our camp." Although Grin looked innocent, sorry, players can see the color of an NPC's name above their heads. Grin's name is yellow. As Qiao Chu, a reborn master with the god's right hand, she couldn't be bothered to grind affinity with him. She simply placed her hands on the table in front of her and revealed the glittering gold coins beneath. Grin's eyes immediately widened. What do their goblins like best? Gold coins. He reached out his long green arm, about to grab that adorable little golden thing. Slap! Qiao Chu slapped his pistol down beside the gold coin. Jelen shivered and came to. He forced a laugh and said, "Friend, what are you doing?" Although in his previous life, when Qiao Chu first met Green, he was already a mid-level NPC, and would soon be upgraded to a high-level NPC because of player visits. The gold that flowed through his hands every day probably numbered in the tens of thousands. But now, he was only a shabbily dressed, nameless apprentice merchant, not even a low-level NPC. He couldn't beat the current Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu said with a smile, "An invisibility cloak, do you have one?" She wants to pull off something big. Invisibility cloak is what NPCs call it. For players it simply hides the ID, so even if the wearer is attacked, the attacker only receives an anonymous notification. Although Qiao Chu coveted the loot the Thunderfire Guild would drop, she wasn't foolish enough to take on a big guild alone. Of course she planned to quietly stir things up from behind. By rights, the Thunderfire Guild should have already started fighting. It can't be delayed any longer. Qiao Chu tapped the table and glanced impatiently at Green, who still hadn't said anything. What, isn't one gold coin enough? Everyone in the previous life knew the true cost of an invisibility cloak was only 80 silver coins, yet Green was selling it for 100 gold. There's no way around it, this thing is monopolized by Green, only he has it. Not satisfied. Tough luck. Everyone cursed Green as a shady merchant, but their hands were honest. Nearly every player who did wild PvP had one. After playing this long, who doesn't have enemies? Wearing this not only lets you do bad things, it also protects you. And Qiao Chu bit the bullet and bought it in her last life too, but it was in the 5th month. The annoying thing was half a year later the game shut down. Because the apocalypse came, the geomagnetic field disappeared, and all human mechanical civilization stopped working, so naturally no one could log into the game. Thinking of this, Qiao Chu's expression turned unpleasant, but fortunately, she had been reborn. If Griffin didn't want to discuss cooperation with her properly, she also knew a few moves. Grin saw the murderous look in the woman's eyes and took 2 trembling steps back, whispering, "That this lady." Huh. Qiao Chu raised the pistol. The black handgun turned in her slender, pale knuckles. Grin forced a smile and raised his 2 thin arms. "I'll go fetch it for you right away." He wanted to run back to the backyard, but after a few steps a bullet hole appeared under his feet. The spraying spark startled Green. Qiao Chu, seeing him on the verge of tears, felt very pleased and said with a smile, "I have a feeling the invisibility cloak is in the storage compartment of this room." In his previous life, that player who had gotten the jump didn't make a fuss at first but quietly resold items. Only when he could no longer hide it did he proudly post about it on the forum, mentioning the invisibility cloak. Green felt utterly crushed. Grim went to fetch the cloak. Grim handed it to Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu was very satisfied. The moment she touched the cloak, she received a system notification. "You have obtained the item, Invisibility Cloak. Bind it? Please note that once bound this item cannot be sold or traded, and will not drop on death." Qiao Chu of course chose yes. She tossed the gold coin up, and when Green was about to catch it she snatched it back. Wait, in light of your recent dishonesty, I must punish you. Give me 2 red potions and 3 blue potions. Grin couldn't believe it. Good heavens, how could there be a woman in the world even more shameless and greedy for money than he, Grin Dougal? A bottle of small red potion costs 5 silver coins. A bottle of small blue potion 3 silver coins. After all that time he only made 1 silver coin? What's most infuriating is that he still couldn't beat this woman. Green cried silently, gritted his teeth and went to get the medicine, tears and snot all over his face. If he'd known, even if he heard the password, he would never have opened the door for that woman, even if it meant dying sob. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know that if he didn't open the door, he wouldn't be able to get that 1 gold coin. Qiao Chu felt a little at a loss. She crouched down, one knee touching the dust-covered, shabby floor, hurriedly handing the gold coin to Green and said softly, "Don't cry, okay? Listen, I swear I'll come back to buy the flame bullets after this job. I'll definitely pay you whatever you ask for, alright? My future great merchant." Grin's greenish paws pinched the tiny gold coin. He cried in an ugly cute way, his voice muffled. Really? I'll become a great merchant. Of course. Qiao Chu nodded very confidently. After all, in his last life, Grin had become the most famous goblin merchant in the entire post-apocalyptic labyrinth, though by the late game he could be said to have had no bottom line when it came to making money, which was why Qiao Chu had been so hard on him. But now, looking at Grin before him whose eyes had not yet filled with greed, she simply smiled firmly. "You will be the most successful merchant." She patted Grin on the shoulder. "I've got things to do, I'm off, buddy." She felt somewhat moved. After all, Grin's state after changing was partly related to a major event that happened in the middle of the game, so he couldn't be entirely blamed. Grin blinked his big eyes, very touched. "Thank you, my friend." Qiao Chu smiled as he opened the door and heard the system notification. Grim favorability +10. Current relationship hostile. Qiao Chu. That bastard is nothing but a shameless son of a bitch. Why the hell would I feel sorry for him? She donned a cloak, concealed her figure, and dashed toward the forest outside the village. Chapter 6 Wild Boss. Qiao Chu stepped out of the camp again and charged forward along the little path ahead. But unfortunately she wasn't nimble enough and couldn't pick up speed. By now the sky in the game was gradually darkening, and the shadows of the surrounding trees looked somewhat sinister. Qiao Chu wasn't exactly afraid of those things. It's just that Apocalypse Misguidance, as a surreal holographic game, had very realistic weather. Heavy rain, scorching sun, howling winds. These not only applied debuffs to characters, they could even affect skill accuracy and power. For example, a fire mage's attacks would be weakened in heavy rain, whereas in high-temperature areas their power would increase. Everything was identical to reality. Qiao Chu even suspected this might be a pre-training simulation left by the high-dimensional beings for humanity. Therefore, the zombies in the game would become ferocious at night, and before logging off players had to return to the camp inn, or set up a nearby temporary camp to survive. Otherwise, if a character remained in the wilderness, wandering monsters could attack and easily kill them after the player logged off. Right now her secondary skill level isn't high enough. No one can set up a simple camp, and when a character dies in the game, they drop 20% of their experience points and random items. None of this was what Qiao Chu wanted to see, but she had to take this job. After putting in so much effort, the Thunderfire Guild should at least lend some support. When she went back to the spot where the afternoon had come, someone was still standing guard. Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow and, taking advantage of the man turning his head to look the other way. Shadow Slip. Who says activating an offensive skill always means attacking? She activated the skill, softened her steps, and swaggered into the bushes behind him. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she heard the leaders shout. Qiao Chu climbed a tall tree not far away, leaned on it and looked down at that group of people. Sure enough, they had come to farm this monster. In the early game, the Thunderfire Guild was considered a somewhat powerful large guild. Although its members were a mixed lot, they could win early on by relying on numbers. There were only 10,000 spots for the domestic beta, yet they had somehow assembled an elite team of 15. These 15 were fairly high level, their class composition well balanced, and they were steadily unleashing their skills on the zombies in the distance. Although their accuracy was a bit off, the boss's health was still steadily dropping. Qiao Chu tossed a detector at the zombie creature. Monster info. Camp Guard Captain, Zombified. Monster level. Elite level 4. Monster attribute, Unique. Generally speaking, the level of an elite monster is much higher than the level shown. Even if it is just a minor field boss, this kind of monster is not something a lone wolf can mess with. Without special terrain, you basically have to group up and slowly grind it down. Qiao Chu revealed an excited smile. Go Thunderfire Guild, come on. The reason she was so excited was precisely because there was a universal mechanic in Doomsday Lost. That is, Whoever lands the final blow on a monster gets its experience and rewards. So in her previous life there were plenty of messy disputes caused by people fighting over monsters in the wild. Even someone as strong as Qiao Chu had been ambushed by sneaky players a few times. But this time it was her turn to ambush someone else. Qiao Chu's upturned cat-like eyes were full of excitement. So this is how it feels to be the sixth brother. It's so delightful, especially when the target is an enemy from a past life. It couldn't be more satisfying. The commander of the Lei Hui Guild was pretty competent, speaking clearly and reliably. Off tank, swap out the main tank. Main tank, drink a speed and mana potion, then take over. I see. Qiao Chu looked at the item in the other's hand and suddenly understood. They somehow gave the main tank paladin a shield, otherwise they wouldn't have dared challenge the elite boss on the first day. After all, if the damage can't be sustained, no matter how much DPS you do it won't help. The commander continued. Hunter, use enhanced mark to pull the mob. Don't let it get close to the DPS group. Priest, heal the off-tank quickly. Qiao Chu cast detect and then threw another. He found the boss's HP was down to only 24%. Normally, detecting a monster above your level would alert it. But with players pulling it now, there was no fear. Qiao Chu glanced at the time. There was about an hour and a half left before the first day of the beta test ended. The girl tightened her cloak and quietly slid down from the tree. Because according to her memory, this boss goes berserk when it hits 10%. After the 3-minute berserk ends, it will fall into a weakened state until death, so she now had to get closer, at least within range to steal the aggro. A sharp light flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. She looked a little enviously at that shield, or rather, wondered if there was a chance to get it together. A sly smile appeared on her face. Shadow step. She lowered her body and crept toward the 15-person group. Qiao Chu's palms were slightly sweaty. After all, in her previous life she chose the artillery mage, so she wasn't very familiar with this kind of lone flanking maneuver. If she were discovered, she estimated she'd instantly be focused down and turned to dust. Qiao Chu dared not be the least bit careless. Her fair face was calm as she cautiously used Shadow Step 3 times to reach the handgun's attack range. Once in position, she calmly lay in the grass, letting the waist-high weeds conceal her form. Through the gap in the grass, Qiao Chu could even make out the patterns on the back of the priest standing at the rear. Luckily they were facing the boss in a berserk state. If Qiao Chu's judgment had been any poorer and she'd arrived just half a minute later, she probably would have been easily noticed while moving. After all, shadow concealment can only hide the body. Walking on the grass still makes a little noise. Qiao Chu shook her head mentally. The pistol's attack range was still too short. Once she learned the sniper branch later, one shot, one kid. Although the sniper branch is harder to unlock, it isn't out of the question for her. Just as Qiao Chu was momentarily stunned, the hunter in the team suddenly looked over at him. He frowned, seeming somewhat conflicted. Qiao Chu stood motionless under his gaze. Suddenly the commander shouted, "Su-san, what are you looking at? The boss has berserked, pull it down." "Damn it." "Yes." The hunter snapped back to his senses. The only narrow path out was blocked by their people, and they'd already tried the surrounding thickets. There were many wandering red-name monsters. At their current level, no one could get through. He frantically shook his head, stepped forward to pull the monster. If he failed the first world boss solo kill today because of him, he was as good as dead. With that thought, the hunter hurriedly activated his mark and dragged the monster a bit farther away. Qiao Chu first let out a sigh of relief. She only got the idea of snatching the boss because she had acquired this skill. Otherwise there was no way she could have slipped in. Besides her, who would have thought of it? But the next second, her heart began pounding fiercely again, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Because that hunter had pulled the monster toward Qiao Chu. Both tanks tank together, drink red, priest don't skimp, drink blue. Damn. The boss's berserk damage was too high. The main tank was a second or two slower to drink his red potion and promptly fell to the ground. He even pulled out a shield. Qiao Chu's eyes shone brightly. A great opportunity. Wait until she finishes off the off-tank with one shot. When the monster's aggro goes haywire, she and the boss will pincer them from front and back, pull a double cross. But before Qiao Chu could fire, the off-tank suddenly collapsed. The team's cleric panicked and shouted, "Captain, there's an enemy." Chapter 7 Anonymous. What's going on? She still hasn't made a move. The next moment, a figure darted out from a path on the other side. His voice was languid, unhurried as he brushed the fallen leaves off his body, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Phew, glad I made it." The man's neatly braided golden hair hung down his back, and he wore a plain white priest's robe, but in his hand he held a black scepter. Qiao Chu. She quietly crawled back again, watching the scene before her with a face full of interest. This player's skill accuracy was also good, and he tossed another ball of black light at a priest. The next second, the members of the Thunderfire Guild would know how the off-tank died. You have been attacked by the player with the ID Yishi Fengye. Counterattacks within 10 minutes will not accumulate a red name. Captain. I can't heal his HP up. Skill name. Poison Devour, level 1. Skill description. Single target attack, removes 6% of the target's total HP every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. Stacks cannot be dispelled. This skill is utterly broken. It removes total HP, which means it doesn't matter whether your HP is 1000 or. It's useless. Because this is percentage damage, the higher the total HP, the more it actually takes, and on top of that the duration is long and it cannot be dispelled, you can only wait for it to finish on its own. So the priest had no choice but to gulp down all the red potions on him, watching his health bar flicker up and down, making everyone who jumped gasp in fright. Yishi Fengyue threw another ball of black light at him. This time the priest didn't say a word and collapsed to the ground without moving. His health bar instantly emptied. Damn, this skill is totally broken. The commander remained calm but his face was ugly. Don't panic. Hunter, keep pulling the mobs. The 2 remaining priests heal him. The other players prioritize focusing fire and ambushing the player from behind. He then shouted at the priest who had been knocked to the ground, go resurrect, and while you're at it call in the brothers who are still online for me. Get as many as you can. Qiao Chu clicked his tongue, understanding the commander's intention. Because without a tank, the commander planned to finish off the player who was stealing aggro, and then use sheer numbers to pile on and kill the boss. By then, whoever landed the killing blow wouldn't matter. It wouldn't go to outsiders. I have to say that commander's reaction was really fast. The next second, the priest turned into a white light and vanished. The other players' attacks, merciless as ever, surged toward the blonde-haired man. How can this be? Someone widened their eyes and said in disbelief. This player has such flashy movement. Dodging many skills was one thing, but when he lifted his hand a holy white light flashed over him. He could even heal himself? What the hell, shouldn't a player under level 5 only have 1 skill? How are we supposed to fight like this? Dual class. Does the apocalyptic maze also have dual classes? Where did he get them? This was the thought of everyone present except Qiao Chu. And Qiao Chu, cloaked, was somewhat surprised, the owner of the hidden class poisoner, Fengyue. Moreover, this person called Fengyue turned out to be the handsome youth she had met not long ago, the one called Yishi Fengyue. In his last life his reputation was loud, though not a good one, but inexplicably he vanished 3 months after the server opened, which actually put many players at ease. However, because in his previous life Qiao Chu didn't participate in the beta tests, his level lagged far behind those high-level players. They basically had no chance to interact, and at most Qiao Chu would only appear on various leaderboards and the World Hunt public chat. The man was too lazy to waste words on them. His tall figure seemed to stroll under the moon. Although he was a slow-moving priest, few of their skills could land, and instead 2 of the opposing damage dealers were worn down. After all, that skill was way overpowered early on, and their priest had to concentrate fully on healing the hunter who was struggling to hold aggro. Team Whisper, Commander, our people should still need more than 10 minutes to run the map. It's not enough time. Listen to me. Fake being overwhelmed, save your skills cooldowns, and when I say go, use your skills together. On the surface the commander still appeared calm. I advise you to leave quickly. Our Thunderfire Guild can pretend this never happened. The man slightly raised his chin and said lightly, What Thunderfire Guild? Never heard of it. That voice was clearly the same frail, pitiable little white flower from this afternoon. A trace of interest appeared at Qiao Chu's mouth. But now his gaze was deep, and his elfin face lacked any hint of vulnerability. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Planning to concentrate your attacks on me? The slightly drooping corners of his eyes curved up, showing a hint of innocent goodness. Well, I guess your first kill is gone too, along with the fame, the gear, the gold, maybe even the money to buy potions, right? Why don't we both take a step back? Give me 3 pieces of equipment and I'll leave immediately. The commander trembled with anger. How could there be such a shameless extortionist? He was being blackmailed, and it felt as if they were the ones profiting from him. Qiao Chu secretly nodded, a smirk at the corner of her mouth. This little brother had a third of her flair. Dream on, don't even think about it. Zhongxi raised an eyebrow. His command ability was pretty good, just a complete greenhorn. He didn't even negotiate the price. If there's something to discuss, talk it out. Yet he rejected so decisively. Some players wanted to persuade him, but the commander said coldly, "Focus fire." Hearing this, everyone instinctively followed the command and unleashed their skills on Zhongxi together. The next second, with a bang, a gunshot rang out, and a burst of flame suddenly erupted from the grass behind it. One of the most powerful fire mages didn't even grunt before collapsing to the ground. Killed in an instant? The commander was startled. Who? The mage who had been killed also looked very puzzled and said in a panic, Commander, we may have encountered a master. It's Anonym. Anonym. Chapter 8. Black eats black. In that instant, 2 more players failed to move in time and were slapped into stardust by the 2-meter-tall boss, returning to their revival points. Sweat beaded on the commander's brow as he said angrily, "Don't worry about that now, take this Ishi Feng Yu down in a second, then kill his teammates." Songshi raised an astonished eyebrow. He hadn't expected someone to be behind him. He immediately turned warily, his gaze icy, with none of the innocence he had shown before Qiao Chu. "Who is it? Why don't we join forces?" Before he finished speaking, a bullet struck him in the chest. Caught between Qiao Chu and Lei Hua's assault, his final sliver of health didn't recover. He collapsed to the ground and the view turned black and white. You have killed the player with ID Ishi Feng Yu. Current kill points. 4. When kill points reach 30, you will be prohibited from entering the Brave Camp and from purchasing items or equipment. NPC relations will turn hostile. First warning. Please confirm whether to warn again. Qiao Chu casually dismissed the prompt. These are generally called red name players, murderers and looters. She certainly did a lot of that in her past life. She wouldn't have cleaned up her act in this one. Ishi Fengyue didn't choose to immediately reply with the revive point, but instead looked at the cloaked figure with a face full of murderous intent. Her fingers were slender, indicating she was likely female. Otherwise her face and body were hidden in darkness. He immediately realized that the cloak must be a prop. It seems there are indeed quite a few experts in this game. That's what makes it interesting. The 10 remaining players opposite froze. They had thought he was part of their group, but instead he had killed that troublesome guy. Qiao Chu fired several more shots into the boss, each a headshot, helping them shave the boss's health bar down to a very tempting, ambiguous level. Now do you fight or abandon so much money and effort and leave? A dark gleam flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. The commander directed his teammates to pull the mobs while turning to negotiate with Qiao Chu, busy and sweating profusely. Esteemed player, if you're willing to give your name, the Thunderfire Guild would be honored to welcome you in the future. After all, someone who could get that kind of item during the closed beta was definitely worth their attention. The commander watched her warily, hoping that the guild's reputation would make her think twice. But to his disappointment, the black figure still stood there quietly, watching them with evident interest. The members of the Lei Hua Guild were left in a dilemma. Command whisper. If we can't win, we'll stall until our people arrive. But would Qiao Chu give them that chance? She was merely waiting for an opportunity. Now there are hardly any people left on their team who can deal damage. Qiao Chu's steps were even more composed than Ishi Fengyu's a moment ago. 3 minutes have passed. The boss's berserk state has ended. Just as the Thunderfire Guild members breathed a sigh of relief, Qiao Chu charged toward them. She bang fired several shots directly at the hunter. The hunter had long been on guard under the commander's whispered orders. He hurriedly downed a bottle of red medicine and took cover. Relying on his innate high agility, Qiao Chu missed with every shot. The commander smiled. Good. Next we'll wait for our people to arrive. Qiao Chu's gaze chilled slightly. At the moment someone turned sideways with their back exposed. Shadow strike. In the stunned gazes of the Lightning Fire Guild players, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The hunter wearing thin cloth armor seemed to have run into the muzzle himself. Struck squarely in the head. 200% critical. -127. Flash sale. A half-transparent spirit of Ishi Fengyue hovered over her corpse. The interest had gone from her eyes, replaced by the rise of fighting intent. Is this hunter strong? Of course strong. Without a level 2 hunter can kite and hold a boss. That alone makes him a nameable expert. Unfortunately, this black-robed man was even stronger. Because this black-robed man relied on anticipation. Those first few shots she fired might not have been meant to hit, but to block his movement. The final crucial shot struck the hunter in the head. And it was a one-shot kill magnetic storm hand. A strikingly beautiful yet cool-tempered face flashed through Zhongshi's mind. Could it be the woman he ran into this afternoon? Ishi Fengyue's pretty eyes narrowed. It seems he'll have to find an opportunity to test her. He shook his head, stopped watching the one-sided slaughter, and turned into a shaft of white light returning to the respawn point. And the outcome was just as he had predicted. With no one to pull aggro, the boss's health finally stuck at 4%. And the members of the Lei Hua Guild could only despairingly turn into shafts of white light as they were caught in a pincer attack. Qiao Chu also raised his gun and took down 3 people, bringing his sin points to 12. The 2-meter-tall zombie wearing tattered clothes, let out a roar, shifted its threat, and charged straight at Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu ran quickly, taking opportunities to circle behind it and activate shadow stealth, while the rest of the time his shots all hit the zombie's head. Without the enraged zombie, Qiao Chu ultimately wore it down while holding 2 red potions and 3 blue potions. A sweet female voice sounded. Congratulations on completing the first kill of the area boss, Camp Guard Captain. Reward: 1 attribute point, 3 gold 24 silver 45 copper, 10 area reputation points. Do you want to remain anonymous? As these words fell, 2 more golden lights flashed across Qiao Chu's body, and she rose 2 levels at once. You must understand that in the Lost Realm, each level requires a geometrically larger experience bar than the last, making leveling extremely difficult. And Qiao Chu still had to reach at least 5 levels up within 3 days. She immediately felt much better. Smiling and nodding, anonymous. She came to steal the reward, not to make enemies for herself. Otherwise, why would she spend the hefty sum of 1 gold to buy an invisibility cloak? One must know that 1 gold is very expensive in the early stages. She very quickly groped under the boss, grabbed 2 items and left. Passing by, she also noticed the shield the main tank had dropped still lying there, and she unceremoniously tucked it into her pack. Qiao Chu was beaming with delight. She'd hit the jackpot. But she was still kinder than that one called Ishi Fengyue, right? After all, the other side demanded 3 items as a squeeze, while she had only taken 1. Qiao Chu pretended to have selective amnesia. The other party wanted to negotiate. She, a weak magnetic storm user, could steal monsters early on. To put it plainly, it was because the opposing team was small in number and had just entered the game, so their skill accuracy wasn't high. She shot the opponent for the same reason. Yixifenjiu's goal was to grab the benefits. What if they came to their senses and teamed up against her? But that possibility is unlikely. The commander, to put it nicely, has his own principles and persistence. To put it harshly, he's a stubborn blockhead. So during the beta testing in the previous life, without his involvement, the 2 guilds Yixifenjiu and Leihua probably couldn't reach an agreement. The first kill of this boss wasn't achieved until the day players officially went online. Qiao Chu stretched lazily, activated his skill mood boost, and happily returned to the camp. The mood of the people in the Leihua guild, however, was far less pleasant. The commander was even called over by the guild leader, and was blasted out of nowhere. The guild leader walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. Fireworks, fireworks. I originally thought your commanding ability wasn't bad, which is why I promoted you to Team 1, but are you fucking stupid? The guild leader was so angry his face was flushed and his neck bulging. Are you an idiot? Huh? Didn't you know to negotiate with him? Haggling is how you make a deal. You don't know how much the Leihua guild lost for this operation. Damn it, they supported your team with over 100 brothers. The male player with the ID Yanhua looked like he was in his 30s, his face full of uprightness. Being shouted at like this left him a little embarrassed. He was about to say something when he was interrupted. President Leihua waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, enough. Don't say anything more. Go to Team 6 and help train the new members for now. When the time is right, come back." But it was clearly the president who said not to worry, that he would have people guard the perimeter. It was also the president who had promised back then that he didn't mind his rather stiff personality. So why did it all end up being his fault in the end? Yanhua wanted to ask when the timing would be right, but looking at the president's face that seemed to want to swallow him whole, he didn't say anything and left dejectedly. He just wasn't suited to the scheming of the workplace, so he had gritted his teeth and bought a game pod to enter the game, hoping to earn a living through his interests, but he hadn't expected it would be the same as the workplace here. As expected, wherever there are people there is conflict. Clearly it was the fault of the ID Shifengya, and the man in the black robe, but since the guild leader couldn't catch them, he took his anger out on him. Yanhua sighed helplessly. If Qiao Chu were here, he would be surprised to find that the player with the ID Yanhua was one of the 10 lost commanders in his last life, and a talent whom various major factions desperately sought after when the apocalypse descended. However, because he was stubborn early on and ran into many obstacles, it wasn't until later that he became much more smooth and thus rose to prominence. But the current Qiao Chu didn't know that she was sitting in the camp inn, staring at a necklace she had just obtained as equipment. A masterpiece. Qiao Chu was very satisfied. Chapter 9, The Lucky Necklace. This time, by snatching the boss, she not only obtained 3 gold, 24 silver, and 45 copper, but estimating roughly, excluding first kill and hidden quest rewards, this should be the amount of money an ordinary player could earn from doing quests for 1 to 2 weeks. And she waited just 2 hours to get it, and it was from stealing a monster from the bully guild. How much sweeter is that? Besides that, there was a pair of shoes and a priest's staff, plus T's shield. Although they were white-grade stats, equipment is extremely scarce in the early stages. The 2 dropped items alone could easily raise a player's power by over 30%, and both were items needed by core team members. Qiao Chu saw the shoes had an equipment bonus of +1 agility and immediately put them on. After all, agility is invaluable for a ranged class. But that wasn't all. The most important piece, a necklace, hung from Qiao Chu's slender fingers. The necklace was pale gold all over, with a single blue gemstone at its center, looking exquisitely elegant and striking under the inn's lamps. And the necklace's attributes were even more outrageous. Item name: Lucky Necklace. Rhodes Magi's affection. Item description: I, Rhodes Magi, willingly degraded myself into a lich, offering the essence of my soul to you, my beloved Wagner Lynn, Camp Guard Captain. May my luck accompany you forever. Equip bonus. After use, luck +3. Active skill. When activated, luck is temporarily increased by 50% or decreased by 100%. Cooldown: 10 calendar days. Qiao Chu was breathing heavily. What do you mean sleepy? Here's a pillow? Because Doomsday Lost is soulbound, the initial character attribute luck is bound. In other words, everyone's starting luck is different. Moreover, luck is a hidden attribute and is extremely hard to obtain. Ordinary attribute points cannot be applied to luck or charm. Both are hidden attributes innate to players, and can only be increased by rare items or by experiencing some special encounter within the game. The system prompted: you have obtained the first luck-related equipment for Doomsday Lost OL. Do you want to activate the hidden attribute, luck? Qiao Chu of course chose no. If she activated it now, it would be too obvious and too easy to be found. After all, today is only the first day of the closed beta. The only major event so far is this one field boss. More importantly, there was a line of small print at the very bottom of the lucky necklace. Note: once bound, this equipment will drop 100% upon the player's death. If such a treasure were to drop, wouldn't she cry herself to death? In her previous life she was still the 7th largest guild of Me2, and Guildmaster Jialan obtained this item, right? The Me2 officials placed such an important item on the first overworld boss, precisely to encourage players to try overworld PvP and large-scale team tactics for the first time. They didn't expect her to snatch the drop. A hint of hatred flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. No wonder Jialan's luck was always so good, able to climb so high. She had once again obtained an opportunity to get back at an enemy, which put Qiao Chu in an even better mood. With that good mood, she happily took off the hollow helmet, having finished the first day of the closed beta activities. She poured herself a glass of water, drew the curtains and looked outside. During the closed beta you could be online at most 8 hours a day, and after the official launch it would be 12 hours a day. The in-game and real-world time zones were different, so in the real world it was still early evening. Today's gains can be said to be very rich. I found clues to the hiddenness as top-tier profession, and I believe obtaining it is only a matter of time. I acquired a powerful skill that suits me very well. Shadow Veil. Bought an invisibility cloak worth 100 gold for 1 gold. And a few more pieces of equipment. That shield didn't look like much, but early on, for the main tank to have a shield like that, the entire Thunderfire guild probably farmed all day to drop just that one, right? Wouldn't the Thunderfire guild leader be furious? Qiao Chu smiled even more happily. If the enemy was unhappy, she was happy. She had ordered a bunch of different little cakes for delivery: green grape, tiramisu, Oreo. Qiao Chu happily ate her fill. After all, in her previous life after the apocalypse, these little snacks were extremely expensive, far beyond what she could afford. Now she had eaten until her stomach was rounded and forced herself to stop. Only then did she turn on the TV as background noise and lean back on the sofa, staring blankly without thinking about anything. Qiao Chu had always been someone who feared loneliness, so she tried to keep herself busy whenever she was awake. That might also explain why she managed both her grades and gaming reasonably well, but everyone has moments of downtime. Maybe that was also why in her last life she didn't reject Njuanja? A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Qiao Chu's mouth. She stretched lazily and dozed on the sofa for a little while, still groggy. What woke Qiao Chu was the continuous sound of rain blowing outside. With a dong sound, something unknown was blown to the ground by the wind. But Qiao Chu, who was lying on the sofa, instantly opened her eyes, her gaze clear as if she hadn't the slightest drowsiness. She got up and looked out at the light rain that had already begun to patter down. So in her past life the weather had already started to act strangely at this time? The weather was a bit cold. She pulled the window shut, stopping the cold air from coming in. It was only October, yet the outside low temperature had already dropped to 8 or 9 degrees. Qiao Chu frowned. In fact, she had lived through more than 5 years of the apocalypse, so small things like this were already vaguely unclear to her. After all, rain in early autumn was a perfectly normal occurrence. The north cooled by more than 10 degrees, the south hit over 40 degrees, and people could only sigh that the weather was strange again this year. Who would think this was a sign that the apocalypse was about to arrive? Even if Qiao Chu wanted to tell the person who had helped him in his previous life, he couldn't call them now to let them know. That would be too deliberate, too strange. He could only wait for the right opportunity to give a hint. And now Qiao Chu had to act quickly. After all, the apocalypse would arrive in a few days. Heavy rain, extreme cold, typhoons and other extreme weather would begin to show their true power. So, she had to start stocking up now and create a safe house of her own for the early days of the apocalypse. After resting, Qiao Chu stood up full of energy. First stop, the GamePod Installation City. Chapter 10 Qilang, Purchasing a GamePod. Qiao Chu is an orphan. She had previously paid her tuition by earning money playing games and was a somewhat well-known gold farming player in various hologames, but she had always hesitated to buy a full hologame pod and only owned a holo helmet. But time lost in getting lost was too precious, so she had to buy a holopod that could accommodate nutrient fluid to extend her time in the game as much as possible and minimize outside interference. She could enter sleep mode in the pod, which would free up even more time to do other things. Nutrient fluid had become a quick energy supplement that rose in popularity alongside hologames. But you can drink it at most once a day, and you can't use it long-term, otherwise your body will suffer very serious aftereffects. The girl casually put on a gray hoodie, moving briskly as she prepared to leave. As she turned to close the door, Qiao Chu's gaze sharpened. He noticed 2 footprints beneath his doorstep. They looked as if someone had kicked them in a fit of extreme rage. A faint cold smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She didn't say much, took her umbrella and boarded the bus. Half an hour later, she arrived at the game cabin market. She was fairly familiar with the place and without hesitation headed straight for the largest second-hand cabin stall. The goods there were reasonably fair. Only a blonde kid sat inside with his foot propped up. Seeing a beautiful woman stop in front of his shop, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly stood to greet her. "Miss, what are you looking to see?" Qiao Chu didn't waste words either. "Boss, 300,000, one used T1331 cabin with original parts." Huang Mao fell silent. This wasn't a beauty at all, clearly a Pichio. 300,000. And he'd only make 5,000, really? Although the money was acceptable, anyone in the know could tell there was no way to squeeze any more profit out of it. His face fell. He was about to haggle, when a somewhat hoarse yet pleasant male voice came from behind. "Deal." The blonde's eyes widened. "Brother Qi, what are you doing here? I can't sell it for 300,000. The youth had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a very tall stature, wearing a black leather jacket and leather boots, slightly long hair falling over his cool single eyelids. His gaze was defiant, his nose bridge high and prominent, his facial features sharp, his brow bones rugged. He must have forgotten an umbrella. Fine raindrops kept sliding down his handsome leather jacket. The young man raised his hand to push back his hair, then placed the motorcycle helmet he was holding on the counter. Qiao Chu saw a patch of tattoo on his cool, pale, slender fingers that disappeared along the sleeve of the leather jacket. Qiao Chu turned around, and a flicker of emotion passed through Qilang's eyes. His voice was still cool and distant with a hint of chill. "Just earn a bit less. Even if you haggle, it's only a matter of 1 or 2,000. Qiao Chu's smile was faint. "What this gentleman says makes sense. How about this? Bring me 60 more bags of nutrient solution. Hit him with a stick, then give a sweet juju. Besides, since they deliver, she won't have to waste any extra effort." The blonde-haired man was startled. "Miss, this many nutrient solutions require a signature. This amount is enough for half a year." Qiao Chuliso signed his name and their identities were checked. Only then was the blonde satisfied. Actually, once Qilang spoke he had no objections. He always listened to his brother. Qilang was a second-generation rich kid who not only spent money but also made it. Investing with him had never lost money. Seeing the matter settled, Qilang reached out his knuckled hand and with his eyes lowered, looked at the girl before him. "Qilang." Qiao Chu also extended his hand and smiled. Qiao Chu. An ordinary person seeing such a strikingly handsome guy would definitely feel flattered and try to strike up a conversation. But Qiao Chu knew that unsolicited kindness usually meant ulterior motives, so she didn't say much. She waved at the blonde guy and said, "I'll head off first. I've already sent you the address on your phone." Anyway, she would be moving out in a few days, so it didn't really matter if he knew the address. The blonde guy opened the address and realized it was a government-assigned talent welfare apartment. He scratched his head, puzzled. If she has this kind of money, why not move out and live somewhere better? Instead she spends a fortune on a second-hand gaming pod. Qilang lit a cigarette. A faint smile appeared on his roguish yet cool face. "Heh, take a guess why she's in such a hurry to buy a gaming pod." Huang Mao pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly understood. "Apocalypse stray?" Qilang didn't speak. He just narrowed his eyes, parted his thin lips, and exhaled a wisp of smoke. For people like them, casting a wide net to make good connections was a very ordinary act. Not every stake had to yield a return. As long as 1 or 2 of them exerted effort, it would be enough. Huang Mao mumbled. What if she only wants to gamble on it when the server opens? Who waits until everyone else is playing to buy a game pod? For ordinary players, a few days difference doesn't matter. But for top players, even 1 day can change everything. Planning to wait until the game officially launches and then squeeze into the ranks of top experts. Are you kidding? Xi Lang looked at him with mild disgust and said coldly, timing is only the foundation. The key is whether you can quickly grasp the game's content and have sensitivity to the tasks. With your level of 10 skills and 5 empty, even being 5 days early won't help. The blonde with an arrow in his knee. Is this why his brother doesn't want to take him along to play? Wawa. Over here, Qiao Chu didn't know that after she left the two of them kept discussing her. Xi Lang even directly listed her as one of the people worth investing in. After she stepped out she wandered through the snack street, frantically showing off the food, and only after eating her fill did she return home with a satisfied smile. After all, for her, the last time she tasted those things was many years ago. Walking to the door, Qiao Chu saw a figure both familiar and strange. The person turned around. It was Juanja, his face full of fury. A flash of murderous intent passed through Qiao Chu's eyes. He looked grimly at Juanja, who had taken many benefits from him in the previous life. Internal test slots, in-game items, gold coins, and even the final ticket to the stars that he had struggled to obtain. All owing to him. By now the sky had grown dark. Juanja had been forced to wait from just after 11 in the morning until 8 in the evening. During the day Qiao Chu wore a helmet and was happily playing in the game, completely unable to hear the sounds outside. His chest heaved constantly as he shouted, Qiao Chu, where the hell have you been? You kept me waiting for so long. Do you know my time is precious? Qiao Chu squinted his eyes and savored the last sip of his drink. Oh, I kept you waiting? Why should I care if you had to wait? How could it not be your business? He choked midway through because he suddenly remembered that, damn, it really wasn't Qiao Chu's business, but he took a deep breath. You have to give me the closed beta slot, or else I'll. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Qiao Chu slapped herself across the face. Juanja clapped a hand over his face, staring at her somewhat dazedly. You. Before he could finish his sentence again, Qiao Chu slapped him once more, delivering a perfectly symmetrical hit. Phew, that felt great. It's not the end of the world yet, so she couldn't kill him casually, but she could certainly make him fall completely from grace. Juanja took so much from her in her last life. Now he'd first repay a few negligible debts and interest. A dark glint flashed through the girl's cat-like eyes, and her face suddenly took on an expression of terror. Juanja covered his face. The distorted expression ruined his otherwise handsome features. He couldn't stand it any longer. Furious, he lunged forward, ready to grab Qiao Chu by the throat. Qiao Chu screamed and threw the other cup of milk tea at his expensive coat. Help, he's killing me. Having been slapped twice, Juanja couldn't let it go. He rushed forward and slammed Qiao Chu against the railing, raising his hand as if about to hit her. Qiao Chu lowered her head, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. Was this the close friend she had believed in during her previous life? He'd only ever treated her like an ATM, and she had been so naive, so easily bought off with a few small favors. Stop! Just then a voice sounded, and the two hat-wearing uncles hurried over with stern faces. Who called the police? Although they said that, their fierce gazes had already rudely fixed on Juanja. Juanja lowered his raised fist, his expression dazed, his face pale, no longer showing the furious, arrogant look from a moment ago. You actually called the police? Chapter 11, sending the scumbag to the station. His lips twitched twice and he said softly, I didn't mean to really hit her. We were just friends having a quarrel. Qiao Chu, say something. Is this true? Juanja was really panicking now. He is a student at a prestigious university. If a stain gets on him, he's finished. His future, his reputation, his dream of entering high society. He and Qiao Chu had known each other for nearly 2 years. He didn't believe she would give up on him completely over something so small. All he had to do was say some nice things to her and show a little concern. Qiao Chu, however, seemed frightened. She shrank back and hid behind the two men in hats. The two of them looked at the girl's panic-stricken face and shouted at Juanja, You two, come with us. Police station. A gentle female officer handed Qiao Chu a cup of water and soothed, Don't be afraid, we will impose the appropriate penalties on him. The male officer who had brought the two of them earlier said. So the situation now is that he used violent means and verbal threats and intimidation, attempted to seize another person's assets, and refuses to return the borrowed Yuanhua domestic currency and other virtual products, correct? Everyone don't believe it. The author has no experience filing a police report and hasn't studied the relevant laws in depth. It's just needed for the plot. Don't scrutinize it. Thank you all. If you encounter problems, call the police and consult a lawyer. The beta test accounts for Doomsday Lost OL were distributed randomly, but they weren't bound before entering the barcode, and the market price has already been driven up to 300,000 Huagua coins. Many of them were wealthy tycoons who weren't short on money and investors who were optimistic about the game. In his previous life, Qiao Chu later kept thinking, wasn't using an unbound format for the beta slots a way of filtering out the idiots? The male officer looked at the girl sitting with her head lowered, her features delicately pretty, and asked, the other party wants mediation. What do you think? Qiao Chu kept her head down so her expression couldn't be seen. She said lightly, I don't accept. Yet the way her lashes fluttered and her shoulders twitched slightly gave an inexplicable impression of being wronged. Accepting mediation would mean Injuanja would settle it privately with her, resulting in an outcome both sides would be satisfied with. But her only response was to ruin his reputation. In her previous life there had been no police report, which led everyone to think that Injuanja had always been taking care of her, that Qiao Chu owed Injuanja. In reality, he had been using the money she had painstakingly earned playing gold to maintain his rich second-generation image. This life, she wanted to see where he would come up with a one-time payment of 170,000. The female officer breathed a sigh of relief and soothingly patted her back. Couldn't help but say, don't be afraid. If anything comes up in the future, call us anytime. Qiao Chu was taken aback for a moment, then a big smile spread across his face. Thank you. The female officer looked a bit embarrassed. I'm fine. The male officer cleared his throat. Since he did not succeed in harming you, we will impose a 3-day detention and order him to return your Yuanhua national currency and the remaining virtual goods. Not only was he not harmed, he waited a whole day, failed to get a beta account, and even got 2 big slaps from Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu sincerely thanked the two of them. Detention can be a very serious punishment for a college student who hasn't entered society and has no family background, but Qiao Chu didn't feel the slightest sympathy for him. Not to mention a past life, even up to now he had tried every way to borrow many items from other games from Qiao Chu. Let alone that tens of thousands he claimed to have borrowed. He never intended to pay them back. If it weren't for Qiao Chu's rebirth, he would have borrowed even more afterwards. At first Injuanja still made excuses, but later he got used to it and didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude toward her. Even a dog that gets a bone knows to wag its tail. Injuanja isn't even as good as a dog. Qiao Chu returned home lightheartedly, with none of the injured, weak expression from before. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. In this life she would take her time to play. Qiao Chu curled up on the sofa, seeing that there was still over 200,000 in her account. Although the zombies truly appeared 6 months later, the apocalypse could already be considered to have genuinely begun 7 days after. And 3 months later, the situation across the world could be described as turbulent and unstable. Earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis and other natural disasters had caused island nations to be submerged. Elsewhere in the world was no more peaceful. Many countries were experiencing food shortages, soaring prices and sudden outbreaks of disease. As a major grain exporting country, China managed things reasonably well with its policies, but people spent far more time at home and prices rose to some extent. It was during that time that Apocalypse Lost saw a large increase in players, and corporations poured in substantial investments, making the game a fully integrated part of people's lives. Therefore, she had to have everything she needed prepared at least 3 months in advance. The first step was to obtain the hidden class. That was the foundation for her making money and gaining strength. In the previous life, the proportion of players who chose the Stormcaller during beta testing was actually higher than after the official launch. After all, veteran players have keener instincts than ordinary people. A very small number who picked a weak early game class could rise later on. But Qiao Chu didn't dare to gamble. She might be reborn again herself. If the hidden class were discovered by someone else, she would be ruined. So over the next 2 days she had to pass the captain's test and obtain the identity of the Nether Hunter. After tidying up, Qiao Chu went to bed and soon fell asleep, fully prepared to continue striving for tomorrow. In this life she would become stronger with countless experiences, and Injuanja could stay in prison. He would never have another chance to join the internal testing and reach the heights of his past life. The next day, she logged on early and unexpectedly ran into someone at the hotel entrance. The handsome young man with the ID a brook of bright moonlight had dazzling blonde hair and pool green eyes that shimmered. When he saw her, his face showed a mix of surprise and delight. Sister. Chapter 12 Leveling Up. The sun rose, golden sunlight spilling down. Qiao Chu could tell that this time it really must have been an accident. Ishi Fengyue wore a flowing pure white priest's robe and waved at Qiao Chu. The young man blinked his thick lashes. His striking looks and slender figure were very eye-catching. His green, wave-like eyes flashed obvious delight, and he gave her a shy smile. What a coincidence, sister. Do you still remember me? Facing such an obedient, handsome younger brother, Qiao Chu was only wary. She sneered inwardly. This little fox probably didn't know he'd already been exposed. One stream of wind and moon. The most heartless priest in the maze, whose hidden profession is just as dark. Who are you? Qiao Chu spoke slowly, his expression actually looking very puzzled. One stream of wind and moon. He had imagined countless responses from Qiao Chu, and he had lines ready for each one, but he never expected that the woman would pretend not to know him. Ishi Fengyue gritted his teeth in the shadows and protested with some innocence. Sister, I'm the little priest you rescued in the forest yesterday. He blushed, his pure green eyes looking at the girl, the tips of his elven ears flushed with a faint red. Sister, shall we team up? I can heal you. I'm very obedient. Qiao Chu was just about to refuse. A sarcastic voice came from beside them, cutting off Qiao Chu's words. Oh, so you two are accomplices. One of you kills our people, the other tries to steal from us. Just wait. Another player, face full of anger, said. Damn it, after a good search you finally dare show yourself? Although he spat tough words, he didn't choose to take immediate action, because starting a fight in the camp would draw NPC guards, and if caught they'd be thrown in prison. After all, nobody wants to waste time sitting in a cell, right? Ishi Fengyue stepped in front of Qiao Chu, turning away from the girl's delicate face as his expression hardened. Don't be afraid, sister, I'll protect you. Qiao Chu nodded and, trusting him completely, patted his shoulder. Sincerely said, I believe you. His smile hadn't had time to reach his lips when he heard that hateful woman say, You heard her, he'll take full responsibility. If anything comes up, go to him, not me. Ishi Fengyue. She took all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. For a whole year Ishi Feng felt that none of his anger matched what he felt these past 2 days. With his face, even if he could kill gods, he shouldn't be ignored like this, right? He refused to accept it. The young man lowered his lashes, the cold expression fading from his face, and he turned his head to put on a pitiful look. The damned woman had already gone, only her back could be seen. Qiao Chu didn't have time to play guessing games with him. She planned to level up quickly today, then used the memory crystal at level 5 to obtain the most important hidden class. She first bought 10 small red potions and 10 small blue potions. The prices here were a little higher than at Bigland's, but it didn't matter. Someone might be following her now, and time is money. After thinking it over, he winced at the cost and spent money at the oddities and whimsy shop to buy a few little gizmos made by goblins. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Wow, you are the wealthiest rookie adventurer I've ever seen. Bellamy Sarah affection +3. Qiao Chu bowed to her and turned to glance at the quest panel. Go to Kingsland Monastery and take the cross from apprentice priest Kristen, zombified. Quest progress. Cross, 0 to 1. Quest reward. Time remaining. 56 hours 35 minutes and 42 seconds. During the closed beta there were relatively few players. Those from different regions were even assigned to different starter camps, and most were still running errands for NPCs inside their camps. Starting to accumulate money early is indeed important, but as someone reborn, Qiao Chu only needs to raise her level first. She will naturally make big money later and need not covet petty gains in the early stages. She already knew the terrain of the Lost Realm like the back of her hand. Approaching a grinding spot that had been very lively in her previous life, she found it empty now. All she could hear were the occasional bird calls from the great trees above and the distant terrifying roars of beasts. Qiao Chu took a deep breath and stood behind a length of deadwood. Bang bang bang. She fired 3 shots in succession, hitting 3 nearby zombies. The zombies' clothes were tattered. With sallow faces they looked at Qiao Chu, opened mouths stained with blood, and lunged forward, hissing. First-time players fighting monsters in Lost Way tend to be somewhat scared, since the creatures here are so realistic. So most players enable both monster filter and pain reduction. That way the zombies' bloodied, mangled bodies aren't so disgusting and terrifying, and the pain when bitten is also reduced. The previous life's Qiao Chu was the same, but when the apocalypse truly arrived, humanity still had to face this terrifying thing. So in this life Qiao Chu simply chose to accept it by default. That is, no shielding, pain 100%. Qiao Chu felt deeply moved. Having survived 5 years of the apocalypse, these hideous, terrifying low-level zombies seemed like little cuties to her. 3 little cuties stretched out their black skeletal arms to pounce on Qiao Chu. And once they hit, the player would face the terrifying sight of being eaten alive. Monster info. Camp guard, zombified. Level 4. Skills, pounce and bite. Zombie virus, corpse armor. Yes, Qiao Chu had to face 3 monsters of the same level by herself. But she wouldn't have come if she wasn't confident, would she? The girl stood calmly on that broken log, firing 3 consecutive shots into one that was slowly climbing up, each shot passing through its eye socket. 28. 35. 33. The blood on the zombie finally receded a little. All zombies have a corpsization defense buff. In this respect they're very much like in reality. If a player hits the body, of course the health bar will drop, but very slowly. Only continuous attacks to their heads can deal real damage. However, zombies are extremely tough and thick-skinned. At the same level with no equipment, it's basically impossible to land a critical hit. This has nothing to do with how steady your aim is. Qiao Chu tugged at the corner of her mouth. The damage from the magnetic storm hand was indeed pretty low. She fired a few more shots and took down that zombie. By now, the other two zombies had already circled to the other side of the dead tree, which was relatively lower on that side, allowing even basic zombies to climb up. Here they come. Qiao Chu took a deep breath and decisively jumped off the dead tree and began running counterclockwise. The two zombies froze for a moment, were then shot twice more, and foul black blood spurted from their bodies. When Qiao Chu saw them catch up, he decisively ran back, circling the dead tree clockwise, which widened the distance again. And that small extra distance was the key for Qiao Chu to kill monsters and level up. 7 or 8 minutes later. Bang bang bang. Sparks burst from the pistol. When the last zombie was about to leap at his face, it let out a howl, fell unwillingly, and turned into a small stream of experience that flowed into Qiao Chu's experience bar. Experience. 700/2800. Qiao Chu savored the thrill of instantly leveling up after taking down the mini-boss yesterday, then rummaged through the 3 zombies and found 13 copper coins and a tattered boot. She curled her lip. As expected with her luck, if she wanted gear to drop, she'd have to get it from a dungeon boss. Qiao Chu rested on the spot, downed a bottle of blue potion to restore her stamina, and resumed her monster hunting journey. Chapter 13. Storms approaching from the outside. On the other side, Ishi Fengyue stood at the respawn point with a dark expression. Although he had killed more than 20 people from the Lei Hui Guild in total, he couldn't stand their numbers. At such a critical time in the closed beta, he wasn't out leveling, but camping him at the respawn point. He glanced at the black staff in his hand. If this thing got looted, he'd be in trouble. Beep beep, you have an external message. Do you want to listen? A sweet, feminine system voice prompted. A merciless figure flashed through his mind, her jade green eyes dimmed. After listening to the message, he ultimately chose to log out of the game. As Fuan City, the largest political center in Huagua, it was home to countless powerful figures. Drop a brick on the ground and you could crack 3 officials. A brazen red Pagani roared down the street, drawing everyone's attention. Many well-dressed girls were sneaking glances to see who was stepping out of it. Unexpectedly, the person pushed off his sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely handsome face. His slightly drooping dog-like eyes looked very gentle and obedient, a soft smile on his face, which clashed with the ostentatious sports car. The young man, a commanding 1.88 meters tall, wore silver earrings, both trendy and handsome. He tossed the keys to the doorman in a suit, and just as someone was about to step forward to ask for his contact details, he strode into the cool-toned bar, causing the surrounding girls to sigh. You couldn't get into that place without an invitation. Yixifenjiu, actually Tsongxi. No sooner had he entered than a well-dressed, graceful and dignified woman came forward to greet him. Young Master Tsong, my young master is waiting for you inside. The woman's dress was ornate, and she gave a polite, slightly bowed smile. She was the person in charge here. But people who work in places like this aren't what one might imagine. After all, they receive high-ranking and distinguished guests. Besides having a high EQ, they must know a lot about sports, fashion, business, and technology so they can keep up conversations. That this woman was sent to receive Tsongxi meant she naturally knew her place. No matter how handsome Tsongxi was or how powerful his family, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't speak much along the way, and after bringing him in she respectfully withdrew. Tsongxi only let the gentle smile slip from his face after the others had left, unbuttoning 2 buttons as he listened to the wails and howls inside the private room. The first thing he saw was a lone boy sitting to the side, a thin cigarette clenched between his lips. His hair brushed above narrow black eyes, his jaw sharp, lounging lazily against the sofa behind him. In the dim light, only a speck of crimson ash in his hand was visible, white smoke winding upward along his long fingers. The whole person looked desolate, with a hint of roguishness. Tsongxi walked over with a smile. I heard you went to modify your beloved motorcycle as soon as you got back yesterday. So, did you find anything good? Qi Lang leaned back on the sofa, staring at the shifting lights above and gave a light horse laugh. Don't bring it up. The old man confiscated it. Tsongxi understood. Qi Lang's family relationships were simple. Since Qi's mother passed away, his father had no intention of remarrying, and of the vast family estate, there was only this one beloved son. Qi's father built his fortune from nothing. The family assets are mainly concentrated in emerging industries like artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things. Qi's father himself was also a very famous research scholar. After starting a business, he became his own boss. Although Qi Lang didn't take over his father's position, he still made something of himself. This cold tone bar is one of the properties under his name. Tsongxi was a bit gleeful. If Qi's father knew he came to a place like this, he'd surely break his legs. He showed a smile that didn't quite match his appearance and looked at the group wailing and shrieking beside him. You just got this for someone under your studio? You couldn't even bring 2 girls. Qi Lang parted his thin lips slightly and said coldly, I'm not interested in women. As for them, if they want to find girlfriends, they'll have to do it after Ms. Ta gets back on track. It's no wonder, after all, his old man had previously let Qilong's studio grow on its own. Once Ms. Ta launched, their family's originally wait-and-see attitude changed instantly. Riley promptly increased investment in holographic games. Besides Qilong's direct faction, 6 or 7 other studios were also preparing. This was a good opportunity. Sharp-eyed Capital noticed and prepared to come in for a piece of the pie. Qi Lang stubbed out his cigarette. Not talking about me. What's going on with your family? That last episode isn't over yet. Songshi lazily picked 2 ice cubes from the bucket. A faint, disdainful smile crossed her pure, pretty face. Her? Her methods are still immature. She got dumped by an old man. The old man Songshi referred to was their father, the one constantly surrounded by other women. Qi Lang patted his shoulder consolingly. Songshi's expression was calm. This detour is my chance to make a comeback. After all, Mom left me a sizable share. He wanted the board to see his value. He showed a sunny smile. Qi Lang, can I join your guild too? I also found an incredibly powerful magnetic storm user. Once I recruit her to our team, the guild's name will surely resound throughout the Lost Path. He recounted his in-game experiences and his guesses about Qiao Chu, his eyes shining with a light even he hadn't noticed. Seeing him in a better mood, Qi Lang laughed and clinked glasses with him. All right, then I'll leave it to you. The subject of their discussion, Qiao Chu, finally reached level 5 after a grueling battle that lasted more than 4 hours. Qiao Chu checked her backpack. After farming for so long, she had only earned 7 silver and 18 copper, but her level was enough. She looked at the 3 remaining blue potions, thought for a moment, and decided to head to Kingsland Monastery to take a look first. If it didn't work out, she could die and respawn. She still had 2 chances left. If she returned to the hero's camp now to buy potions, she would waste the rest of the day. With that in mind, Qiao Chu found a relatively safe spot, clenched the memory crystal core, shifted her stance, and was drawn into the ancient Ire forest. The opening scene is a forest much like the one outside, with no major changes in appearance. Qiao Chu could see the roof of the church building in the distance. Taking advantage of a zombie turning away, Shadow Strike. She melted into the air and moved forward another short distance. At that moment, the zombie in front seemed to have noticed something. Its face twitched, it lengthened its rot-covered neck, and took 2 steps in Qiao Chu's direction. Chapter 14, A Chilling Rank. Calm down. Sweat seeped from Qiao Chu's palm as she stared fixedly at the other party, still moving forward slowly. If she stayed where she was and waited for the shadow stealth skill to end, she would definitely be discovered. Besides, she had already thrown a detector at similar monsters from far away before. Monster info. Pauper cultist. Monster level 8. No wonder the system recommended level is 8. Damn, even a regular mob is level 8. And the maze has level suppression. If the monster is 5 or more levels above the player, you basically can't break its defenses. Above 3 levels, it's very hard to deal damage. Not to mention Qiao Chu's class is a garbage early game Tesla gunner. Fortunately, this zombie didn't keep moving forward. It returned to its spot and started roaming again. Qiao Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. About 40 minutes later, Qiao Chu reached the outer wall of Kingsland Abbey. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies wandering around. She used Shadow Walk to circle about, finally finding a gap and slipping up to the Abbey gate. The system probably never expected this hidden class was clearly meant for the leadership of major guilds. Yet it never imagined a lone level 5 player would dare come to challenge it alone. Because the correct way to complete this task is to gather dozens or even hundreds of players and literally pile up lives to create a hidden class. And as long as the money is right, those players would be more than happy. In the previous life, most hidden classes were obtained exactly by using this method. But Qiao Chu stubbornly refused to accept it. She believed the system would not give a task that was 100% absolutely impossible to complete. Since she had obtained the Shadow Veil, she would surely come to try it out. Qiao Chu looked at the ruined scene of Kingsland Monastery, steadied himself, and climbed up onto the mottled exterior wall covered with creeping ivy. The walls here were long past their original whiteness, splattered everywhere with blood that had already darkened. The rooms at the back of the church were unclear, and they were not something Qiao Chu could peer into right now. He silently resolved that once his level rose, he must come back. This place would essentially be his own private grinding spot, and it would be a shame to waste it. Qiao Chu lowered his body and looked toward the central courtyard of the monastery. The ground here was paved with cobblestones, with many white wooden benches on both sides. presumably for worshippers to pray on. Not far from the raised platform above stood an artificial rockery. The fountain that surrounded it had long since stopped flowing, and many dead branches and fallen leaves had accumulated inside, giving off a putrid smell that Qiao Chu could even detect from here. Behind the rockery, a zombie dressed in a monk's robe was apparently Qiao Chu's target this time. It still clutched a red-covered book tightly in its hands, and the cross at its neck glittered in the setting sun, reflecting in the girl's cat-like eyes and bringing a faint smile to her beautiful face. Right here. Qiao Chu pressed close against the outer wall and tossed out a distant probe. Monster info. Trainee priest Kristen. Zombified. Monster level. Elite level 12. Monster skill 1. Divine blessing for the people, exclusive to church priests. Restores 25% of current HP to the user, and up to 3 allied units nearby. Monster skill 2. Corpse-like defense. Monster skill 3. Monster skill 4. Monster skill 5. Qiao Chu looked at the string of question marks and felt his heart sink. No wonder in his previous life he never once heard of a solo player obtaining a hidden class. Is this damn task even something a person can complete? And today's playtime was already less than 10 minutes. Qiao Chu finally cast one last reluctant look at the boss, bit her lip, hid behind a large tree and logged off. She took off her helmet, feeling a bit deflated, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. By the time she finished showering, the agitation that had been on the girl's face was gone. She told herself as calmly as she could. Isn't it lucky to be reborn? What she needed to do now was stay composed. If she could take it, take it. Even if she couldn't, with the memories of rebirth and the experience from her last life, she could still live well. Qiao Chu thought for a moment, pinched the more than 200,000 yuan in her bank card, and turned to leave. In an age of advanced internet, everyone is under surveillance, and buying large quantities of supplies at once would look strange. But since her future identity will be that of a professional gamer, being a bit of a homebody and stocking up on some food and drink is fine. It's just impossible to hoard millions and millions. She doesn't have that kind of money. Qiao Chu narrowed her eyes, unconcerned. She could wait and get everything for 0 yuan later. So the most important thing now is to choose a place that will make 0 yuan purchases convenient. 0 yuan purchase? A fleeting thought crossed Qiao Chu's mind, but it quickly disappeared. Qiao Chu took out her phone and saw the latest government text message. An orange wind warning for the evening. She hailed a taxi straight to a sales office. Facing the smiling agent inside, she said, I want to rent a house in Anning community. Business picked up and the agent, not caring that it was nearly quitting time, took Qiao Chu to see the apartment. The middle-aged man declared confidently, This is one of the 3 best complexes I have on hand. Look, we have 2 households per stairwell. You need a card to enter. The doors inside and out are all security doors, very safe. The property management and security are also very responsible. The surrounding large supermarkets and the subway are all under construction. Qiao Chu let him go on talking and looked out the window, searching for memories of her past life. If she remembered correctly, this place had been an area protected by the military in her previous life. Although it was on the outskirts, it was just right for Qiao Chu. In the early days of the apocalypse, she needed to hunt zombies to gain experience and level up. The reason it had been protected was that relatively few people lived here, and the houses were well built. Qiao Chu interrupted him with a smile. So nothing has been built here yet? The agent was momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought the young girl hadn't been listening. Clearly young and pretty, yet her entire bearing was strikingly imposing. He looked at the girl, who was about the same age as his daughter, and sighed. He couldn't bring himself to take the money in good conscience. Miss, why don't you rent somewhere else? This place is nice, but everything about it is inconvenient, and the rent is way overpriced. Qiao Chu carefully inspected the quality of the apartment and found that even in a strong orange gale on the 38th floor, he couldn't feel the slightest sway. The windows were double-glazed and the security door was solid. She turned the phone volume all the way up and found the soundproofing was quite good. She said softly, I rented them and I'm renting 2 units. Chapter 15 Xiao Tun's Move. What? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. He had pleaded with her for so long, but in the end the young girl was still going to rent. Qiao Chu wore a gentle smile, but her aloof demeanor still made her seem unapproachable. My friend and I both work online. 2 girls want to rent somewhere a bit safer. Please give us a reasonable price. We'll pay the rent every 6 months. The main reason was that after 6 months they wouldn't need to pay rent anymore. And by renting both units at once she avoided the possibility of strangers seeing them coming and going later on. The apartment was still new, unoccupied. The lights in the building across the way were scattered here and there. The middle-aged man, seeing she was determined to rent, didn't say much and prepared 2 lease contracts for her. Qiao Chu thought for a moment, and based on his last life's experience chose the 8th floor, and a spot by the outer side where he could see the surroundings. He checked the house facilities again. The complex had already been fully furnished, ready to move in with just a suitcase. Before leaving, Qiao Chu smiled and said to him, "Thanks for today. By the way, the weather hasn't been good lately. There might be floods. You might want to stock up on some supplies at home." On the way back, the middle-aged man riding his electric scooter kept thinking about it. By the time he came to his senses, he heard his wife ask in surprise, "Why did you buy so much rice and flour?" The middle-aged man scratched his head. "To keep at home and eat slowly. I heard someone say there might be a natural disaster soon." He didn't know that it was his inadvertent kindness that saved his entire family's lives. With that small amount of grain they waited until later government relief arrived. At this time Qiao Chu was also continuously sweeping goods in the supermarket. There was still some time before the end of the world, and she didn't have much money on hand, so she decided to stock up in small batches first. Rice, flour, cooking oil and various seasonings. These staple foods to fill the stomach were stocked up first. There were also instant foods like various flavored instant noodles, bagged rice noodles, luozifen, frozen dumplings, and various meatballs. Qiao Chu grabbed some of all of them. All sorts of favorite snacks, drinks, and yogurt. Grab some of those too. Anyway, when the apocalypse comes, money will be worthless, so might as well make good use of it. This large supermarket has 4 floors in total, and it's well stocked. Even the crispy cartilage balls and Shanghai sausages that Qiao Chu likes were there. She happily tossed them into the shopping cart. Then she bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, eggs, and fresh meat as ingredients for the near future. She calculated that money really didn't last long. At the very least she needed to get a few large freezers first, otherwise there wouldn't be anywhere to store all this stuff. She moved with decisive speed, pushing a cart full of food out, drawing glances from the people around her. Qiao Chu stood in line, answered her vibrating phone, and an elderly but kind voice came through from the other end. "Chu, you can come back to visit anytime, you don't have to buy so much, it's such a waste. Keep your money. The state gives us funding here." Upon hearing her voice, Qiao Chu felt a sting in his nostrils. Qiao Chu grew up in the orphanage, raised by the mother director, but after high school she could support herself with her gold farming skills. So she simply moved into the school and freed up a spot for someone in need. She wasn't very close with the others from her batch in the orphanage. Only mother director had always treated her well. Unfortunately, in her previous life, extreme cold and lack of food meant mother director didn't even survive until the end of the world. Qiao Chu's voice unconsciously took on a teasing tone. "Director Mom, just take it please. There might be floods soon. It's not a bad idea for the orphanage to stock up on supplies in advance so the children won't go hungry. I even bought you 2 cold weather coats. Try them and see if you like them." The director was very pleased. She cared for many children, but few who went away still thought of her like Qiao Chu did. People nearby, hearing that the girl had bought these to fight disasters and might even be donating them to the orphanage, withdrew their curious looks. A man in glasses in front snorted without courtesy. "The state has the ability to manage these things. Why are you worrying so much? Let me ask you, do you know how many months one person can live off a 50 bag of flour?" He glanced at the large shopping cart in front of Qiao Chu. This pretty girl had bought quite a lot. What a waste of money. Some men always like to start with "let me test you." Although he's not an expert, he's a man. Qiao Chu snorted coldly, pushed the cart full of supplies forward, almost knocking into him. The man with glasses was somewhat annoyed. "I warned you out of goodwill and you still wouldn't listen." He looked at so many good supplies, and many of the snacks Qiao Chu bought were high-end brands. He gazed at them with envy and a sting of regret. A young girl spending like this, truly a spendthrift. Qiao Chu rudely slammed a bag of rice down on the checkout counter, making a loud noise, and bluntly said, "Who are you?" She eyed the cheap bottle of mineral water in his hand. "If you're out of money, go take out a loan yourself. Don't keep staring at a stranger's money every day. How much a stranger spends has nothing to do with you, okay? Don't be so possessive over other people's money." The cashier was a young girl. After hearing Qiao Chu's words she was practically ecstatic. These people really, every day pointing fingers at others, made her think of her own gossipy relatives. She shouted, "Sir, please don't block the checkout after you've finished shopping." The man with glasses turned red and looked at the people waiting behind him. Everyone was staring at him as if watching a comedy. He held back for a long moment and then threw out, "I'm doing this for your own good and you don't appreciate it." After forcibly saving face, he hurriedly left. Qiao Chu and the young cashier opposite her exchanged a smile. Qiao Chu said softly, "I bought a lot. Could the supermarket arrange delivery for me?" The supermarket offered that service, so Qiao Chu unhesitatingly stocked up on more frozen foods and had them taken to Anning residential area and placed in another vacant apartment she didn't live in. While still at the supermarket, she had already ordered 3 of the largest freezers on her phone, the side-by-side sliding door kind, and had them delivered to Anning residential area and brought into her home, costing another 30,000 plus. After stacking the frozen foods, she dragged her tired body back home. Although Anning neighborhood isn't in a particularly bustling area right now, there is a large supermarket nearby, the place Qiao Chu just went to. There is also a secondary A-level hospital, which has quite a few medicines. Moreover, the building here is solid. In my past life, 6 months later the houses in this complex were still fine. Unlike the welfare housing Qiao Chu lived in, where the windows were single-pane, the heating was ineffective, and combined with rainwater leaks, it made Qiao Chu miserable. This life I must find a house that's comfortable to live in, even if it's a bit more expensive. After bargaining, a 1-bedroom apartment in Anning complex was rented for 3,500 a month. 2 units for half a year came to 42,000. Plus, Qiao Chu spent quite a bit today buying things for himself and director's mom, costing around 40,000, mainly because those 2 sets of cold weather gear were expensive, costing nearly 20,000. In an instant, more than half of the roughly 200,000 in the account was gone. This was what Qiao Chu had painstakingly saved up over many years. Not to mention these are just the basics. The big expenses will be the cold weather gear, kerosene, generators, freezers, vehicles, and so on that will need stocking later. After all, the protective equipment in the game and the backpack that serves as storage can't be accessed until 6 months from now. And for the next 6 months, Qiao Chu would have to bear it all on her own. It was midnight, and Qiao Chu still lay awake with her eyes open. An inexplicable surge of emotion welled up inside her. She was human too. She could be afraid. Qiao Chu had only been reborn for 2 days. Sometimes she even feared this might be an illusion cast by the dream butterfly emperor, that all of this rebirth was a dream. Qiao Chu clenched her hands. The sharp sting was clear. In the end she let go of her racing thoughts and forced herself to sleep. After all, tomorrow is the crucial moment that will determine whether I can get the SSSS tier, hidden profession. Chapter 16 Ready Set Go. The 3rd day since Qiao Chu's rebirth was also the last day of the Apocalypse Lost OL closed beta. After this, the system would shut down temporarily to adjust some unreasonable aspects, then reopen officially at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 5th day. At that time, Lost Way would attract a massive number of players, with its population growing exponentially in just a few days. Large groups would invest heavily, turning it into a super phenomenal holographic game that would completely invade everyone's lives. From 70-year-old elders to children in their teens, no one could resist its charm. Because Lost Way doesn't only have combat professions, there are plenty of life professions too. If a player doesn't like fighting, they can be a life player, a scenery player, and experience life in another world. Moreover, because the NPC's intelligence is extraordinarily advanced, and because of the terrifying number of players and their leveling speed, players could even become a massive force capable of changing the game's direction. And Qiao Chu intends to use Lost Way in this lifetime not only to change the game, but also to change his own life. She quickly finished her breakfast, then stepped into the holographic game pod delivered yesterday, and fitted the nutrient drip. Today was crucial. There could be no mistakes. She closed her eyes and a sweet system-like female voice said, "Welcome back to Doomsday Lost OL." Qiao Chu opened her eyes and found herself still lying in the corner of the courtyard wall. She carefully brushed off the dried branches and leaves she had used to disguise her form and began to closely inspect the scene. The old fox only gave her 3 days for the task. If she didn't succeed today, it wouldn't be impossible for Qiao Chu to succeed later, but it would require a huge price. Gathering a team and exposing herself before she had grown strong enough. She had to remember that Me Too was no longer just a game. It had become a tool for rival conglomerates to fight and rake in money. She had no intention of becoming famous too early and getting dragged into that mess. Qiao Chu had thought of a question when she bought the house yesterday. What if, in a real apocalypse, you could buy things for 0 yuan? So why doesn't it work in the game? A trace of amusement flashed through the girl's bright, upturned cat-like eyes. Isn't Lost Path claimed to be 100% realistic? Today she'll give it a try. No matter how nervous Qiao Chu felt inside, 5 years of end times experience had made her sufficiently calm. She lay prone and tossed detection devices at the nearby zombies. Monster name, Wealthy Zombie. Monster level in. Qiao Chu suddenly understood, so all those zombies prowling outside were being kept out because they had no money. This church really was not a good thing. There are 16 zombies in Kingsland Church. 3 of them were likely bitten by people around them while praying. One had only half a body left and could only lie on the ground, posing basically no threat. The other 2 were leaning on the pews and didn't move. One had burn marks from light magic and was probably the source of the infection. All the remaining zombies had gathered on the raised platform at the very front, pressed up against Qiao Chu's target, the apprentice pastor. Qiao Chu could imagine that the richly dressed attendees, seeing monsters attacking those around them, had all rushed to the servant of the Lord. Ironically, that apprentice pastor could not save them. Nevertheless, they surrounded the priest tightly even after dying. This caused great trouble for Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu restrained his impatience and continued to observe. These zombies did not all stand stupidly in place. Instead, they wandered around emitting hisses and roars. After half an hour of surveying, she found there would be about a 5-second window during which the 7 zombies above would wander away from trainee Pastor Kristen, which was also the moment when the fewest zombies were around him. It seemed the things she bought at the quirky ideas shop could come in handy. Qiao Chu moved her body slightly, took a deep breath and prepared to act. Her plan was to use the goblin grappling claw to latch onto the fake rock ahead, avoiding the 3 zombies on the bench below. Then, at the moment the 7 zombies above turned their heads and faced away, stand at a distance and simultaneously toss 2 mud pit bombs. Meyer bomb. Randomly immobilizes up to 3 enemy units, control duration 1 to 5 seconds. This effect can be dispelled. These 2 little things cost Qiao Chu 1 gold coin. But as long as he can get the crucifix, any amount of gold is worth it. Then Qiao Chu will activate Shadow Veil. Even if picking up the crucifix breaks his invisibility at the moment, it will still be worth it. Anyway, dying only costs 20% of your experience points. Qiao Chu threw a grappling claw. Item name: Goblin Grappling Claw 3/3. Item rarity: white. The grappling hook struck the rockery, producing a very faint clinking sound. Kara. The grappling hook hit the rockery, then finally slid down. Due to your low goblin engineering specialization level, this attempt failed. The grappling hook's number of allowed uses also changed from 3 to 2. In plain terms, Qiao Chu's proficiency with the grappling hook wasn't enough. This made Qiao Chu a bit nervous. She moved forward 2 steps and pressed the button to retract the grappling hook. No way. If the plan dies on the simplest first step, wouldn't she cry herself to death? The second time she finally received a success prompt. Qiao Chu exhaled with relief. She pressed the button again, targeted the zombie on the bench with its back to her, and activated Shadow Step. The hook claw was worthy of being a goblin product. Even at white quality it was very useful. The gray rope made a faint sliding sound, then pulled Qiao Chu up onto the artificial rock. What Qiao Chu needed to do now was wait a little, and after those 7 zombies turned away and left, activate Shadow Step, rush under the platform, then throw the monster-controlling mud pit bomb and take the crucifix. The plan sounded pretty good. But she hadn't expected that someone, or rather a zombie, had come up with the same idea. On the central flat area at the top of the rockery, a male zombie wearing light blue silk had been squatting on the nearby ground. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten off his left shoulder and upper back, and the blood around it had already coagulated. After catching the scent of life on Qiao Chu, it turned without hesitation, its face hung with rotting flesh, lowly snarling as it charged toward Qiao Chu. Chapter 17: The Cross in Hand. Qiao Chu froze all over at the sight of that pale, rotten face. No way this unlucky. The zombie saw the food and though it seemed slow, actually lunged forward with extreme speed. It looks like I have no choice but to shoot. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qiao Chu's eyes, then he instantly calmed down. Rapid fire. Rapid successive shots can briefly knock monsters back. Even if only for 0.1 seconds, it can halt a zombie's momentum. At this moment the cooldown for Hidden Shadow had already finished. In the apocalypse, Qiao Chu had developed the mindset of becoming calmer the more urgent the situation got. Because those who panic and fumble when facing sudden danger are dead. She bolted while chugging a bottle of blue potion, restoring her blue gauge to full. System: activate the lucky necklace. She couldn't worry about whether the necklace would drop now. Beep. Congratulations on being the first player to unlock the hidden attribute Luck. You have received 2 attribute points, 1 luck point. Remain anonymous. Qiao Chu hurriedly said. Hide, hide, hide. A global system announcement. A player has activated the hidden luck attribute. This attribute is innate to the player, and cannot be upgraded with regular attribute points. The method of upgrading must be discovered by the player. The system announced it 3 full times and many beta testers started cursing. Beta was almost over, who would give them a major opportunity? Even more players were green with envy, debating wildly about who the lucky one could be. Countless guild members pondered. The guild leaders ordered their subordinates to scout this player and gather relevant information. After all, the timing had indeed caught them off guard. Afterwards, if a guild wanted to stay ahead, it would have to probe for clues early. Even the leader of the Thunderfire Guild, who had been in a meeting, couldn't help but fall into thought. Could it be the hooded man who had robbed their team? Qiao Chu knew nothing of the outside world. She was desperately running for her life, surrounded by zombies. Qiao Chu's original luck value was 2, even below the average of 3. Item name: Lucky Necklace. Roz Magi's Affection. Equip bonus. After use, luck +3. Active skill. When activated, luck temporarily increases by 50% or decreases by 100%. Cooldown, 10 calendar days. When the system rewarded her 1 point and the equipment added 3 points, Qiao Chu's luck instantly rose to 6. Still not enough. During her stealth, Qiao Chu sprinted wildly. 6 luck sounded impressive, but it wasn't enough to complete the task. Activate active skill. The shadow cloak had already worn off. Because the previous plan had been interrupted, there were only 3 zombies roaming in the distance on the front platform, not yet within alert range, but all the remaining zombies convulsed and lowed as they moved toward Qiao Chu's direction. They staggered and fell off the platform without the slightest hesitation, then scrambled up and accelerated toward the girl. And the zombie on the fake rock behind him hadn't stopped fighting and continued to trail right behind Qiao Chu. As Shadow Step ended, Qiao Chu's figure appeared, with wolves in front and tigers at his back. Just as Qiao Chu had thought, the trainee priest Kristen still stood where she was, clutching the red-covered book in her arms without moving. Qiao Chu let the horde of zombies lunge at her, and only when they were close did she grit her teeth and throw out 2 mud pit bombs. Even though her health hadn't dropped, she still downed a bottle of red medicine. This wasn't over yet. Qiao Chu didn't hesitate to add all the attribute points. From levels 2 to 5 she had 6 points, plus 2 points from the human racial bonus, and the 2 points the system just granted for unlocking a hidden talent, entirely to Constitution. The initial 3 points in agility were enough. It would be better to add them to the more impactful Constitution. The number of Constitution points is tied to a player's HP. After Qiao Chu added them, her Constitution had risen to an astonishing 14 points. Even tanks with higher levels probably didn't have more HP than she did. With no other option, she decided to dash past the zombies around her. Qiao Chu swung out a grappling claw, intending to hook it onto the podium and use its leverage to reduce the zombies' attacks. But when she gave it a hard flick, it happened to land on Pastor Kristen. Surprise flashed across Qiao Chu's face. With a reach and a pull, a vivid red object was reeled back along the sharp claw. The priest Kristen, who had been standing still, moved. That pale, ghastly face was no longer numb. He lowered his head to look at his empty chest, and his face instantly filled with ferocity. He staggered with a large bitten hole in his neck and charged toward Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu's mind stirred at once, and he activated his active skill. When activated, luck temporarily increases by 50% or decreases by 100%. Cooldown, 10 natural days. Now Qiao Chu's luck had already reached 9 points, which should count among the highest in the Lost Realm. Many top players might only reach such luck in the late stages of the Lost Realm. She took a deep breath, kept her mind calm, and drank a bottle of red potion without having lost any HP. Do what you can, leave the rest to fate. These preparations came from Qiao Chu's experience in her previous life. Otherwise, ordinary players might not have thought of them at all. Qiao Chu did not retreat. If anyone were there, they'd see that this player not only didn't run but actively charged the boss. Christine's speed was extremely fast for Qiao Chu right now. One smack sent Qiao Chu's health down by a small sliver. The zombies surrounding her opened their bloodthirsty maws and lunged to bite. Her HP was now down to just 17 points. The entire health bar showed only a faint sliver of red. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't see it at all. At that moment, Qiao Chu and Kristen both reached out, but she was only level 5, so her speed was significantly slower. Kristen did not land a critical hit. Looks like a high luck stat is still useful. However, Qiao Chu immediately gained a poisoning debuff. After being poisoned, Qiao Chu could finally see the boss's skills. Skill 3, Corpse Venom. Deals 30 HP damage per second, can be dispelled. If not dispelled, the skill lasts until the target unit dies. And in the second before the poison debuff took effect, the red potion just drank restored 20 HP. At this moment Qiao Chu was already covered in cold sweat, his heart stopping suddenly. And her health had already dropped to 7 points. The girl's hand, hot from nervousness, touched a cold silver object. She yanked it off in one motion. The next second the system prompted. You are dead. Return to the respawn point. Qiao Chu turned into a transparent soul, watching the zombies below gnawing at her body. She let out a long deep breath, hearing a drum-like heartbeat in her ears. A smile tugged at the beautiful cool-faced girl's features. No matter how many times she saw a scene like this, she knew she'd never get used to it. A little like the way she looked when she died in her previous life, Qiao Chu lowered her eyelashes. Resurrect. The next second, her body turned into a streak of white light and vanished from Kingsland Monastery. Even though the system informed her that the luck necklace had been dropped, she felt absolutely wonderful. After 3 days of effort, she was finally about to obtain that unique attribute before the closed beta. The SSSS rank hidden class that countless people longed for in her previous life but no one could attain. Qiao Chu, wearing tattered leather armor, walked somewhat slowly toward the camp. This wonderful mood did not change in the slightest upon hearing the voice of Ishi Fengyue. It even improved Qiao Chu's spirits further. A faint smile unexpectedly appeared on her cold face, and she took the initiative to greet the other person. Chapter 18 First Encounter in the Game. Sister. The elven priest greeted her out of habit while casually raising a hand to fully restore the front row paladin's health. Their squad was very bold. The mutated black bulls at this leveling spot were as high as level 9, and they pulled 2 monsters at once. Qiao Chu focused and watched. The whole team's class composition was reasonable, their coordination seamless, their advances and retreats measured, and they all looked like experienced hands. Compared to them, the pretty good team from the Leihua Guild was instantly crushed into scraps. And there was Yi Shifeng. The staff in his hand had been replaced with a much more refined one, no longer the penniless little priest from a few days ago. The paladin in front, watching his health jump up and down, shouted, "Master Tsong, can you not be in such a hurry to greet people and pay attention to my HP? Their group totaled 15 people, which was the maximum size a party could have for a level 20 raid at that time. One of them stood out. An ice mage wearing a deep blue robe and wielding a staff as tall as a person. His skill accuracy was pretty good. He rarely missed. Compared with the opportunistic Ishi Fengyue, looting in the murky waters, he was much more professional. While quietly directing, he skillfully used the only 2 early skills he had, and like an artillery piece, continuously interleaved normal attacks. Icy spikes shimmering with cold light pierced one by one into the wounds on the mutated black cow before him. He threw slow effects on the 2 cows while coordinating with the team's water mage to increase his own damage. Not bad. It's only the 3rd day of the closed beta, and smart players already understand how to combo skills. As mentioned earlier, Lost is a very realistic game, so when fire and water attacks hit the same spot at the same time, they can't both deal 100% damage. Therefore, understanding class synergies within a team is extremely important. Seasoned Qiao Chu could tell at a glance that he must be wearing an accessory that restores mana. Compared to a tank shield, this item's effect is just as significant. In fact, accessories generally have an even lower drop rate than other parts. He's a wealthy big spender, and Qiao Chu's smile grew even more genuine. She had just been through a fierce battle, and a little tired in her movements stepped closer. The paladin who had seen Qiao Chu's face just now immediately no longer blamed Song Shi for greeting her first and not healing him. He smiled sheepishly. "Hey you're alone. Want to join our party? We're leveling up really fast." As he spoke, he raised his arm and struck a bodybuilding pose. Qiao Chu couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter when he saw this joker. Song Shi's hand trembled, and the healing white light flew off course, missing the paladin. The paladin wailed loudly, hurriedly calling for another priest while pulling out a red potion to heal himself. Quick, I almost died." Song Shi kept a smile on his face. "Sorry, I accidentally threw it off target." That may be, but there wasn't a trace of remorse in his pool green eyes. He turned, somewhat excited, and said to the man beside him, "Lingguang, this is the top player I told you about." Lingguang's deep blue mage robe shifted. He turned his face, his slightly long tousled hair fluttering, and those narrow phoenix eyes were filled with chill. The man showed a hint of surprise, his thin lips pressing together. "You?" Qiao Chu was also momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this the boy clutching a helmet I ran into at the GamePod shop back then? What was his name again?" Qilang. Song Shi looked at the two of them making eye contact, frowned slightly, then smiled. Her lower eyelids puffed up and she gave Qiao Chu a puppy-like look. "Sister, actually the reason I came to find you before was to ask if you'd like to join our team." A composed, mature man beside Qilang said softly, "Young master." His name was Han Shu. He was one of Lord Qi's capable aides. This time the Lord had specially assigned him to stay by Qilang's side. With Qilang taking power, Han Shu was responsible for helping him handle daily affairs. Qilang had quite a talent for gaming, so in the early stages he could focus on leveling up without being held back by trivial matters. Qilang raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He silently finished off the last sliver of health on the mutated black ox, didn't pull any more mobs, and instead earnestly stepped forward to greet Qiao Chu. "Miss Chu, I didn't expect to see you again." Qiao Chu was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect these two to actually know each other. No wonder, the system grouped players with nearby locations into the same rookie camp. Both looked outstanding and the upper circles were small, so it made sense they would know each other. Qiao Chu noticed that although he seemed cold, he was actually very careful. He called her by her ID and didn't reveal Qiao Chu's real name. The players beside her jostled and shouted, yelling, "Guild leader, let her come, I'll take her to level up." A girl facing such disgusting zombie monsters for the first time. And in a weak class. Level 4 is already very high. Qiao Chu smiled at them. They scratched the back of their heads and gave silly little grins. Miss Chu is so beautiful. The phosphorescent thin lips parted slightly. His handsome, roguish face, however, spoke with coldness. Sorry, Fengyue. Miss Chu's current level does not meet our requirements. The elite man beside him pushed up his glasses and silently nodded in agreement. Because Qiao Chu is only level 4, her weapon is still the small pistol the system defaulted to give, and her black leather armor is already tattered, looking like she can't afford repairs. She doesn't look like the expert young master Zongxi described. Zongxi was somewhat displeased, but Qiao Chu interrupted him. She looked at the ID above Phosphorescence's head, and realized they were the new guild that had just recruited people in the World Channel. The guild's name was Phosphorescence. It seemed they wanted to make the personal ID into a benchmark. Phosphorescence and his team did indeed have that kind of strength. To stand out enough in the World Channel, people usually paid. Spending 10 silver each time would get a special dazzling silver text frame, which was very conspicuous in the fast-refreshing World Channel. Before Phosphorescence Guild started recruiting, everyone was discussing who had activated the hidden luck attribute. Under the Phosphorescence Guild's grand gesture, everyone turned to talk about that guild. They conservatively spent at least more than 10 gold coins. What wealth? Qiao Chu's smile on his face was full of meaning. At this point in the private chat, Zongxi was about to poke him to pieces. Private chat Yifengyue. Why did you reject her? Private chat Lingguang. I trust you, but we have to follow the rules. Private chat Yifengyue, you're too blunt. Can't you be a bit more tactful with such a pretty girl? You have a venomous tongue. Private Phosphorescence. I saw your recruitment requirements, minimum level 5. In fact, there were other specialized tests. Phosphorescence team follows an elite route. Qi Lang didn't say more. It was indeed proper to leave the others some face. This wasn't because Lingguang was looking at Qiao Chu's appearance, but because of his own personal manners. He would do this no matter who it was. It's just looking at Zongxi's expression. He sighed quietly and said calmly, then let's exchange contacts. Add me as a friend. If you need anything you can message me privately. After adding him, Qiao Chu found that he was already level 8. A level far ahead of the rest. She sighed. Only then did Zongxi restore his smile. This is what a brother should be like. What he didn't know now was that later Zongxi would almost regret slapping himself. It's simply inviting wolves into the house. His voice unconsciously softened. Sister, shall we add each other as friends too? When Qiao Chu added him next, she found he was also level 8. She shook her head. Besides, she would definitely be forming her own faction later, so there was no need to join someone else's guild. Thank you for your kindness. Actually, I'm used to playing alone. This time I came to see you to make a deal. Chapter 19 The Red Book, 100 gold. I bought it earlier. After emerging from the respawn point, Qiao Chu immediately checked his inventory. Seeing the silver cross necklace lying in a slot, he breathed a sigh of relief and broke into a genuinely heartfelt smile. Equipment name: Blessed Cross, purple. Class restriction: Priest. Required level 30. Post-equip bonus: Unidentified. Active skill 1. Active skill 2. Active skill 3. Lost path equipment is divided into 5 tiers. From lowest to highest they are white, green, blue, purple, and red. The higher the tier, the better the equipment and the more powerful the stats. Of course, there were rumors on the forum about a 6th tier, the black rank, said to be the true divine artifact. But Qiao Chu from her past life had never seen one, and didn't know whether it was real. Qiao Chu recalled the camp commander's fox-like sly smile and looked at the purple gear in her hands, equipment with 3 active skills. Its stats had to be mouth-wateringly good. She sighed. Sadly, this thing certainly couldn't be kept privately. An SSS rank hidden profession was worth far more than a piece of purple equipment. Qiao Chu habitually sorted his backpack. Apart from the lucky necklace, nothing too important had been lost. The remaining goblin engineering gadget had dropped, and then 2 bottles of red potion. Perhaps because the lucky necklace only drops upon death, Qiao Chu, who had luck 9 at the time, only lost some gold coins. The girl saw the red leather book in the last slot of the backpack. Her eyes flickered as she remembered something. She found a safe, hidden spot and took it out. Qiao Chu rubbed his hands. This was definitely something good. After all, when the trainee priest Christine had first seen it, she hadn't even bothered to move, until the book was snatched from her, after which she charged over as if mad. The cover was very finely crafted calfskin, dyed a bright red with rare pigments. The foredge was gilt with patterns printed page by page. When the book was closed, the edge revealed a magnificent half-relief of an angel with folded hands across her chest, eyes tightly shut and a look of compassion on her face. Qiao Chu eagerly opened it and discovered. He couldn't understand it. That's right, the writing above is some kind of tadpole script, all crooked and slanted. Not a single character can be understood. Qiao Chu kept flipping through stubbornly and found there were also some illustrations. The ink had faded, which made those pictures feel oddly creepy. Some of them were covered with countless tentacles, some were riddled all over with twisted eyes, and some were gouging out hearts and killing people. In short, it was full-on Cthulhu-esque. Not the straightforward kind of horror, but something that makes you extremely uneasy when you see it, and that feeling can linger for a very long time. Qiao Chu frowned, preparing to put the book away. Her instinct told her that both this book and that apprentice pastor named Kristen were definitely not simple. She hadn't expected that. Just a second before she closed the book, she noticed something off about the last page of the red-bound volume. This page seems thicker than the others? The girl reached out with slender fingers and rubbed it cautiously. After 10 or so seconds, the edge of the page lifted up a little. Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow and slowly peeled it off. It was a crumpled piece of sheepskin, but to the player it was a skill book. And what a ridiculously awesome skill book it was. Qiao Chu could hardly breathe. Skill name: Divine Blessing of the People, Level 1. Restricted class: Priest. Skill description: Restores 20% of maximum health to yourself, and up to 2 allied units nearby. Note: non-church priests have reduced skill potency. This is really badass. Especially when Qiao Chu saw that when this skill is raised to the highest level, level 5, it can heal the user for 100% and restore 80% of the HP of 10 nearby allied units. What does that even mean? The enemy worked so hard to beat people half to death, and you, as a healer, just bring everyone back up. Qiao Chu's face flushed, because this was the first time since her rebirth that she had experienced the power of the Siberian butterfly. She remembered clearly that in her previous life's Mitu Lost Path, there had been no such godlike group healing technique. Because no one had received the Ghost Hunter's mission, the Kinslan Abbey could not be opened, and naturally no one could obtain this skill book. All of this, every single thing, had changed differently because of her rebirth. Time returned to the present. Qiao Chu looked at the others with a bright smile, but her words were blunt. 100 gold coins for a skill book. She had already planned on selling the skill book while on the road, because she needed money now. There were about 3 hours left until the beta test ended. Since she had the chance, she might as well use memories from her past life to make a good profit. This money will all become the funds she uses later to stockpile goods, resell them, and leverage memories from her past life to expand her money-making advantage. During the closed beta, she must quickly stockpile goods. Otherwise, once the game officially opens and real-world currency exchange is enabled, these few gold coins from the beta will be completely neutralized, and the in-game items will never again be obtainable at the extremely low beta prices. After all, the 100 gold from the beta, when converted into goods, will likely be worth 100 times more by the time the game formally launches. She couldn't use the priest's skill anyway, so she simply took out one copy and sold it. Han Kuang couldn't help widening his eyes. 100 gold coins? Young lady, are you kidding? Do you know how much 100 gold is? Their guild, even combined, could barely come up with just over 100 gold. He had seen people like this before. After being poor for so long, they lost any sense of money. It wasn't unheard of for someone carrying junk to ask for cooperation and demand billions right off the bat. But in reality, those people had no concept of several hundred million. If you were told that putting 100 million in a place with about a 6% interest rate would yield 10,000 yuan a day, would you have a better idea? Han Shu couldn't help sizing up the poorly equipped girl from head to toe, until he saw her face. Could she be trying to attract the young master's attention in this peculiar way? For a moment Han Shu's imagination ran wild. Songxi frowned. Sister, how many gold coins do you need? I can give them to you now. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend the coins. Mainly he felt Qiao Chu wasn't the kind of person to accept things from others for no reason. If he gave them to her for no reason, it would only make her dislike him. Lin Guang said nothing, even beginning to doubt Songxi's judgment. After all, aside from that 1-second kill shot earlier, the rest of the story about the black-robed men was only his conjecture. Maybe earlier Qiao Chu was just a blind cat that happened to catch a dead mouse. What a coincidence. Qiao Chu sighed. Indeed, for such a godlike skill book, if she hadn't held it herself, she absolutely couldn't have imagined it. With the system's help, she privately messaged Phosphor the skill book's attributes. Phosphor's normally cold gaze suddenly warmed. He couldn't help stepping forward and gripping the girl's wrist. His voice carried a trace of urgency. 100 gold, I'll buy it. Chapter 20, The Deal. Qiao Chu lowered his gaze and looked at the knobby fingers gripping his wrist. He paused for a moment, then slightly brushed his hand away. Don't be hasty, I didn't bring the skill book. Qiao Chu wore an innocent expression. Of course that was to deceive him. Although Qiao Chu had roughly investigated earlier, their team should be quite legitimate and not so short-sighted as to engage in a quick scheme. But who knows whether, in the face of huge profits, they might develop ill intentions. One must always be on guard against people. Lin Guang looked at that exquisitely close face, stepped back a few uncertain paces, pressed his thin lips together, and his whole expression grew even colder and more silent. He gave a slight nod. Sorry, I lost my composure for a moment. Qiao Chu shook his head, indicating it was nothing. The pure white priestly robes of Ishi Fengyue trailed on the ground. His lashes were long and curled, and the slightly downturned corners of his eyes made him look especially innocent, yet there was not a hint of femininity. The handsome young man smiled. Sister, what kind of skill book is it that you're willing to pay 100 gold for a phosphorescent flower? Phosphorescent said no more and transmitted the skill book's description to the two of them. Both of them now matched each other in intensity, staring at the girl before them with scorching gazes. How did she, a level 4 member of the weakest class, obtain such an amazing skill book? A stream of moonlight spread across Ishi Fengyue's face, as she broke into a smile that outshone everything around her. See, Phosphor, I told you she's strong. Han Shu came to his senses too. He thought further, with this insanely powerful lifesteal, they could certainly form a PvE, dungeon monster hunting, team early on and snowball their lead. Not only that, but in later PvP, player versus player battles, he would absolutely be a surprise ace. This way their studio would definitely be able to show face before the boss, and he would achieve good results. His voice was so excited it grew a little sharp. Buy it, 100 gold, we'll buy it. Qiao Chu had noticed his appraising gaze earlier. Although she didn't like scheming with merchants who were used to weighing costs and benefits, that didn't mean she didn't understand what he was thinking. Qiao Chu had a smile at the corner of her mouth, but there was not the slightest amusement in her exquisitely seductive cat-like eyes. I've already said, don't be in a hurry. She sized them up without the slightest courtesy. Do you think I'm like those girls who fell in love with your family's young master? Ready to use something so important to win a man's favor? Han Shu was hit squarely in her intentions by the blunt words. Even her usually well-honed thick skin flushed slightly. Qiao Chu spoke seriously. I can give you 100 gold, but I have 3 conditions. 100 gold, I'll make a copy and sell it to another guild 10 days later. A skill book can be copied a maximum of 5 times. After 5 copies, the original skill book is automatically destroyed. That is to say, the first copy goes to them, the remaining 4 have nothing to do with them. Ling Guang pressed her lips together, voice cold and low with a husky quality. A skill book can be copied? A flicker of regret passed through his eyes, as if 2 skill books had been wasted. Qiao Chu. While they were crazily grinding levels, he hadn't paid attention to these things at all. No wonder in his previous life he never managed to reach the top. Only after the later investment from the Langri group did he truly soar, though by then the Phosphor Guild seemed to have ceased to exist. In his past life, Qiao Chu had been busy farming gold, and wasn't really interested in these conglomerate rumors. The Phosphorescent Guild is small and made up entirely of elites. But some exploration jobs that require manpower couldn't be done by anyone. For the sake of a big client, Qiao Chu quickly explained things to him. Qi Lang nodded in thanks, then formally said, How about a month? 10 days is a bit too short. Qiao Chu thought for a moment. At most half a month, Mr. Phosphor. By then it won't be at this price anymore. They took the priest's skill book. Qiao Chu put up the money to stockpile and invest, which both sides could accept. Phosphor thought it over, confirmed some things with people in private messages, and finally agreed. Qiao Chu continued. Also, I'm going to join the initial clearing of the granary instance in Eyre Town. This condition surprised Phosphor a little. Their guild took leveling seriously. New players at level 10 could go to 2 dungeons. The other one, the gunpowder depot in Eyre Town, was clearly more suitable for her. But Qi Lang didn't ask further. He nodded and agreed. Okay. Qiao Chu didn't bother with niceties. I don't have a team, take me through 10 runs. Qiao Chu had just scouted. This team's strength should let them challenge the dungeon early. She wanted the first clear. Ling Guang. Song she stood to the side, arms folded, thoughtfully staring at the girl who looked fragile but was actually sharp. But he didn't speak up for Qiao Chu because the guild belonged to Lin Guang. Even though they were close brothers, the early clearing was crucial for whether a guild could start rolling up, so it was up to him to decide. Lin Guang didn't get angry at her unreasonable demands. Business is meant to be negotiated. They make an offer, you bargain, and eventually reach terms that satisfy both parties. But he wasn't one for many words. 3 times. Qiao Chu thought for a moment. 5 times. Qi Lang gave a slight nod. Agreed. Qiao Chu also nodded. Once the deal was done, there was nothing more to say. She was eager to go back and stock up. An hour later, go to the camp hall to sign the system treaty. After finishing speaking, she showed no hint of reluctance and hurriedly left. Phosphorescent raised his eyebrows slightly, turned to his good brother and said in a calm voice, Ran into someone even darker than you. Their top-tier guild had a full roster of 100 people. After everyone bought potions and repaired their gear, They had 0.75 silver left each. Even if Qiao Chu took that, it wouldn't be enough. They'd have to borrow from another guild. Still, getting the scroll early wouldn't be bad. Upon hearing this, Ishi Fengyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qiao Chu's style was still the same as before. Chapter 21 SSSS Rank Hidden Class Weapon Plus Set. There were less than 3 hours left before the closed beta ended. Players were scattered all over, crazily farming monsters. Even in the camp, passers-by only glanced briefly at Qiao Chu as she hurried by, mostly because of her striking appearance and tattered gear. Many players had come to the captain to hand over quests, and Qiao Chu barely managed to squeeze in. Fortunately, the hologame still respected personal privacy. Other players couldn't hear the conversation between Qiao Chu and the captain. Qiao Chu did not take out the silver cross on the spot, but chose to submit it in the system taskbar. The company commander quickly handled the remaining few people's tasks. He looked at the disheveled Qiao Chu before him with a complicated expression. "Oh, it's actually completed." He laughed heartily. "Not bad, really not bad. Your name is Chu, right?" Qiao Chu bowed. She pressed her right hand against her pounding heart. Because this rookie camp commander will go to the new city of Doran after the next major event begins. At which time the players will see how terrifying this man they call the old bastard really is. And the commander had never called any player by name, as far as she knew. Yes, respected Mr. Adams Caesar. The commander rubbed the silver cross in his hand, returned a salute to Qiao Chu and bowed slightly, saying, "This time I should be the one to thank you." He gave a somewhat mischievous wink, his whitened mustache curling up. Adams Caesar affinity plus 20. Current relationship. Friendly. Novice camp reputation plus 10. On subsequent journeys, the cost of items you purchase in camp is reduced by 5%, and experience gained from quests is increased by 5%. Just this alone was enough to surprise Qiao Chu. If she was very short on money, she could make a profit just by reselling supplies in camp, though she would need to act cautiously. After all, an NPC's favor could drop again. An experience gain, after getting lost, each level up becomes increasingly difficult, so 5% is really significant. The camp leader carefully hung the cross in his hand around his neck. The blue mage robe covered it, perhaps because he felt there was no place safer than here. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the task. The system's notification sound followed immediately. Congratulations on completing the side quest first kill. Obtain the cross. Reward. 1 attribute point, 5 gold coins and 3,000 experience points. Remain anonymous. Anonymous. 2 more beams of golden light flashed. Qiao Chu not only made up the lost levels, but instantly surged to level 6, catching up with the main closed beta group. As expected, taking hidden quests was much more efficient than grinding mobs to death for half a day. The camp commander took an extremely old sheepskin book out from his wide mage robes. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He left this behind, but there's a small gap. You can go to the Angel Monastery later to fill it in. Qiao Chu's expression shifted slightly. The Angel Monastery? Wasn't that the place where the anonymous team attacked the hidden boss in his past life? The Angel Monastery was the toughest dungeon before the level 30 class change. But in his past life, once players leveled up, its difficulty wasn't as great as expected. Besides, he still had the walkthrough. Qiao Chu narrowed his eyes. He'd better level up quickly, lest someone else discover the hidden clues first. By the way, here's his space parcel as well. I'll give it to you. And the moment she took the ragged sheepskin book from the village chief's hand, the system prompt sounded. Do you accept the SSSS rank profession? Nether Hunter incomplete? Qiao Chu suppressed the tremor in her heart, as the sheepskin scroll instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into her body. The tinkling, sweet feminine voice kept prompting her. Congratulations on obtaining the only hidden class in Doomsday Lost Online. Nether Hunter. Please check the system for related class skills. Congratulations on receiving the related class gift pack. Qiao Chu opened the spatial package the camp commander handed her. Like every class, when you first log into a profession you receive a beginner's gift pack. But the Stormhands only got a small pistol and a set of basic clothing. The Nether Hunter, however, was different. Congratulations on obtaining the unique Nether Hunter set. Purple. Incomplete. Class restricted. Nether Hunter. Equipment level 0. Equip bonuses. Strength plus 10%. Agility plus 10%. Intelligence plus 8%. The outfit is entirely black, fitted all over with the hem cut open, giving it a crisp yet flowing look. The cuffs, collar and hem are gradually dyed a deep red, like dried blood. A hood sat atop her head, with leather bands on her arms and thighs for convenient weapon storage, and her shoes were a pair of high rounded-toe leather boots. The whole outfit had the style of a nocturnal elf, elegant, cool and sharp, yet still mysterious. She felt the spatial pouch and found, surprisingly, a pair of serrated silver short blades inside. The blades were slightly curved, equally elegant and simple. Qiao Chu drew one out. The blade brushed a strand of hair, which paused for a moment before drifting lightly to the ground. Qiao Chu clearly saw her smiling eyes reflected on the blade and couldn't help murmuring, "What a fine knife!" The short blade clumsily performed a flourish in her hand, and she slipped it back into the silver and black scabbard. Item name: Nether Hunting Blade, purple, unupgraded. Class restriction: Nether Hunter. Equipment level: Level 0. Equipment bonuses when worn: Strength plus 20%, Agility plus 10%. Damage info: 212 to 311 points. Note: the Nether Hunter set is currently missing pieces. Collecting all pieces will unlock set bonuses and an active skill. The equipment can be upgraded. The upgrade method must be discovered by the player. The battalion commander had already hinted this to Qiao Chu. Besides, the Nether Hunter's current setup was already outrageous. If it became any stronger, how would other classes even play? She glanced at the two skills the level 5 Nether Hunter gained. One was Bleeding Critical, which deals damage in 2 stages. The first use can cause the enemy unit to bleed. If the target is already bleeding, it can deal a 230% critical hit. The other was Nether Entangle, which marks an enemy. If the mark isn't dispelled within 3 seconds, attacking the marked enemy deals 160% damage and causes 1 second of stagger. Qiao Chu was very satisfied with both skills. Whether fighting monsters or assassinating players, they were both excellent. And these 2 skills must also be used in conjunction with the Nether Hunter blade. She suspected that Xiafenjiu's use of a black staff was for the same reason. Qiao Chu rubbed the short blade lovingly. Her gaze moved to the quest panel, and besides the main quest bar there was an additional hidden quest. Hidden quest: follow in the footsteps of the Magnet Storm hand mentor, Lizzie Kennedy. Task brief: perhaps the head of the Angel Convent hides some unknown secrets. With only about 2 hours left until the closed beta server shut down, Qiao Chu finished his bow respectfully, and then hurried off to another place without stopping. Chapter 22: Rubbing plus in-game stashing. Qiao Chu took the skill book and went to the NPC who could do rubbings. She respectfully stated her request outside the tent. She politely lifted the thick felt door curtain and stepped in quickly only after the other party allowed her to enter. She had to hurry. There were many things left to do. The old woman reading in the camp put down her magnifying glass. She wore a purple tasseled headscarf, which trembled slightly as she looked up in surprise. There were lines on her wrinkled face and a hint of curiosity. Oh, has a hero finally come? Because of the high intelligence of the Lost Path NPC, even if players are fighting to the death outside, they must all behave respectfully toward the NPC. Even though Qiao Chu was facing only a low-level NPC, she did not lose her manners. Yes, Honorable Margarita, please help me make a rubbing of the parchment. Margarita put on her glasses and carefully examined the words on the parchment. She pushed her glasses down slightly and peered at Qiao Chu through the gap from above, as if to commit her to memory. Oh, young warrior, not a bad haul. She took out 5 brand new parchment scrolls, waved her hand, and the nearby feathered ink pen flew through the air into her hand, which wore a silver bracelet. She muttered incantations under her breath while mumbling, "Ah, this is a good thing." Qiao Chu tentatively asked, "Honorable Margarita, may I ask whose things these are?" Margarita stopped what she was doing, the eyes behind her lenses fixed on her, and seeing her genuine, puzzled expression she exclaimed, "You don't know? What a lucky fellow." She handed over the rubbing of the parchment in her hand, paused and said, "I'll ask you, little one, if a cataclysm from the ancient netherworld were to descend again, what would you do?" Netherworld? Qiao Chu didn't understand. She could only cautiously start with a few pointless remarks based on her past experience dealing with NPCs in games, then express that she would mind her own business but if able, would try her best to help others. Margarita smiled and withdrew her hand from the crystal ball. Honest child, go. Qiao Chu watched her movements closely. Margarita would become a respected fortune-teller in the late stages of the game. She could divine luck and misfortune within the game. Could she also, through electronic data, know the real thoughts of players in the real world? A subtle feeling passed through Qiao Chu's mind. But no matter how she tried to bring up topics afterward, Margarita no longer responded. Feeling helpless, she had to withdraw respectfully. After all, she had other important matters to attend to. Qiao Chu emerged from Margarita's tent and hurried toward the camp hall. Phosphor and 2 of his subordinates were already waiting for her at the counter. The young man was tall, clad in a deep blue mage robe. His presence was cool and detached, easy to recognize. Seeing that she had finally arrived, Phosphor let out a sigh of relief and nodded at her. There wasn't much time left before the closed beta ended, and many players who had received quests there were jostling together in a noisy crush, hoping to turn in their tasks quickly. Fortunately, Phosphorescence had already sent his subordinate players to line up early. They had signed contracts, each paying a 20 silver contract fee. Phosphorescence wanted to say more, but it was too loud, so he had to bend down and lean close to Qiao Chu's ear. Qiao Chu stepped back warily, widening his pretty eyes as if Phosphorescence were some kind of villain, which made Phosphorescence smile a little. He mouthed 2 words, "Private chat." Qiao Chu nodded and pushed through the crowd, leaving in a hurry with decisive steps. She snorted, winding through the camp's buildings in a zigzag to shake off the small tailing figure behind her. The buildings here still had no NPCs living in them. They had to wait until the server officially opened and all the players logged on before the camp would become lively. She followed the north side path all the way, pulled the anonymous cloak back on, circled around, returned to the main street, and went to the Office of Affairs. Compared to the crowded task hall on the other side, this place was empty. Only an old man sat at the table by the door nodding off. Qiao Chu tapped on the table, and the old man let out a yawn. He stretched and habitually said, "1 magic slot for 2 gold coins. If you can't afford it, don't ask." A typical player now having even 1 or 2 gold coins is considered doing well. After all, killing monsters to repair equipment, buying potions, staying at inns, which of those things don't cost money? Who would come to buy this? Qiao Chu took the pouch of gold coins out of his backpack and shook it in front of the old man. "I want to buy a lot. Call your decision maker." The old man's hazy eyes cleared in an instant, and he looked at Qiao Chu as if staring at a freak. Qiao Chu smiled. After all the players logged in, she realized how insufficient the early 30-slot inventory was. By then it wouldn't be sold at this price anymore. 3 times 4 times you'd still have to buy it. Otherwise, where would you put the herbs and ores you dig up, the gear dropped by monsters, and the quest items? Seeing that she really intended to buy it, the old man said nothing more. He led Qiao Chu further back, opened the hall door, guided her down the carpeted corridor, and knocked on that door. He then pushed the door open and walked in. A slightly chubby middle-aged goblin dwarf sat in a leather chair. When he saw someone enter, he leaned his whole body onto the tabletop. Qiao Chu saw a gold coin roll out from the gap of his fat arm. Glug! The coin rolled along the edge of the table and fell onto the carpet. The old man hummed twice, his voice still carrying a drowsiness that suggested he hadn't fully woken up. "She wants to buy a magic slot." Then with a bang the door was shut, leaving only Qiao Chu and the middle-aged chubby goblin behind. The two stared at each other, big eyes to small eyes, and Qiao Chu sensibly turned away. "I want 30 magic slots." 30! A cry came from behind, followed by a crisp clinking sound. "But I'll take them at a price of 1 gold each." Qiao Chu turned back and said calmly. The logistics minister Peter kept shaking his head. No, this price is far too low." Qiao Chu was too lazy to argue with him. He took 10 gold coins from his pouch and placed them on the table. Goblins are all greedy fellows, and Peter immediately fell silent, staring fixedly at the coins on the table. This is not proper." He rubbed his hands, reluctantly eyeing the little items on the table. At that moment Qiao Chu's chat box pinged. "Private Phosphor. Miss Chu, may I presumptuously ask what you urgently need so many gold coins for? Indeed, if this skill book is held until after the server opens, it will surely sell for a higher price." Private Qiao Chu. "What, you still won't give up after losing your tail?" Private Phosphorescence. Qiao Chu urged. "Haven't decided yet? If you don't sell, I'm leaving." Logistics Director Peter jumped down from his chair, grabbed her and said obsequiously, "Sell, of course we'll sell." Qiao Chu smiled. Private message Lingguang. "I wouldn't do such a thing, please don't misunderstand." Private message Qiao Chu. "If you say it's not, then it's not, Grand President." Phosphon stopped attacking the monster, pressed his thin lips together. Indeed, they had just finished the deal when this happened, and he was the most suspicious. "You received a package from Phosphon." Qiao Chu opened it and found 1 gold and 26 silver inside. Private message Phosphon. "That's all there is." Qiao Chu could even imagine him lowering his eyelashes, seriously counting the private stash. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. She crouched down and said to Peter, "Sir, you still have plenty of chi fruits and ice fruits here, don't you? If they sit around for too long, they probably won't sell." Peter's eyes lit up. This big buyer wanted to buy other things too. He could make a profit from it again. He rubbed his hands cheerfully, very practiced, and in the gnome's characteristic high-pitched voice said, "Of course, if you stack them for too long the fruit's effect will be greatly reduced. Better to sell them to someone who needs them. If you're willing." He rubbed his fingers. "We have plenty more in the storeroom." The two of them, one large and one small, smiled very slyly. Peter Dorich plus 50 favorability. Current relationship. Friendly. Chapter 23 Stockpiling plus Planning. Peter was absolutely a guy who saw money first. As long as there was money, everything was negotiable. Red fruit and ice fruit are the main ingredients for making small red potions and small blue potions. When many players flood into the server at launch, these items that had been piled up and couldn't be sold will unknowingly be cleared out. Lost materials are a harsh reality. Once raw materials run short, prices climb, and the red and blue potions sold in shops rise in price along with them. And these items, if players want to level up, they have to buy them. There's no negotiating. In the previous life, a few major guilds discovered this and hoarded those items. Leihua was the worst offender. Later, several guilds were each caned 50 times by the camp commander, and the misplaced official team issued a series of regulations to curb such incidents, and only then did the farce come to an end. It just made things hard for latecomer players like them. Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow. But this time it was her turn to take control of the situation, the Thunderfire Guild. Qiao Chu stood on the spot, satisfied, supervising as Peter's goblins carried box after box of plump fruits, marching past in neat rows. Red or blue, the fruits filled all her warehouses, stacked up to the roof. Then the house, completely crammed, would shrink under the influence of magic. And finally the goblins would respectfully place the key into Qiao Chu's hand. Of course, on the system panel the player would see storage slots showing 999 in each row. This sense of satisfaction is simply unparalleled. She took the 30 brass keys Peter handed her and carefully put them into her backpack. She wouldn't leave the camp again today. After all, these keys counted as equipment and could be dropped. If they were lost, she would be beside herself with grief. Better to wait until the game officially launches and first deposit the keys in the camp bank. How much will be left after filling those two kinds of fruits? Qiao Chu still felt somewhat unsatisfied. As long as both parties agree on the price, the transaction will proceed under the system's supervision. So Peter couldn't falsify this part. He rubbed his hands. There's 27 gold, 15 silver, 21 copper left. Qiao Chu said with a smile. Then open 5 more slots for me and put in some bitterstones, tough spider silk, gale grass. Peter was very pleased too. With a grand wave of his hand, no problem. The entire warehouse was currently serving only Qiao Chu. The goblins moved the things she had bought from different warehouses over, filling Qiao Chu's room. Before long, they were filling her pockets even more. This wasn't the smell of raw materials and this was the smell of money. Qiao Chu put 5 more gold coins into his hand and praised him. You truly are a good officer. Not only did you sell a lot of space slots for the camp, but you also sold off many of the stagnant goods. Peter hummed an off-key tune, bit into the newly acquired gold coin in his hand, grinned toothily and chuckled. You two, quite the discerning one, human. The two of them then laughed together like accomplices. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Dear players, the public beta will end in 10 minutes. Please pay attention to the remaining time to avoid unnecessary losses. Dear players, the public test will end in 10 minutes. Please. The sweet female voice played 3 times in a row. NPCs wouldn't be able to hear it. Peter was still humming a tune nearby. After Qiao Chu finished selecting items and took the last key, she pulled on her cloak and left. She opened the chat window that wouldn't stop ringing. She first glanced at Ishi Mingyue. Already 99 plus. She skimmed through casually, it was all nonsense. Qiao Chu mercilessly skipped it and opened the only other friend in her friends list. Private Phosphor. I asked Mingyue. It should be someone from the Thunderfire Guild. Private Chu, okay. Qiao Chu had just said that Phosphor's guild was following her. But it was only a joke. A diversion to avoid exposing her secret in front of Phosphor. She still knew about Longri Group. How could a guild chosen by them be so short-sighted? As for the Thunderfire Guild, in my last life, this incident was the worst for low-level players. Especially many players in low-tier professions, who invested a lot of money and time in the maze just hoping to earn a living, only to have their hopes completely shattered by a half-month monopoly by several guilds led by Thunderfire. Qiao Chu was one of them. At that time almost all her money had been lost. If not for people helping her, she would have frozen to death on the street in the bitter cold. And because she couldn't even save herself back then, she naturally couldn't help the orphanage director's mother either, which is why when she rushed to the orphanage she found that the director's mother and several of the orphanage children had already stopped breathing. After all, she could only grit her teeth and give all the gold coins she earned to those guilds to buy medicine, but the cost of the medicines was so high that she was naturally left short elsewhere. As for non-professional players, they either hold their noses and keep pouring money in, or they fall far behind the main force with low levels and poor equipment. And these same things became their death warrants when the real zombies appeared. As for the Leihua Guild, which got the big slice in this monopoly, it used that ill-gotten wealth to recruit people and dole out perks. With a mixed-quality membership and ultimately backed by Leitang, it became a dominant force in both the game and the apocalypse, bringing misery to many. Qiao Chu profited from hoarding in one way, and secondly aimed to cut off Latang's right-hand men while avenging the previous life. On the other side, phosphorescent eyebrows lifted slightly. Ho! What does that mean? Usually it's girls who talk to him. This was the first time he'd encountered someone so cold, and he really didn't know how to respond. His long-knuckled fingers pulled the deep blue hood down over his head, pausing for a moment. Private message phosphorescent. See you in 4 days. After Qiao Chu replied politely, he logged off the game. Over here, Zhongxi was still poking at the screen, a pretty elfin face full of displeasure. That damn woman, she sent so many messages and didn't reply to a single one. Though he said that, his eyes never left the screen. When the system showed Qiao Chu had gone offline, he looked even more pitiful. How could this be? She's ignoring me. Could she be chatting with some other male fox spirit? Phosphorescent cleared his throat, and a pale, handsome face inexplicably looked a little bashful, even though he hadn't done anything. He changed the subject. Let's assign the teams first, so when the game officially launches we can immediately take the mob spawn points. After logging out of the game, Qiao Chu stretched happily. The gaming pod really was much better than the helmet. Lying inside the pod while playing was basically like sleeping with your brainwaves connected, so once the game officially launched it could replace sleep, freeing up daytime for exercise, stocking up on food and the like. The girl casually ordered 2 takeout dishes she liked, went into the bathroom for a shower, and came out eating delicious food while watching a comedy variety show. This is what life is all about. After resting and easing her tense nerves a bit, she took out some paper and planned the things she was going to do next. The first thing and the most important is money. There is now less than 100,000 Huagua coins left on her card. That's obviously not enough to stockpile supplies, so she must first get as much money as possible. She glanced at her phone, and Juanja was like a corpse, showing no movement at all. A faint sneer appeared on the girl's face. Although they were now juniors and many people had gone out to find internships, the dean's class was the day after tomorrow. She didn't believe in Juanja would still dare to skip it. He should have been released from the unit by then. If he still dares to play dead, don't blame her for being rude. As for the second way to make money, Qiao Chu sighed, opened the phone's utility app, and flipped through the game items under various accounts. Several of them were rare discontinued items. At first he was reluctant to sell them, wanting to keep them as mementos or wait for them to appreciate, but now it was probably too late. Because the most important thing wasn't the upcoming apocalypse, but the Miru server opening in a few days. Human energy is limited. The emergence of Lost Path, calling it a revolutionary gaming epoch wouldn't be an exaggeration, will deal a significant blow to other holographic games. By then, the equipment prices in those other games will plummet. So, Qiao Chu decided to sell off all the game data from the few titles he had played that could be sold. And once he got the money, he would stockpile supplies. Not only should you prepare food and various daily supplies, the most important thing is all kinds of cold weather gear. 3 months later, water and power will often be cut off, and even heating won't be restored. At that time, temperatures can drop as low as -40 or 50 degrees. Many people freezing to death in their sleep is no joke. The third thing is to download electronic documents. Half a year later, the in-game seeds, ores, and various textiles can be brought into the real world, but there won't be many people who can farm, treat illnesses, or weave, so you still have to make time to get those things done. Qiao Chu sketched while thinking, his handwriting on the paper sharp and somewhat severe. Chapter 24: Selling Gear. Stockpiling, stockpiling, stockpiling. Without hesitation, Qiao Chu logged into several accounts and listed all the valuable gear and items. She was somewhat famous as a gold farming player in the hologame, and this purge of equipment was tantamount to selling the accounts. Of course, if the hologame weren't tied to a citizen ID, she really would have sold the accounts. Not long after listing them, someone in a few gold farming groups at her, Qiao, your previous game ID? Aren't you pricing these a bit too low? Qiao Chu hesitated for a moment, then replied, I'm very optimistic about Lost Path. I plan to focus all my efforts on that one game in the future. A few people in the group offered her some advice, then the topic quickly shifted, and they unconsciously started chatting about Apocalypse Lost Path. Qiao Chu's status still carried some influence. Seeing more people take an interest in Lost Path, she smiled slightly and left the group chat. After a while, Qiao Chu noticed a bank card notification. A discontinued card had been sold. It should have been the most valuable item in her inventory. It sold for 700,000. Although this game is very niche, there are many wealthy players in it. If this card is negotiated properly, selling it for another few 10,000 wouldn't be a problem. But Qiao Chu no longer wanted to wait. You can't be sure with things like this, it might be snapped up the next second, or it might sit on the market for months with no interest. After listing the in-game item, she turned and began packing, arranged the moving company, and will start moving tomorrow. Qiao Chu sorted through her belongings. All those previously delicate, Cute little things, cosmetics, the brightly colored clothes, she left them all here. She only brought thick quilts and cotton clothes, some daily necessities, and after thinking for a moment, carefully packed away the doll that the director's wife had bought for her. It was something she had envied others for as a child. When the director's wife saw that, she bought it for her specially. Early the next morning, Qiao Chu and the moving company people moved the packed things and the game pod to the new home. Outside, a light rain was already drizzling. Although it wasn't yet October, the weather had suddenly turned cold. Qiao Chu turned and left, heading straight for the vehicle rental place, where he hired a large truck. Fuan City's terrain is relatively high. In the previous life, the area within the fifth ring wasn't severely flooded. The flood peaks came and went, but because the area was densely populated, food and all kinds of supplies had to be transported from surrounding cities. In peacetime that wouldn't matter, but in the end times it's different. So when supplies from elsewhere couldn't reach them, people couldn't eat enough or keep warm. Large numbers fled in panic, and many risked danger to leave. It wasn't until half a year later, when mutated zombies appeared, that the military, due to various reasons, gradually took over the area. Qiao Chu drove the big truck straight to the city's largest food wholesale market. Food is absolutely the most important thing in the apocalypse. She compared prices and chose a shop that was fully stocked. First she ordered 5,000 jin of rice, then 2,000 jin of white flour and 2,000 jin of cornmeal, all in the largest packaging, asking the unloaders to help put them on the truck so she could wheel them herself later. She also bought 20 barrels each of 50L vegetable oil and 50L soybean oil. She also had the boss's wife bring 200 jin each of the bundled rice noodles, rice vermicelli, sweet potato starch noodles, and various large pack bags of dried pasta, as well as 200 jin each of wholesale instant noodles without seasoning packets. All of these were packed in boxes. The items were light, so even only 200 jin made a big pile. If she bought more, she was afraid the rooms in Anning community wouldn't be able to hold them. Half a year after the apocalypse, when the game servers shut down, the seeds and backpacks could be brought out. In the previous life, not many people collected those things. Only a few who hadn't emptied their backpacks happened to bring some out, and that was enough for humanity to eke out a living. This time around, Qiao Chu, who knew the inside story, planned to stockpile more. Combined with the small amount of mutated crops on post-apocalyptic Earth and the meat of mutated animals, it would surely be enough to survive. So she wanted to hoard some less common items. Qiao Chu thought for a moment. Things like 5-spice seasoning, multi-flavor barbecue rubs, Orleans chicken wing sauce, cumin powder, curry powder, pepper powder, chili flakes, and seasoned salt in the largest bags. It's a pity these kinds of bags can't be made too big, but that's fine since they'd spoil if they got damp. Order 1,000 packs of each. Black pepper sauce, ketchup, and viscous items like sesame paste and peanut butter, all in those twist-open pouch packs. Qiao Chu ordered 1,000 of each, all packed in full boxes and loaded onto the big truck. There are even ginger powder and garlic powder? Well, that's thoughtful. There were also various packets of bobo chicken, barbecue, boiled fish, pickled fish, rich white fish soup, sauce-flavored beef, and braised spare rib seasonings. Qiao Chu also stockpiled 1,000 packs each of ginger powder and garlic powder, then later got 100 packs each of the others, and she picked out 100 packs each of the popular seasonings the shopkeeper's wife recommended. One couldn't help but sigh. Technology really does change life. The earlier seasonings ground into powder were fine, but the later ones felt a bit high-tech. Still, since it was the end of the world, being able to eat any of these was almost like being in heaven, wasn't it? Don't underestimate the Huagua people's pursuit of good food. In the previous life, these things were definitely hard currency. Their luxury and demand even ranked above weapons and medicine. Thinking of that, Qiao Chu ordered an additional 500 packs of each. Even if she didn't eat them herself, she could trade them for things she wanted. The proprietress was already grinning so widely she couldn't close her mouth. The staple foods weren't actually expensive. Buying so much was only a bit over 10,000 yuan, but these seasonings weren't cheap. Qiao Chu also didn't dare buy off-brand. What if they tasted bad? That would be a big loss. She spent another 90,000 something on seasonings. The in-game storage backpack wouldn't be available in the real world for another 6 months. Qiao Chu walked around the shop. The proprietress followed behind her, holding the account sheet and writing briskly. Soy sauce, vinegar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine and other common seasonings. She bought them all in 10L containers for convenience. No glass bottles for the oyster sauce either. 100 barrels of each. Next came the salt and sugar. Qiao Chu thought for a moment and bought only 1 box of each, about 50 packets, which would be enough for her for many years. Because besides Anning community, she also planned to stockpile supplies in other places. Next were various dried goods. These were great, light and easy to store. In 3 months, Qiao Chu's main dishes might well be made from them. chicken oil mushrooms, lion's mane, white fungus, cordyceps flowers, snow mountain mushrooms, dried shiitake, morel, red mushrooms, oyster mushrooms. Qiao Chu swept up everything she saw without hesitation. Anyway, money will be worthless in the apocalypse. These good things might not even be available to eat then. These items are expensive, and in an instant over 60,000 more was spent. These still definitely aren't enough. Things like dried tofu skin, bean curd sheets, dragon beard seaweed, kelp, dried tribute greens, wood ear mushrooms, dried long beans, dried lettuce, crystal crunchy powder, jellyfish, and the like. Qiao Chu stocked up on quite a lot of them. After discussing the price with the proprietress, she agreed to give a small discount, knocking a bit off the cost. The total was 150,000, and she threw in a lot of extra items. They had the boss adjust the goods here first. For now everything would be placed outside the vehicle. After Qiao Chu finished ordering, he'd call people to load the truck. She estimated that this stuff should be enough to pretty much fill the vehicle, then went to another wholesaler of frozen foods to get people to include some foam boxes for her, but no ice packs, those things are too heavy. Tenderloin, belly, chicken wings, wing roots, chicken and duck legs, ribs, and 100 catties each of various beef and lamb. Qiao Chu glanced at whole chickens and whole ducks and decided frozen whole birds took up too much space, but frozen fish were fine. Although the texture was a bit worse, they came in single pieces and took up little room. Qiao Chu picked several kinds that tasted good, 50 of each. As for snack like chicken feet you see before the apocalypse, if you want them just buy some. Hoarding that stuff for the end of the world is pure nonsense. It takes up space and doesn't fill you up. And things like chicken breast without any fat or juice, Qiao Chu disliked even more. She went out and spent another 20,000 plus, and after picking out the same good items had the owner load them onto a big truck. After that morning's running around it was almost noon. Qiao Chu ate a little and then drove the big truck back to Anning residence. Although there aren't many residents here and not a soul could be seen at midday, she didn't plan to unload during the day. It would be better to wait until night. Still, she pulled out the small cart stored at the rear of the truck, took the frozen meats up in the elevator to the 8th floor, and put them in the freezer. She didn't throw away the foam boxes because after a while the outside would be so cold they wouldn't need the freezer anymore. By then the freezer could instead be used as an insulated cabinet. Qiao Chu planned to buy some seeds and try putting them in there to see if they would germinate. She closed the truck door and went upstairs to take a short nap. Half an hour later, Qiao Chu woke up invigorated, planning to continue the afternoon schedule. Chapter 25 Preparing for Extreme Cold. After stockpiling food, she felt much more at ease. In the afternoon Qiao Chu rented a high-chassis, high-performance Land Rover again. She put on a mask and a hat, trying not to let anyone see her face. But because the temperature had suddenly dropped recently and flu cases were common, Qiao Chu's outfit didn't look particularly conspicuous. She went straight to a bedding wholesale market, picked 10 lightweight silk quilts and 10 thick cotton quilts, vacuum-packed them and tossed them into the car. She then ordered another 30 silk and cotton quilts plus some other bedding items and had a Hualala truck deliver them to the orphanage. These natural beddings and clothes made of cotton are all valuable in the end times. In the last life people discovered that things like synthetic fibers couldn't block the zombie virus. Cotton and silk became increasingly popular, and by the later stages they were practically priceless. Moreover, with these materials one can stay warm in the coming extreme cold, not end up like in the previous life. She had really been terrified of the cold and of hunger in her last life, which is why she trusted Jialan so readily when he offered help. Frankly, it was still a longing for warmth. Qiao Chu smiled, a little regretful. The main issue was that good quilts weren't cheap, especially silk ones. A single one cost over 2,000. Cotton quilts were cheaper. She didn't buy the heavy, deadweight kind, but relatively light yet warm ones, about 500 each. All those quilts added up to 58,000, almost 60,000. Qiao Chu felt a bit pained, but thinking about it, life was most important, and later she would certainly come out and buy some more. Then she headed straight to the mall and bought 4 cold weather coats, several shell jackets, and quite a few outdoor clothes, pants, and shoes. She picked out thermal clothes, scarves, gloves, and other cold weather items while answering the phone. It was Director Mama calling. Her voice sounded a little reproachful. Qiao Chu, why did you buy so many things again? What is all this? I don't want it. Take it back right now. Qiao Chu knew she was looking out for her, afraid she would spend money recklessly. She first put a big pile of things at the front desk. The salesgirl was already grinning from ear to ear. Qiao Chu had gone to a mall that specialized in sportswear, where many big brands started at 50% off. She didn't choose bright or novel styles, but went straight for warm, non-slip clothing, deliberately selecting the half-price items, and brought some for the few people at the orphanage as well. Just like that, another nearly 100,000 gone. Qiao Chu watched the balance on her card drop instantly and felt numb from all the spending. But she had to admit, buying like this was pretty satisfying. She asked, "Has this year's coal and other winter supplies for the orphanage been delivered?" The matron muttered, We haven't even used up last year's yet. There are only 4 of us left in the orphanage now. How much can we use? In 2034, there were hardly any children being born anymore. The welfare orphanage didn't have many kids left either. They were gradually adopted out or grew up and moved away. Now only 3 children with some physical disabilities remained, living together with the director, whom they called Mom. The orphanage was on a fairly large plot, and many rooms were empty. It was perfect for Qiao Chu to stockpile supplies, and because the place saw relatively little foot traffic, looters wouldn't immediately think to look there, so it was reasonably safe. It did mean extra work for Qiao Chu and a few people in the home. If they had others do the moving, the place would be more likely to be noticed. The headmistress's mother hesitated. Chu, are you planning to donate supplies to H City? I saw on the news that there was an enormous flood there. Qiao Chu clenched her phone. H City? Isn't that not far from Fuan City? But that area is relatively low-lying, and there are embankments protecting it. In her previous life, no one would have imagined the rain would be so heavy that it would flood all the way to Fuan City. Qiao Chu's mouth twisted into a wry smile. Truly, in the past 2 years weather patterns had been fluctuating across the country, and even the whole world, and disasters had become frequent. For natural disasters like this, apart from the locals, people from other places tended to worry relatively little. For one thing, everyone had a lot of faith in the government's regulation and disaster relief capabilities. For another, with the news explosion, ordinary people at most glanced at such reports and then went back to their own lives. Qiao Chu gave a few non-committal responses. She planned to switch markets tomorrow and stock the orphanage with another batch of supplies. After all, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. If supplies failed in one place, there would still be remedies elsewhere, right? Unbeknownst to most people, disaster was already slowly approaching. The director mother's words had instilled in her an even greater sense of urgency. She had someone pack the clothes into the car, then followed the navigation to an outdoor gear shop. While in the car, her phone notified her that she had sold more game equipment and items. She pulled over, slashed the prices again on the remaining items that few people were buying, and quickly cleared them out. Otherwise, if the apocalypse really came and nobody could even afford food, who would buy these things? Judging by the auction records of those items, they were probably just scalpers and second-hand dealers trying to swindle people out of money. At the outdoor store, she bought 4 more pairs of non-slip hiking boots, plus non-slip gloves, goggles, and trekking poles, things that could really save your life in a critical moment. When the floodwaters finally recede and the temperature drops sharply, with snowflakes drifting occasionally and strong winds forcing people to advance 1 meter and retreat 5 on the road, those items that are usually unused will prove very useful. She also stocked up heavily on things like waterproof flashlights, waterproof walkie-talkies, solar lamps, and extra-large batteries, since power outages will be frequent in 3 months. By then, generating electricity will be difficult, and the government will opt for tiered electricity pricing. The lowest tier will be enough for cooking and charging phones, while the higher tiers will be increasingly exorbitant. Even outside villa districts, for an ordinary family of 3, it's not impossible to run up a monthly electricity bill of 100,000. Besides, keeping lights on often in the end times draws attention, so it's better to prepare these items. As for other things like tents and sleeping bags, the better quality ones were very expensive. Qiao Chu had no intention of buying them now. She'd wait for a later zero-yuan purchase. By then everyone would be scrambling for food, and she could come back and grab those items. These items were overpriced to begin with. Qiao Chu got them at 40% off, spending just over 40,000. After thinking it over, she went to the wholesale market and, in batches at several stores, bought 2 induction cookers, a double-door refrigerator, 5 or 6 heaters, a few electric blankets, a thermos kettle, and some hot water bottles, spending another 30,000 plus all at once. Most importantly, she bought several bone-cleaving knives separately. Huagua strictly controls firearms and other dangerous items, so without connections you can't get them at all. These sharp knives were something Qiao Chu could still wield before the game data and her body fully merged, and they were highly useful given her experience. She also spent another 15,000 on a lithium iron phosphate battery, and an inverter, plus 2 solar panels. If there's sun, they can generate electricity. These things consume little power and are enough for everyday use. As for the engine, using something like that would be asking for death. The rumbling sound simply couldn't be muffled in a residential area. If someone came looking and saw a house full of supplies, how could she possibly hold it by herself? Besides, there isn't enough diesel or gasoline even to keep the car running. These strategic level supplies will have to wait until there's another chance to get them. She also had items like a multi-tool with screwdrivers, scissors, pliers, a pocket clip and so on, very practical, and an outdoor survival whistle equipped with a compass, thermometer and magnifying glass. She had one of those too. He then went and bought a lot of household supplies. Shampoo, body wash, toothpaste and toothbrushes, facial cleanser, sanitary pads, he stocked up on all of them. He tossed the things into the car. Then Qiao Chu went to a chain pharmacy and stocked up on a lot of medicine. Various vitamins were essential. After all, with a natural disaster, people would go for a long time without seeing the sun, which could not only cause vitamin deficiencies but, more seriously, lead to mental illness. Having some vitamins on hand was crucial. Also povidone iodine, alcohol, saline solution, various cotton pads and swabs, gauze, medical tourniquets, Yunnan Baiyao, disposable gloves, sutures, needles. If someone got injured, it would make dressing and stitching wounds possible. In the apocalypse, there's so much filth. An infection would be a real problem. Other things like cold medicine, fever reducers, treatments for abdominal pain, cough medicine, and antibiotics were all bought in large quantities. Qiao Chu didn't want what the clerk recommended. She only bought the medicines tucked away in the corners. The clerk sneered. Those medicines aren't very effective. The one I'm recommending is expensive, but it works well. Qiao Chu replied impatiently, don't try to trick me into taking them. Not wanting to waste words with her. Seeing that she wouldn't be persuaded, only because of Qiao Chu's insistence did she take them. It's not good to buy too many medicines at once. Qiao Chu bought a little over 2,000 worth, which was already a lot too big full bags. The car was already piled so full there was nowhere left to put anything. Qiao Chu tossed the medicine onto the front passenger seat, went back to Anning Community, and ordered takeout to eat first. She thought for a moment, called a locksmith from Anman, and had 2 of the home's rooms fitted with high-quality security doors. Although this building has 1 elevator serving 2 households and no access card is required, there are still emergency exits, and someone might come looking for trouble. Because security doors are more noticeable when installed on the outside, Qiao Chu asked the installer to fit them on the interior side of the doors. This is also because the complex itself has double doors. Qiao Chu had the door installer put the door between the 2 doors, so she wouldn't have to worry about others seeing her stockpiles. Then she called to order 50 of the largest bottled water containers and 5 tanks of gas. 3 months into the end times, these things would come in handy. The 3 workmen bustled about. Qiao Chu told outsiders she was a professional gamer who played at home and rarely went out, and that installing the door was to prevent safety issues. Chapter 26. Different from the last life. While Qiao Chu was busy stockpiling, time quietly slipped away and it was already the next day, the day of class. Qiao Chu. Wang Ling's clear voice came to her ear. The teacher's here. As soon as she came in, she saw Qiao Chu leaning over and sleeping in the back seat. She usually sat in the front row to listen, so this was a peculiar sight today. Qiao Chu opened her eyes painfully, 2 large dark circles hanging under them. Wang Ling said softly, you went thieving last night. Why are you so exhausted? Qiao Chu propped his chin up with one hand and said, don't even mention it. To avoid being seen with that huge pile of supplies, she set an alarm last night and in the dark, hauled an entire cartload into the empty room. If it weren't for the handcart and the elevator, her body, unbuffed by the game's data, would have been worn out for sure. Tired as she was, she also felt relieved. Looking at the pile of supplies, Qiao Chu felt indescribably satisfied. Luckily today's class is at 2 in the afternoon, otherwise she definitely wouldn't have gotten up. Qiao Chu looked at Anjuanja and Guanro sitting in the front row, all lovey-dovey, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wang Ling followed her gaze, snorted and said very displeasedly, that Anjuanja taking your gifts while flirting with Guanro at the same time, Qiao Chu curled his lips and smiling put his arm around her shoulder. Although class hadn't started yet, the room had already quieted down. She whispered, don't be mad. I'll treat you to a good show today. The girl's face was delicate, the corners of her mouth smiling, her upturned cat-like eyes sharp. Wang Ling found her face actually a little flushed. What's happening? Why does she think Qiao Chu is so handsome? Okay. Qiao Chu pulled out his phone, lazily searched for an emoji, and sent it to Anjuanja. It was an emoji of a hand outstretched asking for money. Anjuanja tapped it casually, then jolted in surprise, his previously pleasant mood vanishing at once. Guanro saw his expression and frowned, complaining, Juanjit, why aren't you saying anything? You promised to give me a gift. Surely you haven't backed out, have you? Anjuanja blinked in confusion and said, twice. He didn't have any money to give gifts now. He'd have to sell everything, even the pots and pans, to pay Qiao Chu back. He had sold all the shoes and clothes he rarely wore. Although many had been gifts, Anjuanja still felt his heart bleeding. He replied indignantly, Qiao Chu, don't be like this. We're friends. Can you give me a 2-day grace period? Qiao Chu looked at his flustered retreating figure, sneered, and leisurely typed a few words. I don't want it to be like this either. I need money urgently lately. Return the in-game items to me first. That sigh eased the worry that had tightened in Juanja's chest. In truth, he still quite liked Qiao Chu. After all, she was so beautiful. If she weren't genuinely poor and so oblivious to romance, Anjuanja would have been with her long ago. If Qiao Chu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely applaud him. Because he'd never seen anyone so ordinary, yet so confident. Because she simply didn't like Injuanja at all. It was only because she considered Injuanja one of her kind, thinking they both stood out awkwardly among this bunch of rich people, both studying hard and hoping to get ahead. But later she discovered that Injuanja's way of climbing up seemed quite different from hers. In fact, the two of them were not cut from the same cloth at all. Besides, Injuanja himself had no money and had borrowed 170,000 from her. The wealthy one was Guanro. Did she really think that mixing with rich people would make her rich? Ridiculous. Injuanja breathed a sigh of relief. After all, that equipment was borrowed. He'd already been showing off. If they wanted to play Lost Path later, he could return it then. At worst he'd take a hit himself. He felt a little annoyed. All right, you can keep that junk. Qiao Chu's eyes cooled. She didn't want to push him too hard right now, so she typed a few words. Return it to me before the end of this big class. A university class lasts 2 hours. Injuanja never took notes. He was busy on his phone, hurriedly transferring prop permissions, but didn't notice Guanro beside him, who said she'd nap, looking a little sullen and smirking as she texted her best friend. Qiao Chu didn't take notes in this class either. She was busy listing about 10 fairly good props on the marketplace, and when she saw more than 40,000 yuan newly credited shortly after, she broke into a genuine smile. Yesterday, installing the security door, buying bottled water, and paying for gas together cost about 40,000 yuan, so these expenses pretty much balanced out. She still had about 260,000 yuan on hand, enough to stock up on supplies. As for the money Injuanja owed, she planned to invest it in the game and wasn't in a hurry to get it back, so as not to pressure him into refusing repayment. In class, Wang Ling had long since lost interest in the lesson. She kept sending messages on her phone, asking about the game Doomsday Lost OL. Hearing Qiao Chu describe how fun and realistic the game was, her little face flushed with excitement. After class, the two of them went together to find the counselor. Wang Ling handed in materials while Qiao Chu intended to ask for leave. She didn't intend to waste the next 2 days of precious hoarding time. Besides, the school would be closed later due to the coming typhoon. Unexpectedly, they ran into Injuanja on the way. He was mingling with several fashionably dressed boys. One of the boys saw Qiao Chu, his eyes lighting up, and he hurriedly greeted her. Qiao Chu, do you play Doomsday Lost? Come play with us, we're all level 8. Injuanja's expression stiffened, because he was the only one who hadn't participated in the closed beta. He already couldn't join these second-generation kids' conversations, and now they were hitting on Qiao Chu right in front of him. Qiao Chu was somewhat surprised. In her previous life she hadn't met these people. Whenever Injuanja saw her, he would pull his buddies away, as if he looked down on them talking to her. You want to play with me? The girl turned her delicate, fair face to the side, her eyes a little astonished. Seeing her answer, the boys were clearly a little excited. Qiao Chu shook her head. Sorry, I like playing alone, but we can add each other as friends. She seemed to have had some misunderstandings in her previous life. Injuanja's face darkened. He coo. He handed the paper coffee bag in his hand to Qiao Chu, 50 or 60 cups, the kind Qiao Chu would not usually patronize. He interrupted the two of them and said softly, Chu, I brought you coffee. Drink it first to warm yourself up. Qiao Chu sneered as she looked at Injuanja, who was pretending to be considerate. He sure could act. His hands were numb and red from the cold, yet he still brought coffee for her. Because of that, everyone thought Injuanja was the one taking care of her. The boy who had greeted Qiao Chu first was somewhat displeased. What's this about? Didn't you say you don't like Qiao Chu? And who in our class doesn't know Qiao Chu's skills? What's wrong with asking her to play with us? He only started playing with him because he wanted Injuanja to help him chase Qiao Chu. In the end, that kid had his eyes on two things at once, kept interrupting their conversations, let alone adding her as a friend. But Injuanja said Qiao Chu was very cold as a person and had a terrible temper. Hika didn't mind, after all, for such a beautiful girl it was normal to have a bad temper. But Qiao Chu always kept to herself, left class quickly, and lived off campus alone. He had sent friend requests twice and both were ignored. This time he finally found an excuse to start talking to her. Hika's handsome face smiled a bit foolishly. Since you and Injuanja are friends, that means you're our friend too. Injuanja couldn't bear it any longer. Qiao Chu is his possession, okay? Who do these people think they are to talk to her? He spoke without thinking. Qiao Chu has a terrible temper. Be careful playing with her or she'll cheat you out of money and yell at you. Chapter 27 Don't Go Run. Injuanja was very confident. Besides, Qiao Chu simply can't possibly like you girls. The person she likes is me. When he said that, the hallway was already crowded after class. Many people slowed down and started to stop, ready to watch the drama. Qiao Chu was baffled, showing disgust. Not big brother. I'm still here. Who are you to represent me? Hika felt somewhat disheartened at the words, But it was simply that he thought Qiao Chu was very pretty and good at games. He didn't truly like her that much. Still, he felt Injuanja was going too far to belittle a girl like that in public. He frowned, looking the other up and down with a strange expression. Hey, I said that's enough. If she likes you, she likes you. Does it have to be something to show off? Qiao Chu is a person, not some object. This is far too disrespectful to a woman. The humiliation of Injuanja being locked up a few days ago, and being forced to sell things to repay debt evaporated at this moment. So what if he has no money? These people still envy and resent him all the same. Wang Ling was maddened, itching to bite. Looking at Injuanja's despicable face, she wanted to leap up and tear his mouth to pieces. She trembled on the spot with anger, her eyes rimmed red, and she shouted in a sharp voice. Injuanja, are you ill? Qiao Chu was such a good girl. She absolutely wasn't what he described. But Qiao Chu had really been quite nice to Injuanja before, and she felt too embarrassed to refute him. She's furious. Strangely, as Qiao Chu looked at Wang Ling and he could defending her, the nausea and anger she had just felt were gone, replaced by a warm tenderness. She took Wang Ling's hand and gently stroked her back. The girl's body was still trembling slightly. She sneered. If your mouth's idle, go lick the toilet, don't yap here. If I were like you say, then you're really pretty cheap. Why are you sticking to me? The girl's pretty, cool face glowed faintly in the sunlight. I'm a bit cold, true, but I rarely insult people. I'm still very considerate toward friends. She put emphasis on the word people. But I won't be so polite to dogs of unknown breeds. And Injuanja flung the coffee in his hand to the ground. You're a girl saying things like that, have you no shame? Who doesn't know? A slightly hoarse voice came through. It was gritted and full of fury. Junior, you'd better not casually ruin someone's reputation. A young man wearing a black windbreaker and apricot-colored cargo pants strode over, parting the crowd with a handsome air. His gaze was sharp, his height probably around 1.9 meters, and his large hand gripped Injuanja's shoulder, making the latter cry out in pain. Qiao Chu is a very good person, very gentle. Qiao Chu saw the other person's ears gradually redden. Wang Ling blinked her cute big eyes. Senior Si Chenyu? Since her rebirth, Qiao Chu found that she couldn't understand many things anymore. She didn't recognize Si Chenyi at all. Si Chenyi turned his face. His skin had a faint wheatish tone, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features handsome. Qiao Chu, long time no see. All right, Qiao Chu sighed resignedly. It was better to deal with what was in front of her first. Qiao Chu narrowed her eyes, sensing that an opportunity might have arrived. They stood in the corridor. Not only were there students from the same department, but many others coming and going between classes, sneaking looks at the commotion. Qiao Chu noticed that the two girls in front of her were about to poke sparks off their screens. Under Wang Ling and Si Chenyi's expectant gazes, she said with a resolute tone. First, I never liked you. I just felt we were comrades in misfortune. So far, people around were still whispering. Could it be that this girl called Qiao Chu failed at being a simp and is now desperately trying to save face? Everyone looked at her with amused eyes. Qiao Chu knew these people only wanted to watch the show. They didn't care about the truth behind it. They would casually smear things and turn the matter into whatever they imagined. Anyway, there's a big beauty chasing after someone and he refuses. How great would that be? And Injuanja got a little flustered when he heard Qiao Chu's words. He moved roughly as he tried to come over and pull her. Enough, what nonsense are you talking? Si Chenyi didn't indulge him either. His arm muscles were solid and powerful. With what looked like a simple pull and twist, he shoved Injuanja into a stagger. Suppressible gasps rose from the crowd. Everyone was whispering. They're going to fight, they're going to fight. Could Senior Si Chenyi also like this girl? If so, she certainly wouldn't choose this desperate guy. Someone said uncertainly, after all, Injuanja looked pretty decent at first glance, but standing next to Si Chenyi, there was no comparison between them. Qiao Chu gently tugged on Si Chenyi's sleeve. He froze like a big dog on a leash, instantly withdrawing his cold gaze and turning to listen to Qiao Chu speak. Second, please understand this. I'm only willing to talk to you because I want the 170,000 yuan you borrowed back. At those words, the people around them stopped pretending to move. Everyone stood in place like startled animals in a melon field, and many had already taken out their phones to start recording. And Injuanja's face flushed bright red in an instant, as if he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Hiku and the people around him looked somewhat surprised. How could that be? A boy who hung out with Injuanja looked a bit startled. You accepted so many gifts from Injuanja. If he asked to borrow money to tide him over, you wouldn't have to push him so hard, would you? Could they have mistaken the person? Qiao Chu was not a money-grubbing, gold-digging girl. Wang Ling put her hands on her hips and said bluntly, don't talk nonsense. Since when has Injuanja ever given gifts to our Qiao Chu? He's always the one asking Qiao Chu for favors. I can't believe a grown man can be so shameless. Wang Ling saw everyone casting contemptuous looks at Anjuanja and growing angry snapped, "Hey, you shamelessly conned so many game items out of Qiao Chu. Do you even care what you force people to do?" His friend still found it hard to believe, but wasn't as certain as before. This was what Anjuanja said, and besides, although the girl was pretty, she dressed very simply and plainly. She didn't look like a wealthy person at all. Qiao Chu smiled and said, "Let him speak for himself." She touched her neck. Anjuanja felt a sudden panic, knowing she was threatening him. If he didn't repay the money, she'd reveal that he'd been detained. So he hurriedly said, "Why yes." He explained to those around him, "I couldn't manage my cash flow, so I borrowed some money from her. After all, we're all friends, haha." Anjuanja breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had escaped a disaster. As long as Qiao Chu hadn't said he had been to the station, there was still a chance. Last time he had indeed been a bit hasty and had hurt Qiao Chu's feelings. He'd find another opportunity to invite her to a meal. Qiao Chu's expression was serious. "Then hurry up, I don't even have money to buy food." She wasn't lying. After all, money was needed to stockpile supplies. Don't rush to squeeze him to death. First make him spit out the money. Besides, once today is over, the rich second-generation image Anjuanja built will crumble. This was the thing he cared about most. Sure enough, everyone's expressions grew utterly speechless. He was even asking to borrow money for a meal. Hiku was too ashamed to ask Qiao Chu for help. "I'm sorry." His voice was muffled. "Anjuanja, don't give me sneakers for my birthday. Pay the girl back first." The group left without saving face, abandoning Anjuanja and leaving in a hurry. Qiao Chu smiled at Anjuanja. "In the last life you pretended to be a decent person. Let's see how you lie this time." Anjuanja looked at Si Cheni beside her, trembling with anger. He couldn't believe that the usually taciturn Qiao Chu would dare speak to him like that. Could it be that he clung to someone more important and looked down on him? Besides, if today's matter isn't resolved, how will he be able to hold his head high at school in the future? He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe Qiao Chu would be so heartless. "Qiao Chu, make yourself clear. If it's like this today, we might as well not contact each other anymore." He turned and walked away. Qiao Chu did not speak and his heart gradually tightened. Fortunately, Qiao Chu called after him, "Hey, don't go." Anjuanja showed a barely noticeable smile. He already knew that, as an orphan, Qiao Chu had no one to care for her, and she certainly wouldn't be willing to leave him. Si-chun also heard her voice and his eyes dimmed again. He hesitated for a long time. Should he really not have come out to meddle in her affairs? Unexpectedly, Qiao Chu said, "Run." The young girl's face lit up with a brilliant smile, her voice very loud. "Why walk so slowly? Rolling is much faster." "Ha ha 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 ha." A burst of laughter erupted from around them. Anjuanja couldn't stay any longer. His face turned beet red. He wanted to bury his head in the ground, and he quickly pushed through the crowd to leave. Qiao Chu turned and earnestly said to Wang Ling, "Thanks, Bao. This won't happen again in the future." Si-chan also nodded vigorously to Wang Ling in his mind. His heart, which had just cooled, warmed up again. Chapter 28 Change. Wang Ling laughed loudly when she saw Anjuanja's face as red as a monkey's butt, and he finally couldn't help but run away. "Qiao Chu, you should have done that long ago. You don't know how much I dislike that Anjuanja." Si-chan also nodded. "His reputation in our circle is very bad. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. Junior, you should avoid interacting with him." Si Cheni had already left to start his own business, and those in his circle generally had good judgment. They wouldn't be fooled by his outward appearance. He hesitated for a long time, then surreptitiously added, "People say he has his feet in many boats and likes to fish." He'd added that last sentence himself. Having spoken ill of someone, Si Cheni felt a little embarrassed. His sun-kissed handsome face flushed slightly. Qiao Chu was somewhat surprised. Could it be that many people thought Anjuanja had a problem? Then why hadn't these boys told her before? This lie was just too exasperating. She was clearly right here. Wang Ling seemed to have noticed her puzzlement and smiled as she spoke. "You didn't know? You're recognized as the cold beauty of our department. Good at studying, good at gaming. And you always keep to yourself, so no one has the nerve to talk to you." Wang Ling's face flushed a little as she spoke. If she hadn't thought Qiao Chu was really good-looking, she wouldn't have clung to her for so long. Otherwise she, like many others, would have mistaken Qiao Chu for someone especially aloof. Only now did Qiao Chu understand that in her past life her judgment had been skewed. After all, classmates wouldn't ask her such things to her face, would they? Only Wang Ling. And in her past life she wasn't as close to Wang Ling as she is now. As soon as class ended she would go play other hologames to grind for money, and would split the earnings with Anjuanja. Because Anjuanja described himself. A sick mother, a gambling father, and a shattered him. He said he studied so well and wanted to study abroad but had no money. Qiao Chu didn't lend him money. He would kneel down and immediately break into tears, and when asked to repay he would smash his own head hard, confessing to Qiao Chu that he shouldn't have put the money into the stock market. Now it seems this bitch is purely a performative personality. He probably didn't speak a single truthful word. So when Qiao Chu received coffee and little cakes from Injuanja, she didn't think much of it. After all, he would add, "Qiao Chu, I'm really sorry. This is my apology to you. Thank you for helping me. Don't worry about people misunderstanding. I'll explain it clearly. Just please don't tell others about my family's matters." He added a pathetic smile. Although after she treated him as a friend, Injuanja increasingly became rude. Maybe she'd been scamming too many rich people and gotten a big head, Qiao Chu sneered. And with Injuanja's half-true embellished storytelling, she, Qiao Chu, might be portrayed as someone who liked Injuanja but, relying on her looks, toyed with him, a trashy woman? Even if Sichini showed up, seeing two people who were willing participants, he probably wouldn't step in to help. Having figured it all out, Qiao Chu couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ling saw Qiao Chu's change and felt happy for her. Qiao Chu had been okay with her before, but overall still rather cold. Now at last she could finally be Qiao Chu's close girlfriend. Sigh, maybe this is the sorrow of beauty worshippers. She felt that the Qiao Chu who came to school this time had an indescribable quality. Not only beautiful but especially handsome. She dug both hands into Qiao Chu's arm, leaned against his shoulder and said happily, "Aren't you going to find the counselor too? Hurry up, let's go together." Sichan also heard she was leaving and hurriedly said, "Junior, did you guys play maze too? Why don't the three of us add each other as VX friends? Let's hang out sometime if we get the chance." His voice sounded a little awkward. When Qiao Chu noticed him pulling out his phone, his earlobe flushed again, looking completely different from the cool, handsome appearance a moment ago. Today Sichini also stepped forward to help her, while everyone else watched for entertainment. Qiao Chu couldn't refuse, so she scanned his contact with her phone. Wang Ling teased him from the side, taking out her phone with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Don't think she didn't know, Sichini the senior was too shy to admit that he wanted to add Qiao Chu. But senior Sichini was definitely better than Injuanja. No, to be precise, the two of them are absolutely incomparable. Compared to the senior, Injuanja is just a nobody. The three of them stood there as classmates kept coming over with admiring expressions to greet Sichini. It was obvious he was very popular among the students. Indeed, Sichini had started a business in his junior year, and in just 1 year it had already taken shape. And when others spoke to him, he would merely smile faintly and nod, but with Qiao Chu he acted like a callow youth, appearing somewhat awkward. Ahem, two junior classmates, I have urgent matters to attend to back at school. Let's keep in touch. He gave Qiao Chu one last reluctant look, suppressed the heat in his chest, and hurriedly turned and left. Wang Ling gossiped, "Qiao Chu, when did you meet the senior? He's a campus celebrity. Good-looking, great build, plays basketball well, and even started his own business that's actually doing pretty well." Sichan had been very popular since the second semester of sophomore year, and after becoming a representative of provincial young entrepreneurs, he was even more pursued by a crowd of admirers. Yet he always remained calm in the face of that swarm of suitors, but was somewhat special toward Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu shook her head. The other person's help must have an ulterior motive. If their interests aligned, they could cooperate, but beyond that, she didn't believe Sichan was the type to be swayed by appearances. "I don't know him. All right, let's go find the teacher." She was too tired to linger on such a topic. The counselor had no real objection to her asking for leave. He only smiled and asked, "Is Qiao Chu going to interview at the Huasin group?" Qiao Chu froze, feeling momentarily bewildered. For the counselor it was something that had happened recently, but for Qiao Chu it belonged to a previous life. She gave a vague assent and, after handing in the paperwork with Wang Ling, walked out of the faculty office. Zhuang casually said to Wang Ling, "Don't you want to be a professional player? I can take you." Wang Ling's cute chubby face instantly filled with a smile and surprise, making anyone who saw it happy too. She screamed, hopping and jumping as she said to Qiao Chu, "Really? Chu-Chu. I'm so happy." Qiao Chu looked at the friend who had been by his side for both lifetimes and nodded with a smile. "Yes, really," she said casually, "but you'd better stock up on supplies and buy a holographic game pod." "No problem." Wang Ling agreed without hesitation. After all, her family was fairly well off. This sort of thing wasn't an issue for Wang Ling's parents. Qiao Chu went so far as to persuade her, "Then stock up a bit more. Besides, I saw on the weather forecast that there's a typhoon coming. If you stock up, you can eat at home and won't have to go out every day. After all, being a professional player takes up a lot of time." Wang Ling didn't have many doubts and agreed decisively. Chapter 29. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. After they parted ways, Qiao Chu returned to Anning community and drove a big truck to another farmer's market to stock up. The supplies she hoarded this time were similar to the last batch. But she bought more long-lasting vegetables and a large amount of salt and white sugar, and fewer dried mushrooms. As usual, after having the others loaded into the vehicle, she drove straight to the orphanage in one go. When she arrived, the house mother, having received the news, greeted her with a beaming smile. Her cheeks were chubby, her face kindly. Her hair was rolled into little buns, black on top, with some white hairs inevitably growing out underneath, whitening her roots. Qiao Chu waved her hand vigorously, suppressing the warmth in her eyes. "Director Mommy." Director Mommy hurriedly replied, her face beaming, and the other 3 children ran out as well. 2 of them were buzzing with excitement around Qiao Chu, and there was also a little boy named Yang Yu. His face was marked with a large scar as if burned or something, so he wasn't very talkative and just stood quietly at the back. Qiao Chu backed the big truck into the orphanage yard and quickly shut the gate. He neatly opened the door and said to the few of them, "Come on, hurry and help unload everything." The director mother was startled and stammered, "How did you buy so many things?" She still thought Qiao Chu was going to donate supplies to H City, afraid that the foolish girl would give all her money away and have nothing left to spend herself. She sighed, knowing her little treasure was the kindest, most sensible child. If Qiao Chu knew, she would probably say that Director Mom's rose-colored glasses for her were too thick, probably over 10 meters. "I still have a bit of pocket money. Chu, you've bought quite a few things recently. Do you still have money left?" Director Mom asked somewhat worriedly as she helped carry things. Qiao Chu nodded. She didn't explain either, only saying that there had been a typhoon recently, and she had put her things here. Don't tell others so they won't be stolen. Seeing the other person's still sullen expression, she had to tell Director Mom. "These are items I'm selling with a partner in our online shop. If they get lost, I'll be ruined." Director Mom immediately became concerned when she heard that, though she wondered why she was selling such worthless things. But she still sighed and agreed to help keep them safe, even finding a hidden spot especially for them. A few of them moved the items into the innermost room of the courtyard and blocked it with discarded clutter. From the outside there were no visible traces, only piles of junk against the white walls could be seen. Qiao Chu left only a very small portion of supplies outside, enough for them to eat for this period. Qiao Chu also had no time to explain. She took the 2,000 yuan next to Director's mother, and saying she would return it in a few days was no longer possible. She planned to buy Director's mother a game headset and use the remaining money entirely to stock up on goods, which she would deliver here later. In her last life the courtyard was relatively safe and nothing much happened. It was only because it was so cold then that they lacked things to keep warm, and coupled with Director's mother's old age, she fell ill and could not be cured. She looked at the other's worried yet kind face and told herself she would never let this happen again in her life. Qiao Chu wolfed down a meal of food made by the orphanage director's mother, as if drawing strength from it, then hurried off to the next location without missing a beat. There were still some things she hadn't stocked up on. The earlier items only guaranteed survival in the apocalypse. To live comfortably would require a lot more equipment. She delivered a batch of goods to the orphanage, and now she had about 170,000 yuan left. If she sold the rest to send out equipment and items, it would be about 400,000. She should be able to get some back from Injuanjia. She planned to convert the remaining 200,000 entirely into in-game gold. When the server opened, the game's currency price was fairly stable. 1,000 Hagua yuan could be exchanged for 1 gold. Don't think this price is expensive. Once Me2 develops later on, the price could even reach over 2,000 gold coins each. During the hottest period of equipment auctions, the highest exchange price reached over 3,200, yet there was still demand outstripping supply, because in-game gold is limited and can only be obtained by buying from individual players. Besides the game's massive player base and solid quality, the main reason for Me2's success is that real-world physical industries have become saturated. The gold in Me2 is like Bitcoin and other virtual currencies back then, something that can be speculated on and rise in value, so buying gold in Me2 is definitely not a loss. She hadn't slept much the night before, and Qiao Chu had been running non-stop all day today, exhausted. She had even returned the urgently needed big truck to them. She had planned to eat out that evening, but unfortunately it started raining again. Qiao Chu glanced at the temperature. 8 p.m., already down to 4 or 5 degrees. She pulled her padded coat tighter, tamped down the slight restlessness in her chest, and quickly hailed a cab home. She made several good dishes, finished eating, and as the rain outside began to patter again, Qiao Chu looked at the supplies in the room, closed her eyes contentedly, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 30 Meticulous Chu. Early the next morning before dawn, Qiao Chu was already up. Opening her phone at that moment, she began to receive, one after another, typhoon and heavy rain warning messages sent by national and provincial and municipal departments. A sense of an approaching storm hung in the air. Qiao Chu knew this disaster would not end anytime soon. No, it was basically impossible for it to end. Previously, when disasters struck China, help came from all directions. One region suffered while the others supplied aid quickly. Goods could be redirected from other areas. But this time was different. Almost the entire coastal region had been eroded by the typhoons. Flooding followed the rivers, pouring into the interior. And that wasn't over before an extreme cold snap suddenly arrived. A powerful frigid air mass suddenly appeared and swept across the nation. Even more terrifying, the temperature before long plunged from -20-some degrees to -40 or 50 degrees. Qiao Chu sighed, didn't think further, got into his Land Rover, and drove off to continue stockpiling. Only by preparing more could one survive in the end times and live comfortably. When she arrived at the market, she thought she had come early enough, but unexpectedly many people had come after receiving the news and were all packed in here. There weren't that many young people. More of them were middle-aged and elderly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the scene was shoulder to shoulder. The lively atmosphere even drove away the cold. It was only 5 or 6 in the morning, yet the darkness was as deep as late at night, and each stall had to set up several floodlights before anything could be seen clearly. Cars could no longer drive in from far down the roadside, so Qiao Chu had no choice but to get out and go in. After this, she probably wouldn't be able to buy any fresh vegetables for a while. She pushed into the crowd and started stocking up like crazy. She filled several big bags with all her favorite vegetables and fresh meat, enough to last her about 10 days. She put the groceries back in the car and locked the door. Qiao Chu patted her head and went into a shop at the market entrance to buy a small cart with a cloth bag attached, so her hands wouldn't get tired and she wouldn't have to make as many trips. By the time the small trailer was filled for the 3rd time, Qiao Chu had gone back to the egg seller and bought 10 baskets in all. A total of 500 eggs. If they can't all be eaten, they can be made into buns and dumplings and then frozen. Qiao Chu also asked for some preserved duck eggs and salted duck eggs that keep well. Seeing that this shop's lapchong Chinese sausage looked good, he bought some lapchong and salted pork as well, all vacuum-packed by the owner. Because he was buying a large amount, the owner agreed to deliver it to the apartment building at noon when he was free, and payment would be made then. Buying these groceries didn't cost much, just over 3,000 in total. After ordering the eggs, Qiao Chu continued shopping. This time he wanted to buy some long-lasting vegetables. Things like Chinese cabbage, cabbage heads, red cabbage, garlic sprouts, celery, crown daisy, radishes, onions, Chinese yam, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and lotus root. She also bought some whole spices rather than powdered ones to braise meat. Things like star anise, cassia bark, bay leaves, black pepper, and Sichuan peppercorns. She liked chili peppers and they also warded off cold, so she bought several varieties. And ginger, that also drives out cold. A bowl of it can quickly revive someone, so Qiao Chu stocked up a lot. By the time she finished jostling for vegetables with a group of uncles and aunts, it was already past 10, nearly 11 at noon. Qiao Chu felt a little helpless. Time had really flown. By now the morning market was almost empty. Many stalls had already shut down completely. Qiao Chu bought 2 more bags of rice and flour and some instant noodles and other ready-to-eat foods. Also picking up some canned goods and other non-perishable items. Bottled water and a few medicines brought the total to over 2,000. She drove the car to the welfare housing where she had lived before. Lift the entire bed up and hide these things under the bedboards, leaving only 1 or 2 packs of instant noodles and a few sausages in the cupboard. That way the first 2 batches of people who come to search might miss them. And after the door is broken open, the people behind are likely to glance and leave. Many of the things Qiao Chu missed in his previous life were found this way. When several months pass and food becomes extremely scarce, people will even peel off tree bark, and every room will naturally be turned upside down. Qiao Chu hid the food, then waited until no one was outside before quietly leaving. She felt insecure inside, only then could she relax. First prepare, even if you don't use it, if a problem arises it will still be an option. She then returned to Anning Residential Complex. The small restaurant downstairs hadn't closed yet, so she went in and ate a bit. The egg vendor called her and said he was already at the door. Qiao Chu didn't let him go up. Instead she pulled the cart back down herself and pushed all those eggs into another room first. The supplies here were already stacked up to the ceiling. Qiao Chu smiled faintly, then locked the door and ran out again. No matter how she prepared things, it still felt insufficient. She slapped her forehead, realizing what she had forgotten. Privacy screen. Just after sitting in the car, I realized I had forgotten to buy a few things. The curtains still let some light through. If everyone else lost power and I was discovered using a flashlight at home, it would actually be very dangerous. So Qiao Chu planned to cover all the windows with privacy film so that no light could be seen from outside. She could also draw the curtains whenever she wanted, and there would be no major problem. She had already bought the privacy film, But she would definitely need to put windproof film on the windows too. Even the thickest glass can still let drafts through. Even the slightest draft would be unbearable in temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees. So Qiao Chu simply bought 3 small stoves, a batch of anthracite coal and some quilts to hang on the doors. Then hang them all on the windows and doors. They didn't buy much coal this time, enough for the 2 of them for about a month. The shop simply didn't have that much in stock, but counting the other cold weather supplies it would definitely be enough, especially since there's heating for the first 3 months. The shop owner even assumed she was buying for an elderly person and praised her for being filial. Qiao Chu smiled but said nothing, tacitly accepting it. She took 2 steps, then remembered something and quickly turned back. The shopkeeper was already pulling down the roll-up shutter. Qiao Chu hurriedly said, "Do you have any water purifiers?" The shopkeeper was a bit surprised. "Yes, several models. When business comes, don't push it away." He pushed the door open again and handed Qiao Chu a model with a suitable price and type. After the flood, the problems of water and power outages were very serious. Using the outside water to wash your face or flush the toilet was okay, but drinking it was out of the question. Even after the water returned, it was yellowish, with a strong muddy smell and a scent of industrial reagents. The 2 small water purifiers bought at the wholesale market were relatively simple to install. Just wrap the faucet outlet with a specific tape and then attach the purifier. When you turn on the switch, water will flow through this small water purifier. The purifier is cheap, but the replacement filter is relatively expensive. Qiao Chu didn't skimp either and bought 300 replacement cartridges. This kind of thing can be used not only at home. It'll also be very important when she's on the road. So she also bought a water bottle-style water purifier here. Qiao Chu said casually, "Since your family sells them, why not take some back to use? After the typhoon passes, the water might not be clean." Someone else kindly reminded them, and the boss smiled and nodded. Because the typhoon was coming, people here were all closing up their stalls. Those who could spare people from home were still open for a while. Those who hadn't stocked up on food had closed early. Anyway, with a typhoon coming, places like this had no business, so it was better to close up and buy some things to take home. So Qiao Chu heard one rolling shutter after another being pulled down. The lights here were almost all off, which made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Qiao Chu hurried to 2 more shops. Fortunately, there were still some vendors who hadn't packed up. She had only planned to buy a few buckets to use for holding water. But it was still money left, so she kept it. She simply bought a lot more flower pots, soil fertilizer and stainless steel glass bowls. The owner helped her load the things onto the car, then closed up and left. By the time she finished, it was already afternoon. Qiao Chu drove out of the wholesale market, and looking out from the car, the sky outside was extraordinarily beautiful. The entire sky seemed to become a romantic painter's canvas. One side a pale pink, the other a deep vivid purple. Looking up, the sight was so stunning it left one speechless. Many people stopped in their tracks and took out their phones to take photos. The laughter and chatter of the crowd contrasted sharply with Qiao Chu's nervous feelings. At that moment, Wang Ling also called her, asking Qiao Chu if she had seen today's sunset glow. Qiao Chu held up her phone, her spring-clear black eyes fixed on the sky, as if she wanted to engrave this moment's beauty in her heart forever. Her voice was very soft. "I saw it, it's very beautiful." Before Wang Ling could speak, she asked, "Did you stock up?" Wang Ling said gratefully, "Thanks to you telling me in advance, the supermarket is insanely crowded today." Her tone carried a bit of excitement. After all, this situation was rare. For students, they could both have time off and see a spectacle, and it came with a bit of a thrilling atmosphere. While driving, Qiao Chu said, "If it's okay, we can go stock up on a few more things. Can't have too much." Wang Ling thought for a moment and also got up. Indeed, it would be better to buy more instant food. The two chatted for a few more sentences, then Qiao Chu hung up. Chapter 31 Supermarket Plus Scumbag Explodes Gold Coins. That night around 7 or 8 o'clock, Qiao Chu could clearly feel the air pressure dropping. Her body responded with shortness of breath and a faster heartbeat. She saw that some people in the group were even experiencing dizziness and vomiting. Yet a tiny minority with severe symptoms could not stop the masses from hoarding. When Qiao Chu drove to the supermarket, it was equally packed, but most people inside wore excited smiles. Qiao Chu even heard students cheering. "Great, our school finally gave up, ha, at least a week off now." They hummed songs as they tossed their favorite snacks and some instant meals into their carts. The supermarket was mostly filled with young people. Even when stocking up on rice or noodles, they only bought 1 or 2 bags. Qiao Chu also grabbed a shopping cart and looked at the nearly empty instant noodle and vegetarian sections. She thought for a moment and didn't take any of those. Instead, she took some cling film, disposable trash bags, and small storage bags. Not many people were taking these now, but they were very useful. They could be used to portion food and later to pack things easily. If there was no water to flush toilets, they would still work. Although it's a bit gross, desperate times call for desperate measures. Qiao Chu went to the tobacco and alcohol section, bought a few packs of cigarettes and several bottles of high-proof liquor. Later on, even gold wasn't as solid as these things. Especially the alcohol, it could both warm the body and disinfect. She also bought some snacks she liked, planning not to go out at all tomorrow. The speed of scanning at the supermarket was extremely slow, leaving people feeling very anxious as they waited. Qiao Chu glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Just then a small scuffle broke out at the very front. The scene was so crowded that Qiao Chu didn't even know what had happened. He only heard a woman's cry of pain. The crowd in front of him began to push back, and Qiao Chu could only retreat along with them. The piercing woman's voice in front grew louder and louder, repeatedly shouting, "My stomach hurts so much. Ah, my stomach hurts so much. Help me, call 120 for me." Her voice was full of helpless sobbing. A few young people nearby hurriedly called an ambulance and the police for her. Some people muttered, "Even pregnant and still squeezing into the supermarket." But she didn't say much. After all, if someone had a choice, who would come to the supermarket alone while pregnant? Maybe the police were on duty nearby, so they arrived quickly. But the atmosphere in the supermarket gradually grew a bit heavy. The playful noise from before had diminished considerably. Everyone stared at the motionless line for a long time, growing a bit impatient. Qiao Chu also noticed some bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been cleaned up. A heavy rain began outside, the wind howling and making the trees by the roadside rustle loudly. Qiao Chu tapped impatiently on his arm. Fortunately, it was almost Qiao Chu's turn. Only 2 or 3 people remained ahead. A woman holding a child was still ordering food. Her husband stood beside her, smoking indifferently and offering no help. The woman bought a lot of baby food for the child, packaged in many loose bags, which made sweeping up a real hassle. Someone ahead was urging, "Can you hurry up?" The woman's expression was very aggrieved, but she still had to soothe the endlessly crying, struggling child while sweeping things up. Even the cashier showed an expression of displeasure. The heavy rain is coming. Today she still doesn't know how late she'll be busy. Her husband was smoking on the side, muttering curses at her. "Staying at home all day doing nothing, and you're this slow just to put something away." Qiao Chu's expression darkened. She took 2 steps over and with a bang threw a bag of loose red beans straight in his face. She even said in a smiling tone, "Doing you a favor. Typhoon's coming. Dawdle any longer and I'll shove your head in a frame, you believe me?" The man froze for a moment, still somewhat incredulous. He raised his hand. The woman instinctively shrank her head. Qiao Chu, however, wasn't afraid of him. Even without his current body being enhanced, beating this loser was more than enough. The people behind were also unhappy with the man. 2 burly young guys couldn't stand it and stepped forward with angry faces. "Are you even a man? Huh. It's one thing not to help, but hitting your wife. If you lay a hand on either of them today, I'll see about it." The man immediately backed down and fell silent, starting to help pack things. "Looks like he's only brave at home." When the 2 young guys spoke up, others in the line began to urge them on, mocking and taunting the man. "Smoking in public is bad enough, but wanting to hit your wife too? How utterly lacking in decency. What lack of manners, isn't this illegal? Ah, this girl is so pretty. Damn, she feels like she's on a different layer from everyone else. I have to take a picture of her." Qiao Chu lowered her lashes, pulled up the hood at the back of her clothes, and only her delicate jaw could be seen. The woman hurriedly thanked the few people who had helped. The woman held her child and, carrying a large bag of things, hurried to catch up with her husband's steps. Qiao Chu shook his head and didn't say much. If you don't want to understand and escape from such a situation yourself, then no amount of persuasion will help. Soon she finished paying, and after Qiao Chu quickly packed the things, he returned to the car. The wind outside had grown stronger. The rain was lashing so hard that people couldn't keep their eyes open. The typhoon, just like in the past life, arrived earlier than expected. On the road, many branches were rattling against the car windows. Qiao Chu almost collided with someone riding an electric bike. Luckily, he made it home safe and sound. Qiao Chu took a shower and prepared a table full of delicious food. Sweet and sour spare ribs, dry-fried green beans, water-boiled fish, stir-fried greens, and she'd also made a soup. She ate happily. After finishing, she checked her phone. She found a message from Wang Ling. It said someone had posted Juanzhe's deeds on the confession wall, and Wang Ling's tone was full of schadenfreude. Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and sent Juanzhe a message that contained only 2 characters. "Pay up." Attached was a picture of a pair of handcuffs. By this time Juanzhe was already close to breaking down. He had of course seen the posts on the confession wall, and now he received Qiao Chu's debt-collecting message, so furious that in a fit of rage he smashed everything in his bedroom. After smashing things, he saw some expensive ornaments and models, another wave of heartache and impotent rage. And Juanja clenched at his hair desperately. Now he couldn't even imagine that if what happened with those girls got out, people could still call him a womanizer. Maybe a lot of guys would even envy him. But if this matter about Qiao Chu got exposed, it would seriously affect his future job prospects and dating life. He could only shake as he picked up the phone with a cracked screen. He begged, "Can you give me a little more time? Qiao Chu, I'm begging you, please don't do this. I was wrong, I really was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored all the good you did. I've realized that I truly love you." He sent the pre-edited message, a whole long page, hoping Qiao Chu would see his remorse. Qiao Chu snorted coldly. In his past life, when I begged him to repay me, he wouldn't give back a single cent. And Juanja's apology was only because circumstances forced him to. He didn't actually think he had done anything wrong. As for that message from Juanja, she had no idea how many girls he'd sent it to. She couldn't be bothered to read it and found scrolling through troublesome. What she didn't know was that those words had really been typed sincerely by Juanja. And even if she had known, Qiao Chu wouldn't have cared. She had the next day off, so she mixed a pretty sunset cocktail with vodka, orange juice and sparkling grape water, added ice, and sipped it while replying to messages. "How much do you have now?" And Juanja remembered Qiao Chu's calm yet confident look today. It was simply mesmerizing. He got impulsive and sent over 50,000 yuan. Qiao Chu sneered, "Only 50,000? Not enough." And Juanja, he was driven by lust, helpless and tearless, sent a long voice message. "Chu, don't do this, I've spent all the money I saved for food, can you bear?" Qiao Chu didn't open it at all, and just sent another picture. It states above what the consequences will be if one is detained. And Juanja transferred another 30,000. Then there were several long voice messages. Qiao Chu found him annoying and blocked him outright. Estimating that he really didn't have much money, she stopped paying attention to him and started browsing posts online. Some people felt the disaster this time was extremely widespread and were worried about accidents, and quite a few doomsayers analyzed what to buy for the end times, which Qiao Chu read with great interest. But most people were very happy. Many posted photos of this afternoon's clouds online, sharing that with no need to go to work or school, it was a perfect time to play holographic games. Qiao Chu's classmates discussed what to do during the break, and many of them also talked about being lost in the apocalypse. Qiao Chu scrolled through messages for a bit, felt a little bored, so he got up to sort out the food stores at home. Just the thing to pass the time. The doomsday analysis post I just saw was impressive. She actually followed the poster's method properly and planted all the seeds in the soil. Then she hung the flower pots on the enclosed balcony, organized the household food, set up the solar electric heating panels, and put various items in their proper places. After tidying up, Qiao Chu washed up and went to bed. Tomorrow is the official launch day of Apocalypse Lost. She still planned to log on early, level up quickly, and then go into dungeons to get more gear and supplies. Chapter 32. Cleanup Task. The game server opened at 8 a.m. Qiao Chu logged in on time. The first thing she did after entering the game was head straight to the camp bank to deposit her 30 keys. The camp bank was still very safe in the early stages. For now, no one would think to come here looking for trouble. Qiao Chu noticed that after this update went live, the entire newbie camp had noticeably become livelier. It wasn't just the flood of new players dropping into the camp like dumplings from the sky. More importantly, many features that hadn't been enabled during the closed beta were now active, and the houses in the camp were no longer empty. There were clearly many traces of everyday life inside. After all, a few NPCs alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy the amount of quests players needed. Qiao Chu looked at a crowd of novice players squeezed in front of the NPC waiting to accept quests. They wore the outfits given by the system, held the weapons given by the system, dense as a sea of people. How lucky they were to be able to participate in the closed beta. Qiao Chu couldn't help but sigh. She of course had no intention of fighting over monsters with those novice players, but planned to use a more difficult method that leveled up faster. The background story of Doomsday Lost Online isn't actually complicated. Otoprime was struck by an unknown virus. Due to changes in the planet's magnetic field and the emergence of unknown elements, humans who had held a technological civilization, such as former geomagnetic storm specialists, began to develop a mysterious element within their bodies, giving rise to various magical professions. Many races that had only existed in fantasy began appearing repeatedly, and eventually allied with humanity, to jointly resist this unprecedented crisis. After centuries of effort, the people of Otoprime and the other races united, gradually drove away the invading zombie creatures, reclaimed their lands and rebuilt their homes. The time the player logged in was just after the races had formed alliances, and were preparing to reclaim lost territory. At this time the Oto people had established various novice camps, calling on warriors of all races to come and clear out the monsters. The newbie camps of the Hua Nation were mostly on the eastern side of the Ire Forest. Their 13 camp was to begin advancing into the interior of the forest from here to take back the occupied land. The game officially launched today. The rookie training camp has also opened. Compared to other places, it is a bit quiet here. 2 soldiers wearing Audwa Star military uniforms stood rigidly here, with a wooden table placed in front of them. A stern-faced officer who looked rugged and of fairly high rank was sitting behind the desk. Qiao Chu recognized him. He was the new camp guard commander. He hadn't expected him to appear at the new recruits' assembly. Qiao Chu was a little surprised. After all, in his previous life he had only ever seen the man on the podium. She was momentarily a bit surprised. Curious players had come to ask before, but when they saw the sign on the table saying to go clear the depths of Ire Forest, they lost the desire to explore. After all, most newcomers were very low level, only 1 or 2 levels, and the content described there would certainly be impossible to complete. When players looked at the sign, the system would blatantly pop up a prompt box saying recommended level 10. Qiao Chu was only level 6, yet he walked over with light, nimble steps. "Officer, I want to sign up." The guard captain looked up. He glanced at Qiao Chu with some surprise. His voice was not loud, but it carried great authority. "New recruit, your strength is not sufficient. Come back after you've improved." Qiao Chu shook her head and insisted, "Please let me join. I really want to contribute my own strength to the camp." This isn't some mindless feel-good novel where the other party would be impressed by Qiao Chu's mouthiness and think she's brave. Twin Paul favorability -10. The system notified her. Qiao Chu secretly showed a faint, bitter smile. This could be counted as getting the second big shot in the camp to remember him, though it wasn't a good impression. Paul not only didn't show any pleasure, instead he thought Qiao Chu was someone who overestimated himself. His voice was somewhat cold and hard. "Are you sure? Rookie." Qiao Chu seemed not to hear the sound of diminishing favor, and nodded without changing his expression. "Confirmed, sir." In his past life, nobody would have tried to take part in a cleanup mission at level 6, but Qiao Chu had honed skills and past life experience. More importantly, she had a godlike hidden class, the Nether Hunter. Paul said nothing more. A soldier behind her handed her a magnetic card and, as per custom, explained, "The magnetic card is numbered. It shows your distribution order and current military rank. The next line is the number of zombies you've killed. If the zombies are of too high a level, they will be counted as more heads. If you have killed high-grade mutated plants, please bring them back for separate accounting." Qiao Chu nodded in thanks and looked at the silver magnetic card that shimmered with a faint blue electric glow. The magnetic card contains Qiao Chu's personal information. Next to the name, the number assigned to Qiao Chu is marked in black type, showing 006, with square brackets behind indicating the current rank as soldier. Qiao Chu was a little surprised. There were actually 5 people faster than her. It looked like she needed to hurry. A line of red type below displayed 0, indicating that Qiao Chu has not yet killed any zombies. At this time a new task appeared on the system taskbar. Side quest. Clear the zombies and mutated plants in Doran City on the inner side of Ire Forest. Recommended level 10 to 15. Click here to summon the relevant map. Note: the map contents will end at the eastern entrance of Doran City. If any internal maps of Doran City are detected, 2 military merit points /M superscript 2. Qiao Chu's eyes lit up. This is good. She had spent a lot of time in Doran City in her previous life, so she remembered the general layout of the buildings. For her, exploring the map would probably also earn quite a few military merit points. Paul saw Qiao Chu's excited expression and, perhaps misunderstanding something, his voice turned stern. He snorted coldly and said lightly, "For the sake of Adam's Caesar. But don't try to take advantage of the confusion, rookie." Chapter 33. Looking down on people like a dog. Only then did Qiao Chu suddenly understand. It turned out to be the camp commander's favorability at work. Otherwise, seeing her level, he would very likely have rejected her outright. Although this hidden professions task is really a ripoff, the benefits after completing it are just too many. Not only are there discounts when buying things, but you also receive a bit of special treatment from NPCs. I wonder what would happen if I raised the camp commander's favorability above 60? As for reaching the full 100 points, forget it, unless you want to get married in the game. Qiao Chu shook off the jumble of thoughts in her head, finished the bow and hurried away. She needed to level up quickly and head to the Angel Convent. She was sure she could gain much more there. As for the little tricks, she certainly wouldn't dare. Of course she wouldn't think about stealing zombies that others had killed. In her previous life a boss tried that method and was easily caught. Not only was he blacklisted by the military, but because of the close ties to the military he was also barred from participating in the main storyline missions and major events in the subsequent 1.0 system version. That boss who fainted crying in the bathroom served as a warning to the players. Otostar's cutting-edge tech, don't try to challenge it. Qiao Chu thought for a moment, then went to the camp bank and converted all 400,000 yuan in his account into game gold, leaving himself just over 30,000 yuan in cash. During the beta test she spent all her gold coins, watching 400,000 turn into 400 coins, and felt a pang in her chest. No wonder lost flame. Quite a few people are probably coming into the game hoping to make money, right? Then he hurried without stopping to the place where Green was. No one has discovered him so far. Qiao Chu didn't waste words. Under Green's flattering smile, he bought 10 sets, a total of 1,000 incendiary rounds. These little things weren't cheap. Qiao Chu spent 20 gold coins in all. But because his level was too low to catch up with the top players in the closed beta, he had to use some auxiliary methods. He spent another 50 gold to buy 10 extra space in his backpack. If he was going out to farm gear, it was best to expand the bag so he wouldn't have items he couldn't carry back. She couldn't even dare to think about that money. Qiao Chu felt her heart bleeding. She could only comfort herself that she was confident she could earn those gold coins back many times over in the future. Qiao Chu went and bought another 30 bottles of Little Red and 30 bottles of Little Blue. Some white bread and mushroom chowder cost a total of 4 gold. In the game there are concepts of fatigue points and stamina points. The total amount of fatigue and stamina is related to the player's attribute points. If a character overhunts monsters or fishes, sows mines, brews potions, etc., and their fatigue and stamina drop to minimum, they will be prevented from continuing those activities. To restore stamina and fatigue, one way is to rest, the other is to eat. Qiao Chu didn't want to waste time, so she simply spent 2 gold to buy some food. She quickly repaired her leather armor and did not choose to change weapons. She clicked to take a look at her status panel. Character panel. ID Chu. Race human. Class. Magnetic Stormer / Nether Hunter. HP. 1740. MP 230. Level 6. Experience. 133/2300. Constitution. 14/18. Strength. 4 out of 9. Dexterity 311. Intelligence 3 out of 8. Perception. 1 out of 7. Luck. 3 cannot add points. Then she silently sighed. If it weren't for obtaining the hidden class, her damage now would probably be enough to solo the beginner dungeon. After all, she really did take a lot of attribute points. She looked at her HP comparable to a tank. After all, monsters can't even reach her, so what's the point of having so much health? But when she saw the Shade Hunter class on the panel, Qiao Chu's spirits immediately soared again. She walked briskly, following the road cut through the Ire Forest toward the entrance to Doran City. Many people on the road, seeing her appearance, called out to ask her to team up for monster hunting. Miss Stormgun is hard to solo. Join a party and play together? Qiao Chu shook her head and refused each time. And in the end she simply turned off private messages from strangers and buried herself in hurrying along. After all, with her strength, solo farming would yield faster progress. Why team up with others here to compete for monsters? Half an hour later, at the entrance to Doran City. The walls here were extremely high, with a dozen watchtowers ahead and 5 or 6 magical cannons. Qiao Chu had once seen one of those things turn a level 20-something zombie to ashes in an instant. Below, military personnel are standing guard on site with guns, while what the players have to do is clear the monsters in the city. No matter how capable the NPCs are in combat, they won't take action. The dirty and exhausting work is all done by the players. But this also indicates that players can influence the direction of the game. They finish clearing a location, and that location opens at that time. The speed of opening maps can even cause the strength and levels of players in each country to differ later on. If you can open a new map earlier, it will attract more high-level NPCs to settle there, and players will naturally get higher experience and more rewarding quests. If new maps can be developed quickly on an ongoing basis, the overall snowballing effect will grow faster and faster. This actually has little to do with ordinary players anymore. It's mainly driven by the top players on the leaderboard. Qiao Chu saw soldiers ahead carrying guns and wielding staves. Someone stepped forward and barked. Who goes there? No trespassing beyond this point. If you haven't registered at the camp, even if a player talks their way through, they still won't be allowed in. Qiao Chu smiled slightly and took the magnetic card out of her backpack. The other person sized her up from head to toe, his gaze sweeping over her cheap pistol, and said sarcastically, "You didn't steal that card, did you? Go back and kill Chi Rabbit then." These rabbits were pure white all over, with only a streak of red on their tails and the tips of their ears, indicating that they too were mutated animals. The weak red rabbits can be toyed with casually even by a 3-year-old. They're timid and can even frighten themselves to death. He said that out of contempt for Qiao Chu. Each NPC is like a living person. They all have their own personalities, so it's not surprising that some judge by appearances. Qiao Chu's eyes grew cold. He said lightly, "It has nothing to do with you. Just carry out your duty. Soldier. Sorry, after joining the recruit training camp, players also become soldiers. Qiao Chu glanced at the other's head, level 7. Who knows what they're so proud of? His pride came from his status as a soldier stationed in Doran City, not from himself. Qiao Chu looked down on such NPCs. Because NPCs in the game can level up, many who are weak early on are not fixed. They can grow, and some eventually become figures both NPCs and players look up to. But Qiao Chu thought those with their eyes on the top of their heads were hopeless. The other party snorted coldly, ground his teeth, and with a clang, rudely hauled open the iron door. Qiao Chu didn't say much. Why bother with someone who looks down on others like a dog? Letting strength speak is what matters most. She went inside and, after reaching cover behind an obstacle, immediately donned an invisibility cloak and activated the hidden profession. The shabby leather armor she had been wearing was replaced by an elegant, splendid yet crisp red and black outfit, and 2 high-grade short blades appeared in her hands, glinting with a cold light. Chapter 34. The Oil-Wealthy Zombies. The overall buildings in Doran City were not tall and were uniformly constructed of marble. The walls were covered with brilliantly beautiful flowers, which softened the hard feel of the stone architecture. The overall style of the city is full of Western fantasy hues. The colorful stained glass windows set against the languid white clouds drifting overhead make it look like a fairy tale world. Delicate, elegant patterns in muted colors are carved on every house's exterior walls and wooden door frames, revealing the distinctive style associated with Alduoxing. Unfortunately, the place is now overrun with weeds, and many of the cobblestone surfaces are splattered with blood that has darkened and hardened. Qiao Chu hid behind a white vertical column, carefully searching for an opportunity to strike. She sent out a probe. Basically, most monsters in Doran City are level 10. Monster info. City resident. Zombified. Monster level. Level 10. Qiao Chu currently is only level 6. In the game, level is extremely important. If your level is too low, you can't even break a monster's defense. Qiao Chu looked at the nether hunt blade in his hand. Luckily the equipment was decent. After all, most players' gear early on is just white rarity. How many people can actually make use of purple equipment? Activating the shadow, Qiao Chu reached toward the target. Dolan City basically had no food left. The little meat that remained was all from troublesome mutated animals. Those zombies couldn't get food. The flesh on their bodies had turned black and dark, shriveling into wrinkled, desiccated forms. Qiao Chu's target was a female zombie. She was as thin as a skeleton, the flesh on her face tightly clinging to the skin, her parched, burst hair streaked with strands of dried blood, and a large torn hole bitten into her neck. Qiao Chu is 1.7 meters tall. This female zombie is slightly shorter than her. The girl's eyes were calm. While invisible, the zombie had not the slightest awareness of the tasty, fresh meal behind her. Netted by the underworld. A mark like flowing fire appeared above the female zombie's head. The color of the mark slowly deepened, and within 3 seconds it became a deep blue flame, floating above the zombie's head. Low-level zombies are not players. They have no consciousness, so they naturally cannot dispel the mark. Qiao Chu gave a faint smile, held the dagger across and slashed it across her throat. Level 1 Nether Entanglement. If the mark is not dispelled within 3 seconds, attacks against the enemy deal 160% damage and 1 second of stagger. The damage bonus isn't significant. What's rare is its control effect. Qiao Chu swung his blade and black blood surged wildly. -219. Golden critical hit. The zombie emitted a low, deep growl from its throat, trying to turn and attack Qiao Chu. But unfortunately she was held in place by the necromantic entanglement skill effect. Qiao Chu's expression was calm, her hands moving swiftly like an elegant, precise butcher. -125. -172. -114. The zombie's HP instantly dropped by a large chunk. Originally Qiao Chu's speed couldn't match that of a level 10 zombie. Unfortunately, the 1 second of stiffening cost the opponent the chance to counterattack. When the female zombie turned her head, black-red blood sprayed out, splattering onto the marble tiles in front of her. Qiao Chu calmly circled to her side rear and in the same spot, cut another wound. The zombie's health was down to about a quarter. Just as the female zombie was about to pounce on her, Qiao Chu activated shadow concealment again, using a short burst of acceleration to dodge the opponent's attack. The zombie, its eaten brain confused, didn't know why it could smell a trace of scent, yet couldn't find that delicious chunk of flesh. Just at the moment the zombie turned its head, the girl used the nearby pile of stones, planted her left foot and leather boot on the stones, and with her right foot neatly kicked the zombie in the back. At the moment the zombie staggered and was about to fall, she held the short blade in both hands and completely severed the zombie's skull. -417. Instant kill. Qiao Chu watched the experience bar on his body rise by a large section. A sweet system chime sounded. You have killed an enemy above your level. Reward? 20% experience bonus. Qiao Chu lifted the corner of his mouth, spun the nether hunting blade in his hand into a neat flourish, and flicked away the black blood from the silver edge. Then he crouched down and felt the corpse. There are actually 3 gold coins and 12 silver coins on this zombie. Qiao Chu was stunned. So rich. No wonder in my previous life those big shots who joined the cleanup events were all well off. This isn't over yet. Qiao Chu also pulled out a green quality accessory. It was silver all over. A wristband that's hard to drop. Qiao Chu looked it over. One of its attributes actually increased blue mana. Equipment level 10. Equipped attributes. Strength +2, Intelligence +1, Total HP +15%. Restricted classes. Mage, Hunter, Beast Tamer. Not bad, not bad. This feels really great. After all, in her past life she only joined after the game officially launched, so the things those pioneer players had to do mostly didn't concern her. Her knowledge was nothing more than notes she'd taken when she saw others bragging on the forums in her previous life. Qiao Chu glanced at her level. She estimated she only needed 1 or 2 more to reach level 7. That's the advantage of starting experience. While most people were still in the Ire Forest competing with others for monsters, she was already here using the hidden class to hunt zombies recklessly, gaining levels and picking up a fair amount of equipment and coins. Unfortunately, this place would probably be discovered before long, so Qiao Chu stopped wasting time and quickly looked for the next isolated target. Soon, she found a zombie in the living room on the first floor of another house. Even though he had already lost his life, he still dutifully held a tray bearing a wine jug and exquisite silver drinking vessels. This zombie was facing Qiao Chu, making it difficult to release a shadow tether. But for a seasoned hand like Qiao Chu, it was nothing. She first unhurriedly cast a netherly entwinement on the zombie as usual. She then casually picked up a stone, smashed the vase ahead, and slipped outside the main door. Upon hearing the noise, the zombie still held the tray and with slightly sluggish steps, walked toward where the vase had shattered. When he reached a spot sideways from Qiao Chu immediately activated his skill. He swept several attacks at his neck in an instant. A level 10 zombie monster of course wouldn't fall so easily. After a second of stiffness ended, it opened its mouth wide, bearing blood-stained yellow teeth, and lunged forward with a hideous face. Qiao Chu kicked him away, but unfortunately his strength attribute was insufficient, and the zombie was only slightly slowed. However, Qiao Chu used that kick to pull himself back a short distance as well. She willed it, and the nether hunt blade was put into the space, replaced by a small pistol. Rapid fire. The zombie that was about to lunge had to pause for 0.1 seconds, because the opponent was higher level and faster. A good half of Qiao Chu's health was forcibly ripped away, and she was also afflicted with a debuff called Corpse Toxin. The 100% pain made Qiao Chu frown sharply. She looked at the layout of the room and suddenly had a clever idea. She played hide-and-seek with the zombie, running around the sofa. The zombie's joints were stiff and its movements were clumsy. Qiao Chu couldn't afford to be frugal and chose to equip incendiary grenades, using a pistol to attack him while dodging left and right in circles. After drinking 1 red potion and 2 blue potions, and then painfully grinding for over 5 more minutes, the zombie finally collapsed to the ground with a howl. Her experience bar jumped up a large chunk, and actually broke through the level 7 barrier. Qiao Chu plopped down on the sofa, which had been torn to pieces by the zombie, and caught her breath slightly. The hidden class really is powerful. Not only does it deal considerable damage, it also kills easily. Unfortunately, if she misses her chance and he closes in, she could very well be slapped to death. After all, the level gap is too large. She walked over and felt the corpse, delighted to discover the zombie had dropped a pair of shoes. The minimum equipment level just happened to be level 7. Chapter 35. Number 1 in merit points. The authenticity of being lost lies in the fact that even if 2 zombies are both level 10, there will still be subtle differences. For example, female zombies have softer bodies and may be a bit faster. Male zombies, on the other hand, are stronger and have tougher hide. For Qiao Chu, who was slightly lower level, that slight difference almost caused a huge mistake. But fortunately she got through it without serious harm. And the result was not bad. She casually added the 2 new attribute points, put on the new shoes and walked around a bit. Whether it was just her imagination or not, she felt a little lighter on her feet after changing into them. Equipment name. Servant's boots, green. Equipment level. Level 7. Class restriction. Hunter Stormcaster. Equipped bonus. Agility +2. Passive skill. What should a servant do? Of course, be quiet. When equipped, you will gain nearly imperceptible footsteps so as not to disturb your master. Qiao Chu was quite satisfied. Originally, after activating Shadow Walk, there was already hardly any sound when walking. Wearing these shoes, even when walking on grass or similar surfaces, the faintest sound of footsteps would be completely inaudible. Maybe in PvP the opponent wouldn't even know how they died. The items dropped by each zombie are related to who they were in life, which is why, although Lost Paths has few classes, the combinations can be very diverse and flourishing. There are similar pieces of equipment too, but they're the common items bought from the system or NPCs. Or if you have the money, you can even hire NPCs or top-tier players with crafting secondary professions to make a set of equipment tailored to your own habits. After all, as the saying goes, money makes the mare go. Qiao Chu took a few silver coins from him, planning that once Dolan City opens, he will have an NPC craft a special pistol. It seems the first zombie she killed might have been one of the former nobles here, which would explain why it dropped so many coins. That way she would know which zombies to pick off first. Qiao Chu, full of energy, continued to move out. She used her skills to wander through the small town, prioritizing killing the zombies that looked more extravagantly dressed. If she got tired, she would sit down and eat some bread and cream of mushroom soup to recover her strength. For hours later, Qiao Chu killed the zombie in front of her. She had finally reached level 8. She glanced at her backpack. It already contained 12 white items and 2 green items, not counting the shoes on her feet, and even obtained 23 gold coins. Qiao Chu clicked her tongue. This is 83,000 Huagua currency, and that was only in half a day. She put the 2 newly obtained attribute points into strength bit by bit, and 1 point into agility. She looked at the Shadowcraft skill at max proficiency, and once she returned she could find the Magnetic Storm Novice Mentor Mantandora to level up. Of course, skill upgrades acquired while lost are chosen arbitrarily, but the prerequisite is you have to have them. In other words, if you want unconventional skills you have to put in the effort to find them yourself, and that requires a bit of luck. Maybe it was a casual boss chest, maybe it dropped from a random mob, or maybe it was an NPC reward. In any case, Qiao Chu hadn't seen many in her past life. Qiao Chu shook the thought from her head. After so much practice, she had more or less synced up with the Nether Hunter's skills and equipment. So Qiao Chu decided that next she would challenge herself to kill 2 zombies at once. She was already leveling up alone. Killing only one at a time was indeed very inefficient. And after reaching level 8, the level 10 zombies no longer gave the previous experience bonus. If people outside found out she said that, they'd be furious. After all, her leveling speed was extremely fast, and she wasn't sharing any experience. She had it all to herself. Qiao Chu stared at the list on the ranking board. The player in first place was already level 9 with 23% experience. What if they reached level 10 first and took the first kill in the Camptown dungeon? After all, Qiao Chu thought both of those dungeons weren't that difficult. Once you reach level 10 there's a strong chance someone else will beat you to it, causing you not only to miss out on the first kill reward attribute points but also to lose something else very important. That would be the weapons in the camp armory and the seeds in the camp barn. And people may not realize how important the barn seeds will be, but they only spawn before the dungeon's first kill. After the first kill, those items will no longer respawn, although the system rewards will still drop bullets and seeds. But where could one find the sheer joy of heaps of seeds piled up like that? Qiao Chu didn't want anyone else to take them. However, to kill 2 zombies might still require some method. Qiao Chu thought for a moment. Since that's the case, he might as well borrow the Doran City Hall. That was the closest place she could think of where the distance from here was short, and the conditions were suitable for grinding monsters. Without hesitation, Qiao Chu immediately used memories from her previous life to make her way toward the administration hall. This large-scale map-running operation also sent Qiao Chu's merit points soaring. As she moved, the gray fog on the upper left corner of the map was gradually cleared, continuously popping up notifications of merit +2, +2, +2. Half an hour later, on the other side of Doran City, a group of people looked dejectedly at the list on the honors board. At the top was a player with the Chu. Half an hour earlier, the 3 of them had, due to a well-matched lineup, still held the higher merit points over the others. But after just a short while, the opponent seemed to be cheating, soaring past the 3 of them to sit high at the top of the leaderboard. The opponent didn't yet know this was the benefit of Qiao Chu soloing plus exploring the map. Second place was Are You Having Lunch or Not? Ovo. Such a cute name. Yet its owner was a barrel-chested man over 1.9 meters tall. When was he surpassed? Could there really be someone like us here farming monsters? To eat lunch or not? She scratched her head, feeling her top spot in merit points was about to be lost. Top players value merit points because they play an important role. Merit points are settled once a week. Each time the first place can gain an extra 500 merit points and 50 gold coins. And collecting merit points can be exchanged for PvP equipment. Equipment dropped elsewhere is all for fighting monsters. Currently only the merit system drops a full set of gear related to player versus player combat. And it's a full purple tier set of that level. Back when players used white and green stats, this equipment was simply mouthwatering. It's just that its exchange value of over 20,000 is off-putting, so the 500 merit points each week are especially important. No problem. He comforted himself, speaking in a simple voice. Anyway, it's only the first day, no rush. A player in the party named the Pope is Alive was very dissatisfied. He waved the finely crafted wand in his hand. It was a green-grade staff, which was quite good in the early stages. He looked very displeased, feeling that the female player in the party was slowing their pace. If certain people didn't have such low damage, oomph. The female player beside him had a pretty face, but the foolish clarity in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She was obviously a college student. She didn't hear the murmuring of the Emperor of Magic is alive, and curiously asked, "Why are you angry again?" She said seriously, "I think you should choose a water mage, after all water can overcome fire. That way when you're angry you can douse your own flames. If you stay angry like this every day, I'm really afraid you'll blow yourself up." The one who wasn't sure about eating dinner was even taller than the Emperor of Magic is alive. Looking down at him being angry was incredibly funny. The Emperor of Magic is alive couldn't take it and snapped, "Are you sick? Why are you insulting me?" The smile about whether to have dinner gradually faded. "Just now it was you who joked with me like that, saying I'm so tall like a utility pole. I tell you, why are you getting angry?" The Pope in power grew even more furious. "You phew." The staff in his hand was about to burst into flames. Whether to eat dinner or not, he curled his lip. So this person allows himself to criticize others but won't accept criticism in return. Whether to eat lunch or not, he hurried to stop the two from bickering. All right, everyone, don't get angry over something so trivial." The Emperor of Magic waited a long time, and the other side still didn't apologize. He snorted coldly and silently told himself that a grown man shouldn't bother arguing with a woman. He now regretted not choosing a hunter or a paladin. Mages did high damage, but because he spoke bluntly, few people were willing to team up with him. If it weren't for the paladin who cared about whether to eat lunch taking the lead, they wouldn't have been able to fight the monsters at all. And although he contributed the highest proportion of damage, the system didn't give him the highest merit points, which made the Emperor of Magic gnash his teeth with resentment. He still has the advantage now. In a few days this news will surely spread everywhere, and once people from the major guilds arrive, he will no longer have any chance to snatch the glory. He thought for a moment and said somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Let's go to the central region. There the zombies are even denser, so the monster killing efficiency is naturally higher. That team must be farming in the central region to raise their merit points so quickly. If he finds him." A dark glint flashed in the Pope's eyes. He wanted to kill him and bring him back to life, that way no one would compete with him. So without Qiao Chu knowing, the three of them ran toward where he was. Chapter 36. You eat, don't worry about me. To talk about how to keep farming alone when the monsters are generally several levels higher than you. There's basically only one method. Use the terrain to kite the monsters. The farther you move toward the center of Doran City, the more desolate the surroundings become. There are almost no traces of human life left here. Lush plants crawl over the walls and marble pillars, zombies roam about in brightly colored flowers that seem harmless, and ruined, collapsed walls lie everywhere. Qiao Chu carefully stepped over the stones beneath her feet, trying not to make the slightest sound. At her current level, if she were discovered here, it was very likely she would be surrounded and then swatted back to life by a powerful mutated plant. After slipping past another canopy of vines that blocked out the sky, Qiao Chu wound her way through twists and turns for over half an hour and finally arrived at what had once been the municipal hall. Qiao Chu recognized it because this had been the site of the new hall built in her previous life. She looked over from afar, somewhat regretting not having bought some detection tools. After all, who would have thought she'd have the nerve to get all the way to the city center? After a long while, two reluctant zombies rose and left. Qiao Chu crawled forward slowly along the tops of the surrounding residential walls. Qiao Chu did not activate shadow stealth for now. If she turned it on now, she might not be able to run in time if danger later appeared. The cloak was splattered with a lot of the zombies' black blood. Although the smell was unpleasant, Qiao Chu did not clean it. Those odors could to some extent mask her human scent, making it less likely for the zombies to notice her. The city hall was grand and imposing. The glass revolving doors were streaked with dried blood. Yet when Qiao Chu saw them she smiled. She picked up 2 stones from the roadside and hurled them at the glass doors, then ducked to one side. The doors produced a crisp tong sound. Only at the city hall entrance did a zombie lying on the long steps, with only half a body left, lift its head. Its intestines were spilled all over the ground. Its upper body was reduced to a ribcage, its insides picked completely clean. It wasn't dead yet and tried to raise a hand to grab Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu waited for a long time but no zombies came out. She cautiously stepped forward, ready to activate her invisibility and leave at once if anything went wrong. Qiao Chu drew her hunting blade. This zombie was only level 2. She killed it in one slash. She stood where she was and looked inside from the doorway. Through the dust-covered window, scattered documents and overturned desks and chairs littered the floor. Off-white tiles were carelessly stained with blood, showing just how fierce the struggle here had been. On the long counter facing the main entrance sat an old-fashioned landline phone. The handset had been thrown to the floor and bore obvious bloodstains. Qiao Chu thought for a moment. If she wanted to clear monsters here, she would first have to clean out the interior of the hall. Fortunately, because the municipal hall had been built with elegant architecture and designed as beautifully as a work of art, many players back then liked to wander around here even when they had no quests. Qiao Chu had of course visited a few times as well, so she remembered the layout of the place clearly. The municipal hall has only 2 floors in total. The first floor contains the main office, information desk, and has few obstructions. The second floor has rooms but not many. They mainly store documents and the like, and there is a small lounge and a restroom. Other than that, there is nothing else. This is also why Qiao Chu chose this place. It was now the afternoon. The fierce sunlight overhead poured onto the ground, and the interior of the hall was brightly illuminated. Qiao Chu checked his gear, then cautiously turned his body and stepped in. By the revolving door there was likewise a zombie that had been gnawed down to only half a torso. His upper body was stuck in the door, blocking the exit, while everything below his waist had already been eaten clean. Seeing Qiao Chu approach, he forced himself to lift his head and let out a faint low growl toward Qiao Chu. Of the same low rank, only level 3, Qiao Chu felled him with a single strike. There wasn't anywhere to hide in the first floor hall, so Qiao Chu focused his gaze on behind the reception desk. She carefully stepped over the stacks of papers on the floor to avoid slipping. A zombie was indeed hiding beneath the front of the reception desk. The female zombie wore low heels and a tight skirt, her legs twisted as she crawled toward Qiao Chu. Her mouth and hands were smeared with someone else's blood, and her pale bluish eyes held nothing but a ravenous murderous intent. Qiao Chu did not draw his gun, to avoid attracting more zombies. She deftly held the short blade in a reverse grip. Its faint blue glow reflected a cold, glinting light. The moment she saw the zombie, she had already cast Phantom Entanglement on it. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, Qiao Chu dropped low and dodged her attack. Then, slanting upward from below while holding a dagger, he drove the blade into its throat. He then quickly executed an oblique side roll, avoiding the blood splattered from the zombie. The zombies trapped in the municipal hall perhaps hadn't eaten much human flesh, so their levels were generally lower than those outside. This zombie was only level 8, the same level as Qiao Chu. She didn't mind either. After dispatching them in a few swift moves, she searched the first floor again. Finding no other zombies, Qiao Chu even felt a little disappointed. She continued upward, holding the short blades in both hands. Her practical yet slightly elegant leather armor showed faintly beneath the black cloak, and only the girl's delicate, fair jaw could be seen under the cloak. Qiao Chu stepped cautiously on the winding stairs, then killed 2 unlucky, half-eaten zombies stumbling at the stairwell corner. She then dealt with the 2 hiding in the corner of the second-floor archive room. Because the second floor lacked sunlight and was rather dim, fortunately the low-level zombies still had little cognitive ability. They would snarl and lunge at any living person they encountered. Still, Qiao Chu carefully and thoroughly inspected the place. After all, if she didn't go back tonight, she would probably choose to spend the night here. And this inspection actually yielded an unexpected gain for her. Inside an archive room, Qiao Chu stared at the zombie above her marked as level 12 and wanting to cry but unable to, took 2 steps back. Big brother, you eat first, I won't bother you for now, ha. Chapter 37. Obtaining the title Climber. Inside the second floor, sunlight couldn't reach. The deeper you went, the darker it became. Qiao Chu stepped on the plush carpet, carefully making her way inward past row after row of tall filing shelves. Suddenly, she heard faint sounds of chewing and swallowing coming from ahead. Qiao Chu immediately sensed something was wrong. She stared intently at the man in front of her, who had his back to her and a very bulky figure. He was crouching on the ground. His hands were holding something. She couldn't tell what. And his head was moving rapidly from side to side. Qiao Chu certainly didn't think this was a living person. She immediately began to back away slowly. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly turned his head, startling Qiao Chu. He was wearing a suit. Half of his face and neck had been torn and bitten to tatters, exposing deep white bone and muscle beneath. The moment he saw Qiao Chu, he immediately dropped the mouse he had been eating down to the skin and bones. The massive figure rose without haste, let out a low snarl at her, his bluish-white eyes fixed tightly on Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu seized the moment to throw him a probe. Monster info. Urban noble. Zombified. Monster level 12? Help, this zombie is actually level 12. Looks like there aren't many zombies here, maybe he ate them all. This was a mob 4 levels below Qiao Chu, and while he inwardly complained, he also felt a strange sense of relief. Fortunately, this wasn't an elite monster. Qiao Chu didn't dare fight him up close, so he immediately switched to his pistol and fired 2 shots. -12. -13. The pistol dealt high damage to the opponent. The 2 shots also enraged the other man, and he immediately hurled himself forward with a roar. But Qiao Chu noticed that his gait looked a bit off. 1 high 1 low, 1 high 1 low. The girl let out an untimely little snort of laughter. It turned out that one of this monster's legs had been eaten by someone unknown, so it walked with a limp, which greatly reduced its speed. Perhaps having noticed the girl's mockery, the high-level zombie immediately lunged at Qiao Chu without any courtesy. Qiao Chu was startled. So fast. She could even smell the fishy, rotten breath coming from the zombie's mouth. The girl immediately turned sideways and activated shadow stealth. You really can't underestimate it. After all, even if the opponent has lost a leg, he's a zombie, doesn't feel pain, and with his level here his speed is still considerably higher than Qiao Chu's. Qiao Chu replaced the bullets in his gun with incendiary rounds, which would deal significantly higher damage. And during the shadow phase, the flame attaches plus shadow phase 200% attack plus added incendiary rounds. The damage of that strike reached over 400 points. Qiao Chu glanced at his health. Oh, this monster has over 70,000 health. The only thing that comforted Qiao Chu was that the damage from the incendiary and the skill's engulfing flames was bouncing on the zombies' heads. Although each hit wasn't high, they still managed to deal damages like -12, -14, -17. Both of these damages can last 10 seconds, which is actually fairly considerable. Qiao Chu fired 2 more shots at his head. The bullets made a deep dent in the other person's skull. She felt a bit helpless. After all, with her luck she never got weapon drops for any class she played, and she was still using the little pistol the system had given her. Qiao Chu comforted herself inwardly. This is all the game company's tricks. If they didn't do this, how would players spend money? Yes, that's right, exactly like that. When the zombies lunged over, she immediately turned and ran toward the back of a tall wooden bookshelf. Zombies locate by scent and wouldn't lose track of Qiao Chu because of this, but their bodies are stiff, and with one of his legs limping, every time he turns a corner he staggers violently, even falling to the ground twice. And Qiao Chu would seize those moments to unleash utterly merciless attacks on him. Is Qiao Chu being clever? Both yes and no. Just like before when fighting around the wooden stake. In Doran City, where monsters average level 10, a level 12 small monster appeared. The designers would give clever players a little reward. Make good use of the terrain so players won't end up dying here. If a player's mind isn't clear at that moment and they panic and run downstairs after seeing a high-level zombie, they will be slapped dead by the boss on the steps because there's no cover. But a problem arose. Qiao Chu's stamina wasn't sufficient. Because Qiao Chu had chosen 100% pain perception, she also felt obvious soreness and aching all over. It was hard to breathe in her chest, each breath felt like a throat being cut, and her mouth and nasal passages were full of the taste of blood. This is exactly like reality. Qiao Chu even had a moment to daydream. She didn't want to give up just like that. After all, she'd already died in real life. What's the fear of dying once in the game? Isn't the outcome of licking the blade just logging back in? When she first started playing Mistwalk in her previous life and encountered situations like this, even though she'd already been through several holo games, she would still feel a bit flustered. It's a human instinctive psychological reaction. And once panic sets in, judgment errors will occur. In severe cases, it can kill yourself or your teammates. And knowing the apocalypse will inevitably descend upon the real world, Qiao Chu's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. She had already many minutes ago put away the cumbersome cloak, wearing neat, clean leather armor. The bloodstains on her back were entirely from not turning in time and being gouged by zombies. Even with her cheeks bleeding and red, sweat streaming into her eyes, her eyeballs stinging painfully, her legs long since numb, she still raised her arm. Each shot shaved away the boss's health. In this situation, she even felt a kind of masochistic pleasure. See, even like this you still can't kill me. She calmly downed who knows how many red potions, then casually tossed the glass bottle aside. She didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe a minute, maybe several hours? She suddenly felt a surge of power flow into her body from who knows where. The system prompted her. Because you selected 100% pain, and endured the bodily test through suppression, achieving a physical function breakthrough. Title obtained. Climber. Reward. Constitution +2. Agility +1. Qiao Chu immediately felt a wave of lightness. After another 30 minutes of grinding, having used 5 sets of fireballs, The monster finally let out a roar and was knocked to the ground. Qiao Chu didn't care whether the ground was dirty. Panting, she collapsed onto it, utterly exhausted, her heart pounding as if about to burst from her chest, yet she showed a genuinely heartfelt smile. This to Qiao Chu was the greatest meaning of being reborn. Not to become the world's best, but that she had improved compared to her former self, had the chance to make up for the mistakes of her past life, to love someone truly worth loving. This feeling made her extremely happy, because there was nothing more satisfying than this. Chapter 38 Stealing Kills. You have defeated enemies 4 levels above you, gaining a 35% experience bonus. The system's rousing voice contrasted sharply with the dejected Zhou Qiao. Because it was a solo kill, Zhou Qiao's experience bar surged, reaching level 9, 2%. She fumbled over the other's corpse. Now the planners couldn't possibly withhold the good stuff. If they didn't give it to her, she'd make a scene. Fortunately, this game was still humane. Besides 50 gold coins, Qiao Chu also dropped a blue firearm. Item name: K1356 Shotgun Blue. Class restriction: Magneto Shooter. Required level: Level 8. Stat bonuses when equipped: Strength +4, Agility +1, Intelligence +2, Constitution +2. Damage info: 411 to 611 points. Active skill: instantly fires 2 bullets, dealing 270% tearing damage to the enemy target. Non-dispellable skill: cannot be healed. Note: do not use continuously to avoid burst firing. She hugged the gun in her arms with delight, paused for a long time, then struggled to get up, took out the remaining white bread and cream soup from the package and began to eat and drink, comforting her empty stomach. She saw that she had already reached level 9. You have appeared on the level leaderboard. Would you like to remain anonymous? Tip: first time appearing on the leaderboard, rewards 1 attribute point. Qiao Chu chose to remain anonymous, eating bread as she flipped through the rankings, a list she had never even touched in her previous life, not even the very bottom. She couldn't help but sigh. The stronger a person is, the stronger they become. The gap between those lost in the maze and others is even larger and more blunt than in reality. No wonder advanced civilizations only accept the top 1,000 teams. Her ability wasn't just about leveling up. She had unique perspectives on certain tasks and flexible thinking. In her previous life, she wasn't the type to obsess over leveling either. She always thought being around the same level was enough. After all, she didn't know back then that levels could carry over into the real world, right? In this life, she finally understood that the only thing that truly matters is having strength in your own hands. Qiao Chu chose to remain anonymous. Her leveling speed was so fast that if anyone saw the same ID as hers on the merit board, they'd quickly figure out why. She still wanted to keep this place to herself a little longer to grind. After all, the honor roll doesn't allow anonymity. Qiao Chu looked at her constitution points and felt like crying. Although she didn't have tank equipment and skills, with this HP she was more than enough to serve as a secondary tank. Qiao Chu put the 2 newly acquired attribute points into strength. Because she planned to stay stuck downstairs and keep leveling up without having to move around, she naturally didn't need dexterity or other attributes for the time being. At this moment, Qiao Chu, who was taking a short break, didn't know that a group of people were watching her sudden large level jump and felt very irritated. The Pope, alive, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, damn it. Not only is there someone with such outrageous merit points, now who's that anonymous person popping up on the level list? Leveling up like a rocket? He was even a bit impatient about what to have for lunch. He said in a muffled voice, "We don't need to pay attention to others, just focus on doing our own well." But was met with the other party's sarcastic cold laugh. If it weren't for someone freeloading, we wouldn't be farming this slowly. He glanced at Chi Fan, who had a pistol holstered at his waist. After all, as a magnetron user who's relatively weak in the early stages, Chi Fan's attack power is indeed a bit low, and the pistol's range is shorter than the hunter's bow and the mage's skills. Besides, the zombies in the Lost Realm are unbearably realistic. Even with safety mode on, they're still pretty terrifying. Whether she ate dinner or not made her a bit embarrassed, but she really didn't contribute much. In this party, her brother was responsible for tanking monsters, and the Warlock Emperor dealt relatively high damage, accounting for about 50% of the team's damage. She only contributed less than 30%, and the remaining 10% was produced by the paladin in the front line. About to get angry over whether to skip lunch, the girl grabbed him and shook her head. After all, what he said was also the truth. The Warlock Emperor grew a little impatient, so I'm saying don't hesitate, hurry up and head further into the city center. Maybe there's a really comfortable grinding spot there. The Pope felt extremely resentful inside. If others could go, why couldn't they? Hesitating over whether to eat lunch, he nodded and finally agreed. After all, he thought that if he and his sister hadn't been dragging the others down, the Pope's leveling speed would probably have been even faster. And when the Pope passed many zombie corpses along the way, it only strengthened his resolve, and he kept urging the siblings to hurry and follow him. He was extremely happy inside. This team had cleared all the monsters for him. Now he had no thought of killing or robbing anyone. Watching those deft moves, maybe it was a large team with a boss. He wondered if he might be able to hitch a free ride in the boss's vehicle. It wasn't surprising that he thought this. This kind of gameplay exists in most holo games. The boss follows the gold farming players but doesn't team up with them. When the squad has almost finished the monsters, the boss delivers the final strike and enjoys the monster's experience alone. In the dungeon, the boss is the one who opens the chests. The boss gets priority on rolls and similar rules, and then pays the players who do the fighting. The pontiff was beaming with excitement, his face shiny with oil. He urged the two of them, hurry up, they'll all be leaving soon." Meanwhile, Qiao Chu still didn't know what was about to happen. After resting for a bit, she went downstairs and used something to jam the revolving glass door at the entrance of City Hall. After a few adjustments, she turned sideways and tried to pass through. Finally, she nodded in satisfaction. Then Qiao Chu directly fired the newly acquired shotgun twice. Bang bang! The enormous gunshots echoed down the silent, empty street, instantly drawing 3 snarling zombies. Qiao Chu didn't step back. She stayed where she was and fired 2 shots by herself. Bang bang bang! After making sure she had pulled all the monsters aggro, she activated the flame attachment skill. At the same time luring the zombies to lunge forward, she instantly slipped sideways into the doorway. The clumsy zombies only lunged straight ahead. The one leading happened to be a male zombie, broader in build. He just blocked the doorway. Qiao Chu smiled faintly and leisurely used this spot as a target. After killing those 3 zombies, Qiao Chu cleared the bodies and freed up the doorway. He repeated the old trick and dragged in 2 more monsters. This time the zombie in front was female. Half her shoulder was stuck in, and unable to turn sideways, she was jammed in place. Qiao Chu immediately switched into the nether suit, activated skills faster, and took her away. Because she had increased points in strength, this skill now dealt over 100 more damage per slash, simply exhilarating. Qiao Chu switched back to the shotgun and dispatched the second zombie with even greater speed. She watched her steadily rising experience with satisfaction, confident that it wouldn't be long, probably by the day after tomorrow, before she reached level 10 and could explore the new dungeon. After all, in Apocalypse Maze, the first 10 levels are the newbie period and level up speed is relatively fast. With her methods and the exploit-like big bug of the Nether Hunter, leveling became even quicker. At that moment, the gunfire attracted another monster. Qiao Chu gulped blue medicine while aiming his gun at the zombies, stealing moments of leisure. Every time he cleared a group, he went out to pick up equipment and coins. Not bad, this time a chainmail popped out. When the 3-person team arrived, they saw this scene. A lone girl, relying on her good position, smiled as she put a piece of green glowing gear into her backpack, looking completely at ease. Even the jealous eyes of the living Emperor of Magic were about to bleed red. He sprinted ahead and with a single wave of his staff, snatched the monster that Qiao Chu had just pulled. The girl watched this scene, her gaze like a sharp thorn, piercing straight at the 3 of them. Chapter 39. Can you team up? Qi Budener was a little surprised. The Archmage is still alive. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly steal the monster? The girl frowned with some anger and instinctively took half a step away from him. Before, she only thought his temper was odd and he was difficult to get along with, but this situation now was truly a bit baffling. After all, usually monster stealing happens between enemies. Or perhaps the monster you stole was some field boss that drops ridiculously powerful gear. That would be understandable. But it's just a small monster, not necessary, right? The living Emperor looked satisfied as he watched his experience points rise by a small amount, feeling ecstatic. No wonder some people always steal others' monsters. Just a slight wave of a staff and the release of a skill can yield so much experience. The living Emperor snorted coldly. He not only wanted to steal Qiao Chu's monster, he also wanted to steal the other's leveling spot. He had at first assumed the others were a team, convinced they'd planned what to say to curry favor and build a relationship so he could also get a little bit of benefit. Seeing there was only one person now, he even felt a secret irritation. Although he hadn't done anything, there was an unpleasant sense that his little schemes had almost been exposed. He turned directly to the 2 of them and said, "Come on, let's go over." Striding toward Qiao Chu with swagger, he said, "I'm taking this spot. You've already taken so many advantages. This good place can't just be yours alone." Qiao Chu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Who are you? Even a mortar couldn't get through that chubby face. Why shouldn't she occupy this place?" She had barely managed to clear it out. But Qiao Chu had no intention of chatting with a dead man. He directly fired a shot at the living incarnation of the Dharma Emperor, taking off a large chunk of his health bar. The living Dharma Emperor was startled. He hadn't expected the other side to open fire immediately. He said with some delight, "Hey, you two saw that, she made the first move. Now it certainly won't be his fault, right? It was the other side that was supposed to kill him first. You are attacked by the player with the ID Chu. Counterattacks within 10 minutes will not accrue red name." The archmage who received the notification revealed a smile of assured victory. There was a magnetic bomb specialist on their team. That class was trashed to death. I don't know why an idiot would pick it. The damage was utterly embarrassing. He told the other guy to shoot him first so he wouldn't rack up red fame, and besides, how much damage could one shot do? He didn't expect the damage that popped up to be not low. He hurriedly activated his shield and anxiously ordered the two people beside him. "Aren't you two my teammates? Why are you just standing there watching? Hurry up and help me. Are you eating dinner or not?" She sneered. "What do you think you're up to? Do we not know? People like you are disgusting. No wonder you have no friends." She would never help an idiot like that. Her words hit the French emperor's sore spot. He cursed. "Inviting you was giving you face. How much damage can a garbage magnetic storm hand even do? Are you eating dinner or not?" She looked at Qiao Chu, who was fleeing in a sorry state from being beaten, and showed a trace of proud smile, as if she herself were that strong. "Who said that? Aren't you the one right now being brutally slaughtered by that trashy magnetic storm hand? If we're trash, then what are you? You're not even as good as livestock." After saying that, she exhaled and felt as if her mammary glands had cleared. Phew, that felt good. I've put up with that idiot for so long. And whether to eat lunch or not was decided in the moment he cursed his sister, when his actions sided with her. This somewhat simple-minded, tall man simply chose to withdraw from the team, then charged straight at the living pope. The living pope was startled. "Fuck, are you fucking insane or what?" Whether he ate dinner or not, she snorted coldly and immediately fell back from the formation, firing a shot at the Law Emperor in the process. Qiao Chu stood off in the distance, her expression a bit puzzled. She was annoyed because someone had stolen her monster, so she hadn't planned to kill him right away. Watching this person jump around like a monkey in the distance was rather entertaining. She even wanted to scold him a bit more so he wouldn't run off. She didn't expect that for some reason he suddenly started arguing with two teammates, and then the other two turned and attacked him. Qiao Chu stopped what he was doing and stood there, watching with great interest. You have to admit, after all that hard work and staying on edge, watching a play isn't bad. With the Pope alive and realizing Qiao Chu wasn't attacking him, he focused on dealing with the two people in front of him. The accuracy of the eat dinner or not skill was terrible, and the paladin's damage was also low. Then he mocked again. "You two are truly worthless scum. If it weren't for me, could you have reached such a high level? And you still have the nerve to attack me? Ha ha ha, besides, even if you two beat me, you still couldn't kill me." His level was relatively high, and he still had two pieces of equipment on him. One was a green tier necklace that provided a shield and very good stats. When its active effect was triggered, it also granted a period of continuous haste. He relied on that piece of equipment to make the two siblings dance around him. After listening to them, Qiao Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are always people who judge everything by damage. When someone is playing a DPS slot, no matter whether their teammates are damage takers or controllers, the first thing they do when something goes wrong is compare damage. Anyway, the damage she took is lower than his, so that's someone else's problem. She said lightly, "If there's no tank taking the hits up front, how can you be dealing damage from behind? Besides, I don't think this girl's skill is that bad. She's more than capable of fighting zombies. Her damage is probably about 10 to 20% lower than yours, but the Stormhand's rapid-fire skill has a short cooldown and uses little mana. She was likely meant as a secondary support to help you repel zombies that got up close to your face, right?" She was too lazy to curse anymore. After checking the hot fruit, she decisively fired a shot that blew the Emperor of Magic to pieces. He shot him straight back to the respawn point, right into the other's unbelieving eyes. Qiao Chu chuckled and said to herself, "You have to cherish good teammates. After all, everyone has a different role within a team." She remembered the last life when she had bared her heart, but was abandoned by her teammates. Maybe they think that collecting game clues, analyzing dungeon content, and figuring out ways to pass levels aren't important. Actually, it's not that they're unimportant, it's just that those things don't feel as tangible as the good gear and potions in Juanja and Guanro give them. Qiao Chu's role is invisible behind the scenes. Before a new dungeon or an important hidden quest opens, her role becomes important. Everyone comes to talk to her to cheer her on, and her upbringing in the orphanage made her enjoy being needed and relied upon. But when Task 1 ended, Qiao Chu's importance declined again. People's concern for her couldn't be called cold, but their attention was no longer focused on her. They turned to play with friends they were closer to, and she couldn't stand the sense of disparity, so she worked even harder to help the team. But those people had forgotten that before joining the Jialan team, Qiao Chu had already become a somewhat well-known gold farming player by working solo. Her skills were not inferior to the top players on the team. However, the captain said the team had different role needs, praising her as a bold yet meticulous player with quick thinking, which was why he entrusted her with important responsibilities. So Qiao Chu really believed it. She was transferred to a logistics-like position, stepping down from the first rating team. Thinking about it now, she really is ridiculous. Qiao Chu picked up a necklace where the overlord had passed away. She checked its stats and they were decent, plus it had a very useful active skill. She tossed the item straight into her backpack, probably adding another large sum of gold. Finding this item put her in a slightly better mood. No matter what, all those endless analyses from her past life became the source of her initial advantage in this one. Qiao Chu didn't want to think about such things anymore. Ignoring the two people beside her, she planned to continue farming monsters. At that moment, a somewhat cautious female voice sounded beside him. "Boss, can the two of us team up with you?" Chapter 40. Are you having dinner, Mechanical Master? The girl saw that Qiao Chu was such a pretty young lady, holding a menacing shotgun in both hands. She turned her face to look at her. A few bloodstains stained her black leather jacket. Her delicate profile gleamed slightly in the sunset, making her look both beautiful and fierce. But the look could hardly be called friendly. Whether or not she would eat dinner was understandable. After all, her former teammate had just made a move on this big shot. So she hurriedly explained, "Be big boss, don't misunderstand, I mean nothing else, I just wanted to ask if you need a follower?" "I'm very obedient." Her fingers twisted together as she looked up at Qiao Chu with hopeful wide eyes. Qiao Chu raised the gun to her head. "Move aside. I set up this training point. Don't blame me if I get rough if you keep going forward." She felt a faint twinge of annoyance. "I'll need to be more careful next time," Qiao Chu told herself. If someone discovered too early that she had a hidden profession. After all, a hidden class is unique in Apocalypse Maze. In other words, she's the only shade hunter in the game. If discovered, she'd soon be linked to the anonymous person from before. That would make it inconvenient for her to carry out some of her planned actions afterward. She hadn't expected the city to be so small, only 6 people in total. If they were divided into teams, they should have been scattered far more thoroughly. Maybe it was because when she used the thunder pistol to lure the monsters, she drew them over earlier than intended? Qiao Chu did not know this was the result of the other party deliberately seeking her out. In any case, Qiao Chu had no intention of teaming up with these two strangers. She remembered the teammates who had betrayed her in her previous life, felt upset, and naturally spoke a bit more bluntly. Whether to eat dinner or not, they still had to start a conversation. Her brother grabbed her arm and shook his head at her. The man looked rough and clumsy, but he actually had a certain attentiveness. He had also resigned from society, and wanted to become a professional player in this game. He looked at his younger sister and said seriously, "It's impossible to expect a stranger to treat you well right away. Either he has ulterior motives, or you're exceptionally attractive." In other words, Qiao Chu's attitude was the only reasonable one. So we need to make the other party see our value. He still knows his younger sister well. Whether to eat dinner or not didn't really affect her ambition for leveling. She had been obsessed with firearms since childhood. Since she couldn't get her hands on them in real life, being able to use them in the game was enough to satisfy her. And she had no other intentions about following Qiao Chu. She simply admired him because as a magnetic burst specialist, he was so strong he could annihilate players on the leaderboard. Seeing her brother's serious look about whether she'd eat dinner, she stopped struggling, smoothed the agitation from her face, and nodded very seriously. "I understand, brother." Her parents had divorced early. It was her brother who had been both father and mother and raised her. Although outsiders thought he was a bit foolish, she knew there was a saying, "Great wisdom often appears foolish." If not for her brother's so-called simple-mindedness, they wouldn't have met a benefactor, gotten 2 internal test slots, and with their current levels and gear, they might even be able to farm gold to earn some household income. "Let's go first." Not wanting to eat dinner, Wenyan nodded somewhat reluctantly. The two of them in a nearby private house imitated Qiao Chu's movements, except the glass door was replaced by the paladin eat or not eat lunch, and the two of them trained in the same way. Qiao Chu was killing monsters while recalling things in her mind. She kept feeling that the name eat or not eat dinner sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Practiced until night. When Qiao Chu logged off to eat, she suddenly remembered hearing that name somewhere. Isn't that the name of the mechanical master from her previous life? But everyone respectfully and warmly called her Wanwan Dashin, Great Wanwan. Never using this somewhat odd yet slightly cute name. But Qiao Chu showed no emotional ripple at all. If the other party wanted to buy a gun, she could just pay for it. She only felt a bit of admiration inwardly. She looked like such a cute girl, yet later became a cold, top-tier expert. The contrast with her present self was quite large, which is why Qiao Chu didn't recognize her at first. After finishing the meal, Qiao Chu went back online to level up for a while. The brother and sister were living in a private house diagonally opposite, and they kept casting admiring glances over. Their sparkling eyes made Qiao Chu feel quite overwhelmed. But they hadn't come to bother her, so Qiao Chu didn't have much to say. The two sides continued to clear monsters without interfering with each other. It wasn't until Qiao Chu's allotted playtime for the day was up that she blocked the glass door with several chairs. Then he went upstairs and wedged the fallen cabinet against the door at the wall corner. With no one to move it from inside, the door was absolutely unopenable. After doing all this, Qiao Chu was finally satisfied and logged off. And before he knew it, a typhoon had already arrived. Qiao Chu watched the apocalyptic scene outside the window. She clenched the slender fingers of her hand on the curtain and looked up at the skyline that seemed to press down on her head. The power of nature, no matter how strong, humans become insignificant in its face. The sky was covered in black clouds that seemed right overhead. The wind raging outside the window felt as if it would tear the air apart. The vehicles parked below made a noisy symphony, and not even the thick double-glazed windows could fully block the sounds brought by the level 12 typhoon. Qiao Chu was watching the scene outside, feeling very glad she had rented in this residential complex. The infrastructure in the wealthy neighborhood was well done. In her past life where she had lived, even a strong wind made the glass creak and shake, which terrified anyone who heard it. At that moment a branch blown from who knows where struck the glass. Qiao Chu didn't look anymore. She drew the curtains to block out the rampaging scene outside. She glanced at the weather report. The temperature outside had already dropped below 3 degrees Celsius. She turned on the standing air conditioner and, in the warm room, enjoyed a delicious hot pot. Just as she was tidying up, washing, and getting ready to rest, Wang Ling excitedly sent her a dozen or so messages. Haha, Chu Chu, look! That scumbag in Juanja has finally crashed. Chapter 41. The scumbag is exposed. Qiao Chu looked at the message forwarded on a certain penguin account and raised his eyebrows in surprise. That was a post forwarded from their school's confession wall. A few days after Qiao Chu's incident blew up, many people spread it like after-dinner gossip. Quite a few people had taken photos at the time, and many recognized in Juanja, a moderately well-known figure on campus. But this time he hadn't become famous for anything good. Qiao Chu opened the summary on the confession wall, and found that this gentleman's string of scandals was indeed considerable. First, a woman accused him, saying Juanja had borrowed at least 100,000 from her, and kept avoiding repayment. When she pressed him to pay, he played the victim, weeping and pleading, begging her not to tell anyone. Then he would use his status as a second-generation wealthy person as a guarantee, claiming he was just short on cash recently, and didn't want to be scolded by his parents. Because Juanja is surrounded by wealthy people, the woman didn't doubt his identity. But she wasn't stupid either. She recorded what he said, which ended up being a big gift for Juanja. The replies below are a chaotic mess. Someone said this girl isn't pretty. If you want to chase a guy, don't you have to spend some money? But another reply immediately tore that comment to shreds. Stop giving scumbags excuses. This isn't a matter of feelings anymore. This amount of money already involves a criminal case. Okay? Oh, money is oh money. With this much at stake, put feelings aside. This girl is a victim too, so stop picking on the victim and focus your attention on the scumbag. This comment got a lot of likes. Qiao Chu also gave them a like. The drama isn't over yet. The next girl said she discovered that Juanja was dating multiple people at once. This girl anonymized the names of the other people. Cheating with multiple partners is already explosive enough. The nastier stuff came later. After the whistleblower got in touch with the other two girls, they discovered that this stingy man, Juanja, took their gifts and then passed them among each other. He himself didn't pay a single cent, acting like a big spender and pretending to be a wealthy second-generation heir. When this news broke, everyone was immediately shocked. Holy shit, you can still play it like this. Seeing the timeline, Qiao Chu felt helpless. She also cursed herself in her heart for being such an idiot in her past life, because among that pile of stuff, she even found the gift she had previously given to Juanja. Originally Qiao Chu didn't want to give something so expensive, but Juanja's gift was not cheap, and he openly and subtly hinted that Qiao Chu should give a gift of equal value. Qiao Chu had a strong sense of pride and didn't want to owe him, so she could only grit her teeth and buy an expensive gift, even though this might shrink her living expenses. And she wasn't the only one. Qiao Chu was speechless. Now she truly couldn't sleep, because quite a few anonymous replies appeared below. 931L. Holy shit, I gave him my sneakers and he gave them to someone else? Who the hell happened to fit them so perfectly? 1021L. Oh my god, the handcrafted photo frame I gave to Juanja was given to someone else. Just now the person upstairs said Juanja told her he made it himself. Are you kidding me? I spent several days making that frame. 1291L. No, you guys don't know how bad I have it. I scrimped and saved to buy him a coat worth over 20,000. He wore it all the time to show off. In return, he gave me a pair of fake shoes. I thought my buddy had been scammed and didn't dare say anything. Chapter 42. The Scumbag's End. Qiao Chu rubbed his forehead. Alright, so it wasn't that I was too stupid, it was that Injuanja acted too well. Actually, mainly because college students are generally more naive, and also because no one could imagine something this outrageous happening around them. Doesn't this kind of operation rival that of a professional con artist? Besides, doing this doesn't bring any real benefit. You just wear yourself out, and if the other person is seen wearing the gift you gave to someone else, wouldn't you have to go to great lengths to hide it? In any case, Qiao Chu didn't understand why he was putting in so much effort. After all, getting into a prestigious school meant Injuanja's grades couldn't be considered poor. At this moment, Wang Ling sent over another link, completely stripping away Injuanja's cover in front of everyone. This exposé was written in the tone of a male. He also chose to remain anonymous. Injuanja, give me back my hard-earned money. Several times before, the extracurricular assignments for which Injuanja was praised at the academy were actually done by me. He attached many images. Inside were drafts of various experimental data and model analyses that can prove the leaker wasn't lying. Because of Injuanja's rich person persona, I've been waiting for him to pay me. He originally promised to give me 20,000 each time, but except for the first payment made on time, he still owes me for the several payments afterward. Injuanja, what rich guy are you trying to pose as when you don't have any money? Now I'm going to tell everyone. Not only are you a vain money-worshipping little person, but your grades are fake. You're not some model student of good character and scholarship at all. Rich second generation my foot, you're damn trash. It turned out that after Injuanja arrived in Fuan City, he was blinded by the flashy world. Study? What future could that possibly bring? He has bigger ambitions. The whistleblower also posted the chat logs, which show that Injuanja had grown impatient and blocked him. He hadn't dared speak out about this before, since he was afraid of being implicated himself. This time he probably just couldn't stand Injuanja anymore, and stepped forward to kick a man when he's down. And this big scoop appeared right at night, exactly the time people were getting ready for bed. With the typhoon arriving, nobody was going to work or school now. Seeing this gossip, everyone lying in bed eating it was beyond excited. This scoop even blew up, breaking out of their school circle and landing on the trending list of a certain platform. Just as Qiao Chu was happily scrolling through the comments, Wang Ling sent a few more messages. She first sent several rapid ha-ha-ha messages. Then she sent a few triumphant stickers. Qiao Chu smiled slightly, also lying on the bed and replying to her with a cute sticker. She could tell that she truly looked down on Injuanja and was very happy about her own change. Wang Ling genuinely treated her as a friend. Wang Ling excitedly sent a voice message again. According to reliable intel, the school seems to be planning to punish Injuanja. This was not surprising. Qiao Chu had been admitted to a very good number 92 university in Fuan City. The school's reputation was very important. And Injuanja's case left no doubt. It was purely a matter of his own misconduct. He wanted to worm his way into the circle of second-generation heirs for the sake of so-called vanity, and pursue Guanro to cross class boundaries. But his mistake was not working diligently. He resorted to deception and disguise to win attention. The school didn't cover it up. Mainly the matter became too big. Someone live-streamed Injuanja being exposed, and everyone shouted at him, telling him to get out of the school. The school administration didn't hesitate either. Seeing things escalate, they called the police and then expelled Injuanja. After all, his situation was far too egregious, not only involving property fraud and academic forgery, but also a series of moral failings. When many people later compared testimonies, they realized that Injuanja had lied a great deal, stirring up gossip in front of others, two-timing people, and there were countless other problems both big and small. Qiao Chu's matter, by contrast, was nothing in comparison. When Qiao Chu saw this news, he had only one thought. Fortunately, they recovered part of the money. It's okay they didn't get it all. Although the typhoon is passing now and the police are unable to go out on duty. But Wang Ling said excitedly that once the typhoon has passed she will make him pay. Qiao Chu let out a slight sigh in his heart. Wang Ling still didn't know that this typhoon was only the beginning. Fortunately, the government's work would continue over the next 3 months, so Injuanja would still receive the punishment he deserved. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qiao Chu's mouth. Then let's wish him good luck. She suddenly remembered something and asked Wang Ling on the chat app. By the way, what level are you at now? Wang Ling immediately forgot about what had just happened and said excitedly, Chu, those little experience points of yours are so useful. I'm already level 3 at 80%, about to hit level 4. Qiao Chuyang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Wang Ling's leveling speed to be so good, Indeed, it was much faster than in his previous life. She didn't plan to interfere too much with Wang Ling's choices. After all, in her last life she had obtained the pharmacist subclass through a quest and had earned a lot of gold in the game because of it. So the only thing she had to do was remind Wang Ling not to convert too much currency into real-world money. After all, real-world currency would basically be useless in the future. Replacing paper bills in circulation would be various kinds of gold and in-game currencies. In her previous life, Qiao Chu received word that the Huasun group seemed to be specifically collecting in-game currency. There were rumors they had items of a higher quality than those found in the game. Qiao Chu ran the clue over in her mind. There was no definite information for now. She planned to wait until she leveled up, then try her luck with that group. Maybe it could pave a path for the future. Although it was a pity she couldn't crush Juanja with her own hands, his current situation might feel worse than death, right? He was most afraid of people finding out he'd been to a 3-day holding cell, but if things went badly he might have to spend the apocalypse trapped in one. I hope he doesn't die so easily. Qiao Chu yawned. The faint sound of rain from the typhoon outside instead lulled her. She closed her eyes blissfully and, wrapped in a warm silk quilt, fell asleep. Chapter 43 Collaboration. Early the next morning, Qiao Chu, as usual, opened the window and checked the situation outside. The sky at 7 or 8 in the morning was as dark as night, and the torrential rain kept pouring without stopping. The landscaping within the residential complex had been uprooted and thrown down, smashing into many cars below. Some car windows were shattered. An even bigger problem was that the city was already flooding in places. It looked like it wouldn't be long before it was submerged. Qiao Chu sighed inwardly. In this weather she really needed to eat something warming. She toasted 2 slices of bread, fried bacon and eggs, added 2 or 3 kinds of fruit, drank hot milk, and only then satisfied, tidied up a bit and lay down in the game pod. The character online was still lying in the same spot as yesterday. Qiao Chu opened her eyes from the floor. A clear soreness came from the character's body. After all, she had slept on the ground all night. Qiao Chu didn't hurry. He took out the last bit of cream of mushroom soup to refill his not full stamina. Sharpening the knife won't delay the woodcutting after all. Then he tidied his backpack, stretched, moved the cupboard aside and went downstairs. He didn't expect to see the 2 siblings already fighting monsters so early in the morning. When Qiao Chu arrived, he saw that Eat or Not Eat dinner had been caught off guard and was about to be knocked down by a zombie. The girl stood dumbfounded in place. With a bang, a gunshot rang out from the oblique flank. Qiao Chu held the gun in one hand, firing in bursts. The zombie was briefly repelled again for 0.1 seconds. Eat or Not turned her head immediately and pulled both zombies together. Sighing, she said, "You can't do this. Let's just focus on fighting monsters properly." Eat or Not's face was a little red. She had seen Qiao Chu do this yesterday and wanted to imitate her. Each shot hitting the zombies' eye sockets, occasionally landing golden criticals, but she failed. But it doesn't matter. She'll definitely succeed later on. Work hard to emulate your idol. Qiao Chu stood where he was, looking at the girl's determined eyes. He said with a smile, "The range of the rapid-fire shots is about 10 centimeters shorter than that of ordinary bullets, because 2 bullets are fired in a single action. That's why they can inflict 0.1 seconds of stiffness on zombies. Master the attack distance and timing, and you'll have a chance to produce the control effect of the rapid fire." For a veteran like Qiao Chu, it was a skill he had already mastered with great precision. For players on the 5th day after the game's launch, everything was still very fresh. His face flushed a little about whether to eat dinner or not. After puffing and panting for a long while, he forced out, "Thanks, big bro." The girl sized the 2 of them up. She suddenly said, "I'll take half of the loot and coins by myself. I'll do more than 50% of the damage. I can pull aggro and handle crowd control. Do you agree?" "Huh." Still a bit dazed about whether to eat dinner, her older brother hastily said, "Of course, no problem, we agree." They had seen Qiao Chu's monster-slaying efficiency. After all, how strong a character is still depends on who is playing. Only now did she realize whether to eat dinner. Qiao Chu was going to team up with them. She screamed excitedly, "Ha ha ha ha. Big boss, you agreed to take us." Qiao Chu helplessly used a burst shot again to keep the zombies behind her under control. Helplessly he said, "Pull me into the team." Is this noisy little girl really the mechanical master Wanwan? Could it be that she mistook the person? The system immediately popped up a prompt. "Would you like to join a team invitation from Are You Having Lunch or Not? Ovo. Do you accept?" Qiao Chu immediately confirmed joining the team, then took up the shotgun and fired several shots at the zombies. Each shot again landed precisely in the zombies' eye sockets. She was a little absent-minded about whether to eat dinner, trailing after Qiao Chu with some excitement, like a little pet of a hunter. "Boss, can I ask for a friend slot?" Qiao Chu sighed helplessly again and quickly knocked down a zombie. "Depends on how you perform today. Although she had probably mistaken him for someone else, it was just adding a friend. She didn't intend to team up with those two long-term. She was just looking at the top-ranked player who was already level 9 at 80%, while right behind was the second-place Phosphor, whose experience was only about 10 percentage points lower. Qiao Chu was a little anxious. They were certainly going to tackle the new early-level dungeon, so he needed to speed up himself as well. Chapter 44. Reaching the top of the level rankings for the first time. We can't wait until tomorrow to reach level 10. It's best to get to level 10 today. These two are already pretty skilled and their character is good too. With my accuracy added in, the three of us level up much faster than when we were grinding separately. Besides, in the game you can act like a lone wolf, but you need to have the capital to be a lone wolf. Even as a lone wolf, you can't completely avoid interacting with others. If you don't want to be swallowed by the crowd, besides being excellent yourself, you'd better have a group of friends who can help you. When it benefits you, don't be stubborn to the point of harm. In my past life as a lone wolf pro in games it was the same. You can go it alone most of the time, but when something crucial is needed, you must be able to find a way immediately. And there are many kinds of friends. They can be confidants like Wang Ling, or friends like Galin. Who says you can't become friends because of mutual benefit? This kind of relationship is more reliable, you know? As for whether to eat dinner or what attitude to take, Qiao Chu didn't care much. But seeing the other person's good attitude, she still offered a few brief suggestions. After all, having settled a grudge from a past life yesterday, Qiao Chu was in a good mood today. Don't rush to pull the trigger. Watch the range and frequency of the zombies' head movements. That's easier this way. Shoot for their eye sockets. Besides the eye sockets, the spot between the brows is also a very good place to aim. Qiao Chu demonstrated a few shots. He smiled at her in profile and said, "Our storm gloves also have their advantages. Although the damage isn't as high as a mage's, the agility and kiting aren't as strong as a hunter's, and the attack range is slightly shorter." Qiao Chu hesitated for a moment, not mentioning that storm gloves can later branch into the sniper specialization. But on the flip side, our strength lies in attacking faster than hunters and being more agile in movement than mages. Actually, each of these three remote turrets has its own strengths and weaknesses. It all depends on how you use them. Chibiuchi Wanfan nodded thoughtfully. Qiao Chu's attack techniques are not only practical, but more importantly, there is a very strong Stormcaller who firmly told her that our Stormcallers are also formidable, which gave her great confidence. Whether they ate lunch or not, they went and brought back 3 more zombies. This time Qiao Chu directly had 2 people widen the glass door, making it safer and more convenient for offense. Qiao Chu glanced at the remaining time and allocated incendiary devices to the 2 groups, those who would eat and those who wouldn't. If you use these, we'll be faster at killing monsters. It's best if we can return to the newbie camp tonight. After you receive this, whether you eat dinner or not, immediately transfer the money to Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu said coldly, "No need, you keep it. If they casually kill 1 or 2 monsters here today, the money for these bullets will be covered easily. It's really nothing." She didn't bother being polite about whether to eat dinner or not. She happily accepted it and planned to leave 2 bullets in her backpack. When she later told her friends, she'd say she'd met an exceptionally powerful storm magnet, sharp in operation and even one of the top names on the leaderboard. Whether or not she ate dinner, she kept flipping through the ranking list. Her intuition told her that Qiao Chu was hidden among the anonymous entries. See if they can still laugh at her for choosing this profession. After the bullets were fired, whether she would eat dinner felt different here. She took a bullet out of her backpack, struck it on the ground and pried it open. Muttering to herself, she said, "Did they add some kind of mineral substance in here?" She emptied the gunpowder out, then held it under her nose and sniffed. Qiao Chu watched the other person deep in thought and did not stop her. It seemed that whether she ate dinner might really depend on that master mechanic from a past life. This is what makes her different from others. The first thing she does when she gets something is to look at how it was made. Perhaps it is precisely this curiosity that allowed her to become so successful later on? With these 2 joining, they tried to pull more monsters. After who knows how long, Qiao Chu poured the medicine into his mouth like water. Fighting and chatting at the same time, the time didn't seem so hard to get through. 4 or 5 monsters at a time plus Qiao Chu's incendiary bombs dealing high damage. A few hours later, a golden light flashed over Qiao Chu. The system alerted her at the same time. "You have reached first place on the A13 district leaderboard. Do you wish to remain anonymous?" Chapter 45. Stealing your first place. Qiao Chu naturally chose to be anonymous. She still needed to work behind the scenes. The fewer of her early aliases exposed, the better. Qiao Chu watched the name Jilam being pushed to second place on the translucent screen. The pale glow of the display reflected in her dark eyes. Besides, although her life had gone well so far, there was no way she could compete with a large guild like Jialan. But she had one advantage. She knew Jialan well enough. On the surface, Jialan seemed very gentle and handsome, as if indifferent to everything. In reality, this person was the most calculating. To achieve her goals, she would use anyone she could, including himself. It wasn't until the very end of his previous life that Qiao Chu learned that Gabaori, that is, Jialan's younger sister, was in love with her own biological brother. The matter blew up so badly at the time that even Qiao Chu, who had already been kicked out of the team, heard about it. However, Qiao Chu, who had spent a lot of time with Jialan, had a different view. In her view, perhaps it wasn't Gabaori's fault. It was very likely the result of that man's deliberate instigation. And at the very moment she knocked the top spot off the leaderboard. At another leveling ground, Jialan's face instantly darkened. Like Phosphor Guild and many other guilds funded by conglomerates, Jialan Guild also used the president's name as its signboard. Jialan received the system's cold, icy prompt. You have fallen from first place on the ranking list and are now in second place. Remain anonymous. Jialan was angry for a moment, then put a gentle smile back on his face. His handsome, snow-like features looked slightly dejected. His long straight eyelashes drooped as he sighed softly. Gabrielle stood at his side. Seeing Kaylin's displeased expression, she felt very upset as well. She had always loved her brother most and could not bear to see him unhappy in the slightest. Kaylin took a deep breath and said, "Yesterday I had you check the leveling spots. Did you find anything?" After all, for someone to level up so quickly, even a boss would have to assemble a team and take them to an exceptional grinding spot to allow that kind of progression. When Gabaori came to her senses, she didn't dare show the slightest sign of anything unusual, fearing that if anyone saw it her brother would feel awkward. Her pretty face was icy cold, making her and her brother seem like two complete opposites. Jabari's voice was also very cold as she told the other party about Doran City and the merit system in a flat, straightforward manner. Their guild had dedicated scouts who had naturally paid attention to the system before, but Jialan was inherently cautious, and like other guilds, he sent a team there to gather information. But the team member said the monsters there are more spread out and higher level, so it's actually not very suitable for fast leveling. Unless you can solo and keep all the experience. Jialan seemed to understand something. He called over the player who had activated the merit system and had them search the leaderboard, noticing the player ranked number 1 on the merit list. His name consisted of only one character. Du. Jia Bailey saw her brother care so much about a stranger. She bit her lower lip, took several heavy breaths, and in the end said nothing, turning away. Her voice was full of suppressed resentment and sorrow. "I understand, brother." Although Jialan saw her expression and knew her little thoughts, he still remained impassive. Jialan always wore a gentle, amiable expression. His handsome, pure features had a faint otherworldly quality, and no one knew what he was thinking. But everyone had seen that he'd been knocked off the top of the ranking list. As the guild leader, Jialan naturally had to steady the troops. He raised his voice. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. The opponent is just one person who reached level 10. Our goal is to get the first clear of 2 dungeons. Do you all have confidence?" Chapter 46. No longer a sucker. As the guild leader, Jialan had high prestige in the guild. Once he spoke, everyone reacted. That's right, their goal was the dungeon's first clear. Not only were there large attribute point and gold rewards, more importantly their guild was funded by a consortium. In that case, they could not only farm gold in the game to make some money, but also receive salaries paid out by the corporation. Isn't that delightful? Confident. Of course I'm confident. President, rest assured. The other side won't succeed fighting alone. Minor issue. The only reason you're being out-leveled now is because you're grinding with everyone else. By then, you'll lead the elite team and easily overtake them. Everyone turned and comforted him all at once. Jialan smiled slightly. All right everyone, don't make a fuss. They were only half an hour ahead of our guild in reaching level 10. There's a long time ahead, it's no big deal. But Jialan didn't know that Qiao Chu would never give him that chance. The guild members saw the president so calm and nodded in agreement, then enthusiastically resumed killing monsters, all striving to reach level 10 as soon as possible. As for that anonymous person, although he was the first player to reach level 10, he was only one person. What use was that? Let him have his moment in the spotlight for now. Doran City. Qiao Chu deliberately avoided the name in second place on the list, lowering her gaze and refusing to look. She clenched her fingers, her nails already digging deeply into her palms. Jialan. Long time no see. She wants the debts from her past life settled. 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 The system's prompt sound snapped Qiao Chu back to her senses. The system also rewarded her 3 attribute points. Not bad at all, though that can only be obtained the first time she reaches the top. Otherwise, if someone exploited a bug and kept jumping back and forth between the first and second, wouldn't they casually gain a set of attributes far above normal? Qiao Chu looked over the things in her backpack. It was basically full. The average number of zombies she killed increased as her level rose, and with the addition of the two siblings who sometimes skipped dinner, their pace grew faster and faster. In fact, the zombies killed afterward were split evenly among the three of them. She glanced at the magnetic card. Her kill count had reached as many as 178. The number of items in her backpack had reached an absurd amount. A full 32 of them. Although 2 of the blue items were obtained by her and 2 others together, this was still more than enough for them to make a big profit. Qiao Chu glanced at the loot, calmed her emotions and couldn't help but click her tongue. This was simply too rich. If she hadn't spent a lot of money earlier to buy 10 extra backpack slots, she wouldn't have been able to carry all this back. Among these pieces of equipment, 3 items are blue quality, which are extremely rare in the early stages. Besides the shotgun in Qiao Chu's hands, there was also a priest's staff and a pair of gloves. After all, the server had only just launched on its second day. Except for that top group of people, most likely many are still using the starter items distributed by the system. There are 6 remaining second-rate green ones. There are also some white-quality pieces of equipment. Cent. Qiao Chu conservatively estimated that these pieces of equipment could sell for at least 500 or 600 gold. Even at the lowest price converted into RMB, that's still 500,000 or 600,000. That's way more than what I earned working as an analyst for others in that crappy guild in my last life. My past life self really was incredibly foolish. The Jialan Guild only gave her 10 to 20,000 a month, claiming it was already high pay for logistics. Later, when the apocalypse began, she found out that an analyst like her, working 007s and helping Jialan secure so many first kills and hidden missions, could earn 2 to 300,000 a month even without bonuses. But such industry secrets, if not by chance, she would have had no way of knowing. In her previous life, Jialan really was incredibly unlucky, huh? Chapter 47. How many did you kill? 178. A cold light flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes as he led the 2 siblings to walk outside the police cordon. He happened to run into the same soldier NPC she had met when she came in. The other party looked her over from head to toe and blocked her. Wait, the rule is you have to kill 10 zombies every time you enter or exit. Have you completed that? The shotgun was in the way, so Qiao Chu didn't carry it on the outside. She still wore that leather armor and the little white pistol the system had given her. Apart from her face being somewhat striking, everything else could only be described as poverty-stricken. She crossed her arms as if refusing dinner, lifted her chin and pushed past him. Who do you think you're looking down on? She took out her own magnetic card. It showed a full 92. That NPC was shoved and snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. His expression looked bad. My goodness, how long has this little girl been in? She actually killed so many zombies. Whether she ate lunch is up to the paladin. She killed a bit fewer, but still over 80. These 2 are very strong. The soldier NPCs were a bit more cordial, no longer looking down their noses at him, and they handed his magnetic card back with both hands. Then he brusquely said to Qiao Chu, "Where's your magnetic card? You didn't earn enough and feel embarrassed to take it out in front of these 2, did you?" Whether to eat dinner or not, she couldn't help bursting into laughter. When Qiao Chu heard her laugh, he also smiled slightly. She neatly took out the magnetic card. It showed 178. The soldier was stunned. How is this possible? How many did you kill? 178. His voice was a bit shrill. Even after blinking hard, the blood-red number above still showed no change. Still so exaggerated. She went in later than those 2, yet managed to hit so many more than them? A full 178, how did she kill them? She can't be cheating, right? But the magnetic card is entered into the system, so there's absolutely no way to cheat. The soldier NPC's face had already gone red. Nothing is more disconcerting than the feeling of being slapped in the face like this. He desperately wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Qiao Chu said coldly, "Give it back after you're done." She pinched the magnetic card from the other person's still trembling hand. To the 2 behind her she said, "Let's go back to the camp." The soldier NPCs couldn't bother to repeat the precautions. They hurriedly walked away, trying to act like nothing had happened. This is a major loss of face. He now only hoped his colleagues wouldn't find out about this. Unexpectedly, when he returned, everyone seemed to have just finished saying something funny. His expression blinked. He lowered his head and hurried away a bit. An NPC snorted. Acting like that all the time, he finally ran into a brick wall. Huh? It seems that not only do humans elevate some and put others down, but NPCs do the same. On the way back, the 3 were so stunned they didn't even know whether to have dinner. She knew Qiao Chu had killed many, but she didn't expect him to be able to kill so many. She couldn't hold back and rushed over, grabbing Qiao Chu's arm and beginning to shake it. "Aya boss, you're amazing. I just knew our magnetic storm user couldn't be that weak." Qiao Chu withdrew her hand without a change in expression, nervously flicking her hair. She couldn't very well say it was because she was using the hidden class Abyss Hunter that she could kill so many. Sorry, the Tesla gun is really this weak in the early stages. But she didn't say much else. As they passed through the newbie bustling leveling area, they wondered whether to have dinner and sighed that being able to join the beta test was really such a blessing. She ate or didn't eat dinner along the way, talking about whatever came to mind without stopping. Back at the camp, Qiao Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said goodbye to the two who hadn't spent enough time playing the game. She didn't have time to go back to the hotel to freshen up. Instead, she turned onto the camp's main street, ready to start her business. Chapter 48. Players fall into madness. In the newbie camp, a stretch of street had been laid out for NPCs and players to set up stalls. This is a good location. Players who want to go to the quest hall or the shops will pass through here. Here you can rent a stall for a whole day for as little as 50 copper coins. Of course, you can also choose a premium spot. Not only is the location better, but guards will even help you carry the tables. Players who have paid are protected by the system for any items they buy or sell. If anyone dares to steal or snatch them, the camp guards won't take it lightly, so players generally don't skimp on that fee. Qiao Chu paid 50 copper coins and received a lowest-grade hemp cloth and a shabby wooden board that could be written on. Qiao Chu didn't care at all what to use to set up her stall. After all, once she put her things out, players would naturally flock to them. As for why not sell to the system shop? The system shop paid very little for recycled goods and sold items at high prices. Players had noticed this too, and apart from basic potions and food, they rarely liked buying there. After all, someone found that the system had recycled one of their pieces of equipment and only given them 20 silver, but the resale price had turned into 1 gold. A good lesson for the unlucky person who didn't understand market prices. After claiming her items, Qiao Chu walked over and found that the stall street had become fairly busy. The better spots had already been taken by players and NPCs from the camps. But she wasn't too bothered by that. She casually picked a spot and spread out a sackcloth, laying out the gear piece by piece. At first, the people around her, seeing her ragged clothes and the unrepaired leather armor, and noting it was already the second evening since the server opened and she still had the small pistol the system had given her at her waist, didn't even bother to glance at her stall, assuming it was some haphazard pile of scrap herbs. But the moment Qiao Chu took those items out, everyone nearby widened their eyes. The girl unhurriedly smoothed the gray, dusty sackcloth the system had given her and began placing the items on it. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. This female player who looked so shabby actually had so much equipment. Under their astonished gazes, Qiao Chu once again placed several green items in front of her. Now the people around her stopped setting up stalls, hurriedly stood up and went to Qiao Chu's stall to see if there were any items they could use. Their whispering caused many players returning to the camp to stop and stare as well. Then those who pressed up to the stall also widened their eyes. To everyone's shock, that wasn't all. Qiao Chu, seeing that the crowd had mostly gathered, nodded with satisfaction. He took out the wooden plaque which read, 2 blue items are for sale and will be auctioned off in half an hour. She, like the other stall vendors, set this sign up high in front of her stall. Now the enthusiasm of the people around seemed like a powder keg that had been ignited, exploding with a roar. Miss, could you add me as a friend and carry me? Boss, where did you get all this equipment? Qiao Chu spread his hands somewhat innocently. You can see how I'm dressed. How could I possibly have the means to get so many props? They were all items I sold on commission for others. They just gave me a little fee for running errands. The others glanced at Qiao Chu's looks. It was no wonder. Perhaps the big shot wants to court this female player. Now many players who wanted to cozy up have dwindled, replaced by many more asking for prices. Because there are still very few people selling gear in this market, and those who do usually only have 1 or 2 items. Who else would, like Qiao Chu, lay out so many dazzling pieces of equipment all at once? To be honest, if there weren't guards in the camp, they would have already pounced and grabbed them. But the current situation is hardly any less intense. In the late afternoon, just as many players were returning with money and goods after killing monsters, gathering herbs and mining ores, but before they had a chance to spend anything. So many people gathered in front of her and asked, how much for this white leather armor? Can you make it cheaper? I don't have many silver coins on me. Miss, how much for this paladin's shield? Add me as a friend and let's negotiate. That green prop. Shop owner, don't sell that green prop yet, save it for me. I'll come get it as soon as I finish raising the money. Someone glanced at it, their eyes lighting up, and then hurried away. Chapter 49. Ripping off the big spenders. Miss, excuse me, who asked you to sell on their behalf? Could you add me? I want to know. 1 gold coin will do. Beautiful, you're so pretty. Could you please be kind and hand me the big guy's friend? I'll pay 2 gold coins to buy his friend. Some were even trying to cozy up to her, which was even more embarrassing. That person was a fabrication of hers, and she was afraid she'd have to disappoint them. Qiao Chu felt as if 100 ducks were chattering in front of her. She frowned, a little impatient. She might as well set the price of the props in front of her according to the system prompt so players could directly see the price and attributes of the item, instead of asking her one by one. If someone wanted it, they could choose to buy it outright. Qiao Chu only needed to click agree, and she could pocket the money. The prices for white-grade equipment are all divided according to the importance of the class. For example, for the mage and the paladin, both are a flat 1 gold, no more no less. And for the weaker classes like early-stage beast tamers or stormcasters, their gear ranges from 0.8 to 1 gold coin. If that seems high, Qiao Chu can knock off a silver or 2. As for green tier equipment, each one definitely costs more than 10 gold coins. Not a single one of them is something an ordinary new player could afford on their own. Of course, you could top up your account. Practice might not make you stronger, but spending money really can. This is the case in the vast majority of games. And once the prices were posted, many white items were bought up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many people hurried away from the stall after buying, since equipment can be dropped, and they didn't want to be targeted. And when many saw that green equipment started at 10 gold coins, an amount they might not save up in 10 days or half a month, they swore that Qiao Chu was heartless. But they were soon shouted down by some veteran beta testers. A good piece of equipment in the early stages can let you build an advantage faster and gain experience for leveling. You still need luck or mass monster farming to get it. Green gear isn't something you can have just because you want it. Being able to buy a suitable one with money is already the best option. They mock those few people calling for others nearby. Can't afford it? Get lost, stop babbling. Qiao Chu paid no heed to the various voices. He just spent some silver coins to post messages in the World Channel. World Public Channel. Blue equipment on sale in half an hour at A13 zone. Coordinates 1354-358. Auction acquisition first come first served. World Public Channel. Blue equipment on sale in half an hour at A13 zone. Coordinates 1354-358. Auction acquisition first come first served. The chat box, shimmering with silver light, scrolled past dozens of times in unison. Now it wasn't just those few who happened to see it upon returning to the camp. As long as they were still in the game's A13 zone, players were all thinking about grabbing it. Blue gear isn't something solo players can take. At most they could get green equipment. And the blue equipment that was being set up was meant to be left for those large guilds. As a gold farming player, Qiao Chu naturally knew that many of the guilds backing them had large companies injecting funds, so they were far from short of money. They were definitely eager to clear the upcoming new raid. Whether to eat dinner or not, the two siblings trusted her completely and handed their gear to Qiao Chu to sell on their behalf. Qiao Chu could only say, "Then you trusted the right person." She wasn't going to be polite. Selling to just one person was out of the question. She intended to make a killing. Chapter 50. President of the Thunderfire Guild. She squinted and leaned back against the stall. After hearing the noise so much it had taken on a hypnotic effect. Listening to the system prompts chiming away, it was simply delightful. You have received 2 gold and 20 silver coins. You have received 12 gold coins. You have received 1 gold. Oh. Not only did no one haggle, but because so many players wanted to buy it, the amount of gold Qiao Chu could get increased greatly. Because once all the players wanted a certain piece of equipment, its price would skyrocket, especially for gear for powerful classes. Sometimes players would even pay double the price to secure it. First, the lively atmosphere at the scene got a lot of people carried away. After all, they had just come back from outside the camp and were holding a fair amount of coins. Second, after grinding for so long without getting any gear, they naturally didn't want to miss out when they saw equipment with decent stats here. And after the server had been live for a week or two, everyone would notice a pattern. The game Morimi 2 Online encourages players to take on challenges above their level. Although the system didn't say it outright, the higher the challenge level of the monsters, zombies, and mutated plants, the richer the experience and gold rewards would be. Not to mention that rare early game items dropped very generously, causing many unlucky players to curse the game for being unfair. Damn, why didn't the useless loss say so earlier? Perhaps part of the reason is that the higher level monsters were wealthier in life. But more importantly, Qiao Chu felt the system was encouraging this kind of out-leveling challenge. She felt that the game Doomsday Lost must have been sent by a higher dimension to help humanity. After all, in the game, taking on higher-level challenges requires using your brain. Sometimes you even need to explore nearby quests and ask NPCs for help. And farming monsters also requires technique. For example, early on low-level mindless zombies can be trapped using terrain. Later, high-level zombies can be baited into traps using flesh and players' cries for help. Some mutated plants fear fire, others fear light. The more you study this game and think about it seriously, the more benefits you can gain. It doesn't matter if you die a few times in the game. At worst you respawn at a checkpoint and try again. But in reality if you die you really die. Of course, in the Lost Realm you can also farm monsters that are lower level than you. The system does not prohibit it. But sorry, if the monsters you farm are much lower level than you, the system will deduct experience points in reverse, making the experience you can gain progressively less. This prevents higher level players from using their superior level and equipment to steal monsters from new players. And don't think about bullying lower level players either. The system will likewise add more guilt points to you. Qiao Chu was mulling over this and that in his mind when two other players began arguing over a pair of speed boots. "Vendor, please reopen a small auction," one male player said irritably. The other skinny male player, face full of indignation, clutched the boots and refused to let go. "I got them first come, first served," the hot-tempered guy shouted. "First come, my ass. Your bid was too low so the vendor won't sell, okay? Trying to force a sale, you idiot." There was such a commotion everywhere. Qiao Chu kept his head down and placed his bid, pretending not to have heard. Because this was a bidding method allowed by the system. After all, when players are present at the same time, an item of equipment naturally goes to whoever pays more. This avoids the stall owner suffering losses and, as much as possible, keeps out despicable middlemen and scalpers. She lowered her eyelashes, crossed her arms and sat on the stall, waiting for a big fish to bite. Although selling this equipment felt great, with the sound of system income constantly ringing, Qiao Chu guessed that all this equipment together might only be worth the price of a single blue item. Especially that team-type priest staff. During the process of about to clear a new dungeon, it's estimated it could sell for an astronomical price. Amid the noisy bargaining, an angry voice rang out, breaking the still relatively harmonious atmosphere. "Guild leader, that shield should be ours." Chapter 51. I have many layers of aliases. Qiao Chu slightly lifted her eyelid, and did not, as the other party had expected, show a panicked expression. She remained calmly seated. It was as if she hadn't heard the words at all. The leader of the Thunderfire Guild, Batian, stepped out from behind. It must be said that his name didn't quite match his appearance. Batian wasn't wearing the class outfit that the system defaults to. The default outfit is the equipment on a player. For example, Qiao Chu was wearing leather armor. A mage would wear a robe or could wear cloth armor. But the Lost Path officials wouldn't pass up such an obvious cash grab opportunity. The system also included a way to switch outfits. In plain terms, attractive appearances that would be released when the official servers went live. The Camp Tailor NPC kept producing novel styles. Little skirts, suits, classical, modern, rococo, everything imaginable. And Batian was wearing a custom suit. When Qiao Chu glanced over, she immediately estimated that the suit must be worth dozens of gold coins. This was the first time since her rebirth into the game that she had seen a guild leader wearing an appearance outfit. Batian had neatly trimmed facial hair and wore a crisp suit, making him look cultured and amiable, somewhat like a suit-clad thug. He took a puff of his cigar and said with a smile, "Oh, you mean the gear we accidentally had blown up? Here." He led a number of male players who bore the same guild name above their heads, rudely pushing aside the lone players who had come to buy equipment, and forcibly cleared out a 1-meter circular space in front of Qiao Chu's stall. Jalan was like in Juanjia before being exposed. If Qiao Chu went to accuse him, everyone would only think it was Qiao Chu's fault. But Lei Huo was different. Ever since Batian arrived, their guild had already started domineeringly driving away nearby players, trying to buy the remaining items at Qiao Chu's stall for rock-bottom prices. The expression on Qiao Chu's face grew cold. Qiao Chu had only been running the stall for a little over 10 minutes, and the white-grade equipment was almost gone. The gray burlap in front of him was basically empty, with only a few sparse green items left on it. This made the green shield stand out even more. The main tank who was fighting the boss at the time protested angrily, excitedly saying, "Guild leader, I definitely didn't mistake it. There are similar pieces of equipment in me too, but finding one with every stat exactly the same would be difficult." Batian heard his whisper but said nothing. Instead he stood where he was, smoking a cigar and watching Qiao Chu's reaction. The girl said she was selling on behalf of someone else, but when faced with their provocation she remained neither servile nor arrogant, showing no fear. He had stormed in aggressively, but it was merely an attempt to trick Qiao Chu. He wanted to see if the other would become flustered and reveal a tell. But unfortunately, Qiao Chu did not follow the script he had imagined. There wasn't a trace of expression on his beautifully refined face. He looked at the troublemakers with complete calm. Batian squinted. That shield can be left behind. Green equipment isn't considered particularly rare for their guild. But he was very concerned about who had stolen that field boss. It now seemed very likely that it was that girl or the team behind her who had done it. As befits the leader of a major guild, Batian truly lived up to his reputation. Though he let out a laugh, his gaze toward Qiao Chu was extremely dark, his whole body exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Many solo players around were loudly cursing on the world chat. Seeing his demeanor in person, Their faces changed drastically and they hurriedly left. Unfortunately, Qiao Chu wasn't fooled by his act. She looked up with considerable innocence, like a newbie playing a holographic game for the first time, completely unaware of what the Lei Hui Guild represented. The girl said very seriously to the rushing crowd, "Are you buying? If not, get out of the way, you're blocking others." The remaining players, seeing the stall owner so calm, exchanged glances and then continued choosing equipment suitable for themselves. Some tried to haggle with the seller, others were sending messages to borrow money. The whole scene returned to its usual bustle. Members of the Thunderfire Guild. Their angry expressions froze for a moment. Damn, how can this girl be so calm? Doesn't she recognize them? Actually, Qiao Chu didn't care. So what if I robbed you? If you have the guts, call that shield by name and see if it obeys you. Ba Tian looked at her with mild impatience. Young miss, I heard you sell gear on consignment. Tell the person behind you to come out and see me. He planned to come in person to win over the boss who led their team. Qiao Chu was about to shake her head, when something suddenly came to mind. She had a bright idea and decided to give herself another alias. No, she should mold a backing for herself. Qiao Chu suddenly let out a light laugh. When she looked up again, the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, mottling the girl's transparently fair face, and Ba Tian noticed that her expression had changed. The next second, the clear-eyed young man from before vanished, replaced by those upturned, icy eyes and an unmistakable aura of killing intent. Ba Tian could tell that she had truly killed someone. Not the kind of killing and level dropping in a game, but in reality, someone who split the marrow of her kind and had hot blood spatter onto her face. Ba Tian's expression suddenly changed. Qiao Chu's red lips curled, the firearm twirled lightly between her fingers as she said lazily, "Sorry, I made all this gear. I just didn't want the noise, so I made up an excuse." This sentence is true. Just over a trivial matter, you want to meet the people behind me? This sentence is false. The highest level of lying is to make truth and falsehood indistinguishable. She snorted without the slightest courtesy, then frowned and looked the other person up and down with disdain. You're not even worthy." Ba Tian held a cigarette in his mouth, raising a hand to stop the furious Lei Hui, and the others behind him who were preparing to rush forward and start smashing things. Qiao Chu was a very sly person. Facing a powerhouse guild like Jialan, if she couldn't beat them directly, she'd undermine them from behind. But for a guild like Lei Hui, a buzzsaw that everyone wants to strike down, why should she hold back if she had the strength? Still, she unceremoniously created a disguise. 1. So she could freely strike at Lei Hui in the future. 2. To cultivate the impression that although she was strong, there was an even stronger presence behind her, keeping others from figuring out her true depth. Thunderfire Guild will definitely investigate her. If they find out she was already skilled in other holographic games before, then being recruited by some big shot would seem all the more natural. Ba Tian curled one side of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. Is that so? I'd like to see who's behind you. If normal methods couldn't get answers, he had other ways. There's always a trick that can force the person behind her to show themselves. Ba Tian's expression didn't change. He blew a smoke ring and gave a look to the few people behind him. The several male players with pockmarked faces took the hint and immediately stepped forward to block her stall, eyes roaming up and down over Qiao Chu as they said disgusting things and kept spamming trade messages. They had finally figured out how the rules worked. With so many pop-ups, Qiao Chu can only keep clicking decline, and can't do business properly. Because once you click agree, there's a good chance you'll press the newly popped up message and be forced by the other party to buy it at a low price. Little sister, come join our guild. We'll let bygones be bygones about what happened before. Nice face, nice chest too. How did you get so many items? Do I even need to say? Heh. Several of them glanced at each other with disgust, their faces all wearing lecherous smiles. Chapter 52. Underhanded Tactics. Again with this trick. Really familiar, the domineering, unique style of the Lei Hui Guild. Not gonna lie, after having gone up against quite a few old schemers later on, I kind of missed this straightforward, disgusting tactic. A mocking light flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. After all, other prominent guilds still care about face. Even if they scheme behind people's backs, they still put on smiles in public. They wouldn't choose such blatantly low and despicable tactics. Qiao Chu knew that, following Lei Hui Guild's pattern, pushing her out of the stall today was only the first step. Similar situations would likely happen again, and this was only inside the camp. If they were outside the camp without the guards' protection, their guild could rally a bunch of scum and tumors. Those thugs and ruffians would be infuriating enough to drive someone mad. Not only in his past life but even this time when the game launched, Qiao Chu saw the public chat spammed many times accusing the Thunderfire Guild of acting ruthlessly and viciously, killing solo players so they couldn't even leave their camps. Sure enough, when the nearby players buying gear saw that the ones looking for trouble were from the Thunderfire Guild and heard their filthy, offensive words, They all showed displeased expressions. Some wanted to say something, but after glancing at the guild emblem before the IDs above their heads, they quickly left. Qiao Chu's stall went from crowded to almost empty in just 2 minutes. In the end, only one female player stood up to speak for Qiao Chu. She was probably a newcomer who had just entered the game today, and she glared at everyone present. Do you think you can bully others like this in the game? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because there's no law here. Don't pull me. She shook off her friend's hand, her doe-like eyes full of anger. Seeing Qiao Chu being treated like this perhaps reminded her of some unpleasant memories. Fine, then I won't play anymore. I don't believe they can chase me into the real world. When Qiao Chu heard this, her expression changed at once. She stopped her and said, "Okay, I'm closing up. You should leave first." Because she knew that the Thunderfire Guild members would really go after players in real life to open boxes later. The level of toxicity in that guild was beyond what ordinary players could imagine right now. The burly male players around found it amusing to watch. With faces full of coarse flesh and lecherous grins, they stepped forward and said to the female player, "Hey, you worthless trash, who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty, bitch. Don't move again and I'll kill you down to level 0. Killing her to level 0 isn't enough. She looks pretty good. Why don't we have some fun with her? After all, women are useless anyway." Although fighting wasn't allowed in the camp, they didn't attack directly. Instead, they walked over and accidentally knocked her to the ground. The next second, the system immediately notified him. "You have accumulated 0.5 red name points. Please mind your behavior and do not harm others in the camp. If you have questions about the punishment, please go to find the camp's chief guard for investigation." Only 0.5 red name points, that of course means nothing to these people. Even if their red name points added up, others in the guild could buy equipment for them. So they act with impunity. In cases like this, when someone knocks a person over, as long as they insist it's because their level is higher or their strength attribute is higher and claim they didn't notice, the guards won't do anything. The female player was pushed and staggered twice, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Her deer-like eyes instantly filled with tears. She hadn't expected that in the 21st century there would still be people so rude. And the other side still wouldn't let her off. "Ha, loser, thought you had any skills? Trying to stick your neck out like someone else. This is what happens when you try to help her. Don't let me see you in the game tomorrow. Or get ready to stay at level 0 forever. Bitch." They finished speaking and burst into mocking laughter. Batian, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "Hey, be a little gentler with the girl, don't be so harsh." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of strange, mocking voices rose around them. The doe-eyed girl's friend tried to pull her up, but when she saw the threatening expressions on the faces around them, she only gave her a worried look, then bowed her head and hurried away. Qiao Chu saw this and sprang to her feet with a scritch. She usually knew how to keep her distance and rarely lost her temper, because Qiao Chu believed that anger made people lose their reason and could lead to worse consequences. But at this moment she completely hardened her expression, her face tightening, and her eyes seemed frozen with frost. If there were friction between them over snatching monsters, then this female player was simply the unlucky one who had suffered through no fault of her own. She wanted to deal with the Thunderfire Guild partly because they were blood enemies. In her previous life, Thunderfire indirectly caused the death of the academy director who was like a mother to her, and partly because she had the strength to protect herself. But Qiao Chu wasn't someone who dragged others down with her. She knew nothing about this girl. Qiao Chu glanced at her ID. Favorite jelly. She casually tossed the white item, Favorite Jelly's beloved prop that she liked but couldn't bring herself to buy, over to her. The system notified Favorite Jelly. Player with ID Chu has gifted you Hunter's Gloves. Do you accept? Take them. If the Thunderfire Guild ever gives you trouble, come to me. Qiao Chu's gaze was calm as she noted down the IDs of those few people who bullied others with their power. She would really reduce these scoundrels to level 0. Soon she would send them to hell. After all, people like that living only harm others. Qiao Chu gave the jelly-loving one a soothing look, signaling her to leave quickly. Don't go showing charity casually, Qiao Chu said in a flat tone. Although in peacetime it's good to do kind deeds, being a do-gooder in the apocalypse can get you and those around you killed. Ai Chi Guodong grit her teeth, wiped her tears, knowing she was just causing trouble here. She picked up the props, silently tossed down 2 gold coins and limped away. From today on, some of her past beliefs would be completely overturned. At this moment, the area around Qiao Chu was completely cleared out. Passing players didn't dare glance at them, and even the stalls near Qiao Chu had been tidied away. Seeing that he had achieved the effect he wanted, Ba Tian didn't care about the stares around him. He took a drag of his cigarette and smiled slightly. Qiao Chu sneered. So eager to see the person behind me? Fine, we'll meet outside the camp later. She wasn't the slightest bit intimidated. Under the other's stare, she smoothed the burlap back out and gathered her gear. But right now I'm busy. Ba Tian, seeing her defiant look, felt unexpectedly uncertain. Countless names ran through his mind, yet he still refused to give up. Even if he couldn't pull the people behind her, Qiao Chu would still make a very capable subordinate. He had heard from people in the team how amazing Qiao Chu's gun skills were. Finally he drawled. How about? Chapter 53 Xicheni. She has nothing to say to you. A clear male voice came from a distance. The man looked about 1.9 meters tall, clad in silver plate armor. He strode over with long strides, his features sharp, and anger he couldn't suppress written on his face. Qiao Chu was a little surprised when she saw him. Senior. Si Chen's expression softened toward her for a moment. He nodded and said quietly, "It's fine." He looked like he'd just hurried back from the fields. Qiao Chu could see the sweat seeping on his forehead, and his handsome features were wet as a result. Xicheni also stepped forward slightly, his tall frame shielding her behind him. Qiao Chu frowned slightly as she watched his retreating figure. Why did Xicheni help her again and again? Could it be that they knew each other in a past life? Or had she forgotten? Qiao Chu thought it over and was sure she hadn't had any prior contact with him. She always stayed home farming gold, couldn't even recognize all her classmates, let alone seniors from other departments. Xicheni looked at the group and asked, "What are you all planning to do? Are you seriously going to start something in the camp?" The leader of the Lei Hui Guild frowned at him, seeming to recognize his face but not entirely sure. If the person behind Qiao Chu was him, then it would make sense. After a long moment, Batian laughed aloud. There may be some misunderstanding between Miss Chu and me. I came today only to ask her a few questions. Si Chan, of course, couldn't believe his lies. Sorry, this is a top player our guild wants to recruit. He turned his head to look at Qiao Chu and winked at her. He hadn't lied. This was what Lady White Wolf had said herself. Si Chen's voice was low but very firm. Even if Miss Chu doesn't intend to join our guild, if she encounters trouble, the Zhigu Guild will not stand idly by. This silenced everyone present. Ba Tian, upon hearing this, pondered. So it turned out the person behind Qiao Chu wasn't him after all, but if even the Zhigu Guild wanted to recruit her, no matter what he said now, he was in a bit of a predicament. Qiao Chu suddenly lifted her head at his words. No way, what kind of luck is this? All the top players I never met in my past life are suddenly appearing one after another in this life. The Zhigu Guild was an unbeatable top-tier guild in its previous life. This guild doesn't rely on a consortium, but it's said to have an even stronger backer. Inside, players even implement unified military-style management. When running dungeons or engaging in open-field skirmishes, they are like a razor blade, truly enforcing orders without question. Qiao Chu was fortunate in his past life to witness their fighting. It was during a resource war against another continent, when the Zhigu Guild rose to fame in a single battle. Their synchronized steps and the agile silhouettes of individuals taking on multiple foes stirred people's blood. By sheer individual effort, they instantly stemmed the decline in Zone A and ultimately left countless corpses of the opposing continent's players as they retreated in defeat. After that battle, information about Zhigu and footage of their combat went viral online. Especially guild leader Bai Lang, the cool, fierce gunsmith big sister type, standing on cold steel with her coat billowing in the wind, stole who knows how many people's breaths away. Because of this, Zhigu also stood out from countless major guilds, and became the guild many players most wanted to join. In her previous life they even sent an invitation to Qiao Chu, but she had to refuse because her contract bound her to Jialan. Qiao Chu glanced at Si Chen's ID. Qinglin. White Wolf. I don't know if there's any connection between the two of them. Mainly Si Chani just gave her the impression that he wasn't ordinary. The way he pinned Juanja down those 2 times was definitely trained. But I never heard of this ID in my previous life. Si Cheni dared to say that. He might have some influence in the guild, but Qiao Chu didn't want to take advantage of him. The girl smiled faintly and stepped out from behind Si Cheni. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Seeing the girl smile at him, Si Cheni came alive. Qiao Chu continued. But if I can handle it myself, I won't trouble you. Si Chun also made a schwa sound and in an instant, the little puppy's eyes immediately went completely dim, losing their sparkle. His profile was handsome and sculpted, with arched brows and starry eyes. The way he pursed his lips a little still made it strangely hard to look away. Qiao Chu wanted to pat his head, but couldn't reach him, so in the end he just patted his shoulder. She would never let Qinglin take the fall for this. He brought up the name of the Zhiga Guild. Did all the other players agree to that? He's not even part of management. He can't decide a guild's external social strategy. Besides, Qiao Chu hates trouble more than anything. She just wants to level up properly, stockpile supplies, and avoid owing anyone favors. If something can be solved with money, then for her it would be an easy matter. If it's a debt of favors, it must be repaid with favors. That was how Jialan was in her previous life. When she was nearly frozen to death, it was Jialon who saved her and gave her a bite of warm rice. When she was most helpless and needed comfort, it was the Jialon Guild that took her in. Unfortunately, something like profit can change a person beyond recognition. Many of Qiao Chu's friends from her previous life in the Jialon Guild ultimately had no choice but to break the treaties they had personally signed, leave amid a storm of curses, and sever ties to survive. Jialon also shifted from a relatively fair role system, rolling dice for equipment and skill books, the highest roll wins, to a point system. Whoever was in the upper ranks and contributed the most gold to the guild leader and his inner circle would receive the greatest benefits. This pyramid model did make the Jialon Guild increasingly powerful, but the lower players were treated like spent consumables and discarded at will. And Qiao Chu, who had once been a companion, became one of them as well. So, in this life it's best to avoid owing people favors unless she was certain she could afford the price. After all, everything already had its price quietly marked down. Chapter 54. Thanks so much, underclassmen. Sichin also wanted to say something else, but the girl no longer looked at him. Her pretty features moved slightly. She lifted the corner of her mouth and smiled, addressing Batian word by word. I've seen the ways of the Thunderfire Guild. But if you want your gear back, you can't get it just by empty words. If you need it, bring money and buy it. The corner of Batian's mouth twitched slightly with anger. He forced himself to keep a smile on his face. Not at all, he said without politeness. That's really unfortunate. The thing I least like to do is pay. He casually tossed away the half-smoked cigar. See you out in the field then, Miss Chu. After speaking, he turned and left with his men, his expression simultaneously darkening. Chu, an anonymous mysterious person, the Zhiga Guild? Does he really think he can do nothing to them? Just wait and see. Si Chani also shook his head, feeling a little helpless at her stubborn refusal of help. But it was precisely because of that he had the chance to meet her, and to fall for the girl before him, wasn't it? He really couldn't help himself and, perhaps a bit out of line, asked, Everything I just said was the truth. If you'd like to join the Zhiga Guild, we'd welcome you anytime. No need, senior. I still prefer to play games alone. Only then did Si Chini notice that the girl before him smiled brightly, her face radiant and lovely, yet her gaze was cool and penetrating, giving off a hint of detachment. He wanted to say something, but in the end could only stiffly twitch the corner of his mouth. I wanted to. Qiao Chu watched his hesitant expression. Her beautiful cat-like eyes curved slightly. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed with a start of realization. Senior, you want to buy equipment, right? Si Chini. Si Chini turned his face away, not letting Qiao Chu see his bewildered expression, and answered indistinctly. No wonder the other party could make it. They probably saw her message on the World Channel and, when they came to buy equipment, found that the one being picked on was their junior fellow student, so they happened to lend a hand. As for inviting her to join the guild, they likely thought she had someone backing her, someone who could procure a lot of equipment and wanted to investigate. This line of reasoning is very smooth, Qiao Chu thought, and couldn't help nodding her little head. In that case, she had to reciprocate. Don't worry, senior. If the price difference isn't too big, I'll sell to you first. Si-chan. He stared helplessly at the girl before him. Seeing her look so serious, he could only nod a bit defeatedly and force out a smile. Okay. Thank you so much. Underclassmen. His words came out as if squeezed through his teeth. But if Qiao Chu couldn't sell the gear, he would definitely support her. You're welcome. The man's gaze was somewhat heated, but Qiao Chu pretended not to notice. She was too lazy to figure out exactly what Si Chini intended. Wasting energy guessing others' thoughts was the most boring and stupid thing in the world. She looked up at the time and realized there were just over 10 minutes left, since she had posted the message on the world chat. Senior, please wait a moment. The auction is about to start. Si-chan also smiled faintly, his expression a little awkward. The man's thick Adam's apple bobbed. No rush. He desperately wished time would slow down so he could stay with Qiao Chu a little longer. But fate did not oblige. More and more players gathered in front of Qiao Chu's stall. This time Qiao Chu chose to buy another stall. She immediately tossed 2 gold coins, securing the best spot on Main Street, backed against the lavishly decorated Quest Hall, where passers-by curiously glanced at Qiao Chu. A guard personally brought her tall, exquisite table and chairs, with a red velvet tablecloth spread over the table. Qiao Chu re-edited the coordinates and refreshed the system screen several more times. She placed the 2 blue items on the table and gave a slight smile as she looked at their attributes. The wool comes from the sheep. Just sell the equipment and you'll easily make back 2 gold. After the message was sent, it wasn't long before the empty ground in front of Qiao Chu filled with players again. But this time it was different. There were fewer players in novice outfits. Those who came were either wearing all kinds of fashions or were decked out in decent gear, which made Qiao Chu's novice clothes look somewhat odd. A woman in a form-fitting fishbone dress, wearing high heels and with her arms folded, looked at Qiao Chu and complained, "Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Blue equipment may be important, but holding an auction in such a shabby place is ridiculous." Some worried aloud, "Good grief, so many people are coming. Will our guild's budget be enough?" There were all sorts of comments, but Qiao Chu remained calm, simply waiting for the time to arrive and placing the item on the small auction stand specified by the system. Item name: Horus I Critical Gloves, Blue. Class restriction: Gunner Hunter Stormbringer. Item level: 9. Equip bonuses: Strength +3, Agility +1, Constitution +1. Damage: 361 592 points. Passive skill: when this item is equipped, the user's critical hit damage is increased by 60% on each attack, and there is a 20% chance to deal 200% damage. Note: one piece of the Eye of Horus set. Collect all pieces to obtain the set bonus. The players who rushed to the auction stirred. They finally understood why Chang'e insisted on winning this piece of equipment. The Eye of Horus critical gloves are limited to 3 classes. Although the Gunslinger and Magneto are trash, the Hunter is awesome. In the maze, each piece of equipment grants different bonuses. That means an item intended for a mage might boost HP and vitality, and gear for a tank could end up increasing intelligence, an otherwise useless stat. But this piece of equipment can be called top tier among blue items. 3 points of strength and 1 point of agility, no need to say how important those are for characters that need to deal damage and kite, plus vitality boosting HP to ensure survival are also very good stats. That's not all. The glove's passive skill can be called downright broken. As long as the player has mana, the hunter can keep pulling arrows and dealing damage. Many hunters with good speed and strength builds can even fire 80 to 90 arrows within a minute. With the passive, as long as your output frequency is high enough, multiplying your damage by 2 to 3 times is probably no problem at all. What does that even mean? Qiao Chu looked at the surrounding players, their faces flushing from rapid breathing, and knew the auction was guaranteed today. After all, the highest quality gear early on was blue, and the gloves had very good attributes. How could that not tempt everyone? Someone immediately urged impatiently, "What are we waiting for? Start already. I bid 80 gold." He feared more players might be arriving. Although it was nearing evening, many guilds were still out leveling and might not have seen those few messages at all. Nonsense, trying to buy it for 80 gold? I'll pay 100. The beauty hasn't even started auctioning yet. Why are you all shouting? Beauty, look my way first. I'll pay 120 gold. Even the woman in the fishbone dress from earlier grew anxious, pinching the arm of the person next to her. Quick, Master Zhou, let's snatch it up. Father will definitely need this. But Steward Zhou smiled wryly as he looked around at everyone's determined faces. Anyone trying to seize an advantage in the end-time maze would surely want this piece of equipment, right? He hurriedly called his boss's private voice chat to ask about their intentions. At this moment, many people were acting the same as Steward Zhou. Just like at an auction, the boss was too busy to come in person, so assistants came to bid on his behalf. Those who came were all experienced players. There was no need for Qiao Chu to say much. The atmosphere on site had already become wildly lively. Qiao Chu smiled at everyone and gently pressed his hand down. Everyone, don't be so impatient. It's not too late to take a look at the other piece of equipment first. Chapter 55. Contest. The moment the second piece of equipment appeared, many female players' eyes lit up instantly, because it was simply too beautiful. Qiao Chu cupped a milky white staff in both hands, its surface wrapped with faint golden veins. Unlike the somewhat understated Horus I Critical Glove, the glow of this piece of equipment was clearly visible even in daylight, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The staff was about 2 meters long, its top set with a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, and on each side of the crystal stood 2 white deer with raised heads and lowered eyes, the whole imbued with a sacred aura. When Qiao Chu placed it on the red velvet display cloth, people noticed it even emitted a faint radiance, making the red cloth beneath appear slightly more luxurious. And it wasn't just eye-catching in appearance, its stats were also quite impressive. Item name: Stag Patrol Staff, Blue. Class restriction: Priest. Required level 10. Bonuses when equipped: Intelligence +3, Agility +1, Strength +2. Damage: 119,322. Active Skill 1. Summons a patrolling stag to grant 3 specified allied units on the field an additional 1000 HP. Health. Cooldown 3 real days. Active Skill 2. When this item is equipped, the wielder's healing power is increased by 25%. If MP mana consumption is less than 50 points, healing is increased to 30%. This piece of equipment was hard won. Qiao Chu and the siblings eat or not eat dinner, camped for half an hour and fought for nearly 2 hours before it dropped. She didn't believe those players wouldn't be tempted. And when everyone saw the item's attributes, just as Qiao Chu had expected, they all went completely crazy. 200 gold. Our Morrison Guild offers 200 gold. Miss Chu, sell to our guild. We'll pay 250 gold. And any problems afterward you can come to us to resolve. Get lost. If you want to cozy up to someone, just say so. Someone who can afford gear like this doesn't need your help, sneered another burly swordsman. He raised his hand and said, 300 gold, I'll take both. When he said that, a chorus of boos rose from the crowd. You're gorgeous. This amount of money is just enough to buy a staff. Exactly. With this amount of gold you think you can buy two? Keep dreaming. Qiao Chu was startled. After all, in her previous life she was still outside the camp fighting zombies at this time. By the time she had the chance to attend an auction, it was already 2 or 3 months later. She had assumed these wealthy people would only go crazy for purple and red grade gear. She hadn't expected them to be equally relentless over a blue grade piece. She clicked her tongue in wonder, then decisively opened the auction bidding option. Watching the pre-bid amount skyrocket, Qiao Chu even felt a bit numb. As a solo player, it was hard for her to imagine that everyone could actually come up with so many gold coins. Starting from the system recovery price, a base of 100 gold, each bid could increase by at least 10 or 20 gold, and the numbers were practically rolling upward. No wonder in the previous life auctions were dominated by guilds, and solo players had almost no chance of winning. With sums this large, how could ordinary solo players possibly afford it? This is also due to a regulation in Lost Path. The amount of gold that players can purchase with real money is limited daily. The system adjusts and controls this based on the circulation of real and virtual currency, allocating a daily quota according to market circulation. If price gouging or attempts to speculate with currency are detected, not only will all real money and gold be confiscated, but the player will also be banned from logging in by the system, with the maximum ban lasting up to 10 years. In other words, no matter how wealthy you are, you can't top up as much as you want. If you want more money, you have to get people in your guild to top up together. Moreover, Lost Paths operators also crack down on private transactions outside the game, and those found doing so face similarly severe penalties. This was also how Qiao Chu found out recently when she exchanged the RMB she had on hand for gold coins, and triggered a large exchange order. We agreed to lift ourselves out of poverty together. What's one more person? Qiao Chu looked at these people calmly bidding and felt inexplicably aggrieved. Luckily, she was about to have money soon. After more than 10 minutes of bidding, the first item up for auction, the Eye of Horus critical gloves, finally sold for 215 gold coins. Qiao Chu personally handed them to a flashy-dressed player. That male player, who fancied himself somewhat good-looking, even winked at Qiao Chu before swaggering away with his entourage. Qiao Chu. She instinctively turned her head and gave Sichan a once-over. Unexpectedly, the other party was also enthusiastically preparing to join the second round of bidding. It seemed they were equally interested in this priest's staff. Sichan was also wearing silver armor, his gaze solemn, standing out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. Even though he had only recently entered the game, he knew how important these two pieces of equipment were for the current early-stage play. He was just now thinking that if they couldn't be sold he would pay for them himself. The junior really is impressive, Sikheni couldn't help but think. Seeing her glance sideways at him, those beautiful eyes sweeping over him, Sikheni couldn't suppress a light cough and slightly lowered his head. The second round of bidding begins. Everyone's expressions changed. The leisurely atmosphere vanished. Gloves are important, but with just one offensive item you can't clear a dungeon. The difficulty of this game they had seen with their own eyes. What matters most is having a tank who can withstand damage. Since no equipment was given to the paladin, the priest who heals the paladin is equally valuable. And the priest can heal the whole team, which makes it even more important. The priest staff has a starting bid of 150. 180 gold, Miss Chu. Our boss says at that price we'll add 3 green items for you. Pick them out and take them. Qiao Chu glanced at the guild emblem after the player ID of the woman who looked like a professional. It seemed to be ranked 32nd on the leaderboard. But she doesn't really need green gear. She already has a full set of purple, alright? 220 gold? 180 is way too stingy. 240. 260. That's the highest price our guild can offer. A guild master shook his head, looking at the scepter with hope. After all, he couldn't bankrupt the guild for a single piece of equipment. Guild development still required funds. 300 gold. Our Jiaolong guild will offer 300 gold plus 2 green items. Miss Chu. Isn't this already the highest price for these books? Qiao Chu still had a smile at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes grew cold. Jiaolong guild, huh? She shook her head. Sorry. Before the other person could continue speaking. 310 gold. Sichan also raised his hand to bid. Posture straight, features deep and handsome. Many people around secretly scrutinized him. Women looked at his face, men at his equipment. But his gaze was fixed solely on Qiao Chu. He could feel that Qiao Chu didn't want to sell, so it didn't matter for him to raise the price a bit. Just as his words fell, another male voice sounded not far behind. 330 gold. Qiao Chu turned his head and saw the boy's long-knuckled fingers pull back the hood of the deep blue mage robe, revealing a cold, handsome face. It was phosphorus light. Chapter 56. A bountiful harvest. Phosphorescence gave her a slight nod, his voice like a mountain spring. Miss Chu. Qiao Chu also smiled. After all, who could give the money-bringing boy a cold face? To her, these people were all gleaming gold coins. She looked at the people around her. Although the others were unwilling, after all, this piece of equipment was only a blue-grade item. Being able to sell for 300 gold coins was already the best they could hope for, so they gave up arguing. At that moment, Si Chenyi's voice came from behind. His eyes seemed a little resentful as he said in a gloomy tone, "Junior, who is that man?" Si Chenyi was 1.9 meters tall, with a large build, but his plaintive puppy-like look made Qiao Chu a little helpless. She had thought he was upset because she had just mentioned a price and planned to sell to him, when suddenly a phosphorescent flash appeared and snatched the equipment, making him unhappy. In fact, Si-chan was also looking at the boy across from him, wearing an exquisitely tailored mage's robe, with phoenix-like eyes that were cool yet defiantly proud. The alarm bells were already blaring. No way. Could it be that the junior sister likes this type? Lin Guang saw the wary expression on the other's face and immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but chuckle a little. The other person was really overthinking it. He had no interest in that kind of thing at all. It was still more fun to study instances in game strategies. Si-chan also turned to look at Qiao Chu. "I'll pay 350 gold. Some of the onlookers who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, especially the young woman in the fishtail dress, who was watching with great interest. She had helped him a lot, and Qiao Chu didn't want to take advantage of her. She said earnestly, "Senior, this blue outfit is already at the top price of 300 gold. It's not worth any more." Logically speaking, phosphorescence should also persuade the other party. After all, he paid above the asking price for this staff to give to Ishi Fengyue. Paired with divine blessing for all, their team's healing sustain would surely be greatly improved. But why should he be the one to remind them? A faint dark glint flashed in Phosphorescence Fang's phoenix-like eyes. He had a high nose bridge and a calm expression. This amount of gold probably means nothing to Ji Gu. Although this player called Qinglin didn't have a guild emblem, having suffered from missing information during the beta, the Phosphorescent Guild had already frantically gathered a lot of data. The brother of the Stopping War Guild leader is called Qinglin. He looked at the tall man across from him with a cool, grave expression. He curled his lips into a smile, black hair falling over his thin eyelids, his eyes flickering as he met the other's gaze without yielding an inch. Lingguang nodded. "All right then. 360. Ishi Fengyue hadn't expected that he would be offline that afternoon, and that Qiao Chu would get into trouble with people from the Leihua Guild. By the time someone told him what had happened in the game, he drove home and logged on as fast as he could, but it still seemed he had arrived a bit late. Ishi Fengyue hurried along. After taking a careful look at the girl standing in front of him and confirming her complexion was fine, he turned his gaze to the ethereal staff on the wooden table. It wasn't entirely because of Qiao Chu. Recently the company's senior management was planning to invest in Me Too, and he needed to show some competence so he could later lead the team and secure a voice. "Sister, long time no see." Ishi Fengyue's blonde hair gleamed. His eyes flickered, and his refined features had unknowingly captivated the hearts of countless boys and girls present. Qiao Chu saw him and nodded. "Long time no see." Before the three of them could say anything, she watched the dispersing crowd thoughtfully, then bluntly nodded and said, "You three are too conspicuous here. Please take your discussion elsewhere." Qinglin. Ishi Fengyue just arrived and about to be driven off. Phosphorescence gave Qiao Chu a polite little nod and turned to leave first. Si-chan also glanced at Qiao Chu with eyes that looked somewhat aggrieved. Sigh, the junior sister really did have quite a number of wild bees and gallant butterflies around her. He felt slightly disappointed, but still maintained the calm on his face. The silver armor emitted a crisp clinking sound. "Shall we go, you two?" They were indeed disrupting Qiao Chu's business by standing in front of the table. Coincidentally, Qiao had taken out the unsold green equipment, ruined earlier by the Lightning Fire Guild, and neatly arranged it on the table. The young girl smiled sweetly, standing upright. "Everyone, I still have some green equipment here. If anyone needs any, feel free to take a look." Those who were just about to disperse turned their heads. There's more? Many of those interested turned around, only a very few left. After all, there was no shortage of early-stage equipment, and some people wanted to see if they could connect with Qiao Chalala. It must be said, This fit perfectly with Qiao's own thoughts. She introduced them one by one. This chainmail can add 800 HP. Even compared to blue-grade gear, it's not far off. This was looted while farming monsters. This necklace comes with a small shield and an active speed boost skill. Its style is simple and suits both men and women. The price is a bit higher, 15 gold. This was dropped when the counterkill archmage died in the world. The fifth item, a green shield, no need to say more. Guilds whose main tanks still need shields, hurry up. This was a sting in the tail from that Lifu idiot guild's internal theft. 15 gold was her fee for emotional distress. The paladin who had gone to gather money came back and bought the shield. Maybe those people were frustrated earlier for not snagging any blue-grade gear. Several green items sold for prices beyond Qiao Chu's expectations. The necklace dropped by the living archmage was bid away by that lady in the fishtail dress. When she came to collect the gear, she clicked her tongue in amazement and gave Qiao Chu a thumbs up. Sister, you're awesome. All three are top tier. This is what strong women should be doing. Refreshing. Qiao Chu. She looked at the other's ID, Rippling Light, and said, shall we add each other as friends? Rippling Light clearly looked like a rich woman. She covered her mouth and laughed. What, are you going to teach me the art of keeping men? No, I mean if you need anything later you can come to me first. Mississippi. The butler behind her was helpless. Usually she could fangirl over CPs at home. She didn't need to bring them up here. Okay, it was just a joke, geez, why so serious? Sparkling a little like a young mistress, she had some prima donna airs, but she was still quite cute. My favorite is that one called Qinglin. His body type is just perfect. She flipped her big waves and walked off, talking to herself. Qiao Chu could only pretend not to hear. She made quite a haul at this auction. Not only did a large sum of gold come in, but more importantly she gained many clients from major guilds, who could later be converted into much more valuable resources. Chapter 57, Puppy vs. Tea Master. Although quite a few people joined today, she didn't plan to manage them herself. Instead, she intended to recruit a few people. After all, if you can't lead a team, you can only work yourself to death. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Once Doran City opens, why not buy property in the game? Relying on experience from her past life, she could avoid many detours. As long as she stayed one step ahead, it wasn't as if she had no grounds to contend with those major guilds. Qiao Chu quickly scanned the newly added group of friends, sorting them into categories as he thought. At this moment the three men had finished discussing as well. A brook-like breeze strolled over gracefully. The pure white ranger stag staff at his side shed a faint milky glow as he moved, accentuating his extraordinary bearing. But he was taking advantage while pretending to be innocent, lowering his long neck, lashes fluttering, his clear moist voice tinged with 3 parts grievance. Sister, this one called Qinglin is really heartless. Although he said that, the money was for Qiao Chu, so he wasn't that attached to it. He neatly turned and handed over 400 gold. Once Qinglin started haggling, his whole demeanor changed. The two of them went back and forth, and in the end Ishi Fengyue still clinched the scepter at the edge of the budget. He suspected this was entirely intentional. A trace of black mist rose in the lowered eyes of Ishi Fengyue. Qiao Chu took the money and clicked his tongue. These people were truly wealthy. He had worked hard and saved for so many years, yet they casually handed over 400,000. Such an amount probably meant nothing to them. She began to be grateful for the official limits on recharging. Otherwise, how could she possibly compete with those large guilds backed by financial conglomerates? The girl gently patted him to soothe him and smiled, saying, "Don't be upset, okay? We'll go run the beginner dungeon early tomorrow. And use this staff to get the first kill." The girl's voice was soft and gentle, her eyes full of concern. Ishi Fengyue immediately nodded. His pale green eyes flowed like a murmuring spring, and he smiled. "No problem, tomorrow I'll definitely watch over sister's HP." Qinglin looked at the youth's delicate face and the naturally coquettish tone, suddenly bowed his head and stared a little absent-mindedly at his own rough large hand. Hearing Qiao Chu's gentlest tone he'd ever heard, his heart involuntarily tightened. He couldn't stay any longer and forced a smile. "Junior, since everything's fine, I'll be going now." Qiao Chu's mind was entirely on tomorrow's dungeon run. He waved casually. "Senior, goodbye." Qinglin clenched his fists, stifling his sorrow as he left, only to hear the priest elf behind him speak with a hint of jealousy. "Senior? Sister, are you two from the same school?" He couldn't hear the rest as the other person walked away, but Qinglin still grinned and couldn't help laughing. The other person was nothing more than a suitor. He was startled. Phew. If he knew Qiao Chu's answer, he probably wouldn't be able to wag his tail again. Qiao Chu nodded and said gently, "Yes, but we're not very close. We've only met a few times." Ishi Fengyue grit her teeth silently, her elfin face still smiling, her blonde hair glinting in the sunset. "Is that so, sister? It seems they're here to buy equipment from you." She had originally planned to make something up and say they were looking for a discount from Qiao Chu, but that would be too petty and would ruin her image. Qiao Chu still wore a smiling expression as she looked at Ishi Fengyue, nodding in agreement with him. Her hands kept collecting the gold coins. Whatever you said was right. 400 gold plus 3 attribute points plus a warehouse of seeds. Night. Somewhere in a holiday villa on the outer ring of Fuan City. Sichan also stared out the floor-to-ceiling window at the pitch-black night sky. White rain howled past with the gale, just like his mood. Sichensi walked in holding a wine glass, a gentle smile on her face as she spoke softly to the person on the phone. Seeing Sicheni in that deadpan state, after finishing the call with a reluctant goodbye, she casually fished a bottle of beer out of the fridge with her slender arm. Want some? Sicheni lowered his lashes, the warm light from above casting across his brow. No. Sichensi wore a black shirt and had her hair cut into a wolf's tail. When she smiled, the lip ring at the corner of her mouth flashed silver, making her look wicked and handsome all at once. Tsk, you look this handsome and you go for pure love? What an idiot. She tilted her head back and blew into the bottle, exhaling a breath. Sichensi asked casually, when I messaged you to go be the hero and save the beauty, how did that work out? That silver armor was the latest blue gear their guild had obtained. Let the kid show off for a bit. Sicheni's face was also flushed. He forced a handsome expression. I think it was okay. She smiled at me. She smiled very beautifully. She even called me senior. Sichensi? ? Putting on that act in front of your sister again? She downed another mouthful of orange-yellow liquor. Back when your sister-in-law was in an online relationship and said she wouldn't accept girls, I stormed up to her and had her chasing me in a month. Want to know how I did it? Sicheni put his hand into his trouser pocket and unconsciously started shaking his leg. Sichensi knew that Sicheni had had that nervous habit since childhood. After holding back for a few seconds, Sichan still couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? Actually, he felt a little disgusted. His sister acted like a sycophant all day, babying him, fussing over the baby so much that his sister-in-law was driven crazy, and she even insisted on learning to cook, practically wanting to be carried everywhere. Too exaggerated. A perfectly fine, strong, successful woman, and after falling in love she acts like that. But never mind, it wouldn't be bad to learn a thing or two. Sichensi tilted her chin up, a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. When she saw the puzzled look the other sent her, she said exasperatedly, Idiot, it's all about looks. Back in the day when Dad pursued Mom, it was his looks that broke through all the obstacles. Sichan also rose and sat sideways on the sofa, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His skin had a faint wheat tone, the old-fashioned, properly handsome type most admired in Huagua. His voice had a low huskiness to it. I'll think about it. Sichensi was into voices. She set the bottle down on the bar. Yes, use that kind of voice in her ear. Go talk to her face-to-face more, you fool. Sicheni shook his head. Since they had exchanged WeChat IDs and added each other as game friends, Qiao Chu had been leveling up every day. She should be very busy. You act like you're living in the Qing dynasty. I can't believe I have a blockhead younger brother like you. His sister couldn't help but scoff at him, raising an eyebrow. What are you worried about with that face of yours? Just show off your abs to her. Xiong has grown so big, and he wears a hoodie every day. If you ask her, he should wear something tight. If his body is good, a wife should show it off. Otherwise, with so many bad men and women out there, what if the wife runs off? Sichani pursed his lips, his ears turning bright red. It wasn't that he was afraid of dressing too mature and having a generation gap with Qiao Chu. Besides, he isn't an old fossil. He often goes online wanting to know what kind of boys girls like these days. Anyway, they all dislike those who don't uphold male virtue. He can't be like that. It's far too unvirtuous. That said, Sichan still flexed the muscles in front of him, his heart inevitably a little conflicted. Chapter 58 The Rain Intensifies plus Skill Upgrade. On the other side, Anning Residential Complex. Qiao Chu had a good haul today, and stepped out of the holographic game pod in a very good mood. She took out her phone and scrolled through the messages. The typhoons. I was still lingering over Fuan City with no sign of moving. She casually glanced at the comments below. Many people had left messages. Some said their roofs had been blown off, some were worried their food stores wouldn't be enough, and others from inland regions wished for the disaster to end soon. Although the tone was worried, the overall atmosphere wasn't that bad. After all, everyone believed this disaster would pass quickly, and in a place like Fuan City, post-disaster reconstruction wouldn't be slow. Life should return to normal soon. Qiao Chu drew back the curtains and looked at the oppressive skyline outside. From here she could still see that the outskirts had been heavily affected. Even many large trees with their branches wrapped around were broken. The rain outside grew heavier. Even if the mid and lower reaches are dredged, The standing water still can't be drained, because Qiao Chu had deliberately rented an outer-facing floor at the time and could vaguely see objects floating on the murky surface. Her phone kept pushing news, stressing that the military had already been mobilized and would begin rescue operations once the rain eased. Qiao Chu's dark, gloomy eyes fixed on the host's face wearing an official smile, and she exhaled slowly. Qiao Chu withdrew her gaze, replied to Wang Ling and Dean Mama's messages, chatted a few lines with them, and her tense mood relaxed considerably. One of them was at an orphanage up on high and remote ground. Another lived on the 13th floor. They both had plenty of provisions, so none of them needed Qiao Chu's worries. Outside, a gale and torrential rain raged. Qiao Chu casually opened a light-hearted variety show, made himself a grilled fish, paired it with homemade milk tea and fruit, and ate comfortably. After eating, he took a hot shower, still thinking about the game's dungeon for the next day. Perhaps because Qiao Chu was impatient, the next day arrived quickly. When Qiao Chu heard the 7 o'clock alarm, she still felt groggy, as if unsure what year it was. She covered her mouth and yawned, tears welling at the corners of her eyes and wetting her long lashes. Luckily she had set the alarm last night. Looking outside, the sky was as dark as 4 or 5 in the morning, and the rain seemed to be falling harder and faster. Even with the air conditioner on, Qiao Chu shivered. She didn't want to stay outside any longer, so she made a quick breakfast and was very glad she had bought a hollow capsule that allowed deep immersion gaming. She climbed into the game pod and soon heard a sweet electronic voice. "Welcome back to Doomsday Lost Online." When she opened her eyes, she woke again on the bed in the camp inn. Stepping outside, there was a lush forest and flowers vying to outshine one another. She breathed in the fresh, warm air, and birds in the trees were calling crisply in flocks. No wonder in real life people all flocked to the Doomsday Maze. Qiao Chu logged on early today on purpose. There weren't many people in the camp yet. She quickly went to Greens to restock 10 sets of incendiary grenades and red and blue potions. Then she turned and went back to the Stormhand Novice Mentor to level up and buy the latest skills. Manton Dora was working on something like hand-grinding coffee beans. She gave a slight smile when she saw her. "Morning, little one. I heard about you from Captain Shiza." Qiao Chu felt a bit flattered. After respectfully finishing her salute, she followed the prompt to open the magnetic guided light screen. Although the camp's buildings look somewhat fantastical, Otostar was originally an early adopter of magneto-electric technology. Magnet Storm soldiers were, of course, more accustomed to using these devices than to the parchment scrolls made by magicians. Qiao Chu made a gesture across the translucent light screen, and the item she wanted appeared before her. Qiao Chu first upgraded the skills Rapid Fire and Flame Attachment. Rapid Fire uses more mana, but its cooldown is shorter, only 4 seconds, and its control duration increased from 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. Don't underestimate those mere fractions of a second. In a past life, Qiao Chu encountered a powerful magnetic storm user, who could even combine this skill with other methods to control a target to death. However, it still couldn't solve the problem of the magnetic storm hand lacking area damage. Fortunately, Flame Affix could barely make up for this. That skill also increased mana consumption, and its damage went from 160% to 230%, not bad. She scrolled down and saw that the Nether Hunter's skills were also in the sidebar, and finally let out a relieved breath. Although she knew every mentor could upgrade all existing skills on a player, she would cry to death if the hidden class couldn't be upgraded here. After all, as far as she knew, the Stormhand mentor had already turned into a zombie by then. He certainly wouldn't be gentlemanly enough to finish upgrading Qiao Chu's skills before eating her brain. Compared to that early game trash Stormhand, the Nether Hunter was much more powerful. Nether Entanglement. Insufficient uses, cannot be upgraded for now. But it's alright. Bleeding Critical. The first stage bleeding damage increases from 200% to 260%, and the second stage, if the target is already bleeding, can deal 230% critical damage, 300%. Hissed Qiao Chu inhaled sharply. What does this even mean? Bleeding damage can stack, meaning that if Qiao Chu performs a throat slit or other weak point attack on a target, it's very likely to trigger critical damage again on top of the golden critical. And with Shadowborn upgraded to level 2, cooldown drops from SIXS 5s, and critical damage also increases from 200% to 230%. More importantly, Chinnying's stealth duration increased from 6s to 8s. This greatly enhances Qiao Chu's combat and survival capabilities. A dazzling array of effects flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. Stealth plus bleeding critical plus weak point attack. Even those who possessed this skill secretly cursed. Damn, this is too perverse. Luckily it fell into my hands. #nervousface #. Qiao Chu guessed that, in the early stages, tanks couldn't withstand a single strike from the Nether Huntblade, right? Even if they could, priests under level 15 who hadn't learned wounded healing couldn't counter throat cutting. Unless 2 or 3 big healing priests lift the MT's health together, No matter how tanky the opponent is, they absolutely won't hold out for more than a few seconds. Not to mention the other fragile squishies. As long as Qiao Chu isn't trapped, she can play however she wants. Exciting, utterly thrilling. A suppressed smile couldn't leave Qiao Chu's face. With this round of skill upgrades, she could firmly wear the backing behind-the-scenes vest. Just as she was worrying about how to establish her authority, the Thunderfire Guild delivered it on a silver platter. That works out perfectly. The bigger this incident gets, the safer the assets she'll acquire in the game will be. Qiao Chu frowned, but actually this timing is hard to catch because the Nether Hunter fears being focused, so he can only pick the moment when the opponent is isolated. Qiao Chu comforted himself that being able to take revenge was good enough. The next moment, the new skill surprised Qiao Chu, and she couldn't help but exclaim, her face full of excitement. Chapter 59, The Deadly Disguise Man. This SSSS hidden class really gets it. When she's sleepy she's given a pillow, and at level 10 she receives the exclusive skill she needs most right now. Skill name: Shadow Step, level 1. Skill description: when you use this skill, you are forced into Shadow Stealth mode. The skill Shadow Stealth goes on cooldown, and the stealth duration follows the Shadow Stealth level, currently 8 seconds. All crowd control effects on you are removed. Cooldown 5 minutes. Current proficiency 0. Proficiency required to upgrade 0/200. Alright. Although this skill deals no damage, seems to overlap with Shadow Veil's abilities, and even forces the invisibility duration into cooldown, there's one very important point. It's the crowd control break that assassins desperately need. The Nether Hunter has a short cooldown and high burst. Whenever he strikes, he's guaranteed to take someone down. Now with this control-breaking skill added, he's practically unstoppable. Qiao Chu immediately discarded his previous plan, and a bold new idea sprang up in his mind. The novice mentor, holding a cup of coffee, looked at Qiao Chu with a hint of surprise. You really are a little wealthy fellow. Qiao Chu came to his senses and politely responded to the instructor. This was the second NPC in the camp to speak to Qiao Chu like that, but the early fees, 3 gold for skill upgrades and 5 gold for learning skills, had indeed made many players wail, and had claimed a lot of newcomers' first top-ups. After all, you can skip buying a pretty outfit, but you can't neglect leveling up your skills, right? I have to say Qiao Chu was overthinking it. There are actually some players who'd rather buy pretty clothes than upgrade their skills. The girl smiled faintly, then immediately learned the level 10 skill of the Magnetic Storm Gauntlet. Rolling Shot. Spending another 5 gold. The crisp sound of skill acquisition was quite satisfying to hear. What early players once complained about as fees later had them begging the Lost Ways officials to take more, for by the first 20 levels you received a skill every 5 levels. Once you reached level 20 and arrived at the intermediate mentor, skills became not only very scarce but also involved more than just paying. After Qiao Chu leveled up, Phosphor Light happened to send a private message, telling Qiao Chu to assemble at the camp gate in 10 minutes. Qiao Chu stepped out of the high-tech house and hurried to Greens to refill red and blue potions and food, and even spent 30 gold to buy a bottle of Transformation Potion. Transformation Potion. Basic: using it changes the player's appearance. Duration 10 minutes. When Qiao Chu paid, her hands were dripping blood. But for the plan to succeed, wasn't it only 30,000? She paid. While on the road, she was still thinking about when more types of potions would be available. Like if there were a slow potion, tackling those 2 dungeons would be much easier. When she arrived at the meeting point, Qiao Chu found the other 7 people were already there. A stranger paladin stared at her, his gaze slightly appraising. He was in his 20s with upturned brows. The armor he wore was fairly ornate, and it looked like green gear. The rest were acquaintances Qiao Chu had met that day. Although she couldn't call their names, she recognized them all. They waved and greeted Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu kept a calm expression. She had seen looks like this many times before. She gave a slight nod to everyone and said, "Sorry I'm late." A stream of wind and moonlight smiled as it drew closer to her. "Not late, sister, it hasn't been 10 minutes yet." He couldn't help but flutter his eyelashes. His slender, scallion-like fingers lifted. He squinted and yawned, his voice soft with sleepiness. "We were at it for so long at midnight. We finally caught up to your level." The first instance was scheduled for 8 a.m. on the 3rd day after the official game launch. During the closed beta, every player who reached an instance would receive a prompt showing the level required to enter the instance and its opening time. From an analyst's perspective, every arrangement in Doomsday Maze is actually full of ingenious thought. This start time both secures the early test players' level advantage and prevents live players from being left too far behind. The equipment first obtained by the initial players in the instance will circulate, allowing new players to catch up in level faster. And the beta players thereby earn gold, completing the original accumulation, with the maze officials taking a cut. Everything is interconnected. A win for all 3 parties, and everyone is delighted. Fengyue looked up at Qiao Chu and said softly, "Sister, do you think I have dark circles under my eyes? I've become ugly, haven't I?" The bluish black under his eyes didn't make him look ugly. On the contrary, it made the beautiful elf seem a little haggard and fragile, adding a touch of allure. Actually, after Qiao Chu reached level 10 yesterday, she messaged Lingguang that if it didn't work out she could first form a pickup party. She didn't expect the other party to say it was fine. Then they pulled the group and played all night, probably using up most of today's gaming time as well. Qiao Chu looked at the whole party's listless state and, unusually moved by a pang of conscience, said to Fengyue, "Thanks for your hard work." Lingguang took the conversation, nodded, his cold handsome face showing no expression. "It's fine. Since everyone is here, we'll set off now." Fengyue lifted the tail of his eyebrow and straightened. The movement paused for a moment. He glanced at his friend, but Lingguang had already pulled up his hood and strode to the front. No one spoke further, they hurried on. Along the way they passed several other teams heading to the new instance, each looking tired. After all, Qiao Chu's rush yesterday was about half a day faster than the first player to reach level 10 in the last life. It left everyone with no choice but to start competing along with her. What, you don't want to compete? Then your guild will fall behind others in progress. Phosphorescence walked at the front, clearing the zombies by the roadside as he went, and glanced at the chat window. "Calm man, private chairman, are you sure we should bring this girl?" Phosphorescence, private. "Calm man, private chairman, bringing a girl is too much, isn't it? We're supposed to be going to scout the area." He only joined Phosphorescence Guild yesterday, drawn by the guild's high rankings and generous benefits, and whether the raid can secure the first kill and top 5 greatly affects the system-determined rankings. "Calm man, private, her weapon is still a beginner's weapon. If it doesn't work out, I'll invite a friend instead." Phosphorescence froze for a moment. "Phosphorescence, private, she's very strong." Phosphorescence, private, you could say he's our foreign recruit. "Calm man, private, huh? But I already invited my friend. He's solo level to level 10 and is a fire mage." "Calm man, private, do me a favor, president." Phosphorescence, however, didn't bother to waste any more words on him. "Phosphorescence, private, you're leaving the team now." "Calm man, private." Phosphorescence led a team. This player was originally in the second team. Their backup tank wouldn't reach level 10 for a few more hours, so he simply found a well-geared new member to fill in for now. On one hand they doubted Qiao Chu. On the other, he acted presumptuously and had no clear sense of his role. Phosphorescence snorted. Does he think he's that easygoing? Seeing the other party refused to back down, he went straight to action. Current team. Calm man has been removed from the team. The paladin exploded. "No, what do you mean born to privilege? Can't I just say a few words to her? Why take it so seriously? Chapter 60 and beyond, keep your distance. See you once, you once. Can't even stand being led and saying a couple of words?" The calm man had decent skill and luck. He always ranked high in games, his gear was alright, and he often took pretty girls with him. Those girls got pricked by his few words. Which one of them didn't, half whining and joking with him, meanwhile changing the subject to flatter him? This one looks better so it gets special treatment. Because he often picked up girls, when he saw Qiao Chu he instinctively assumed she was also there to mooch off the reward. Everyone was a bit surprised, not knowing what had happened. Qiao Chu recalled the glances the other had sent him from time to time along the way, and still didn't understand. She replied lightly, "Is there anyone with you? If not, I'll try to bring someone along." Phosphorescence shook its head. Qiao Chu glanced over her friends' list. Almost all of them were online. She looked at Sichini's ID, thought about it for a moment, and then decided against it. "I noticed that the player who bought the green shield yesterday is online. The other party was even trying to pitch in money to buy it, so they must be a solo player without a team for the time being." She messaged them privately. "Chu, private, got time to run a new dungeon? The granary run. First kill guaranteed if you join. Riding a donkey looking for a toilet. Private message, yes yes yes. Boss, I'm getting ready to go to the new dungeon now. Thank you for being willing to take me." He wasn't thinking he'd get the first kill. Just scraping into the top 5 was pretty good. Chu, private, thank you. Coordinates. Ire Forest, 1243-134. Riding a donkey looking for a toilet. Private chat boss, 2 minutes. No, 1 minute and we'll be there. Qiao Chu knew the other person was just being polite. After all, early stage T's role was very important. As soon as he spoke up, there would definitely be teams wanting him. They stopped where they were. Qiao Chu asked Lingguang, "Found someone? If later they need a shield and plate armor, can I bring them out first?" This was also considered the default rule for dungeon runs. Lingguang nodded. "Chu, private, choose your gear in a bit. We'll be at the crossroads of the Ire Forest." The composed man looked a little wronged and muttered, "I was just saying it casually, alright? Does it have to be such a big deal? Don't even try to say she's not the girl you brought. Qiao Chu. Yi Shifeng you. Phosphorescence replied. What goes around comes around. If one treats others that way and then receives the same treatment, so what? Now it's you who's been kicked out, feeling bad? Why didn't you say anything when you were about to casually decide to kick someone out without asking others' opinions? Qiao Chu finally understood what had happened. He hadn't expected Lin Guang to look so cold and have such a vicious tongue. Lin Guang was right. Disobeying the captain's orders is a serious taboo. It's one thing in a disorganized team, but an elite team represents the core of a guild and certainly won't accept someone who acts on whim. Even a trash guild like Leihua absolutely cannot tolerate that. If something goes wrong, the captain takes the blame. The team members just follow orders. After all, the captain usually gives the commands. If everyone has their own ideas, it's not workable. How could you run a dungeon if no one listens to orders? Phosphorescence looked at the other's stubborn mouth. His dark, heavy eyes swept over him, and the commanding presence of someone long accustomed to high positions left the other momentarily speechless. Go back and find logistics. Handle your resignation from the guild. This kind of person doesn't bother with needless words. A cold flash passed through Ishifengua's eyes. We pulled you in to accompany my sister to play. If we kick her out, what are we even fighting for? The steady man was speechless for a moment upon seeing the guild's two top members both speaking to Qiao Chu. He became a bit flustered. After all, Phosphorlight Guild followed an elite path, with good benefits and high pay. It had been hard for him to get in. Now that this happened, the rest of the squad were even looking at him with disapproving eyes. He laughed angrily. I'm not leaving today. Let's see where you find a level 10 paladin now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice came from behind. Boss, I'm here. The composed man. Riding a donkey to find a toilet with the same dark circles on his face, he ran over looking utterly excited. The composed man broke down, redness warming him. His poor little brain automatically filtered out the word big shot that the other had said. Fuck your mother, am I wrong? Bringing the first killer and a useless piece of trash. Was that enough to get me kicked out of the team? Goddamn it, this woman's a simp and still. Everyone present grew stern, not yet having had the chance to start cursing. Bang! Bang! 2 loud gunshots. Item name. K1356 shotgun blue. Class restriction storm gunner. Equipment level. Level 8. Equip bonus. Strength +4. Agility +1. Intelligence +2. Constitution +2. Damage info. 411 611 points. Active skill. Instantly fires 2 bullets, dealing 270% tearing damage to an enemy target. Non-dispellable skills cannot heal. A steady man's HP 2300+. Qiao Chu's shotgun aim was still accurate enough. A shot passed between his helmet and torso armor, the large caliber gun instantly spitting flames as it struck his neck, spraying out a torrent of blood. Weak point attack. Golden critical hit. An active skill with 1100+ health, plus weak point attacks and critical hits, caused the burst to double. In an instant 2 shots reduced a tank with over 2,300 health to a sliver of HP. What? The composed man was still a bit stunned. What was going on? Why is there no blood? He can't be dreaming, can he? Qiao Chu held the gun. Who's the real useless one, huh? The people around were stunned by that move of hers. Holy shit. Miss Chu looks pretty and always smiles when she talks, but it turns out she's this fierce. Everyone shivered and hurriedly wondered whether they had offended her. The man on the donkey looking for a toilet nearby was also panic-stricken, quietly shifting his feet. What's going on? Should he pretend he didn't see it now or not? Sob. That boss's shot was so fierce. If anyone ever calls his magnetic storm weak again, he'll slap them hard. The calm man looked at the delicate gun in her hand, which clearly radiated a halo. What was there left to not understand? Yesterday I heard there's a pretty girl selling gear at the camp. She had so much it was like wholesale. Not just green items, she even had blue ones. Could it be? The composed man looked like a duck that had been choked. Qiao Chu held the gun with a cold expression. Apologize. Why yes, sorry boss, I failed to recognize a great man, haha. Apologize to your president. No, former president. No, boss, please don't shoot. President, I'm sorry, I thought I was wrong back then, it was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The composed man panicked. Although he was still inwardly resentful and kept cursing, Qiao Chu's shot had frightened him. Damn, what kind of monster is this? If Qiao Chu had killed him, wouldn't all the levels he trained yesterday have been for nothing? So he can't enter the dungeon instance today then. Waited until he finished apologizing. Bang! The third gunshot. The magnetic storm user one-shot a level 10 green-geared MT with 3 shots. At the end of the composed man's gaze was Qiao Chu's face, so handsome it was almost sharp. Don't let me see you again, trash. Every time I see you I'll kill you. Chapter 61. You're still the scariest. Qiao Chu put this troublemaking idiot back into the afterlife with a single shot. From the calm man starting to curse, to Qiao Chu taking it out with 3 shots. Extremely efficient. It didn't even take 2 minutes. Qiao Chu deftly removed the bolt, casually set the gun down, and folded it back into her storage space. Her level was anonymous, not viewable. She only had a small handgun at her waist and wore novice leather armor, looking extremely low-key. This was common sense in the apocalypse, and even in the game Qiao Chu was not showy. Otherwise, players who want to kill and loot, recruit her into guilds, or hit on her would be as numerous and annoying as flies, buzzing incessantly. You have killed the player with ID calm and composed man. Your current kill score is 14 points. When the kill score reaches 30 points, you will be prohibited from entering the hero's camp, and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will become hostile. Please confirm whether to issue the warning again. TSK. Qiao Chu ignored the reminder. The kill score is a bit high, but if I don't kill this trash I'll feel awful. If the kill score gets high there's ways to bring it down, but what if the idiot misses and then can't kill her? Wouldn't that be something you'd regret? She stepped forward, and the composed man actually ejected the green armor from his body? She picked up the green armor, found the stats weren't bad, and happily put it into her backpack. Riding the donkey and looking for a restroom, the others gaped foolishly at Qiao Chu's smooth, flowing set of moves, silently picking up their jaws that had dropped to the ground. He actually only used 3 shots? Wawa. Ishi Fengyue put away the surprise on her face, a dark glint flickering in her eyes, then she smiled. Her pale pink lips parted and, as usual, she leaned close to Qiao Chu. Sister, you're amazing. I knew it. You're the best. Qiao Chu smiled too, squinting happily. Knew what? What made it real was knowing she was the anonymous person who took him out that day and stole the props. That black-hearted little vixen. I have no idea what her endgame is in pestering her. She's such a good actress. Then she obliged. She acted as if nothing had happened, also pretending not to know anything. Don't waste time. Let's hurry into the chapter. Ishi Fengyue ground his teeth, his eyes curved with a smile, his voice soft. All right, sister. That damned woman, she really was the one who tried to kill him that day. Does she have no sense of guilt at all? Hoping that Qiao Chu would have a change of heart was absolutely hopeless, especially knowing what kind of person he was. Only when she passed by the phosphorescent light did he turn his face, the corner of his mouth tilted, as if a snowcap were melting. His voice was low and raspy, a cocky roguish smile flashing in his eyes, making him seem a little more real. Well said. Thank you, Miss Chu. He spoke slowly, enunciating softly. Qiao Chu was momentarily dazzled by his smile and nodded lightly. You're welcome. Mostly it was for herself, to have the strength so she didn't have to wait for others to step in. She could deal with whoever she wanted. Today's events only strengthened her resolve to keep leveling up. Equipment can drop, friends can betray you, but the levels you grind through hardship will always stay with you. Riding the donkey to find a restroom, she put away her expression and cautiously approached Qiao Chu. Be big boss, I've come. All right, I know. Qiao Chu teased him, patting the little donkey and rubbing his head, a little embarrassed. The girl returned to her usual self. She no longer needed to project an awe-inspiring persona, and behaved as she normally would. Even at the height of his glory in his past life, Qiao Chu was never arrogant or impatient. He never put on a haughty face. Now the group of guild members she had cowed circled around the girl, their eyes sparkling as they looked at her pretty face. Miss Chu, we didn't add you as friends last time. Can we add you today? Miss Chu, your skills are so accurate. My fireballs are so off. Could you teach me? Chu Xiao. Ishi smiled gently. Everyone, you're all gathered around her. We're traveling too slowly, which might not be good. The players on the elite team were all originally from Qi Lang Phosphorescence Studio, who had fought many games with him and therefore knew the true colors of their captain friend. They all scattered like startled birds and beasts. Qiao Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Ishi Fengyue did not, as she had feared, come over to talk to her. Qiao Chu looked at his profile and discovered that when he didn't smile, that delicate face even took on a chilliness with a hint of ferocity. But he seemed very sensitive to other people's gazes. When he noticed Qiao Chu looking at him, he turned his head and said with a faint smile, "What's wrong, sister?" The elf smiled in the sunlight, green eyes sparkling. Qiao Chu shook his head. "It's nothing." A few people hurried across the crossroads, then followed one of the forest paths for another 10-odd minutes before finally seeing 2 low-rise buildings not far apart. These were the locations of the 2 beginner dungeons. As the leader, Ingong stepped forward and went to the left door. There are some scattered burlap sacks piled in front of the door, splattered with many dark and dried bloodstains. Some sacks have been torn open, and the grain and seeds inside are spilled all over the ground. Do you want to enter the instance AEL Camp Granary? Max 8 players? Tip: minimum entry level is 10. Each person has 3 entry attempts per calendar day. Selectable difficulty: normal. Challenge locked. Catastrophe locked. There were still quite a few players standing outside at this time. Many players who weren't high level enough also stopped leveling and ran over to join the commotion. There were also some who looked like they had failed for the first time, typing with stern faces, probably not wanting others to hear how much experience their team had gained. Qiao Chu even caught sight of someone from the Thunderfire Guild. She raised an eyebrow. "I've initiated it," Phosphor said. Qiao Chu withdrew his gaze and raised his handgun, immediately on high alert. "You have entered the instance, IR Camp Granary, 8 players, normal mode." As the system's voice fell, they were transported into a place of complete darkness. Qiao Chu even heard someone exclaim. It seemed to be the party's paladin, whose ID is Momo petting the husky's head. Touching Era's head, his voice was choked with sobs. "Boss Changthu, where are you? I'm afraid of the dark." Qiao Chu was speechless. Lingguang's voice remained steady. "Everyone, don't scatter. Look around for somewhere to make a fire. A place with light." It must be said, his calm command immediately suppressed the panic in everyone's hearts. Qiao Chu responded and, pretending to fumble, walked over and unscrewed the kerosene lamp on the table. The dim light drove away the surrounding darkness. An elf hunter looked at Momo the husky and said disdainfully, "I'm impressed with you." Momo the husky wiped his nose, very unconvinced. "Aren't you all scared?" Changzi said softly. "The darkness isn't scary. It's your crying that's more frightening. Crying like a ghost." Patting the husky's head. No love left. Phosphorescence knew that patting a husky's head was the way to dispel fear. This player was very bold. Not afraid of ghosts or zombies. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen a class that hugs zombies' faces in the maze. He was only afraid of the dark. So Phosphorescence hadn't stopped his nagging earlier. However, after entering the dungeon, the others' voices grew much quieter, to avoid missing the commander's orders. Phosphorescence's voice was cold and low. "There's someone outside." Chapter 62 Advance. Lost without shame at the peak work. Unlike previous holograms, it has more of a realness than other games, always managing to make you forget you are inside a game. When the light is off, the first thing that pierces the nostrils is a faint metallic tang of blood, mixed with dust and a strange damp mildew smell that lingers at the tip of the nose for a long time. Once the vintage kerosene lamp on the tea table is lit, the surrounding environment becomes faintly visible. The 8 of them were transported into a rather small room. The floor was, surprisingly, just old-fashioned cement. There wasn't much, one small tea table with some already moldy snacks on it, the light breaking the packaging into irregular patches. A chair with a backrest and 2 electronic screens in front of it. But what made the chest tighten was that the chair had been toppled over. The black clotted shadows on the floor were probably bloodstains, and the electronic screen suddenly gave a zzz that made you jump. Riding the donkey, he raised his shield and moved forward toward the toilet, muttering "Wachow, wachow, wachow" under his breath. "What's wrong?" The others leaned over curiously to look and fell silent. An elderly man with some graying hair was lying on the ground, his mouth wide open, his face contorted. A large patch of skin and flesh had been torn from his shoulder, but the fatal wound was the small knife in his throat. He must have bitten and then killed himself. Everyone fell silent. Seeing zombies was one thing, but seeing a living, breathing corpse was an even greater shock for the Chinese players. They finally understood why the people who had come in from outside looked so ghastly. Just as everyone was starting to argue, Phosphor, standing in the doorway, said in a low voice, "There are people outside. Quiet. Quiet." Phosphorescence was startled for a moment, realizing that the other voice that had sounded at the same time was Qiao Chu's. Qiao Chu nodded apologetically and made a gesture of invitation, indicating she didn't intend to seize command. For one thing, she had joined the team halfway through. For another, if she were to start applying experiences from her past life to breeze through things now, it would be far too suspicious. But Qiao Chu was very curious. How did Lingguang know it needed to be quiet? Lingguang pressed his lips together. His cool, handsome face nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Beside him, Ishi Fengyue squinted his eyes and lowered his lids. Lingguang had the donkey rider report the panel, pondered for a moment, then quickly gave orders. Ride the donkey as a secondary tank. When you open the door, look to the left, the husky's head looks to the right. When you go out, don't use skills at first. Use them later depending on the situation. Hunters stand on the left. If a monster appears, mark it and kite it. Everyone else should first kill the monsters on the right. Switch targets as commanded. Fengyue, you stand dead center. He paused. You don't need to DPS for now. Every guild's elite team has its own tactics, mainly depending on the commander's style. Clearly, Lingguang's command style was terse, concise, and to the point. Their team composition is also heavy on damage with control. There's only one healer, Ishi Fengyue. First, Ishi Fengyue has a large healing output. Second, they aim for fast kills and don't need many healers. Similarly, this requires team members to react very quickly, have high coordination, and preferably make no mistakes. Actually, the stats on the donkey riding panel are pretty good, but Phosphor probably had his own teammate be the main tank for compatibility reasons. But riding a donkey and just nodding was still much better than the steady man. Understood. Phosphorescent light gestured for the main T to step forward and prepare to open the door. Miss Chu, don't output anything yet. The others were a bit puzzled. Phosphorescent light sighed and said helplessly, there's an obvious broken button on the NPC's radio, the kind that was smashed by itself. It's clearly hinting at what caused him to attract the zombies. Since Qiao Chu had been able to shout quiet at the same time as him, he was naturally explaining these things to the rest of the teammates. Their guild's elite team not only had to be formidable in combat, they also needed to have the finer details well developed. Everyone suddenly understood, and Qiao Chu also showed an approving look. Most people aren't so perceptive when they first enter a game. Lingguang truly lives up to being a top player. His ability to find clues and analyze problems seems innate. Unfortunately, in the last 3 months of his previous life something went wrong in reality, and after that he never logged into the game again. The leader held up a shield and opened the door. The others filed out quickly. Outside it was still pitch dark, only the small patch of ground at their feet lit by the kerosene lamp Qiao Chu was carrying. Everyone held their breath and shifted 2 steps to the right. Suddenly, a pale gaunt face appeared right in front of Era's muzzle. The husky's head shivered in fright in the darkness. But he heeded the captain's words and forced himself not to cry out. Qiao Chu raised the kerosene lamp and at the same time sent out a probe. Monster info. Granary handler. Zombified. Monster level in. Under everyone's attacks, this little Tulansa turned into a stream of experience flowing into Qiao Chu's experience bar in less than a minute. Phosphorescent spoke without the slightest pause, voice calm. The right corridor is very long. Turn your head and look to the left. Doors here came one after another. There were noticeably only a few doors on the left. The group kept their formation and after less than 2 minutes reached the front, where only a single zombie lay on the ground, level 11. Together they killed it. Qiao Chu couldn't help but nod mentally. Phosphor Light's command was indeed reliable. If they hadn't killed that monster, or if things hadn't been quiet just now, 4 more zombies could have instantly rushed out and surrounded the players. Many would have been swarmed, panicked, and fallen at the first minor challenge. The spawn location of these small mobs was odd. They were all seasoned gamers and searched for clues for a long time without finding any. But they did manage to loot a white piece of equipment, which wasn't bad. Qiao Chu watched everyone's movements, silently recalling things in his mind. You have to wait until the highest difficulty to unlock the related storyline. Likewise, the first team to clear it can receive the NPC-assigned quest. Everyone moved forward with slight excitement, and Qiao Chu slowly raised his pistol, taking a deep breath of the damp, not exactly pleasant air. Only in this dark, eerie dungeon are her danger senses aroused, and she can clearly feel that she is truly alive. The girl's black eyes shone astonishingly. Lost one, I'm back. At the moment of turning the corner, Phosphor heard the familiar roar. Ready, he said in a deep voice. Momo the husky immediately raised his shield and stepped forward. Faster than the phosphorescent ice arrow was a single bullet. Bang! Qiao Chu held the kerosene lamp in one hand, his right arm stretched straight out, and the shot hit precisely a few meters away, right between the zombie's eye sockets. After the shot rang out, the sound-activated lights overhead came on. The next second, countless dazzling attacks rained down on the zombie. Chapter 63, Copy Receipt. Monster Info Sturdy Mover, Zombified. Monster Level 12. Erha startled. He didn't expect his strength attribute to be insufficient. He was shoved back half a step by the 2 zombies, his feet leaving 2 streaks across the dust-covered concrete floor. The face that was usually all grins and laughs was now full of composure. Taunt. The zombies temporarily abandoned the teammates behind him and struck the 2-headed husky a few times, instantly inflicting a corpse toxin debuff on him. A white light fell on his body, and Ishi Fengyue restored the health he had lost. In an instant, 2 more level 12 zombies roared and charged over from the distance. Secondary tank, follow up. Hunter, pull right 3. Riding the donkey, he instantly moved forward to hold the position after hearing the order. The husky-headed guy matched his stance, and the 2 of them sealed the gap in the corridor tightly. The others followed orders and focused their fire. He sighed inwardly. No wonder this guild is ranked 5th in the whole server. As they fought, everyone began to notice Qiao Chu's prowess. Someone even muttered, "Boss, if it doesn't work out, Get us a magnetic storm specialist for one of our teams. They had thought this was a weak profession, but under Qiao Chu it was not so. The level 2 paladin's taunt had an 8-second cooldown early on, which was actually fairly long. But the Tesla gunner's rapid fire had a short cooldown. Qiao Chu covered the gaps, alternately knocking back the charging zombies, greatly slowing the MT's health loss, and Ishi Fengyue even found time to deal a fair bit of damage. Coupled with the party's phosphor's ice slow, the 4 zombies that were 2 levels higher than them failed to put up much of a fight and fell one after another. Another teammate stepped forward, touched a corpse, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You kid think every electromagnetic blaster can be like Miss Chu?" Qiao Chu could take someone out with 3 shots outside because she had good equipment. Here, using a small pistol, she dealt about the same damage as the team's fire mage, and often landed weak point criticals, even slightly better. Qiao Chu smiled slightly. "My aim is pretty good." As for why her aim was good in Hua country, she wouldn't say, and they didn't press the matter. Qiao Chu glanced at her status panel. Since her rebirth, she hadn't missed a single attribute point. Even though they were the same level, attribute points were the key factor determining a player's strength. Before entering the dungeon, she had already allocated all 7 attribute points from being a level 10 human plus level up rewards and leaderboard rewards. 2 points went into strength, 1 into agility, 1 into perception, and the remaining 3 all into intelligence. After all, intelligence affects mana, and earlier she had put too many points into constitution, which left her mana still not even a fraction higher than her HP. Qiao Chu was frustrated. Which ranged character has a health bar this thick? After that wave of attacks, everyone's taut nerves relaxed a little. Qiao Chu put the kerosene lamp back into his backpack, and they began to open the doors one by one to clear out the zombies. The low-level zombies were unconscious. Whenever they heard noises outside, they began howling inside the house. 2 Ts took turns blocking the door. Before long, the zombies dissolved into streams of experience flowing into the experience slot, and these zombies were generally poor. They didn't have much equipment or money, because the valuable things are precisely the grain and seeds here. Qiao Chu waved his hand and packed all the grain piled up to the ceiling of the room into his backpack. If they get the first kill, the stuff can be taken. If they die and get out, the system will only stingily give a tiny taste, the kind where you collect hundreds of sacks and it gives you a few grains. Once a team gets the first kill, the food and seeds here will become part of the instance background. If a player tries to pick them up, the system will only notify them that the pickup failed. You have received 513 bags of Kuxiuko seeds. Kuxiuko tastes somewhat like the Chinese cabbage on Earth, but it is more savory and sweet than cabbage. Its fruit is larger, and it grows faster. When the zombies arrived 6 months later, almost all edible crops on Earth were inexplicably contaminated by the virus. Qiao Chu had been starved badly back then. During the toughest period, she survived entirely by eating the leaves of mutated plants and tree bark. Thinking of that, she hurriedly gathered up the little glass bottles from the other room. Although there wasn't much, Qiao Chu didn't mind. You have obtained fresh mushrooms times 125 jars. Qiao Chu's eyes lit up. It was actually fresh mushrooms. She was fortunate to have eaten it once in her past life and was utterly amazed. This kind of mushroom tastes a bit like termitomyces. It's prepared similarly, first stir-fried in oil. Whether eaten plain or mixed with rice, it's so fragrant it could make someone figuratively bite off their own tongue. One bite and it's like seeing paradise. Qiao Chu swallowed and could even taste it in the game. It said that eating a lot is good for the body, so she planned to try some as soon as she left the dungeon. Fresh mushrooms were scarce and extremely difficult to pick. He hadn't expected there to be so many here, and Qiao Chu couldn't keep a smile from forming. Ishi Fengyue stopped, the milky white priest's robe setting off his blonde hair, and asked in puzzlement, "Sister, do you need anything from here? If your backpack isn't big enough, I can help carry some." Qiao Chu nodded, hands working constantly to fill the backpack as he took out a reason he had prepared long ago. "Yes, I received a hidden quest. An NPC needs the crop seeds from here." When she said this, everyone else just looked at her with envy, without the slightest doubt. My goodness, not only is the big shot powerful, but they're also so lucky. Qiao Chu collected as she walked. With a single wave of her hand, she could stockpile countless goods. It felt amazing. In my previous life, no one took these seeds. They were all wasted. The system's notification sound kept ringing. "Congratulations. You have received 847 bags of thin red fruit. These are a bit like chili peppers on Earth. Not bad, I'll store them. Congratulations. You have received 120 bags of pink fruit tree seeds. This fruit is very tasty and very juicy. It doesn't exist on Earth. It's a variety from planet Odo. Congratulations. You have received 231 bags of boom fruit seeds. Huh. I never heard of this in my previous life. I don't know whether Qiao Chu isn't qualified to eat it, or whether it didn't leave seeds afterwards. Congratulations to you." Everyone else thought she needed it as a quest item and didn't compete with her, so Qiao Chu ended up filling a whole backpack with them. Some she tried and found delicious, while others she'd never even heard of. They kept fighting monsters and collecting loot all the way, and after more than 20 minutes, the group turned the last corner and seeing the staircase above suddenly understood. No wonder the place felt so damp, it was underground. If Qiao Chu knew their puzzlement, he would tell them that seeds of the autostar must be stored in cold, damp places, and their germination conditions are the opposite of Earth's plants. They can only grow in extreme cold. The voice-controlled light went out, and once again there was utter darkness. They formed up, cautiously climbing the chilly stone steps. Momo the husky nudged the door with his shield, and the wooden door in front of them swung open with a creak. Blinded by the sudden glare of sunlight, everyone squinted, and in the next moment Momo the husky's eyes flew wide open. Holy fuck! Chapter 64. Playing for thrills. Pushing the door open, upstairs was unexpectedly a huge threshing floor. Under the drifting white clouds, round warehouses characteristic of Audwa Star sat interspersed, with many farming tools leaning against them. Seeds that needed sunlight were spread out on the ground, neatly laid out to dry. If you ignored the zombies wandering back and forth, everything felt so peacefully idyllic. Unfortunately, the moment Momo the husky pushed the door open, all the zombies that had been staggering and wandering around instantly turned their heads. Their lifeless, pale blue-white eyes glinted with ferocity, and viscous fluid mixed with blood dripped from their mouths. Roar! The zombies, seeing the fresh human flesh, turned in unison, roaring and surging forward, trampling the carefully laid-out seeds on the ground as they swept toward the squad. Don't panic, block the doorway. The staff in Phosphor's hand emitted a cold, icy gleam. His calm tone made the husky take a deep breath, instantly steady himself, and step forward 2 paces to block the doorway. Qiao Chu pulled the shotgun from his backpack and fired at the forehead of the zombie running first. A gush of black blood spurted from the center of its brow from front to back, and its health bar dropped a small segment. The level gap of 3+ zombification defense meant that even blue-tier weapon damage couldn't be considered encouraging. Monster name: Sturdy Thresher. Zombified. Monster level 13. But it only paused for a moment under Qiao Chu's attack, then opened its mouth wide, showing yellow teeth, and lunged forward. In just a few seconds, the zombies before them had already overwhelmed the squad. The shredded flesh at the corners of their mouths was clearly visible, and countless arms squeezed through the gaps, their numbers so great they even blocked out the sunlight. Everyone's faces went pale, and even Plint's palms unavoidably began to sweat. Everyone kept moving their hands, dazzling skills mingling with feathered arrows and bullets, unleashing an onslaught at the zombies. The husky-touching man suddenly cried out in pain. Some zombie was lying on the ground and had bitten his calf. Damn, this bastard pulled a sneak attack. The husky-touching man wanted to cry but had no tears, and everyone hurriedly focused their fire on the one on the ground. A stream of moonlight and breeze was followed by 2 streaks of white light landing on him, and he hurriedly said, "Drink the medicine first, I don't have enough milk." The main issue is the corpse toxin debuff can stack repeatedly. With so many zombies, even with the blue staff the healing is barely sufficient. Phosphorescent voice followed. Miss Chu, pull the blue-clothed zombies, Hunter. Pull the white-clothed female zombies. Everyone else and I will focus fire on the one directly in front. 5 minutes later, using the terrain to their advantage, they wore down and killed 2 high-level zombies. T's remaining HP was still dangerously low. The up-and-down red health bar was terrifying to watch. If the front line fell and these monsters closed in on the squishy characters, it would be a massacre. Fengyue, use a skill. Okay. Ishi Fengyue's voice was clear and pure. Like a poem, the incantation drifted from his lips. The elf shut her eyes, golden strands of hair by her ears and the priest's robe moving without wind. Divine blessing descended immediately, like a milky white pillar of light, enveloping him and the 2 tanks, finally stopping the sharp drop in their HP. Even Qiao Chu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if they had died, they probably wouldn't have been able to come back a second time this morning. Off-tank, take the top. If your HP drops to 30%, swap positions. Everyone else step back 2 paces. Phosphorescent sighed helplessly. Bottling them at the stairwell was really the best tactic. If they had fought in the big open area outside and met the enemy in a skirmish, they might not have lasted 2 minutes before wiping. Qiao Chu's hands never stopped moving. She frowned, feeling how difficult the fight was. Suddenly, she sharply remembered that in her last life this dungeon had also been very hard. Its difficulty was noticeably higher than the other dungeon, probably because seeds mattered more than weapons. And they were clearing it fresh now, without the gear support of veteran players. Qiao descendants enjoyed the shade last life. This life still has to farm gear to support new players. She hurriedly handed the green armor that the composed man had dropped to the one riding the donkey. You put it on first. We haven't even seen the boss yet, don't waste your attempts here. The one on the donkey didn't refuse. His armor still had white attributes, and his HP was naturally lower than the main tanks. They fought their way back like that, 2 tanks alternating replacements. Glass bottles and zombie corpses littered the path behind them. The team also fell back to the position at the bottom of the stairs. Suddenly, riding the donkey under high pressure, not watching the corpses rolling underfoot, he accidentally tripped. Just like that, a level 13 zombie suddenly leapt down from above and bit the team's fire mage, instantly taking away 60% of his health bar. Ah! The fire mage let out a horrible scream. He felt the middle of his chest split open as a large chunk of flesh was ripped away down to the bone. Pain made his chest convulse, his face went deathly pale, and the staff fell from his hand. Bang! Qiao Chu reacted fastest, firing a shot at close range into the zombie's occiput. The black, fetid blood even splattered onto her fair cheek. Active skill plus weak point attack. Minus 831. That zombie immediately had its aggro pulled by Qiao Chu. It gave a low snarl, abandoned the magician before it, chewed the flesh and blood in its mouth, and turned to rush straight at Qiao Chu. At the moment the zombie lunged forward, Qiao Chu fired another burst, making it hesitate briefly. Then in that 0.2 seconds she rapidly switched to her handgun, loaded incendiary rounds, and with a few quick aim shots each hit the head. As the zombie was about to pounce on her, a white light had already fallen in front of Qiao Chu. The priest's healing spell. Sister. Ishi Fengyue pressed her lips together, breathing fast. But both the white light and the zombie's lunge missed. To the astonishment of everyone, Qiao Chu nimbly stepped on the wall, shifting left and right as he climbed upward, and eventually clung to the ceiling. Holy shit, you can do that! Phosphorescent glance following everyone's gaze toward Qiao Chu. He relaxed his grip on the scepter, let out a barely noticeable breath, withdrew his stare and lowly snapped. Finish off the zombies on his face. Ride a donkey and drink blue to mock. Momo patted Era's head and pulled the skyward tilted face back, murmuring softly, Guild leader, weren't you just watching too? Momo pats Era's head. Private message Ling. Pull Miss Chu into the guild. I beg you, please, please. Lingguang's phoenix eye slitted slightly. His nose was straight, his tone cool, and he sneered, Don't call me brother. Our family could never give birth to a brother as naive as you. And he didn't even think someone like Qiao Chu, a top-tier pro, is not the kind a guild can recruit whenever it pleases. Patting the husky's head. Private chat. Chapter 65, Mobile Casting. Qiao Chu rolled and fired again, narrowly dodging the zombie's lunge, mainly because the corridor here was narrow, making kiting inconvenient. Petting Era's head and looking at her disheveled hair, he actually blushed a little. Hehe, Miss Chu, thanks for your hard work. I'll help you. The healing pressure was too great. He drank the small red potion and his HP recovered more slowly. When Qiao Chu saw him pulling the aggro, she finally managed to down a red potion. She tilted the cat's eye sharply and exhaled. Try moving while taunting. Pull this one together with the others. Patting Era's head, he paused. Oh, I'll try. He was a bit clumsy. After the first attempt he didn't understand Qiao Chu's meaning at all, and looked at Qiao Chu anxiously, afraid the boss would dislike him. Qiao Chu fired 2 shots in succession again. Too much time had passed, and she had only just remembered this dungeon strategy. Other parts weren't really difficult, but for the first kill, the MT was required to be able to move and taunt. Before the release of the game Mizuto, other hologames still retained the traditional PC, computer game, gameplay of the old days. That is, press a skill, cast the skill, trigger an attack, deal damage. But Mizuto, like a mudslide, is refreshingly unconventional and distinct. Not only, as Qiao Chu mentioned earlier, does attacking different parts deal different damage, it also has a very realistic engine system, namely casting while moving. It sounds simple, just move while casting skills. But in practice it's not as easy as it seems, because in Mizuto the skills require spoken incantations. For example, if a mage wants to cast the skill Frost Trap, the freeze effect only triggers within the first 2 seconds after someone steps on it, so timing the trap's release is crucial, and you also have to consider casting range. Do you really want to stand 800 meters away and cast a skill for someone who's charging in? Sorry, Mizuto's official rules don't allow that kind of balance-breaking situation. And that is precisely the charm of Doomsday Lost OL. This game truly separates the masters from the rest. You can't solve everything by throwing money at it or grinding obsessively. Wealthy players and grindaholics have advantages, but skilled players who understand skill synergies can, even without spending a penny, still massacre them in the arena. There's no ceiling to skill execution here. Players explore techniques faster than expected. In the later stages of the previous incarnation, many could cast while moving, and a few mages and priests could even omit the chant altogether. Qiao Chu looked at the husky-headed creature's bewildered face, still wearing a faint smile. Don't panic. The taunting spell is short. You need to release the syllables slowly, Don't blurt them all out at once. Try launching an attack first, then speak the incantation. She left a bit of health on this level 13 zombie, saying lightly, I only discovered this not long ago. It doesn't matter if it fails. It won't have much effect. False, if it failed today would be much harder. This was also the only solution that original first kill team had worked out back then. If the husky-headed one learns it in front of the boss, he'll be even more nervous. When Arrowhead heard Qiao Chu say that, his eyes immediately lit up. Then if he learned it, could he be as powerful as Qiao Chu? Alright, I'll try. Arrowhead touched it and tried a few more times, and he really dragged that low-health zombie to the position he wanted. Damn, it actually worked? He was so excited he could die, immediately noticing the benefits of doing this. Not only did it enlarge the pull range, but it could also stall cooldowns and lock enemies into safe positions for teammates to DPS. He felt like all his previous play had been for nothing, only now did he truly understand how to use the taunt skill. If Qiao Chu knew what he was thinking, he'd only say this was just the beginning of learning. Taunt is the paladin's core skill. When used well, it can even interrupt a boss's charge and player's movement abilities. It's just that producing this kind of judgment is extremely demanding. It takes hundreds or even thousands of repetitions of practice. The others also widened their eyes at the scene. They've been shocked so many times today. Everyone's expressions changed repeatedly. They had thought themselves quite skilled, but it turns out there's always someone better. Chapter 66. Let me try. Riding the donkey, the tips of her ears were slightly red. Big brother. Let the husky-headed one teach you. She was a bit tired from going up and down just now, so she enjoyed the warm, healing breeze and moonlight washing over her while doing minimal work and fighting monsters. The others all pricked up their ears to listen. Even if they weren't tanks, they figured they could still learn a lot of experience from it. The husky finished jabbering, sighed with lingering satisfaction. Ah. Riding the donkey, he asked in puzzlement. Little husky brother, what's wrong? The husky looked very smug and sighed. Ah, someone like me. Choosing paladin is really an underuse of my talents. I should have picked the same as Miss Chu. I wouldn't have been so casual about butchering these zombies. He raised his hand and made a dashing finger gun gesture. Riding the donkey with glazed eyes, he snorted. Heh heh. It turned out he learned the move even faster than Era, hitting the day before yesterday prodigy, so hard he kept pounding the wall. Everyone was tickled by the two comic reliefs and laughed heartily. Nothing particularly dangerous happened afterward. Half an hour later, the last zombie in front of them let out a wail and collapsed. Qiao Chu glanced at her experience. Now level 10 at 52%. The monsters dropped 3 green items and 5 white ones. The drop rate was pretty good. Among them was a green leather armor that only Qiao Chu's class could wear. There was no roll, so she paid 15 gold coins to take it. The rest of the usable equipment would be rolled for and worn first. The unusable pieces would be sold together later and the money split. Then they headed up along the valley field. Qiao Chu waved her hand and collected another batch of seeds. Unfortunately, the seeds spread on the ground were just background props for the dungeon. A waste. After another hour of fragmented monster grinding, Qiao Chu finally reached level 10 at 82%. And they at last encountered the dungeon boss. Monster name: Barnkeeper. Monster level: Elite level 13. Active skill 1. Life-stealing attack. The barn manager swings his shovel, with an 8% chance to drain 5% of the target's health from the attacked opponent. Active skill 2. Active skill 3. Unfortunately, they were all only level 10. Their levels were insufficient to detect the other two skills. This barn is roughly over 200 square meters, with scattered sacks piled about. The boss and 2 small monsters were roaming back and forth inside. The other 2 small monsters weren't so bad, only level 12. But the boss was holding a shovel half a person tall, the first weapon-bearing monster they'd encountered. Qiao Chu and the others sat on the ground eating the food they'd brought, restoring their stamina bars. Lingguang stood a short distance away discussing something with the 2 MTs. Having just learned cast while moving, Lingguang was ready to see if it could be useful. Ishi Fengyue bumped her arm with his elbow and handed her a bottle of milk. Aren't you going to discuss it with them? Phosphor's been watching you this whole time. Qiao Chu glanced at the beautiful blonde elf beside him. He slowly ate his bread and suddenly said, "You're so good like this." "What?" Ishi Fengyue smiled. Qiao Chu sighed. "I mean, can't you just say it straight? Why do you have to keep beating around the bush like this? Aren't you tired?" Ishi Fengyue's eyes were half closed. His back was straight, and a priest's robe embroidered with gold thread lay neatly and snugly over him, giving him an air of elegance. Light fell from behind and to the side, illuminating his very handsome face. A warm glow spread through his water-green eyes. "Not tired. I don't have anything to do right now." He turned his head away, his pointed elf ears flushing red in an instant. Qiao Chu casually nodded, then continued eating her bread. Oh. At first she thought Ishi Fengyue and Jialan were of the same kind, but later she realized they seemed a bit different after all. Ishi Fengyue took a deep breath, her lips mumbled twice, and she very reluctantly opened her mouth. I swear the first time we met, I only did that with you. Era stuck his head over and called to them. Miss Chu Fengyue, I'm about to pull a boss. Hearing that, Ishi Fengyue immediately fell silent, her brows and eyes shifting slightly, as if regretting having said what she just did. Qiao Chu dusted off her butt and didn't even look at him. If you need me, get the money in place and that's all. Ishi Fengyue, however, relaxed at her unconcerned attitude and chuckled. You really are. He curved his eyes, his voice like a feather lightly tickling Qiao Chu, leaning close to her with an innocent smile. Then it settled. Sister. Qiao Chu touched her inexplicably itchy ear. Damn. This black-hearted little green tea's voice was actually pretty pleasant. She responded casually a couple times and walked to the front of the group. Lin Guang watched the two of them return chatting and laughing, gave Qiao Chu a long deep look, then lowered his lashes and said lightly, after the battle starts, the deputy tank will pull the small mobs on the left for Miss Chu. Hunter should kite the right side with marks. Main tank pull the boss. Fengyue watched the second husky's HP. After we clear the two ads, we'll turn and focus fire the boss. The youth's features were well defined. His skin, set off by the blue mage robe, was almost too pale. His brows and eyes looked as if they had been retraced with a heavy hand, cold and listless, as if he cared little for anything. He smiled faintly. It's okay if we fail on the first try. Let's just give it a shot. Qiao Chu had no objections. The first dungeon on the maze route wasn't hard. He believed they'd clear it quickly. 10 minutes later. The husky howled. Oh woo! This boss is so messed up. Twisted and lost, twisted game design. He wailed in a pathetic, whining voice. It's one thing to hit people with the shovel in his hand, but why does he have to swing it in circles like that? Paladins are slow, and the husky-headed guy missed his dodge earlier and was knocked down by the boss's shovel slaps. Seeing this, the guy riding the donkey gritted his teeth and charged in, following the husky-headed guy's footsteps. Seeing this, the others didn't want to waste any more deaths either. So they simply left the fight and waited for the two to run back with their corpses. TSK, how tragic. It seems that no matter which dungeon it is, the initial clears are never easy. Qiao Chu glanced at the time. It was almost noon. She sighed. If you don't mind, may I try directing things? Chapter 67, trying again. Everyone turned to look at the girl. She hugged her shoulders and leaned against the wall to one side. Her long legs crossed in high lace-up leather boots, a bright smile on her face. But who knew, her hands were already clenched tightly in nervousness. Phosphor nodded without hesitation. No problem. The others also looked like they accepted gladly. The two T's were positively elated, and Era said excitedly, Boss, say a few more words. Our guild leader's directions were too brief. I'm freaking out here. Qiao Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she hadn't given orders in 4 or 5 years, and seeing everyone's expectant faces actually made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Phosphorescent light in his eyes revealed a faint smile as he murmured, Don't be nervous. At worst, we'll do it again tomorrow. The youth's cool but resolute voice drowned out the sharp, harsh accusations ringing in her mind. If we fail, we'll just try again next time. Qiao Chu steadied her throat, turned her face so the others wouldn't see the brief emotion that flashed across it, cleared her throat and said in a low voice, The first 2 small monsters ahead are no problem. The boss's first 2 skills. One is to use a shovel to strike a straight line in front. The other is a slap that drains blood from the target. The third, and the hardest, is spinning like a windmill. She accidentally said the nickname the players had given in her previous life, but because it was so apt, everyone understood. Seeing no one object, she continued, Along the maze, many scenes are not placed at random. Even a patch of grass or a single tree can have a purpose. Not only was the camp granary like that, but every dungeon thereafter was the same. Phosphorescent's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something, but he was polite and did not interrupt Qiao Chu's speech. Qiao Chu smiled faintly. So we dragged him into the pile of burlap sacks to see if we could break him. No sooner said than done. Qiao Chu added a few more details, and after everyone had healed up they eagerly chose to restart the dungeon. The first 2 mobs fell even faster than before, and didn't cause the group any trouble. The rookie dungeon boss telegraphed his charged attacks clearly. After a grueling 40+ minutes of fighting, the boss's HP finally dropped to 25%. He roared and swung his shovel horizontally. Siberian Husky Head, drink potions and activate skills. The husky-headed man hurriedly swallowed the red potion, activated taunt, and tried to pull aggro. His face was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but exclaim with delight. Miss Chu, it works. The boss's shovel tossed up countless burlap sacks, scattering seeds everywhere. The seeds spattered about, to some extent obscuring the player's vision. Qiao Chu fired her gun while quickly saying, "Don't let your guard down, keep up the DPS. These sacks will only hold off one strike. Once the boss finishes charging, it will soon start the second cast." Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes the boss swung the shovel again, and the husky-headed creature's HP began to plummet. Qiao Chu frowned. "Fengyu, use your active skill." Fengyu's hand movements were almost perfectly in sync with his voice, proving he had already deduced it and was just waiting for the command. Item name: Stag Patrol Staff, blue. Active skill 1. Summons a patrolling stag to grant 3 specified allied units on the field an additional 1000 HP. Health. Cooldown 3 real days. Divine Blessing for Mankind level 1. Can raise HP by 20%, but when the MT's HP is only just over 2000, this staff skill is undoubtedly more useful. The husky's head and face went pale. Just now his HP had been down to a sliver. Luckily it was locked. Chapter 68. A Godly Shot. Tuha Head, taunt and pull it back. Tuha Head didn't think much, decisively raised his shield and used the skill as Qiao Chu requested. Qiao Chu continued. Ride the donkey in relay and pull the boss to the left recess. He eagerly responded while riding the donkey. Finally it was his turn to go on stage. As for why Qiao Chu hadn't warned everyone that the boss would soon use its second skill again just now. I'm joking, it's her first time too, okay? Everyone take the potion. Except the hunter who keeps marking. Everyone else focus on DPS. After saying that, Qiao Chu downed a bottle of mana. Everyone's skills immediately rained down on the boss like they were free. The donkey riding tank who was pulling aggro couldn't help swallowing hard. His health bar kept fluctuating up and down under Fengyu's heels, making everyone watch with bated breath. After the boss got stuck, its health visibly plummeted, but when it reached 9% with 2 clanks of iron shovels it somehow absorbed back a lot of health. The boss's first skill triggers randomly. Unexpectedly it triggered twice in a row, and someone nearby cursed with national essence. Qiao Chu was also speechless. Almost finished the fight and this happens now. Damn lousy luck. Hit twice in succession by skills from an elite monster 3 levels higher. The unlucky man riding the donkey also fell to the ground with a thud. "You husky-headed fool!" Qiao Chu shouted hurriedly. The husky immediately leapt up and butted the boss, pinning it down. Everyone felt a cold sweat. A single mishap nearly caused the whole party to be wiped out. So here's the problem. Those grain piles are all quite far apart, and now that the taunt is gone, what should we do? Qiao Chu smiled. Luckily she's used to bad luck, what a joke. She kept dealing damage while calmly directing. "Hunter, prepare to place the mark. Pull it toward pit 3. It's okay if it falls. Keep the tank's health up." The hunter's mark also had enhanced output for pulling aggro. He nodded and, without much hesitation, stood at the position of the third heap. "Do it now." Qiao Chu stared intently at the boss. "Slow it with the phosphorus glow, hunters pull aggro." The elite team had been fighting together for a long time and had good coordination. They successfully pulled the boss into the right position before it swung its shovel, but enraged, the boss smashed the fragile hunter into a corpse with 2 shovel blows. The boss's health dropped to 7%. Era's expression grew noticeably tense. Qiao Chu tightened his grip on his gun. Even though he was nervous, he still comforted his teammates and said lightly, "Don't be afraid. If we hold steady, we can still win." That said, without the mark skill, Qiao Chu couldn't pull a level 13 elite, nor could she reveal her hidden class, so if this wave couldn't be taken down they would fail. No one spoke again. 8 pairs of eyes were fixed tightly on the boss's steadily falling health. 5%, 3%, 1.2%. The boss roared and swung the iron shovel again. Damn, the wrong path. That was close again. Qiao Chu cursed inwardly, his palms covered in cold sweat. But giving up now was impossible. The girl's gaze was calm. Drink the potion. Healer, use your skill, then switch to DPS. Fengyue switched to the hidden class Poisoner, throwing a ball of black light onto the boss. The husky head still didn't last 10 seconds before going down. Qiao Chu's face soured. Water Mage, go tank it for a bit. The Water Mage knew he was currently the lowest DPS in the group. Without hesitation he stepped forward 2 paces and took the shovel hit. He only held on for less than 3 seconds before his corpse turned into a white light and ran off the map. Damn, staying here was too nerve-wracking. Finish the run and come back to check if it's cleared. Fengyue's damage was high, and her mana consumption was equally high. She never stopped taking mana potions. Qiao Chu was helpless. He hadn't expected the Water Mage to hold off the attack only briefly. Everyone, spread out and leave it to fate. When there are no targets within the boss's attack range, it will prioritize attacking the player who has dealt the most damage present. 0.7%, 0.8%, 0.6%, 0.3%, 0.32%, 0.28%. Qiao Chu used movement speed to barely hold back the berserk boss. Without the T-tank, the monster resisted control, and the boss began to slowly regenerate health. Everyone's mana was basically exhausted, which caused the boss's HP to drop extremely slowly, making people unbearably anxious. The players who had died sat nearby, not even daring to draw a breath. Era's face was especially flushed from holding his breath. There was still enough time, but the boss was about to switch to the windmill attack again. If he unleashed that skill, it would wipe the whole raid. Having fought this far, Qiao Chu naturally was unwilling to give up. She lifted the now scalding barrel, took a deep breath. Give me a few seconds to aim. With no mana left, Ishi Fengyue and the fire mage immediately stepped forward without a word to buy her those few seconds. Qiao Chu held the gun with both hands, sweat constantly seeping from her brow. She could only hear her own heavy breathing, a ringing in her ears, and gradually auditory hallucinations of reproach. Qiao Chu, what's wrong with you today? Your accuracy is terrible. If you hadn't slacked off on damage, the first kill would have been ours. You still have the nerve to say that? The best equipment is on you. Shouldn't you be bearing the most pressure? She didn't even insult you. She was just speaking the truth. As for being angry, are you acting put out now? What are you afraid of? She signed the contract and can't leave. What's wrong with saying a few things about her? Jialan finally spoke. Chu, why don't you go try being an analyst first? Team 1 will always keep a spot for you. It's just that you haven't been in good form lately. Don't push yourself, okay? Qiao Chu's hand was trembling, and her eyes gradually reddened. Suddenly, someone slapped her on the back. Qiao Chu was so startled she jolted, instinctively pivoting while still holding the gun. Phosphor Light saw her looking at him with those pretty eyes tinged with wariness and chuckled. The gun's pointed the wrong way. It should be aimed at the boss. Qiao Chu pursed her lips, still looking at him with a rather indifferent gaze. Lin Guang took the initiative to step forward, meaning he was giving her the home field advantage. The young man raised his staff. Frost surged over his body, buying her the last few seconds. A heavy stillness filled Qiao Chu's black eyes. Her still naive face bore a hint of fierce killing intent. As the boss sprinted at high speed toward her, she relied on instinct and fired a shot into the middle of his eye socket. Weakness attack plus active skill. Bang! A tremendous crash. -1313. The enormous gunshot seemed to still be echoing through the warehouse. The towering zombie raised a shovel. Its dull ashen-gray eyes swept past Qiao Chu. Then with a plop it fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. His 0.12% health bar was completely reduced to 0 by that blow. You have learned the passive skill. Weakness perception. Current mastery progress. 1%. Chapter 69. First world clearing kill. A few seconds later, the system's slightly rousing alert sounded. The captain's name is listed first. The remaining rankings are ordered by contribution. Congratulations to Phosphor Guild. Phosphor led the team to complete the first clear of the Air Camp Granary, Normal Dungeon. Let us forever remember the names of the heroes. Congratulations. Chu led the team to complete the first clear of the Air Camp Granary, Normal Dungeon. Let us forever remember the names of the warriors. Congratulations to the Phosphorescence Guild. Ishi Fengyue led the team to complete the first clear of the Air Camp Granary, Normal Dungeon. Oh. Thanks to the above warriors for their contributions to the Wyatt continent. The entire server will share the dungeon progress. And the game will distribute the server-wide first clear rewards. Please check your mail. Immediately, a golden light flashed across Qiao Chu's body, and she leapt to level 11 with 7% experience. The system's voice continued. Congratulations, you have gained 300 reputation points in the Ire Forest, 3 attribute points, and 100 gold coins. Reach the required reputation to accept more quests from all NPCs, exchange for exclusive in-game accessories, receive discount rewards. For more details, please click to expand. Collapsed. Your amazing move has been uploaded to the official forum. If you wish to remain anonymous or charge a fee, please. Qiao Chu let the system sound continue to ring. She kept holding her gun, head bowed, standing in place as if she had not yet recovered from the fierce fight just now. After the boss died, players didn't have to run the map. Lingguang revived not far from her. He sat relaxed, fingers neatly jointed on his knee. A handsome smile on his face, his phoenix-like eyes flashing with light. Impressive. The girl's face was tightly set, showing little sign of happiness at getting the first kill. She still held the hot gun barrel and nodded. It's only right. You died in the dungeon and lost 5% more experience than I did. You've had a hard time too. Besides, the blue weapon I got should be putting out that much damage. The other party pressed the corners of his mouth downward, his face showing some surprise. Didn't I say it's fine if you die? Just come again next time. We're a team. His voice unusually carried a hint of anger and incomprehension. Qiao Chu wanted to say more, but was already surrounded by the people who had rushed in like a stampede. They charged in from outside the barn against the light, laughing happily and shouting, tossing her up into the air. Yay, we got the first kill. Best in the whole game. Aw, so many pretty girls are adding me. Oh my god, my 2 hands can't keep up. Holy shit, Miss Chu is awesome, Phosphorescence Guild is awesome, damn it, can I just swear right now? Everyone's faces were radiant with joy. Their names would be forever engraved on the monument, and every player who entered the dungeon would remember them. Phosphorescent Light simply sat where she was, tilting her head up to look into the girl's eyes. The girl's gaze was dazed, like a fawn that had lost its way home. Phosphorescent Light pressed a hand to her chest and frowned slightly. Ishi Fengyue also noticed that something was wrong with her. Parting the frenzied people, she carefully took her hand. Sister. The warmth in her hand brought Qiao Chu back to her senses. She looked at the fallen corpse and raised a smile once more. Let's go. Let's see what the server's first boss will drop. Chapter 70. It's alive again. As expected of a boss taken down across 3 levels, it dropped quite a lot of stuff. The one with the husky head had the best luck. After burning incense, bathing, and offering brotherly love, he finally reached out to the boss's corpse when everyone was getting impatient. Congratulations, you have obtained Talos Brave's Bracers ×1 blue. Talos Brave Chainmail ×1 blue. Talos Brave Helmet ×1 blue. Talos Brave's Necklace ×1 blue. Planting Arcana Tome ×1. Clue Fragment ×2. The husky really wasn't lying, his luck is amazing. Talos only dropped 8 types of parts in total, and he somehow pulled out 4 pieces of equipment at once, all non-repeating. Wow. The equipment from this instance can generally be worn by ordinary players from level 10 up to level 15 without much trouble. Talos is the boss of this instance. He also has a hidden quest on him, but it can only be triggered when the disaster level is reached. And it even dropped the planting skill from her past life, which was said to have only a 3% drop rate. That side job skill book was something everyone wanted in her last life, especially after the game spilled into reality. The book was driven to insane prices. Even so, nobody would sell it. As soon as you get it, you learn it, and learning to farm and secure food is far more important than gaining a bit of money. Anyone who sells it is a fool. But Qiao Chu was the least interested in this. She had no patience for planting at all. If this thing were going to be valuable, it would be much later, and she could easily make money by flipping other things. There were also clue fragments. Collect 100 to unlock a letter and trigger a hidden quest. However, in her last life she never once saw them drop in normal mode. Qiao Chu's look toward the husky-headed guy became subtly charged. Damn, she really wanted to know whether his luck was at a full 10. The husky-headed guy, seeing her expression, obsequiously held the items out to Qiao Chu. Animal instinct told him who the boss was. Miss Chu, you contributed the most. Take whichever one you want. No one objected. If not for Qiao Chu's command and that final brilliant shot, they wouldn't have gotten the first kill. For the guild, the points and ranking rewards from a first kill, and the various intangible benefits it brings were what mattered most. But Qiao Chu refused outright. Let's roll for it, no special treatment. She was the first to roll, and in the end she only rolled for this single skill book. The water mage who got the necklace blushed a little. Miss Chu. Qiao Chu patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't read too much into it. Everyone on the team is indispensable. Water mages paired with phosphorescence absolutely produce an effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. This is her rule for living. Even if she is tempted by blue-equipped items, if she does something special, she ranks contributions by how much damage they deal for the team. How is that any different from the Jiaolong guild she hates most? After finishing that match, she felt somewhat tired, yet had an indescribable sense of exhilaration. She logged off now and sat quietly staring into space. Yixifenjiu seemed like they wanted to call out to her, but Qiao Chu hurried off. She waved to the crowd with her back to them. I'll grind the remaining 4 runs later. If any of you have spare equipment I can use, remember to message me. Before anyone could react, she had already teleported out of the dungeon. Qiao Chu had intended to stash the items from her backpack into the campsite storage slots, then log off as soon as she got back to the inn. But when she stepped out, she saw countless pairs of glittering eyes all staring at her. Qiao Chu pulled her half-stepped foot back. Big shot. Are you the player who got the first kill? Hello, thinking about joining a guild? Our guild has especially good benefits and lots of handsome guys. Boss, will you carry me through the dungeon? Take me once and I'll give 50 no 100 gold, is that okay? My goodness, are so many people coming to level 10 to run the dungeon? Qiao Chu looked at the swarming mass of heads with great helplessness. Her agility attribute was higher than most players. She dodged left and right while nodding. You've got the wrong person. Everyone got the wrong person. Yes, it really wasn't me. Thank you, no need for now, thanks. When Qiao Chu finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd, he saw another lively scene outside. Lei Hua, don't you have any shame? Several players looked exhausted, angrily glaring at the group opposite. And leading the opposite side was the paladin Qiao Chu had seen before. He wore a smirk that begged to be slapped. It's just dropping a bit of gold, right? Didn't you lose even more when you died? 20% experience, haha, shamelessness. Those who were bragging earlier, pay up 3 times, no. 5 times the fee if you want to leave. When Qiao Chu saw this, he understood immediately what had happened. The Lei Hua Guild hadn't put much effort into running the dungeon. Instead, they chose to gather a large group of people blocking the dungeon entrance. Players who had just come out of the dungeon lacked equipment durability and had nearly used up their potions, so their combat power was naturally no match for the opponents who had rested up and were ready to rob them. Qiao Chu clicked his tongue in wonder. Truly worthy of them. They had a whole set of tricks for doing things that couldn't be shown publicly. Qiao Chu curled the corner of his mouth. He had been worrying about when to make a show of strength. And didn't that moment just arrive? Babies. The debut performance will decide life or death. If you like it, give me 5 stars. You don't even have to write a review. Just click to urge an update and get a free little gift. Love you all. Chapter 71 1/1 Kill. The crowd's attention gradually shifted to the members of Thunderfire Guild and the Phosphor Guild who had just exited the dungeon. Seeing this, Qiao Chu lowered her head and hurried away, moving to a spot farther from the crowd. She then cautiously used Shadow Step behind a large tree and with a few light bounds, circled back to the dungeon entrance. The Thunderfire Guild knew exactly who could be provoked and who couldn't. When they saw players from the big guilds on the leaderboard, they pretended nothing was happening and waited for them to leave first. Only then did they gather together to block the smaller guilds and solo players. Thunderfire's ranking wasn't low. It currently sat at 14th on the board, but its way of making the list was somewhat unusual. It relied on sheer numbers. Except any comer basically sums up Lei Hua. They drag anyone they can find in, calling themselves a Brotherhood Guild. In practice, regardless of who's right or wrong, if someone shouts in the guild channel about a fight, Lei Hua swarms in droves and kills them back to their resurrection point. Calling them a bunch of lunatics wouldn't be an exaggeration. And because the guild is so large, they can't distribute benefits. But they still want to keep players, so they have to resort to some shady schemes. When others stole their monsters, it was a heinous crime. When they stole from others, it was robbing the rich to help the poor. Later they stopped even pretending. They rented out servers to level up, camped dungeon entrances and resurrection points, and maliciously drove up prices as a daily occurrence. Although sheer numbers don't matter much in the late game, in the early stages when player levels are similar, it's still deadly. They were a huge swarm of 200 or 300 people, and the players inside could only simmer with anger and dare not speak. But there were still some hot-blooded people. Damn you idiots, I refuse to just let you run wild. Lose ranks if you must. It's just a game. I'm not scared of you punks. A hunter's face turned red with anger. Without a word he drew an arrow and shot at the opposing mage. You have been attacked by the player with ID Momo Mau Mau. Retaliation within 10 minutes will not accumulate red name. The Lei Hua people were no less bold. They had plenty of brothers backing them up. Damn you rebel. They really had to make an example out of someone today. But they hadn't expected that they'd long since stirred up so much dissatisfaction. Today everyone had had enough. Immediately the crowd was stirred up. Many even shouted out in dialect, "Fuck your grandmother's turtle grandson, I don't buy it. You lot think you can control this area? Goddamn, this bunch looks like they've got shit on their faces. Go back where you belong. What era is this that you still want to play gangster? Exactly, I'm furious. This stupid guild. If this game wasn't fun I'd have quit ages ago. Never seen anyone so arrogant." Qiao Chu stood on a tree with lush foliage, eyes cast down, looking through a gap in the branches more than 10 meters above at what lay below. The two groups shouted and fought, voices merging into a cacophony, countless skills flying everywhere. She keenly judged that these unorganized solo players wouldn't last 10 minutes. After all, first there was no command, and second once solo players were killed most wouldn't choose to resurrect and lose experience for nothing. In her previous life Lei Hua had used such a slaughter to intimidate everyone, thus earning the nickname Lei the Mad. Qiao Chu shook her head. It had been so long that she couldn't quite remember. Heh. As soon as I log off today I'm reporting them to the devs. I don't believe these rats can keep squeaking around here all day. A female player from a major guild who had left late sneered when she saw the scene, tightened her staff, and instantly cast a fireball. She'd had enough long ago. The game had been made unbearable by Leihua. But Qiao Chu knew the devs of Lost Path really wouldn't intervene. Otherwise Leihua wouldn't have grown bolder and bolder. They were merely testing the developers' limits, and only when they began to disrupt the game's economic lifeblood did the devs, using NPCs and teaming up with major guilds, move in to punish them. After all, the game's primary purpose was selection. The strong make the rules. But still, if the authorities don't care, she will. She loves meddling in such matters, both benefiting herself and weakening her enemies. The girl pulled up her hood, a faint smile curving her red lips. She tilted her head back and drank a bottle of potion purchased from Green. Transformation potion. Basic, using it changes the player's appearance. Duration 10 minutes. Qiao Chu randomly transformed into a man with an ordinary face and a height of about 175 centimeters. She didn't expect to keep this disguise for long. As long as it didn't interfere with her plans for the near future, it was fine. Qiao Chu let out a light laugh and leaped down from the tree. Shadow step. Weak point attack. Qiao Chu hid in the shadows, picked a priest from Leihua whose healing output was relatively high, moved sideways with a dagger, crept up behind him, and in an instant it was a single slash. Blood from the priest's throat sprayed out like a fountain. He grabbed his throat in shock, unable to utter another word, only feeling as he fell to his knees from the pain, a gust of wind raised by the black cloak brushing the side of his face. This priest is somewhat afraid of death, so he added a lot to his constitution, which is precisely why he was left with a bit of bloodied skin. The system's prompt made him abandon treating his teammate and hurriedly heal himself. You have been attacked by the player with ID, Anonymous. Retaliation within 10 minutes will not accumulate red fame. You have been disabled. The bleeding debuff will last 15 seconds. You are dead. Ah, damn it, which idiot ambushed me? The priest hadn't even had time to react before he was already lying there dead. All he could do was shout and vent his anger on the guild chat. But Leihua was busy fighting the players at the time, and he snapped impatiently. The healer's dead and you still haven't looted the corpse. Can't even heal yourself? Got ambushed and killed by one person and you still have the nerve to. Before he could finish, he also fell to the ground with a plop, dropping even faster than the priest. His avatar in the guild chat screen immediately turned gray, and he couldn't open voice chat to speak. The priest didn't type anything further, only gloating inwardly. Pfft, you're dead too. What are you so cocky about? Chapter 72. Kill while looting feels great. After Qiao Chu killed the priest, she didn't activate Shadow Step a second time at all. She swaggered straight into Leihua's backline and proceeded to kill 2 wizard turrets in succession. One of them hadn't used any skills for a long time. His mouth kept moving and his head turned from side to side. Qiao Chu walked up and slit him with a single blade. Having experienced many field skirmishes in her past life, she guessed this person was very likely the commander. Killing the wrong target didn't matter. She didn't stop at all, charging through Leihua's backline like a meat grinder, and 5 or 6 more corpses instantly littered the ground. After all, purple gear was basically god-tier equipment in an era when the highest rarity was only blue. And she even added so much constitution and thickened blood. And she circled around from behind the thunderfire to attack the opponent's rear. Qiao Chu, this assassin, rushed into a bunch of brittle targets. Isn't that just random slaughter? She held the red medicine in her left hand and a killer in her right, never stopping her movements. When out of health she goes invisible to drink blood. In the early stages of the game, players can't aim their skills properly, let alone predict her movement. You have killed the player with ID Lousy Zui Diao. Your current kill score is 24 points. When the kill score reaches 30 points, you will be banned from entering the Brave Camp, and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. You have killed the player with ID Toilet Paper. Your current murder value is 26 points. When the murder value reaches 30 points, you will be prohibited from entering the Hero Camp and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. You have killed the player with ID Potted Plants here. Your current murder value is 28 points. When the murder value reaches 30 points, you will be prohibited from entering the Hero Camp and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. Vice President. An anonymous player has been killing our people. The commander ran through the map while reporting back, sweating profusely and panicking. What? Vice President Leihua cried out in alarm. In the recorded video transmitted from the front, he saw a mysterious figure in a black robe wielding 2 short blades, constantly weaving through the crowd and picking off Leihua's people. He wasn't tall, but his movements were elegant and swift, 1 slash per person, and he always targeted the glassy-skinned ones. What had been a virtually certain hunt was thrown into chaos by the others' interference. The vice president gritted his teeth. I'm going over now. Damn it, concentrate fire on him, kill him, make that drop the item for me. Anyone not blind could see the opponent's weapon was no ordinary piece. Greed flashed in the vice president's eyes as he ground his teeth. I don't believe that with so many of us we still can't kill him. Qiao Chu lightly pushed off the grass and spun. Whoosh whoosh. 2 ice arrows instantly struck the spot where she had just stood. An ice mage rejoiced. Hit him, he what? Under the gaze of everyone, Qiao Chu activated Shadow Blink, and her frozen body immediately vanished from sight. Skill description. When you use this skill, you forcibly enter shadow mode, invisibility. The skill shadow goes on cooldown, the duration of stealth depends on the shadow level, and all crowd control effects on you are removed. Qiao Chu shook her head as if helpless, casually finished off that ice mage, and after disappearing into stealth she twisted her body. Her high agility let her easily evade several paladin charges. That paladin who had been in the elite team had the best equipment and the highest HP. Then I'll operate on you. A cold glint flashed in Qiao Chu's eyes. Dark nether coils. A cluster of blue flames immediately appeared above the paladin's head. The player was not a zombie. The priest who had been reprotected behind him froze for a moment. What is this thing? What did US say? Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, and the paladin finally realized someone was standing behind him. He immediately broke out in goosebumps and shouted, eyes bulging with rage, quick, behind me. He reacted swiftly and raised his shield. Taunt. Unfortunately, swifter than the shield was a slash of biting cold light. Whoosh. Shadow Step plus Netherbind plus Bleeding Critical plus Weakness Strike. A massive golden damage number floated up from his head. Minus 2,791. One stroke. A faint blurred voice chuckled softly, then vanished once more. Before the priest's healing spell could land, he had already collapsed heavily to the ground, his soul flying out of his body. The paladin floated in midair, horrified to see the robed man vanish again and dart straight toward the priest, who was already stunned with fear. He shouted urgently, "Run, you stupid pigs, what are you standing there for?" Unfortunately, he was in a spectral state. The priest couldn't hear him, and his throat was slit by the other man's blade, leaving him not the slightest chance to resist. Character panel. ID Chu. Race human. Profession. Stormcaller / Nether Hunter. Activated. HP 2630. MP. 1120. Level 11. Experience. 340 / 4800. Constitution. 16/20. Strength 13/18. Dexterity 9/17. Intelligence 8 out of 13. Perception March 9th. Luck 3 cannot add points. Qiao Chu already had maxed attribute points, and with the overpowered stats of the SSSS rank hidden class, her attributes were more than twice those of ordinary players. She also had a full set of purple gear and freshly leveled skills. Under the horrified gazes of those around her, she killed the paladin in one strike that dealt over 2,000 HP. Not because she could deal so much damage, but because the paladin only had that much health. Knowing she was the source of the harm, Qiao Chu grew bolder. She moved like a ghost threading through the crowd, unceremoniously reaping the lives of Lei Hui's people. Nether Entanglement. She casually applied Nether Entanglement to a priest, who was so frightened he immediately retreated to the rear and dared not use any more skills. Lei Hui's people now all knew that whoever had the flame marker above their head would be the next to die a gruesome death. People around the priest shouted, "Quick, protect the healer." Qiao Chu snorted lightly, turned in with a slash, took down one after another, knocking out 3 more fragile ranged attackers in another spot. Who said that whoever she marked must be killed? At this time the Thunderfire Guild channel was also blowing up, everyone wailing and complaining about the anonymous man in black who had appeared today. The elite team players were all biting their nails with anger. It must have been that man in the black robe back then, the female player called Chu. Hunter Susan shook his head. While following the vice president's orders and heading to the dungeon location, he shook his head and said, "The word coming back earlier said this time it's a man. If it were Chu, boss wouldn't let us make a move." The others were furious but dared not speak up, because Badian had dug up some information and checked Qiao Chu's past records. Upon checking, they discovered that she had moved through many hologames. Although very powerful, she had never joined any guilds and was always busy farming gold. She needs money. That is obvious. And Batian is willing to pay, as long as he can lure Qiao Chu into the guild. A mage sneered. "Isn't that perfect?" The guild leader only said not to touch Chu. He didn't say we can't go after her associates. Losing the boss is one thing, but to have Lei Hui's face lost, how would he ever hold his head up again? Some idiots kept using this matter to needle him, but each one of them had been led by him and killed to the point they didn't dare leave their camps. The recently slain commander was still explaining in the chat channel. The mage couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and sneeringly taunted, "A loser is a loser. Team 2 can't even handle this little thing. and they still have the nerve to fight for resources? Su-san looked at him and sighed. Don't underestimate him. He's very strong. The mage sneered and said nothing more. On the other side, at this moment, not knowing he was about to be sniped, Qiao Chu was practically blinded by rage. Alright, part of the reason is also excitement and redness. You have slain the player with ID. Uncle's Nest. Your current kill score is 62. Once your kill score reaches 30, you will be prohibited from entering the Brave Camp, and from purchasing items or equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. You have picked up Ice Thunder Breastplate. White ×1. You have picked up Amanda's Bracelet. Green ×1. You have picked up. When a player with a red name dies, the chance of dropping their equipment and items will be greatly increased. Qiao Chu killed his way along and picked up loot as he went, worrying that he didn't have enough dungeon gear today. After looting, he could probably swap into a full set of green gear with no problem. Scent. Just as she was happily picking it up, a fireball struck from behind and slammed into her back. The 100% pain made Qiao Chu immediately let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. 136. Chapter 73. Casually killed them all. The Nether Hunter's perception wasn't poor. She immediately rolled on the spot to dodge the next attack, but it wasn't over. In an instant, countless more whooshing strikes came rushing at her. 135. 150. -491. Qiao Chu's health bar instantly dropped a chunk. Startled, she lunged forward and shoved the red vial into her mouth. Shadow Melt. I let my guard down and almost got ambushed and wiped out. Only after activating the skill did she realize a group of people had come up behind her. They looked somewhat familiar. Seemed like Lei Hua's elite squad? Qiao Chu squinted. Finally managed to wait for them. Since they're here, they might as well not leave. Su-san lowered the hand that had strung the bow, his face dark. They ran. Why did you move before orders? I told you to follow commands. Su-san was irritated. His teammates were arrogant, each thinking they were the best in the world, a bunch of idiots. The mage turned red in the face and snorted, saying, I have a dispel, okay? Besides, the vice president is still here. Who are you to order me around? They had no idea that the person they were hunting, Qiao Chu, was coolly standing right behind them thanks to Shadow Step. She curled the corner of her mouth into an amused smile. No wonder Lei Hua hadn't lasted long in the last life. This guild was a complete shambles, everyone with their own agenda. She glanced at the potion's remaining duration. A little over 3 minutes. Qiao Chu didn't hesitate for a moment and drove a knife into the mage's chest. Su-san was startled and immediately raised his bow at Qiao Chu. 231. -1745. The nether hunting blade spun a beautiful flourish in Qiao Chu's hand, and scalding blood splattered off the icy blade. Quick reaction, but unfortunately the damage between them wasn't even on the same scale. She turned and walked toward the remaining few, allowing the warm blood to splash and soak her black robe. After Qiao Chu finished killing, she casually picked up the items dropped by the Lei Hua group. Her expression relaxed. Countless drops of blood hung from the hems of her robe, and as she walked, the tips of the green grass were streaked with red from being scraped. A mist of blood hovered over the black robe. This visual effect was the system's way of warning ordinary players to stay away from this red name killer god. Many people were afraid Qiao Chu would slaughter them too. Even though she had helped them before, they still cowered and did not dare to step forward. But a few players still looked hopeful. A pretty female player said admiringly, Boss, thank you for saving us. Qiao Chu had no liking for cowardly players or those who wanted to cling to a big shot. She ignored them, silently finished picking up the items, then turned and left. After she left, exclamations erupted behind her. Did they just look at me? So handsome, so handsome. You didn't even see the boss's face. How would you know if they're male or female? I'm really impressed. But their killing style is really neat. 1/ per person. A male player sneered. Doesn't even dare to show her face. Must be hideously ugly. Qiao Chu sensed someone tailing her. With a single shadow step she vanished from the followers' sight. They were merely trying to find out her identity. No need to worry about them for now, she would have to keep her alt hidden for a while longer. On the way back she happened to see the steady man diligently grinding monsters at the leveling spot. But his actions and his ID didn't match. He cursed under his breath while awkwardly fighting monsters with a shield, saying, Stupid bitch, clinging to someone's leg, Phosphor Guild. Damn it. The steady man lost an important piece of equipment, his stats immediately dropped by a large margin, and Qiao Chu had even killed him down from level 10 to level 9. He was in a bad mood, got into an argument with a friend, then cursed out a random teammate and left. He'd been grinding monsters here for a long time and had only gained 5%. Whoosh! A shadow flashed. You are being attacked by a player with the ID, Anonymous. The system's previous sentence hadn't even finished when the steady man's vision had already turned gray. You are dead. Ah, fuck. Damn it, who is it? The composed man stood at the respawn point, collapsing and losing his composure. He hadn't regained the lost experience yet, and now he'd lost another 20%. Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll kill him down to level 0. I'll fucking. His face was contorted, and filthy words kept pouring from his mouth. The people around, seeing another deranged player who had lost levels, turned their heads and ignored him. A player said to his friend, "Look how grand the global first kill announcement is. Yet we were killed by a zombie and had to use a revive point." His friend, a girl holding a staff, patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's nothing, Are you crazy?" The steady man suddenly grabbed the girl's shoulders, shaking her hard as he shouted. "I was supposed to get the first kill too. I was supposed to get a share." The girl screamed, and everyone around looked at him as if he were crazy. The girl shook his hand off and hurriedly pulled her friend away. "Come on, let's go. Even an idiot can play the game, right? Who are you kidding? His level isn't even high enough." The composed man slumped to the ground, truly filled with bitter regret. If he hadn't looked down on others, wouldn't the reputation and attribute points, the equipment that were being announced across the whole network, all be his now? He couldn't care about maintaining his usual show-off master image in front of others. So furious, he kept throwing himself around and pounding the revival point, ripping at his clothes wildly, almost coughing up blood. Having reverted to her original appearance and switched back to the magnetic storm gunner profession, Qiao Chu tossed the cloak into her backpack and turned to walk deeper into the Ire forest. She didn't know the extent of the composed man's regret at that moment. Kill him? A piece of cake. Chapter 74. Gatherers of Wanderers. The Guild Hall of Thunderfire, the guild leader's office. At this moment the atmosphere in the office was so quiet that you could hear a fly fly by. Batian sat in the CEO chair, legs crossed, smoking a cigar. The vice president and several players from the elite team all stood before him with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Batian said slowly, "You mean that mysterious person wiped out our entire elite team in just 5 minutes?" He couldn't help but emphasize the word elite. No one dared to speak up. The vice president forced his voice and said, "Why yes, President. We later reviewed the video and analyzed his height and build. He doesn't match any of the anonymous top players on the current rankings." Batian casually stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray, walked around the table in front of him, and went up to the deputy president. The man immediately shut his mouth. Batian looked quite cultured and amiable, smiling. "Speak up, why stop now? We suspect the other party is likely a hidden class owner, and must be connected to that female player called Chu." A sinister curl appeared at Batian's mouth. Ignoring the other's cries of pain, he grabbed the vice president by the hair and yanked his face up. "What a useless piece of trash. You couldn't even dig up a single useful bit of information." Though his tone was calm, it made the others tremble all over. After all, the guild's ways were so domineering, and what kind of person would the president be if not someone just as unbearable? Batian paid no heed to the vice president's face, snorted coldly, his voice tinged with anger. "Go, put out a bounty and wanted notice. Whoever kills Chu and the anonymous person even once, I'll pay 100 gold. The sky grew dark, tree shadows swayed. Deep within the Ire forest. This was a map hidden in the mist. In this life, aside from Qiao Chu, no one had come here yet. If Qiao Chu didn't have the shadow veil, she couldn't have crossed the countless dangers of the forest to reach this place. When she saw the faintly appearing campfire in the darkness and stepped onto the scorched ground, the system notified her. "You have discovered the hidden map, Wanderer's Gathering. Map exploration progress plus 500. World renown plus 30. Wanderer's Gathering renown plus 50. Friendliness plus 5. Current favorability, aloof." This place, called the Wanderer's Gathering, was discovered by a certain red name player only after the major event of AutoStar 1.0 in the previous life, when open-world PvP mode became mainstream. You can also buy items and medicines here and repair equipment, except the prices are somewhat higher than in the beginner camp. However, this place is exactly the opposite of the camp. Only red name players can enter. Normal players who go in will be killed by the NPCs inside. Qiao Chu hesitated not at all and stepped in with a calm expression. 10 minutes later, Qiao Chu was already sitting by a burning campfire, the dry twigs inside crackling now and then. He casually gulped the poor quality wine provided by the Wanderer. The liquid tasted bitter and still had lingering foam. The firelight cast a rosy glow on the girl's face. She was watching the public world screen with keen interest. The world chat is absolutely roaring today. The messages are scrolling by incredibly fast. Qiao Chu had just claimed the dungeon's first kill and was already at the center of attention, and now the Lei Hui Guild has placed a 100 gold bounty on her death. She's completely famous now, and many people are talking about her. World Player 1. Everyone, the granary sounds much easier than the armory. Shouldn't we attack the armory first? Anyone pull for me? World Player 2. Still doing dungeons? Hurry up and grab the popcorn. World Player 3. Still running dungeons? Hurry up and grab some popcorn. World Player 4. Phosphor Guild is awesome. They hid the dungeon clear video tight. The only solo named Chu can't be reached. You guys already decided how much to sell it for? Name a price. World Player 5213. Anyone who wants to see the black robe guy slaughter Lei Hua, PM me. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. Got killed like a dog, beautiful. World Player 5232. Lei Hua Guild offers a bounty on the IDs Chu and anonymous black-robed player. Killers can claim 100 gold per screenshot. Unlimited quantity. World Player 5232. Are those guys asking for death? Just wait and see if Lei Hua messes them up and that'll be that. The world chat was a chaotic mess. Qiao Chu didn't have the patience to watch it any longer and turned it off. She glanced at her private messages. Only 4 people had added her in total. Wang Ling, private AI Chu Chu, you're awesome. I was going to wait until level 10 so you could carry me, but I got delayed watching a drama today TAT, so I might hit level 10 a bit later, baby. Wang Ling didn't know the apocalypse would come, so naturally she wouldn't spend all day playing the game. She now appears offline, so Qiao Chu plans to log off and contact her later. Qing Lin, private, those guys from Lei Hua are really despicable. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. Qiao Chu still couldn't understand why Qing Lin was so eager to help her. Ignore. Ishi Fengyue, private message, sister. I didn't expect there'd even be an NPC selling cakes in the maze. He took a photo of a delicious strawberry cake. The youth was leaning on the table, and the corners of his tear-glossed eyes accidentally appeared in the shot. Shi Fengyue. Private, I heard when you're in a bad mood you should eat something sweet. Always eating cake, that's all he thinks about. Qiao Chu angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. Phosphorescence, private message. We're partners. Contact me if you need anything. Qiao Chu did have something he wanted to say to Phosphorescence, but he still needed to take care of one thing first. A wanderer named Meister had brought Qiao Chu's shotgun. It overheated while he was fighting a dungeon boss, and its durability dropped dramatically. Meister's voice was a little muffled, as if he had a mouthful of water when he spoke. Your stuff. He wasn't tall, kept coughing, and had thick calluses on his finger joints. He was wrapped in a heavy blanket whose color couldn't be made out, covering his head and face, leaving only a pair of innocent-looking eyes exposed. Wait, master. Qiao Chu showed a friendly smile. The other person's eyes were full of wariness. What do you want, villain? Qiao Chu was about to say that he was a law-abiding good citizen, then suddenly remembered that he now had a red name too, redder than the name above Meister's head. Red as in blacken. Somewhat embarrassed, he cleared his throat. I mean no harm, I just want to meet your teacher. She took out the remaining white bread from the package, looking very sincere. I will follow the rules, I won't do anything. Meister grabbed the bread, sniffed it, and then devoured it. After finishing, he hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, then come with me. Meister and his teacher were among the more well-behaved people here. She walked further in. The NPCs inside all had bright red names. Night was approaching, and men and women alike came out of their tents. Many squatted by the fire, staring fixedly at Qiao Chu as she passed. Qiao Chu felt a chill in her heart, realizing this was Meister's warning. If she dared to hurt him, the NPCs here would leave her not even a scrap. Losing experience wasn't the main worry. The real concern was her backpack full of gear and seeds. If a Super Crimson name died, there probably wouldn't be anything left to drop. Fortunately, she didn't get any twisted ideas. At least not this time. First she passed countless tents, then walked along the barren black soil for at least 5 or 6 minutes, past a stretch of bare low shrubs, and finally arrived at Teacher Meister's residence. Qiao Chu lowered the hand that had been covering his mouth and nose. The air here was constantly full of dust, making him want to cough. Master Mestre's teacher does not live with the people in the settlement. He lives alone in a cave carved into the rock wall, very mysterious. He is an alchemist. And this alchemist also understands pyrotechnics, potion making, and mechanics. This is also why the NPCs in the settlement respect him so much. In her previous life, this place later became a hidden shop. Many players camped here, and whenever the shop restocked, its shelves were emptied in seconds. But Qiao Chu's main purpose for coming this time wasn't to buy goods. Master warned her. If you dare make a move here, you'll regret it. Although his tone was fierce, Qiao Chu knew he meant well. The girl smiled sweetly and said, How could that be? I'm the easiest person to get along with. Meister didn't leave. He stood outside kicking stones and playing. 10 minutes later, a furious roar came from inside. You treacherous and deceitful Odoyan, I will not agree to your terms. Master slapped his hands, hurriedly grabbed the wooden staff leaning by the door, and charged in with fierce eyes. His teacher Lance's white and gray beard trembled with anger. Though his old eye bags protruded, his eyes were still bright and sharp. He quickly calmed down, motioned for Master to leave, and stared at the girl across from him. One light magic scroll isn't enough to buy so many things. Qiao Chu knew this old man had been obsessed with alchemy his whole life. And what's the most important thing in alchemy? It's money. That's wonderful. She lifted the corner of her eye. Her slender hand grabbed the heavy coin pouch, slammed it onto the table with a dull thud. What if you add these? Old man, Meister has inhaled too much miscellaneous dust and ash. I just heard him coughing very badly. Qiao Chu pushed forward the sheepskin scroll on which the skill name, Divine Blessing for Mankind, was written. With this, he'll be cured for sure. Lance's eyes narrowed, as if he'd been thinking for a long time. Deal. His voice was hoarse, yet resolute and unwavering. Chapter 75. Ripping you off. Qiao Chu was indeed rather greedy. No, it would be fair to say she was asking for the moon. Her demands were the alchemy bomb formula, the little red potion and the little blue potion formulas, 3 things. Exchange for Lance the scroll, Divine Blessing for the world, and 300 gold coins. If Qiao Chu hadn't been reborn, she absolutely couldn't have gotten so many gold coins, but in this life she'd earned over 1,000 in the game, plus the 400 gold recharged, so spending 300 wasn't a problem. The money she'd earned alone was already comparable to the assets of an entire mid-sized guild. And after the game officially launched and gold coins could be exchanged for real currency, gold was no longer as scarce as it had been during the beta. For someone like her, if gold coins don't circulate or get invested and are just kept in hand, they'll only lose value. If she spends 300 coins, she can earn back more. Thinking about it this way, she really is a 1-for-3 exchange. Lance is excellent in multiple fields like alchemy, but he doesn't seem very sensitive to these business dealings. He said angrily, I can agree to everything else, but the alchemical bomb formula is so precious. I can at most give you 20 bombs. Qiao Chu was slightly stunned, doing her best to keep her expression steady. Lance looked at her face and thinking he'd bargained too harshly mumbled, all right, greedy Odo person, 30 bombs. No more than that. Qiao Chu. In fact, her bottom line was just 1 for 1. Who understands? It made her feel strangely guilty. Lance seemed to have realized. He squinted, feeling like he'd been shortchanged. But I have one more request. Qiao Chu wore an amused expression, not angry. You go ahead and tell me first. Lance's long white beard trailed down to his chest, quivering as he spoke. You want to exchange for too many things. You must promise to do one favor for me. Help me gather the ingredients listed on this recipe. His status made it inconvenient for him to leave the gathering place, and the wanderers outside had rusted brains, so asking Qiao Chu for help was the best idea. He pulled a piece of parchment from his bosom and carefully pushed it in front of Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu picked it up from the table and, under the dim oil lamp, carefully unrolled the parchment. The system automatically translated the Odistar script on it for her. Beginner Intelligence Potion Recipe. Eternal Flower, Boom Fruit, Corrosive Claw, Frost Grass. Potion Effect. NPCs regain a small amount of clarity after consumption. Long-term use is ineffective. Players gain +1 intelligence after consumption. Note: due to innate physiological differences, the Beginner Intelligence Potion is ineffective for Dragon-type players. Human players may take it 3 times. Players of other races may take it twice. She didn't expect that choosing the human race would have this surprise waiting for her. As for the Boom Boom Fruit, she felt like she'd seen it somewhere before. Right, wasn't this the seed that was just retrieved from a dungeon? And the Eternal Flower, she also knew where to find one. Qiao Chu bowed her head, forcing herself to control the corners of her mouth. She was afraid her expression would give her away, so she quickly stood up and slapped the table, speaking irritably. Ahem, Lance, you really are someone who never takes a loss. Lance saw Qiao Chu's reaction and smiled smugly, bobbing his head. Young man, these are my demands. If you can't meet them, you'd better leave now. Since the Ire Forest was taken over by the minions of the Nether, he hadn't been outside for more than a decade. The alchemical items had all been collected by other wanderers for him, and he couldn't bear to see those people turned into those mindless things. He'd heard that in the past 6 months the Odosian army had pushed back into this area. Qiao Chu was probably one of them. He didn't know what prices were like outside, but Qiao Chu's reaction pleased him greatly. At worst, the alchemical bomb would hurt him, and as for those 2 potion formulas, they were nothing more than poor imitations by amateurs. Even a single glance from him is painfully eye-searing. Humph. Qiao Chu painfully held his forehead. Give me some time to think. She was practically bursting with laughter inside. If she bought the recipes for those 2 potions in the camp, each would cost 1,000 gold. And they also have to be highly contributive, otherwise you can only drool over the potion recipes. In his last life, Lei Hui tightened his belt many times for these 2 recipes, so later when he obtained them he harvested profits so ruthlessly that he indirectly ruined quite a few players. Besides, to be fair, even if he gave her the alchemy bomb recipe, she didn't have the materials. She was after the bomb itself. In her past life the shop only released one each time, and she knew that old man still had one. It made her want to reach into his mouth and pull it out, but she still had to pretend a little, so the old man wouldn't think he was shortchanging her and raise the price. Alright. Qiao Chu seemed to ponder for a long time, his brows still furrowed, unwillingly saying, but you have to give me the item first, and give me 1 more vial of the antidote. The purge potion can remove a player's evil points. In other words, it can wash away a red name, letting Qiao Chu return to the novice camp. Otherwise you'd have to spend gold at the monastery to remove it. Lance squinted as he appraised her. Qiao Chu felt a chill, as if his soul had been seen through. The old man's sober demeanor was truly unsettling. You little one, you even know about purge potions, he said lightly. The things Qiao Chu wanted just now didn't appeal to him, but when they were mentioned, Lance immediately became alert. A cold sweat broke out on Qiao Chu's back, though on the surface she still lounged lazily against the wooden chair back. The orange-yellow light cast shadows of varying depth over her, giving an unreal chilliness. Her eyes flickered slightly as she uttered a few words. So will you agree or not? Lance withdrew his probing gaze and returned to his usual appearance. Anyway, these things weren't something he needed to worry about right now. Lance was silent for a long moment, then slowly said, "Hold out your hand." Qiao Chu knew this test had been passed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, extending his left hand. Lance's thin but strong palm pressed down on Qiao Chu's wrist. He muttered a spell under his breath. A wisp of black smoke rose. Qiao Chu's face went pale in an instant. One could only describe that moment as bone-deep pain. As the spell ended, a bluish-black rune appeared on the inner side of Qiao Chu's upper arm. You have triggered a hidden quest. Lance's request. Quest objective. Gather herbs for basic potions. You have learned the skill. Lance is tracking. Lance chuckled twice. Alright, those guys from Otostar will never find this spot. Don't think you can grab my stuff and run. Or else. Qiao Chu gave a faint smile. Don't worry. She would gather these things very quickly. Qiao Chu downed the dispelling potion on the spot, but 1 bottle wasn't enough, so Lancey had to grumble and grab another for her. Always taking advantage of him, that hateful Odoan. He impatiently tossed a tattered sheepskin coat to Qiao Chu. You can bunk with Meister for a night. Qiao Chu had no objection, after all, not to mention leaving the Ire Forest, without Meister or Lance to take her, having been whitelisted, she probably couldn't even make it out of the Wanderer's camp. Meister's place was in the stone cave next to Lance's. As usual he wore that bit of felt, his curious big eyes looking at her. When Qiao Chu glanced at him he pretended to be busy. No one knew what he was busy with. Qiao Chu stared at him thoughtfully. In her previous life the NPCs in those towns could all be hired. What about Meister and Lance? Could they also be hired by the player? Alchemist Master Qiao Chu dared not even imagine it. The Alchemist Master's apprentice, however, was something to consider. Besides, Meister is the only child here. If he stays any longer, he will probably, like the other wanderers, gradually lose his sanity and need potions to sustain his life. Why not pull him back and have him work for her? Don't underestimate him, he may be small, but he has mastered a lot of alchemy and goblin engineering. In the previous life players would have to pay a high price to buy such skills. And as their proficiency rises these NPCs will level up, and the things they can make get better and better. And more expensive. When Qiao Chu thought of this she asked him softly, "Mister, was today's bread tasty?" Master stared at her with wide eyes, couldn't help swallowing. It's okay." Qiao Chu smiled brightly and said, "So do you want to eat more?" Hiss. She suddenly fell silent, rolled up her sleeves, and the spot where she had been hit by the tracking spell was burning with heat. Could it be that Lance can still hear what she's saying through that thing? Qiao Chu's face darkened. He couldn't bother luring the staff anymore. After a few words he lay down on the stone bed opposite Meister. "Looks like we can't delay any longer. We need to find the ingredients for the intelligence potion as soon as possible, and then remove this damn mark." Chapter 76. Wang Ling the Apothecary. The in-game character closed their eyes, and Qiao Chu logged out of the game pod. The servers had officially been up for 3 days. The typhoon outside was gradually dying down, but the sky remained gloomy. The puddles on the road spread everywhere, and scraps of debris floated by from time to time. But this was only the beginning, because the typhoon did not turn as the Meteorological Bureau had predicted. Instead it continued inland, bringing countless floods and torrential rains. And the temperature would not rise again. It would only fall further, down to -30 or 40 degrees. Stepping out of the holographic pod with its own heating, Qiao Chu immediately shivered from the cold. In previous years there had been no heating here in winter. You could muddle through, but things were different now. She quickly put on another coat, turned on the air conditioner, and stood in front of it to warm up for a while, loosening her stiff body. She sniffed, feeling a bit better, and then immediately called Wang Ling as they had agreed. Wang Ling quickly replied, "Chu he. You promised to take me to run the dungeon when I hit level 10. Qiao Chu smiled faintly. Of course. If your level isn't enough, we'll party up later. She had been leveling up and buying alchemy bombs with exactly that plan in mind. With the bombs, the arsenal instance wasn't too hard, and it had lots of small mobs and plenty of experience. She planned to bring Wang Ling so the two of them could share the experience between just the two of them. Qiao Chu felt a little uneasy. The reason she hadn't brought Wang Ling before was because in the previous life their paths were completely different. A month before the game's launch, she and Wang Ling were basically just ordinary friends and hadn't arranged to play together. She was afraid that bringing Wang Ling this time would cause her to miss the pharmacist's quest. If that happened, Wang Ling would lose the capital to survive in the apocalypse, and Qiao Chu would have to find someone unfamiliar to cooperate with again. Qiao Chu said cautiously, "I accidentally discovered 2 potion recipes in a hidden map today. How about you? Have you encountered anything interesting these past 2 days?" Wang Ling immediately brightened. Qiao Chu could imagine what her cute little round face looked like when she smiled. "Oh, we really are good friends. I just received a hidden task as a pharmacist." Qiao Chu laughed along. Great. She had worried her rebirth might have knocked away Wang Ling's own golden opportunity. After all, being a pharmacist was a prized secondary profession not everyone could learn. That's good. Spend a little less, go stock up your household with food and medicine, and put the rest in storage. From my experience, the value of gold coins will keep rising. Wang Ling nodded her head on the other end like a little pecking chick. She thought the same. The runaway blaze has already become a trend, and the in-game currency inside will of course only become more valuable. They chatted for a few more words, then the doorbell on Qiao Chu's side rang. She hastily hung up the phone. It's still the early stage of the apocalypse. Government institutions are still functioning normally, so it probably isn't a robbery. If it was a robbery, they'd silently pry the door open, and if that were the case, she wouldn't be polite either. After all, in the apocalypse, food is life. A flash of coldness passed through Qiao Chu's eyes. She picked up the bone knife she kept by the bedside, rose with a calm expression, opened the first layer of the security door, and asked toward the outside, "Who is it?" Installing cameras would be too conspicuous, and since the power sometimes went out afterward, she didn't install any. There was no other tone in her voice. No one knew she had already clenched the knife in her hand. The people outside spoke through the security door, their voices muffled, and quickly said, "Take account, how many people are in the household and are you short on food? If you are, volunteers will deliver some." That's how it is. In her previous life, Qiao Chu lived around the 5th ring of Fuan City, which was slightly earlier than the time counted this round. In this life she deliberately moved to a remote undeveloped area with fewer people, so the counting was a bit later. Compared to coveting those few mouthfuls of food, her 2 rooms full of supplies were still more important. Qiao Chu opened the door a crack, the knife hidden behind her, and said, "Thanks, not needed for now." In regions prone to frequent typhoons, people do tend to stock up, and many don't actually need the supplies. The registration staff kept their heads down, scribbling in their notebooks without looking up. The other registration clerk behind him was also wearing a life jacket, water still dripping from him. He kindly reminded, "There may be power and water outages during the midday and evening peak in the next couple of days. Please take care." Qiao Chu thanked him. After speaking, they hurried away. The damage caused by this typhoon and flood was incalculable, and they were swamped with work. However, the area Qiao Chu had chosen was relatively high and not in the typhoon's direct path, so only up to the 2nd floor was flooded. Qiao Chu closed the 3rd floor door and breathed a sigh of relief. When the floodwaters rose, it was actually relatively peaceful. About a week after the waters receded, the first large-scale unrest occurred, and the second came 3 months later, at which point the situation would become highly uncontrollable. And this period of just under 3 months was Qiao Chu's only chance to stealthily grow stronger. Chapter 77 Offline Planning. Qiao Chu had just logged out of the game and didn't feel very hungry yet. She thought for a moment, started cooking rib porridge, rested a little, then prepared to get to work. First she put up the privacy film. After all, the balcony was too cold, she wanted to put many flower pots on the windowsill, and there was too much stuff in the room. She didn't want others to see. The occupancy rate in this neighborhood is low right now, but as far as Qiao Chu knows, many people will likely be placed nearby later because of natural disasters, and this place is very likely to be one of the settlement points. The sooner she registers, the easier it will be. She took the opportunity to inventory the supplies. She didn't have to worry about food. The things she had stockpiled would last her more than 10 years on her own. But once she finished what was in the fridge, the variety of vegetables wouldn't be very rich. Now that she has the means, she naturally doesn't want to shortchange herself. She plans to get the green vegetables for the next 6 months ready first. She searched for some videos online and prepared the small buckets, flower pots, seeds, trowel, soil, and some fertilizer the boss had given her. Vegetables like Napa cabbage, onions, and radishes, those that can be stored, she didn't bother with for now. There were also many dried foods at home like green beans, various mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and bean products. Qiao Chu simply followed the gentle instructions of the woman in the video step by step and planted some scallions, cilantro, lettuce, crown daisy, and baby bok choy, various leafy greens. She hummed a song and leisurely followed the vlogger's actions, filling the soil, sowing the seeds, fertilizing, and watering. Warm yellow light from above bathed her. With the movements of her hands and the gentle background music in the video, Qiao Chu felt as if her heart were being healed. Like a tightly drawn bowstring that had never relaxed being briefly released, Qiao Chu didn't realize that the corners of her mouth were even carrying a faint smile. Perhaps this is the generations-old Chinese gene for gardening. Watching one empty pot after another being filled and then placed on the windowsill, Qiao Chu's inner self also calmed and settled. Whether it was in her previous life fighting for a spot in higher ranks and striving desperately for the team's standing, or since rebirth never pausing her footsteps, all that fatigue seemed to be soothed away by the small, meticulous movements of her hands. By the time the big procedure was finished, it was already about 2 hours later. Qiao Chu was sweating in the cold. She went ahead and took a shower, and her whole mood brightened. She put on a gentle song while the sandpot pork rib congee simmered until it was very soft and flavorful. Taking a bite of hot congee in the chill felt incredibly comforting. She ate while picking up her phone and saw that Director Mom had, at some unknown time, sent her 2 voice messages. The general idea was that she had bought 4 helmets. Her tone sounded like a complaint, but she was actually happy. After complaining, she transferred her another 5,000 yuan. Qiao Chu sipped his porridge, feeling warm and cozy inside. By 2034, full-dive game pods were still relatively expensive, but helmets had become as common as phones. Director Mama didn't play much holo games, while the 3 kids were more receptive to them. Now that they couldn't go out, they might as well spend the whole day immersed in games. Qiao Chu smiled faintly. The money for buying the helmet she could earn back in a few minutes. She brought people into the game partly so that when the apocalypse came everyone would have the ability to protect themselves, and partly because being a top player with freedom wasn't easy. Otherwise, why did everyone in the previous life join guilds? Your equipment gets damaged and needs specialists to repair it. Rare potions are scarce on the market unless you have your own in-house alchemist. And most importantly, gold coins. Many lone wolf players are very poor. Although Qiao Chu liked playing games by herself, she still needed to own a couple of businesses. She could act as a hands-off manager, but she had to have money. Just like this alchemical bomb, without resources and gold to trade, she couldn't get it either. Moreover, her enemies, Leitang and Jialan, were both backed by large conglomerates. What could she possibly use to fight them on her own? Her chance to overtake on the curve is in the game. By the time the 1.0 main quest opens and the Doran City cleanup mission is finished, players will be able to purchase property within the game. 6 months later, in-game gold will, under the control of an invisible hand, replace real-world currency as a universal medium, and the capital accumulated in the game will be the foundation for her climb upward. She knows many hidden quests and dungeon strategies, but the premise is that she has financial backing strong enough to support her. Qiao Chu absolutely never wants to join a guild in this life, so forming his own faction is a must. Besides hiring NPCs, players can also serve her. And in daily interactions it's easiest to see someone's character. Besides, in their previous lives at the most critical moment these 3 children still stayed loyal to Director Mom, and in everyday life they're very sensible. People like that are the most reassuring to take on as core members. Of course, interests move people's hearts. Qiao Chu would definitely prepare a system contract. This contract would remain valid after the game manifested in reality, so he wouldn't have to fear being stabbed in the back. Doing things himself can only end in death. It's better to become a capitalist. She happily listed her current plan. First and foremost, definitely go get the first kill of the second dungeon. She wrote a second item on the paper. The armory will most likely drop blue firearms. After replenishing equipment, go scout the Mire Caverns and take the Eternal Flower there. As for the other reagent materials, they aren't hard to find. They're available in the camp shop and already in her backpack. 7 days after the game starts, when most players have reached level 10 or above, the system will open the mainline 1.0 quest. At that time NPCs will be responsible for clearing high-level monsters, and players will take the opportunity to follow behind them and pick up the scraps. And that will be the moment Qiao Chu shows her skills. Qiao Chu wrote down 3. To grab monsters in the big melee, level is indispensable. So she must enter Kingsland Abbey once more, both to level up and to retrieve the lucky necklace. And the boss of Kingsley Abbey, Christine, is not to be trifled with. A level 12 elite zombie who can both heal and fight. Without a team as well coordinated as the Phosphorescence Guild, and with no frontliners or healers if he had to solo. Qiao Chu was helpless. The minimum for soloing would likely be level 15, and only with alchemical bombs would he have a chance to confront Christine. Having planned everything, Qiao Chu felt an immense sense of security. Everything was moving in the right direction. He crawled into the bed warmed by the electric blanket and slept soundly. Chapter 78 New Dungeon. The next morning Qiao Chu fried 2 sausages, toasted buttered bread and fried eggs, and served them with milk. After finishing breakfast, it was time for the appointment with Wang Ling. After Qiao Chu logged in, he waited for a moment at the camp gate, and Wang Ling hurried over. She had chosen the Lich Array Mage, the same as in her previous life, and it seemed precisely because of this uncommon combination that she obtained the alchemist identity from the Lich NPC. She ran over tugging at a big black Lich hat, a pair of large watery eyes under heavy dark circles, wearing a pretty black dress, her skin unnaturally pale, but Qiao Chu thought she was the cutest in the world. Even cuter as a little Lich. Wang Ling waved vigorously at Qiao Chu with a smile on her face. Qiao Chu stiffly raised his hand to respond. How did you get here from the short-leg alley? The NPCs living in the short-legged alleys are a mixed lot, completely different from the camp inn. Wang Ling pulled her along as she walked and said, I recently learned 2 new herbs and couldn't resist trying them out first thing this morning. Ha ha ha, this game is so interesting, Chu Chu. One of the herbs can actually learn to speak like a person. Isn't that amazing? She chatted animatedly all the way, constantly sharing her experiences in this game. If it had been the old Qiao Chu, she might have found her noisy, but now she understood that a true friend is someone willing to share life with you. Not someone like Injuanja who appears close but is actually more involved in material exchanges. Early in the morning the Ire Forest was already very lively. Many level-grinding fanatics had risen early to start farming monsters. Wang Ling was still a little short on levels, so Qiao Chu simply took her to an area with higher-level monsters. There were fewer people here. Wang Ling had chosen the Formation Master class, which relatively few players picked. That's because it's a pure support class, and at the time the developers had labeled it the highest difficulty. The Formation Master's core skills are setting up formations to apply buffs, positive effects, to themselves and teammates and debuffs, negative effects, to enemies. And the players have to memorize all these formations themselves. But Wang Ling, being a top university scholar, loved studying these things. She deftly produced a small wooden stick engraved with inscriptions and set up a formation barrier between the 2 of them. When ready, Qiao Chu fired. Bang! The zombie that had accelerated forward twitched the moment it touched the formation. The smell of singed hair and skin wafted from its body, and the 2 hurried to keep up their damage output. Wang Ling looked at Qiao Chu's marksmanship and exclaimed again. Oh my Chu Chu, you're amazing. You never missed a beat with your attacks. Not only did he never miss a beat, each shot could inflict lethal damage, and occasionally even landed golden criticals. Wang Ling's small face was a little flushed. Her attack was only a small electric orb, and she sometimes missed, but because she was a lich, it wasn't easy to tell. But her formation played a big role. Zombies inside the formation not only had reduced movement speed and took continuous damage, they were also occasionally struck by electricity, which complemented Qiao Chu's high damage perfectly. The 2 of them used these monsters to get in some practice, and after Wang Ling reached level 10 and collected what she needed from the zombies, they headed for the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was extremely lively at that time. Saying it was packed with people would not be an exaggeration. Early level upgrades require little experience, and many casual players who reached level 10 are waiting at the gate looking for party members to hunt with. T and a healer both present, 3rd tier 2, rushing the seed dungeon, come quickly. Need a priest, we'll start the run as soon as we have one. Need 2 DPS, must show your stats, minimum attack power 400 plus, check before joining. Wang Ling looked on eagerly, preparing to choose teammates, but saw Qiao Chu head straight for the armory dungeon. Wang Ling grabbed her a little puzzled. Chu Chu, aren't we going to find teammates? Qiao Chu's cat-like eyes blinked, a faint smile appearing on her pretty face as she said softly, I read a guide on the forum yesterday and already know how to handle the dungeon, and I have a secret weapon. Wang Ling nodded and said nothing more. It's fine, if the 2 of us can't make it, at worst we die once and we can form a team afterward. Her idea was to quickly clear a few small monsters, get familiar with it, then retreat. Her dungeon play was average, and she was afraid of letting others down. What she didn't know was that Qiao Chu had come this time specifically for the first kill. The boss in the armory dungeon wasn't hard to beat. The tricky part was actually the mid-area small monsters. But for Qiao Chu, who had alchemical bombs, it was nothing. She would just blast a path with the bombs. The others saw that only the two of them were heading into the dungeon, and many people at the entrance started murmuring. Ha ha ha, look at these two girls. The two of them are going to run a dungeon together. Wait, that's not right. What's wrong with that? It's just the two of them. Wait, no, those names look so familiar. Someone else wanted to call out to Qiao Chu and the other. Miss, do you need me to carry you? Qiao Chu turned around and said. That player immediately slid to his knees and said, holy shit, big shot. You were the one who got the first kill yesterday. Do you still need a charm? One that can feed itself, runs home when it rains, and is the type that went to college. Wang Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had always known Qiao Chu was very good at games, but she herself preferred to play as a lifestyle player, and she had no idea how devastating a godlike player like him would be to ordinary players. The others also noticed Qiao Chu's name, their eyes lighting up as they pushed forward to volunteer. Boss, take me with you. I deal a ton of damage and follow orders. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Boss, will you sell the first kill video? Or could you help our guild get a top rank? We'll pay 500 gold. Boss, you're so pretty. Can I add you as a friend? You turned off stranger requests. Woo, I can't add you. Wang Ling saw she was a beautiful mermaid sister and quickly grabbed Qiao Chu. Let's go. Let's get into the dungeon, don't waste time. Come on, Qiao Chu's bestie is her, okay. Qiao Chu went straight over and clicked to start the instance. Unorganized solo players would need time to coordinate if they teamed up to fight. Unless there was a leader carrying them, this dungeon was enough for just her and Wang Ling. The next second, the surrounding noisy voices vanished. You have entered the instance, Ale Camp Armory. 8 players. Normal mode. Overhead were harsh lights and a pure white ceiling. They were in a room resembling a conference room. It was just as chaotic here. A large square table meant for meetings of dozens sat in the very center of the room, with chairs toppled all over the floor. The easel whiteboard at the front still had a lot of meeting notes and diagrams scrawled on it, splattered with darkened bloodstains. Qiao Chu had told Wang Ling about her hidden class and warned her not to leak it, because without a frontline she couldn't use the magnetic storm technique at all, and doing so would attract swarms of monsters. Qiao Chu directly switched to the Shadow Hunter identity. The stylish outfit made Qiao Chu's features appear even colder. She twirled her wrist, drew a hunting blade from the leg holster and said softly, "Let's go." Using the excuse that she had read the walkthrough, Qiao Chu didn't hold back and instead cut her way forward. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the two of them ended up in the armory's yard. This is also the hardest part of this dungeon. The game's designers intended players to wait until after level 15, when the DPS characters have improved their damage output, before attempting this dungeon. So this dungeon is neither particularly hard nor exactly easy. Qiao Chu curled the corners of her mouth and weighed the bomb in her hand. She had Wang Ling set up the formation, raised her pistol, and fired a single shot. Bang! The crack of the gun instantly drew the attention of every zombie in the courtyard. They immediately surged out from countless corners. Wang Ling couldn't help taking 2 steps back. The sight was just too shocking. Qiao Chu took a deep breath and pulled the pin. The next moment, flames shot up into the sky. Chapter 79: A Great Harvest. The instant the bomb flew out, Qiao Chu, unable to contain his excitement, instinctively grabbed Wang Ling and dropped down where they were. In just a few tenths of a second, boiling hot gusts and countless flying fragments were driven by the bomb's blast. Wood chips and branches from the entire courtyard hurtled like bullets, embedding themselves deep into the wall behind the two. The first thing heard was a blast loud enough to shatter eardrums. Boom! The acrid stench of gunpowder and singed fur filled the air, sharp and nauseating. Their health began to steadily drop from the lingering blast, and the two hurriedly pulled out red medicine and kept shoving it into their mouths, barely keeping their blood up. Qiao Chu took a deep breath. Damn, he wasn't killed by the monster. He almost got killed by his own weapon. Accompanied by blinding flames, exaggerated damage numbers kept flashing across the two of them eyes. Rows upon rows of neat golden damage figures suddenly covered the entire courtyard. Dash! 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 Oh my goodness, how many zeros is that? The alchemical bomb's subsequent burning debuff has taken effect, lasting 10 seconds and can be dispelled. Dash 122. Dash 133213. Ah! This is awesome. This is awesome. Choo choo. Ah! Wang Ling drank red wine with one hand while shaking Qiao Chu's arm with the other, her eyes shining. Qiao Chu frowned. What? Good grief, with that explosion she suffered a temporary ringing in her ears and couldn't hear what Wang Ling was saying at all. Her ears were filled with a buzzing sound. You have killed a level 13 monster Ordnance Depot Guard, gaining a total of 870 experience points, 1 gold 2 silver. You have killed a level 13 monster Ordnance Depot Guard, gaining a total of 836 experience points, 50 silver. You have defeated a level 14 monster, Rebel. Because the monster's level is too high, you receive a 20% experience bonus, gaining a total of 1020 experience points and 50 copper. You have defeated a level 15 monster, Rebel Squad Leader. Because the monster's level is too high, you receive a 20% experience bonus, gaining a total of 1520 experience points and 7 gold 50 copper. You have. Congratulations, you have reached level 12. You received 2 attribute points as a reward. You are currently ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Would you like to be anonymous? Qiao Chu chose no. Wang Ling also couldn't clearly hear what she was saying, but the two of them couldn't hide their excitement at all. Qiao Chu's excitement wasn't just about all that EXP on the screen, but also about the 30 alchemy bombs Lance had given her. That damned old man. Her expression was equal parts thrilled and bemused. If this is truly Lance's bomb aesthetic, then what were the ones players bought for 10 gold apiece last life called party poppers? No wonder Lance refused to give her the alchemy bomb formula. The effect is simply outrageously unparalleled. Qiao Chu even felt guilty. This bomb would be more than enough to take to Doran City to kill some heavy boss-level monsters. Using it on these small mobs feels painfully wasteful. But seeing his level jump to 12 with 36% experience, Qiao Chu accepted it. Snatching time and levels for development is most important. Otherwise the next plan couldn't be carried out. The player currently at the top of the level rankings is called Pear Blossom and Crabapple, the ace of the long-established guild. Riverbound Guests. The guild Riverbound Guests is no pushover either. It has fought through countless hologames, and its core members are veteran players who all know one another. They're on the older side and are jokingly referred to as the uncle and auntie guild. But if you underestimate them, you'll definitely be overwhelmed by the others' gaming experience and lose your bearings. Qiao Chu didn't have a strong attachment to being number 1. After all, she had already claimed the attribute points awarded for first place. But until the Doran City quest was completed, she needed to increase her fame. Like the development model of many guilds, she herself was the face and the symbol of her faction. She figured that after finishing this dungeon, being top of the level rankings plus 2 dungeon first clears should be enough to build up her reputation. Right? The flames on the ground had gradually died down. The two walked forward, stepping on the hot, cracked stone tiles. The monsters had mostly been blown to pieces, Wang Ling like a happy little hamster, followed beside Qiao Chu rummaging through the loot. Qiao Chu had dirty hands, so in the end he let Wang Ling take everything. The final haul was very satisfying. 5 green items and 9 white items. As expected, the rank-skipping challenge system is generous. Qiao Chu was already wondering what the boss might drop. After finishing the dungeon runs, she planned to go to the Mire Caverns today, and pick the eternal flower first. If she waited until other players leveled up, the monsters there might not be able to stop them. If someone else picked it, she'd have to wait a long time. Qiao Chu remembered the eternal flower blooms once a month, and she didn't want Lance's tracking curse to linger on her any longer. Qiao Chu picked a pair of gloves with better attributes and a belt, then handed all the equipment in his hands to Wang Ling. You sell these for me, and I'll give you 30% of the gold. Wang Ling clutched the black dress and waved her hand repeatedly. No, I didn't do anything. I'll sell them and give you all the money. Qiao Chu's cat-like eyes lifted. His smile faint but sincere. Take them. You need money to study potions. One day become a potion apprentice and help me out. Wang Ling nodded vigorously, and the gothic pointed wizard hat on her head bobbed with it. She looked at Qiao Chu with big adorable eyes. Don't worry, Chu Chu, I'll do my best. Following my bestie means getting meat to eat. She'll show the money to her parents, so they won't oppose her becoming a professional gamer anymore. Chapter 80. The second first kill. After that huge wave of monsters, the rest were mostly scattered small mobs. Because there was no frontliner or healer, each of them had to pull aggro alone, so they couldn't move quickly. They ground for nearly 2 more hours before reaching the boss. However, if it hadn't been for the alchemist's bomb in the earlier wave, players at their current level wouldn't have made it through. So Qiao Chu wasn't afraid anyone would steal the first kill. She sat at the doorway eating while explaining the boss fighting points to Wang Ling. First place the lightning formations at coordinates 912,213 and 313,134, then retreat to cast the discharge orb. The lightning formation doesn't deal high damage, but it applies a shock debuff that briefly staggers the boss. And only when Qiao Chu throws the bomb at that moment will it have maximum effect. Otherwise, with the boss's HP, they could be worn down to death. Wang Ling was a little nervous. Her hands kept rubbing together. Okay. Although nervous, this was something she had done countless times, and Wang Ling quickly finished arranging the formation. Qiao Chu also stood up and stretched. He shot his spear at the wooden door's lock barrel, then kicked the door open with a sideways kick. A stout, blond man was crouched in front of a safe inside the room. When he turned at the sound, the golden coins in his arms gleamed. Seeing the two people at the door, his fat triple chin trembled. Who allowed you to enter the residence of a great baron? Get out of here. His voice was sharp as he called, Guards! Guards! Wang Ling was a bit surprised. This boss was actually a living person? After boss finished speaking, he ignored them and continued counting the gold coins in his safe. At that moment a sharp whistle sounded. Shoo! The courtyard, which had just been vacated, suddenly had 8 guards emerge from it. They wore identical blue-peaked caps, military uniforms and white breeches, expressionless as they charged at the intruders. And the place where they advanced happened to step right on the formation Qiao Chu had arranged for Wang Ling. Monster Info Guard. Monster level. Level 15. Unfortunately, whether level 15 or level 25, under Lance's alchemical bombs they are all the same. With one bomb from Qiao Chu, the world became peaceful. Another round of system messages flashed across the screen, immediately followed by a rapid surge in experience. Qiao Chu was only a little bit away from reaching level 13. After the small monsters died, the Baron couldn't sit still either. He spoke in a strange accent. Despicable, ignoble rebel, how dare you disturb me? Bang! In her previous life, this was the boss Qiao Chu had farmed the most in the early stages. Just seeing that greasy, arrogant face made her want to vomit. Before he could finish his rant, Qiao Chu had already fired a shot at his forehead. The shotgun's massive recoil sent him staggering back half a step. The Baron's neat blonde hair was rumpled as he roared, Stupid rebel! The second shot went straight into his windpipe. A golden critical hit. -149. Qiao Chu clicked his tongue. Who told him to keep his mouth open like that? But that damage was pretty moving. The Baron clenched his mouth in frustration and lunged at Qiao Chu, then stepped onto the formation. Get down! At Qiao Chu's cue, a black bomb traced a graceful parabola as it was hurled toward the boss. Boom! Another wave of scorching heat washed through. This time it destroyed the Baron's belongings. The place looked as if an EF8 tornado had swept through. Everything in the room turned to ash except for the safe. The Baron spat a mouthful of black smoke. His body was blasted down to his underwear. He shook his hair, now a mass of black curls, tears streaming down in 2 lines. My goddess painting my white porcelain vase. Damn it! As expected of the boss who had the thickest HP in the early part of my last life, he still had about 12% health left. For a moment Qiao Chu froze, but her previous life as an analyst let her quickly come up with an emergency plan. She switched to the Nether Hunter set and cast a Nether Entangle on the boss. She said quickly, Bao, set up 2 formations, one at the spot under my feet and one on the inner side of the room entrance. I'll go pull the mobs. Wang Ling didn't waste words. She followed Qiao Chu's instructions, gulping down mana potions while setting the formations. The formations demanded a lot of mental energy. Setting them up quickly in an emergency was very draining, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. But Qiao Chu charged straight in, activating Shadow Step. She vanished before the boss, causing it to grab at empty air. After all, a monster's speed isn't determined by its size but by its level. As a level 15 elite, the Baron's speed was not to be underestimated. Her right hand slashed at his throat, but their attribute difference was too great. She didn't even break his guard. A big miss appeared over the Baron's head. Qiao Chu didn't hesitate at all. His left hand followed up, and this time a white damage number appeared. -12. The cold hunting blade sank into a patch of greasy soft flesh, not even cutting the other's skin. But it doesn't matter. As long as damage is dealt, the Nether Entanglement effect will trigger, causing the boss to be stunned for 1 second. Still, a 4S rank class is amazing. Qiao Chu's current goal is to buy time. Even if the boss's HP is down to only 12%, it's not something she can feign for right now. Wang Ling called to her. Chu Chu. Qiao Chu instantly understood and pulled the boss toward the spot where they had just been standing. Wang Ling stole a glance at Qiao Chu. In the moment she stepped aside, she even wondered whether what had just flitted past her was a black and red butterfly. Qiao Chu's steps were light and swift. Her high agility barely allowed her to hold the Baron. Wang Ling then immediately resumed her work drawing the formation. The urgency caused by drawing the formation under long-term high pressure even gave her a headache. Her hands trembled involuntarily, and she inserted a talisman stick in the wrong place, causing the entire formation to be ruined. She felt so anxious she was about to cry, hurriedly downed a bottle of blue medicine, and set up the formation again. Qiao Chu said nothing, partly because she trusted Wang Ling, this top student who, though appearing fragile and cute, had a resilient character. Countless times in Huagua she had endured and come through high-pressure study, and that wasn't just talk. And secondly, she really didn't have time to speak. Of the Baron's 5 skills, 2 are utterly unreasonable. charge and slam. In his past life, countless teams fell to the combination of those two skills. Once he charged in and caught someone, the control from slam was almost impossible to break. Once he had you in his grip, even a tank would struggle to survive. Qiao Chu was so nervous that sweat ran into her eyes and stung, but she still didn't dare to blink. Here they come. Qiao Chu felt a tremor in her heart. The Baron's raising of his hand was very quick. She felt as if the world had gone so still she could hear her own heartbeat drumming. A mysterious, secretive sensation suddenly swept over her entire body. Now is the time. Her eyes flashed and by instinct, she activated Shadow Step. Within that 0.1 second she broke the Baron's grapple control and completed her stealth. Even so, Qiao Chu's health inevitably dropped by 1/3. The next moment, the world before her eyes gradually came into focus. She could hear the surrounding sounds again and broke free from that mysterious state. Qiao Chu's beautiful eyes were full of fighting spirit. The boss looked a bit bewildered at the moment it hadn't caught anyone, but Qiao Chu wouldn't wait for it to react. She went up with another phantom entanglement and firmly seized aggro. Wang Ling shouted to her. "Chu, I'm ready." "Copy." The girl's reply was cold and nonchalant. She held the dagger the other way, drove a foot into the Baron's chest, and deliberately broke her invisibility. Seeing this annoying, unkillable, uncatchable rebel reveal herself, the Baron immediately charged at Qiao Chu with bloodshot eyes. Qiao Chu tapped the toe of his leather boot to guide him into the room, and pulled the fuse in his arms. "Yes, you still need a bomb. But it cannot be detonated outdoors. The large buildings inside the instance are models, and have the attribute of being indestructible. So she could only detonate it indoors. That way someone on their team would still be alive, the boss would be judged dead, and the raid would be cleared. If she detonated it outdoors, the two of them would definitely die before the boss, and the run would fail. Fortunately, she succeeded. The girl's features, as if painted by mountain and river ink on silk, lifted, and she revealed an excited smile in the sunlight. The brain still seemed to retain the pain from the body that had just been blown apart. Qiao Chu looked at the prop in her hand, the thing she had groped for in a flurry before she died. It was an exquisite silver-engraved revolver. It was emitting a tempting purple glow. The game's first purple item. Chapter 81 Fate's Revolver. Just the day after the first clear of another dungeon was taken, the system once again opened a server-wide announcement. Congratulations. Chu led the team to complete the first clear of the Ale Camp Armory, normal, dungeon. Let us forever remember the names of the warriors. Congratulations. Yulingling led the team to complete the first clear of the Ale Camp Armory, normal, dungeon. Let us forever remember the names of the warriors. Thank you to the above warriors for their contributions to the Wyatt continent. The entire server will share the dungeon progress, and the game will issue a server-wide first clear reward. Please check your mail. Congratulations. You have received 300 Ale Forest reputation points, 3 attribute points, and 100 gold. Your impressive play has been uploaded to the official forum. If you want anonymity or to charge a fee, please. Qiao Chu as usual clicked Do Not Upload. Granary Instance Leihua Guild. Bation's hand trembled, and the fireball crashed to the ground. He paused, a trace of regret stirring in his chest. Who would have thought that the player who was low-level and poorly equipped back then would go on to claim 2 first kills in a row? But no amount of regret could change what had already happened. What needed to be done now was to crush her utterly before she could grow any stronger. His face darkened as he said, "Go gather people for me now. Chu Gang just left the instance and hasn't had time to return and rest. Intercept him at the resurrection point and kill him. Make every piece of his equipment drop. Somewhere in the wild at a leveling point. The Jialan Guild." Not only the members of his guild, but the nearby players leveling up were also in an uproar, all exuberant and overjoyed. Ah, so awesome. Another server-wide reward to piggyback on, yay. I also got a clothing hat in my parcel. I'm putting it on right now. Damn, I'm so lucky. I got 5 gold coins. Not bad, not bad. If I saved up myself it'd take 2 days, feels great. The first kill had basically nothing to do with ordinary players. Everyone was very happy to grab the reward. The players of the Jialan Guild were the opposite. The atmosphere was gloomy. Jialan saw the system announcement and likewise stopped what he was doing. His long eyelashes drooped. Had he been beaten to the first kill again? This was the second time he had seen this player called Chu on the server-wide bulletin. The members of the Jialan Guild had trembling lips, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What? I didn't see it wrong, did I? This dungeon was cleared by just 2 people? How is that possible? Their guild ranking had already fallen to 6th because of dungeon issues. It would have been one thing if the top spot on the honor board was taken by someone named Chu. But she also got the first kill in the granary dungeon. If before one could still self-deceive, thinking maybe she was just riding along with the Phosphor Guild members to claim the first kill reward. But now they've taken another first kill. It's obvious who the real power is. And it's two people who claimed the first kill of the hardest dungeon. One team member's face went red. There must be insider info. They're definitely from Maze's internal staff, or they bought some lead. Otherwise, how could they? Their guild has always been at the top, but the granary's first and second ranks were taken by Phosphor and Riverside Guest, and they only got the third rank. They had been rushing levels to prepare for the armory, and now the first kill is gone again. Jalon interrupted him, voice flat. Enough. His angelic handsome face showed a trace of vexation. He frowned slightly and said, Bailey, go contact this player called Chu and see if you can recruit her to our guild. Jalon reacted quickly. Even if she refuses, remember to warn her that the Thunderfire Guild is hunting her. Fine, have someone from Team 2 go help. Jalon always had deft hands and attended to every detail. Even if she couldn't bring people over, making a good connection was still a good thing. Gia Bailey's palm was already tightly clenched. Her doll-like delicate face flashed a hint of gloom. Jalon stroked her head and said softly, Go quickly. Gia Bailey paused for a moment, lowered her head and hurried away. There's no need to placate Gabriel too much, but the guild players who were clearly displeased couldn't be brushed off casually. Jalon said to the vice president beside him, Notify everyone, tonight all 8 teams will enter the instance, pay wages according to contribution. The players from Team 1 will come with me to Doran City tomorrow, they'll receive double pay. The exploration team has found a hidden quest. We'll focus our attention on Doran City. It's very likely connected to the next big incident. The people around him immediately brightened. A female player gazed at the handsome man before her with restrained admiration. President, how generous of you. Thank you for the red envelope. Yes, let them go fight in the newbie camp. We've already started the next phase. Guild leader is awesome. Jalon smiled faintly on the surface, but a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. They could be pleased by such trifling gains. The mist in his eyes cleared and his voice was gentle. Keep leveling. Zhang Shanka at sunset, listening to the wind and rain. The guilds of all sizes all saw the system notification, and one by one orders were issued. She still hasn't opened the stranger chat channel? Go find her. Do whatever it takes to pull her over for me. The bounty in the world channel for Thunderfire has gone up again. Go hang out at the dungeon entrance, join the fun, and we'll decide which side to help later based on the situation. At this moment inside the dungeon, Qiao Chu was still examining the revolver in his hand. Item name. Fate Revolver Purple. Restricted classes. Storm Gunner Artilleryman. Equip level 15. Equip bonus. Strength plus 15, Intelligence plus 8. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 5. Perception plus 5. Damage. 11 29 21 24 points. Passive skill. Gambler of Fate. The Yursaka rose to fame by this gun, and met its end by this gun. Its next owner. How will your luck fare? Skill info. The higher your luck, the higher the chance this gun will trigger a forced critical. For each +1 luck. Bullet critical hit chance plus 10%. Although this gun has no active skill, Qiao Chu's breath caught instantly. She looked at the exquisite revolver and muttered to herself. Could the reborn god have given her some kind of cheat? Because this gun suited her perfectly. Qiao Chu's current luck value was only 3 points, but once she got the luck necklace back, her luck would double to 6 points even without activating the necklace's active skill. What does that even mean? She averages 6 critical hits for every 10 bullets she fires. As mentioned before, whether you can score a critical often has little to do with how accurate you are. If your level is lower than the monsters, it's hard to land a critical even if you hit a weak spot. Zombies even come with necrotic defense. This new weapon practically encourages her to take on higher level foes. But it can only be used at level 15, so Qiao Chu regretfully put it away. Nearby, Wang Ling pinched her own face, unable to believe it. Just the two of them? They finished the armory dungeon that countless people couldn't complete? Alright, she actually just played the role of a decoration. Oh. She glanced at the chat box and was startled, exclaiming in a panic, Chu. So many people are adding me as a friend, and strangers are private messaging me. She looked away for a moment, and every message count had become 999 plus. Private chat turned off. Wang Ling's eyes showed some alarm. Although she had closed her personal channel, the world chat was full of discussions about the two of them. People calling her great deity, people envious and many insulting her, threatening to kill her, swearing. There were all kinds of people. Not everyone can withstand the pressure that comes with the aura of a great deity. Wang Ling was very unaccustomed to it. She had no desire to stir up trouble. She just wanted to return to the camp to study her potions, sob. Qiao Chu returned her attention to her and gave a reassuring smile. Come touch the gear, don't look at those anymore. I'll have someone send you back in a bit. The drop rate this time was pretty good. From the minor monster she looted 3 blue items and 1 green. Qiao Chu felt a bit helpless. When she accidentally looted the boss's corpse, only 1 piece of equipment dropped. Most of the items from the arsenal base were tech-side gear which she could basically use. After equipping the new blue leather armor, helmet and boots, Qiao Chu's stats immediately rose by a large margin. She glanced at the chat window. Qinglin asked her again if she needed help, but this time his tone was more restrained. After Qiao Chu replied politely, the other side didn't say anything more. The other guild members who had been added all sent congratulatory messages, and some asked questions trying to find out details. Qiao politely declined them all. She told Lingguang to have Luminous come take Wang Ling back to the camp, and for now not to come out, wait until the trouble has passed. Phosphorescent had a sense of propriety. Both of them knew that last time in the dungeon Qiao Chu had put in a lot of effort. He didn't say much and immediately sent people over, and he also brought quite a few supplies for Qiao Chu. After sending off Wang Ling, Qiao Chu set out alone, preparing to head for the Mire Caves. Chapter 82. A complete mess. The dungeon is located on the west side of the Ire Forest. If you continue west for another 2 hours or so, you reach the Ire Mountains, where the monsters' levels average above 15. But no sooner had he left the dungeon's safety range than Qiao Chu received a system notification. You have been attacked by the player with the ID, a bag of guava. Retaliation within 10 minutes will not increase your red name status. You have been attacked by the player with the ID, it's bread. Retaliation within 10 minutes will not increase your red name status. The benefit of 100% realistic pain sensation showed itself. When the feathered arrow brushed past him, Qiao Chu had already rolled to avoid the follow-up attacks, only grazed here and there by 2 stray attacks and losing a sliver of health. Qiao Chu narrowed her eyes and looked at the newcomer. It was a squad of 8, with a guild tag she hadn't heard of hanging after their name. One of the female players who had just hit her was so excited her face flushed. She screamed, "Ah, I hit the top. Who still dares say my skill is biased?" The other players talked over one another. "Who win? Definitely I. Hurry. Notify the main force, we've caught Boss Chu on the west side of the Ire Forest. Don't rush, let me take a picture first, it's so rare to meet him." Qiao Chu. She didn't want to walk toward the camp, for fear of running into those players, but she didn't expect there to be people even in such a remote direction. From what they said, are they specifically here to stalk her? These people are really boring. She coldly told the few who had come up for a group photo, "Go away. Pretend this never happened." The female player named It's Bread raised her staff. "Wahahaha. I finally have a chance to duel the big shot. Don't anyone move, I..." Bang! Qiao Chu took out a shotgun and sent her back to the respawn point with 1 shot. Her body had just fallen, and the players around her excitedly said, Boss, she took a screenshot. Can you kill me too? I want to take a screenshot." Qiao Chu. Are you sick? Qiao Chu was too lazy to deal with them and turned and walked away. At that moment, several more whooshing sounds came from behind. Shoo. These arrows' accuracy was unlike before. Qiao Chu immediately rolled and fired. While dodging, he shot twice toward the opposing side. Qiao Chu's gaze tightened. They were people from the Thunderfire Guild, and unexpectedly there were a dozen of them. The players who had just been about to kill her nearby grew even more excited. "Boss, we'll help you." Qiao Chu sighed helplessly. "You all hurry and leave. What on earth are these players doing? Don't you feel bad for yourself after finally leveling up?" Before he could finish speaking, 3 more members of their squad went down. A male player shouted, "Boss, don't be afraid, we'll get people to revive you right now." Qiao Chu finally couldn't hold back. She took a deep breath and grit her teeth. If it weren't for you few posting those threads, would I have been found? She could understand that for players who didn't know the truth, the game was just a game. What happened there was novel and exciting to them, but it brought her nothing but trouble. The Flame Tribe member was ecstatic. "Damn, finally caught you. See where you can run now?" Qiao Chu raised an eyebrow. She just didn't want to be red-named again. These people were really annoying like a stubborn sticker. She fired a few quick shots, and the opposing bravado immediately deflated. Someone whimpered, "My XP, damn it. I'm a tank and she one-shot me? Is that even fair?" These were all ordinary players. Several instantly fell to the ground and the rest retreated. Don't panic. Hold her off, wait for the elite group's people to arrive." Qiao Chu didn't want to be followed by a string of tails. Her eyes full of murderous intent, she pulled the bolt and finished the fight within 3 minutes. What nobody expected was how quickly more people arrived. This time it wasn't even people from Lei Hua. They'd just seen the bounty and wanted to use Qiao Chu to collect the reward. 5 minutes later, Qiao Chu downed another red bottle, and the name above her head turned red. She glanced at the world channel. Even those who hadn't come were watching the spectacle, and the refresh rate had become too fast to see clearly. She couldn't do it, so she simply charged into the forest. There were many wild monsters inside and plenty of people were tripped up, but this trick could only stop onlookers. Experts couldn't be held back. Even if Qiao Chu was very good at evading, the attacks she received were still massive. Another healing spell landed on Qiao Chu, making up for the health she had just lost. She is a person from Jiangshang. Also coming was Pear Blossom Begonia, who had just been shoved to second place by her. A Dragon Clan berserker. Hey, our old man told me to come help you. The scene was an utter mess. Enemies of theirs, people hoping to pick up loot, those wanting to kill her, those wanting to protect her and drag her into their guild. Even the high-level monsters here weren't enough for so many people. They'd fall to the ground in minutes. Don't even mention the monsters. The trees here were being gnawed bare by the player's skills. A mage said, I told you guilds shouldn't meddle so much. Otherwise today you'll all be revived together. Another paladin stepped in front of him. Hey, we're attacking you. Whoever you want to kill, I'll protect. While gulping down potions, Qiao Chu dodged attacks with difficulty, pressing forward. After a little more walking, there would be a level 20 monster ahead. Once she got in and activated Shadow Step, these people wouldn't be able to follow. Those around her still wouldn't give up, chasing her while shouting, Brothers, she's low on potions, hurry hurry hurry. Kill her for the loot charge. Boss, can you join our guild? Compensation is negotiable. Boss, my private contact is 139. Boss, need a boyfriend? If you like women, that's fine too. I can introduce my sister to you. Miss Chu, will you release the first kill video? Our highest offer is 300 gold. Li Hua Haitang, however, had stayed right by her side and not fallen behind. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Hey, this place is in chaos all because of you. What do you think we should do? Qiao Chu really couldn't take it anymore, so she spent money on the world chat to flood it with a dozen consecutive messages. Chu, world chat people around me, clear out within 1 minute, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Chaos erupted on the scene. No one paid attention. Seeing the greedy looks on the people behind her, Qiao Chu sneered, gathered all her strength and hurled out a black bomb. What do we do if it turns into a complete mess? Drink it while it's hot. Chapter 83. That's it? Get down. She, without any sense of responsibility, shouted toward the person beside her. Before the people around could react, her grenade had already been thrown. Qiao Chu's grenade was mainly aimed at Lei Hua's people. Most of Lei Hua's members were here. The sandy yellow guild emblem after their IDs was very conspicuous. A graceful parabolic arc cut through the air. Boom! When that thunder struck, the whole world seemed to go quiet for a few seconds. You have killed the player with ID. Big roll. Current kill score, 74 points. When the kill score reaches 30 points, you will be prohibited from entering the hero's camp, and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. You have killed the player with ID. Mimi. Big bowl rice. Current kill score, 106 points. When the kill score reaches 30 points, you will be prohibited from entering the hero's camp, and from purchasing items and equipment, and NPC relations will turn hostile. You have killed the player with ID. Zwa. Current kill score, 146 points. Qiao Chu climbed to her feet, brushing the grass off her body, and reluctantly poured the last bottle of blood medicine into her mouth. She really didn't want to throw away that bomb. After all, she felt sorry for the bomb. One like that must be worth tens or even hundreds of gold if used. She had no choice. She was out of supplies. If she didn't throw it soon, she might actually die, and losing equipment would be bad. Li Hua Haitang's mouth opened wide, his large, muscular body backing away from her in fear. And no, you really have one. Those around who were splattered by the bomb's aftershock reacted much like Li Hua Haitang, calming down and moving far away from that terrifying woman. Another healer rushed up at lightning speed, her mouth chattering. Sister, where did you get that prop? Selling it? Should our guild consider it? Sister, if you join you could be the elite squad leader. No vice president. Qiao Chu wondered if she was a salesperson in real life. We have a big conglomerate investing. Investing won't lose you money, darling. A sweet smile played on her face as she lifted her hand to give blood to Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu smiled and firmly refused, face full of sincerity. That's it, sister, I only had that one. If I hadn't been pestered to death, I definitely would have kept it. Just kidding, it's better to have weapons of mass destruction yourself than to sell them to someone else. Who knows whether one day they'll be thrown back at your own head. The wet nurse looked regretful, unsure whether to believe it. What a real pity. Qiao Chu quickly exchanged friend requests with her and discovered she was a player in spicy fermented tofu. Although the guild's name wasn't serious, it was definitely on the rankings. A few others came to help her as well, but like that sister they didn't display a guild tag, and she added them all as friends. After all, Qiao Chu hadn't taken a stance. Those guilds wouldn't come out to defend her for nothing. At most they'd help secretly and make a good connection. Qiao Chu saw the person with the phosphorescent glow arrive. She nodded at them and then said to everyone, "Thank you all, see you later." They didn't need to say it outright. Everyone knew Qiao Chu appreciated it, and the smiles on their faces were genuine. After all, their guild's players had also lost a lot of levels today. This small favor was enough to add the suddenly emerged top-ranked player as a friend. Later, asking for help would naturally mean returning the favor. Qiao Chu didn't refuse their goodwill. Where there are people, there is always intrigue. Who could say what the future held? She and the others slipped away from the battlefield they had just been on. After moving out of sight of others, she activated stealth and continued toward the mudstone cavern. She glanced at the chat list at members of Jialan. A mocking smile flickered in the upward-tilted cat-like eyes. Finally couldn't hold back and made a move, huh? She had thought Jialan could endure more. After all, they'd been together for several years. Although Jialan always wore a calm, gentle facade, Qiao Chu knew he was an uncompromising gambler. Now that the first kills of the 2 dungeons were both in her pocket, Jialan would definitely take part in Doran City's plans ahead of time. Being proactive would only arouse suspicion. She just needed to wait quietly. She slowly closed the chat window. As for the people from Leihua, Qiao Chu reopened the world channel, and it was indeed very lively. Now not only were the Leihua people hunting her, but some ordinary players were also criticizing her, condemning her for throwing the bomb earlier. But quite a few people were speaking up for her, and Qiao Chu even saw a name that looked like his own fan club. Qiao Chu. She didn't indulge those who cursed at her. She specially paid to switch to bold font. Chu World Chat. What? Some people tried to profit from a missed opportunity and failed, so they're triggered? Being ugly can be fixed, but a mean heart really can't be cured. Seeing her message, the chat scrolled even faster. Some people thought she was awesome, some thought she was arrogant, and others couldn't stand her. This is exactly the effect Qiao Chu wanted. She wants to become famous now. So what if she's arrogant? These people don't know her abilities. How will they spend money here later? As for Leihua, Qiao Chu had only 2 words. Chu World Chat. Is that it? The public chat seemed to pause for a second, then completely blew up. Alright, I take back what I said earlier, you're truly badass. The other side keeps raising the stakes, and you're casually taunting them like that. Damn, now it's truly do or die. If anyone backs down, won't they have to keep their head buried whenever they go out? Ah, sister is so handsome, 2 characters so cool. I love it so much. Qiao Chu smiled faintly and turned off the channel. In her last life, Thunderfire fell apart because the management beneath was too chaotic and the operation had gotten too big. This life, why not let her help the other side speed things up a bit? No need to thank me. Everyone has a responsibility to pick up trash. Chapter 84. Quagmire Stone Cavern. Qiao Chu split the dead branches and moved forward in the direction remembered. The surrounding grass grew increasingly sparse, the clumps of trees became shorter, and small animals occasionally rustled in the undergrowth. You have entered a new area. Shadow Swamp. When he encountered monsters, Qiao Chu would activate Shadow Step and pass right over them. After following the narrow path through the bushes for another 10 minutes or so, he finally saw the familiar stall he remembered. The shack was small, occupying only a dozen-odd square meters, built from branches and withered grass. The whole area was filled with a sense of decay, completely the opposite of the Ire forest. An old granny blind in one eye sat at the doorway, chopping the grass before her. A yellow name floated above her head, Talista. This signified she could come into conflict with players at any time. Qiao Chu bowed from a distance. Talista squinted, wiped her hands on her hem, and when she tilted her head her neck revealed dragon scales already somewhat dulled. Her voice was hoarse. You are a little cub from Odo Star? Talista calling Zhou Chu a cub was no problem at all. After all, she should be over 1,000 years old. Zhou Chu nodded. Yes, I'd like to borrow your rhino. These creatures aren't very fast runners, but they have one advantage. They can move through swamps unhindered, saving a lot of effort. Talista looked up at the sky and paused. Cub, a heavy storm is coming. No sooner had she finished speaking than a muffled thunder rolled across the sky, and a chill wind rustled the surrounding bushes. Qiao Chu insisted. Thank you for your kind suggestion. She kept her posture very low, who could blame her, with question marks practically hovering over the other's head. She couldn't mess with an NPC of that level. But she didn't want to linger here. She just wanted to get the eternal flower today, and hurry back to level up. Talista saw she persisted and didn't press further. She said lightly, Come with me, cub. There were 4 or 5 rhino beasts penned in the shed, leisurely chewing on grass. Talista casually pulled one out. It would be bad if you died out there, so give me 100 gold. If you come back alive, I'll return 90 to you. Qiao Chu. She took a pouch of gold coins from her backpack. Talista handed the reins to Qiao Chu, then slowly sat back down on the small wooden stool. Qiao Chu mounted the rhinoceros beast and looked back at her hunched figure. Talista would appear as the guardian of the city's event in version 3.0. Until then, she was just seen as a recluse. Qiao Chu didn't have many regrets about not triggering any quest here. After all, her level was too low now. She planned to come back after reaching around level 30. She flicked the lead, and the rhino beast charged in the direction of the eternal flower, but she didn't notice that Talista watched her back for several full seconds. An Odistar Guardian army, yet carrying the aura of a traitor? Interesting. It was now around 6 in the afternoon in the Doomsday Lost game. The sky had already darkened with not a hint of sunlight, and rolling thunderclouds churned overhead. Qiao Chu pulled his cloak over his shoulders, lowered his posture, and urged the rhinoceros-horned beast beneath him to move. The rhinoceros's short, thick forehooves kept trampling the muddy water, running past one monster after another lurking in the mire. Qiao Chu watched the semi-transparent map in the upper left, pulled the reins from memory, and guided the rhinoceros's running direction. The muddy pits along the road gradually became fewer, but the danger increased. And it began to rain, which was very bad news for Qiao Chu. A little farther ahead was a vast expanse of marshland. Within the marsh were many skeleton monsters, the heroes and zombies who had been buried here. Qiao Chu tied the rhinoceros to an earthen pillar, activated the shadow crawl, and began to feel his way forward slowly. In its previous life, this place was a very popular leveling spot after level 20. Monsters spawned densely and moved slowly, making it a favorite of light mages, priests, and paladins. Actually, as long as you follow the middle of this path and keep moving forward, there won't be much trouble. It's just that the surrounding monsters are disgustingly unpleasant, and the swamp mixes with the stench of rotting corpses. Qiao Chu kept his expression unchanged as he swiftly waded along the current. Large and small, countless pools and streams gradually converged, flowing toward the stone cave ahead. Going further, after traversing this 1,000 or 2,000 meters, the ground in front gradually became firm and solid, and the sound of rushing water grew louder and louder until it surged. You have entered a new area. Swampstone Cavern. The rain grew heavier and heavier, dripping down through the various holes overhead. Some drops landed on his hair, the coolness traveling from the roots straight to the scalp, making him shiver with cold. Qiao Chu, however, was in a very good mood. The eternal flower was just below the nearby cliff. But as she prepared to go down, she saw an unexpected person. Chapter 85. So it was you. The young man was soaking wet, struggling as he hung on the cliff face. Beside the cliff there was a small hollow. It was empty, replaced instead by 3 flowers in Feng Yusho's hand, each emitting a pale purple glow. His golden hair clung to his body in winding strands, his jade-like face smudged with dirt, expression slightly surprised. Sister. Qiao Chu lowered his eyes, looking at the flower in his hand, then smiled and raised the gun. What a coincidence, we meet again. The number 1 poison master lost his way, Ishi Fengyue. Her expression cooled, rain sliding down her eyelashes. Give me the flowers. A stream of moonlight hung on the sheer cliff. Looking up made him seem frail and innocent, yet the words he spoke carried a touch of melancholy. Honestly, pretending in front of Phosphor like that. But in front of me you just... Qiao Chu sneered. To her, Phosphor was nothing more than a pile of walking coins and a potential dungeon partner. As for a stream of wind and moon? Less nonsense. Qiao Chu cut him off, raised the gun and aimed it at his brow. Give me 2 of the flowers and I'll haul you up, how about that? Her tone was gentle, as if discussing it with him, yet she never relaxed her grip on the gun. Songshi stared at her in a daze, his complexion seeming several shades paler. He lowered his head, the raven-dark lashes veiling the emotions in his eyes. You woman, you really are. He drew out his staff, glaring at Qiao Chu with slightly reddened eyes. Qiao Chu frowned slightly, cold rain tracing across her damp brows and eyes, as if for an instant giving a fragile illusion. Bang! The moment Ishi Fengyue raised his staff, Qiao Chu didn't hesitate and fired a shot straight into his chest. Ishi Fengyue grunted, and the shield provided by one of his pieces of equipment shattered. Qiao Chu was somewhat surprised. Ishi Fengyue did not attack her, but instead raised a hand and pinched herself. He climbed up from the mud, one hand hanging down holding a flower, the other hand's finger bones gripping hard at the cliff edge. His pristine priestly robe was covered in mud, and his bright pale green eyes were full of grievance. Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu stepped on his hand with her foot and twisted it hard. Her tone was gentle, but her actions were extremely cruel. What are you pretending for? All flowing streams and moonlight? Who told you my name? Or did you look me up? Yi Shifengyu's eyes were completely red. He let out a muffled hum, but a somewhat manic smile tugged at his face. You're heartless. 8 years ago, you just left me at the mall entrance and walked away. You really did forget about me. He obsessively searched her eyes, the other hand that clasped the flower gripping her ankle tightly. If you have the nerve, kick him off. Then he'll go down with the flower she's been longing for. Yi Shifengyue stared at her face as he slowly rose, his gaze heavy and his tone very aggrieved. Don't you remember me? Sister. Actually, she had always been very forgetful. If others didn't mention things, she would forget them. Qiao Chu's eyes and brows slightly relaxed. So it was him. That handsome little boy covered in scars who one day suddenly appeared at the orphanage gate. When they were going to pull down his pants to check his sex, Qiao Chu looked at his tear-streaked face and, for some reason, gave that fat man a bashed-in head. Maybe it was because she was often ostracized too. After all, places like orphanages are far more brutally competitive than people imagine. Even if she never meant to be adopted, she would be bullied whenever the matron wasn't paying attention. It got a lot better once she was older. Later, somehow, a certain Shifengyue became entangled with her and even called her sister. But at that time Qiao Chu was about to be forcibly adopted, and the boy's family had already come. She simply left the boy at the agreed-upon mall entrance, let him cry, and never looked back. Everything that followed seemed to play in fast-forward. The man with the right to adopt her acted disgustingly. She once again cracked someone's skull, and not wanting to make things difficult for the orphanage, she simply moved out to live on her own. So it's you. Qiao Chu seemed to realize all at once. Yi Shifengyue still did not see much more emotion in her eyes. She was like a hearth with a weak flame, once forcibly kindled and then cruelly stamped out. As for whether any residual warmth remained now, she herself probably did not know. She pulled him up from the cliff edge, ignoring his already mangled right hand, and returned to her usual smiling face. You've been looking for me. What's the matter? Yi Shifengyue looked at her in different demeanor. He longed to press himself against her long fair neck, tear off a chunk of flesh, and drink her blood. He had only just sorted out matters at home a year ago and originally intended only to watch her from afar and not interfere, but this time she came to play the game alone, so does that mean he should? The darkness from a moment ago seemed to have been only an illusion. The young man carefully lifted her hand and handed her the 2 flowers. The skin around his eyes was a little red, the torrential rain washing over his handsome face, making him look so pitiful and fragile. Sister, shall we cooperate? I need to get my power back. His tone was weak, but his words were full of ambition. I want 3 pieces of blue equipment. This is the deposit. He immediately handed over 1,000 gold on the spot. He knew that this dead woman loved money to death. Sure enough, Qiao Chu smiled and immediately handed over 1 million generous. She herself couldn't even protect herself. Was she supposed to worry about some rich young master's feelings? She thought he wanted something from her, but it turned out to be a partnership. You should have said so earlier, she really needs the money now. After all, buying a property in Doran City doesn't come cheap. When Yi Shifengyue saw her take the money, he smiled too. Stepped forward holding the flowers and hugged Qiao Chu on his own initiative. Long time no see, sister. His blonde hair was plastered wet against his cheek. The moment he hugged Qiao Chu, his face was as pale as a sea sprite's, but his emerald eyes grew even darker, reflecting the torrential rain pouring down like a waterfall before them. Qiao Chu still had one hand gripping the gun's trigger, and he patted the other's back with his free arm, only then realizing that the boy before him was no longer the frail, short youngster he had once been. The air was too cold. She exhaled a puff of white vapor and pulled away from his warm embrace. Contact me if anything comes up, little brother. She didn't want to linger any longer. She only gave one last smile to the boy whose expression had returned to normal, her look complicated. Song she had once been like a passerby in her life, coming in a hurry, and leaving just as quickly. Qiao Chu took 2 steps back, gripped his cloak, and turned to walk away into the wind and rain. It seemed to be the first time she had glimpsed a mad soul beneath that mask. Just like her.